Hey, the commander of the expeditionary force was beheaded, but Black Star gave up on continuing the attack. It was obvious that he wanted to eat away our army again and again, but the Three Kings never gave up the competition in the Shining World. What's the use of continuing to invest troops? Not allowing super A-level participation is purely a death. Black Star has proved that he has the ability to behead the commander anytime and anywhere. In a small private reception room, several top-level officials were sitting on the sofa, complaining. Just now, the information about the death of the Expeditionary Force commander came back. The Three Kings of Moto convened a meeting of senior officials. In addition to being angry, they quickly promoted new commanders directly within the Expeditionary Force and asked the military to send more troops to support. Many officials present at that time had no objection on the surface, but many people's inner opposition gradually increased. So after the conference was held, several officials with real opposition met in private. In the room, Maruko was the highest official. He was the number 3 figure in a mainstream political faction within Moto. He had a great say. At this time, he slowly spoke. This won't work. With the opponent of Black Star, Moto has almost no chance in the Shining World. Giving up as soon as possible is the rational choice. Continuing to drag it will only make Moto's pressure grow and become more and more, and he will be overwhelmed in the end. What I said is that the country is not stable these days. Several unofficial organizations of the 3 major civilizations have launched so-called peace movements on multiple colonial stars, inciting social anti-war sentiment through armed parades and organizing strikes, forcing us to withdraw, and many industries have been deeply affected. There are also guys with ulterior motives who are spreading racial separatist ideas, criticizing the system, and promoting hatred. They can actually reverse our years of education on ethnic harmony and coexisting, and successfully instilling discriminatory ideas in some people. In time, new rebels will surely be born. Even some important members from all walks of life were assassinated by mysterious forces, with internal and external troubles. Someone sighed and murmured. Maruko shook his head. Moto invested countless costs decades ago to make the strategic layout of the Shining World. It makes sense that the Three Kings are unwilling to give up immediately. But now the situation has changed, and adjusting the strategy is our primary choice. Since we cannot deal with the problem of Black Star, continuing to invest resources in the Shining World is a meaningless waste. We should make up our minds to stop the loss. Yes, the Three Kings' idea is to hold on. If the Superstar Group Alliance succeeds, we can also take a sip of the soup. But if we want to hold on until the day when the Superstar Group Alliance takes a turnaround, the hope is too slim. Black Star cannot sit by and watch this scene happen. Don't look at him dragging us now. If we don't keep investing reinforcements to feed him, he will definitely launch a general attack and drive us out. Another person spoke. Maruko took a sip of deep amber spirit and lowered her voice. Actually, from the very beginning, I didn't think that the Superstar Group Alliance could complete the Shining World strategy. It would probably fail. It would just be a fight with other Superstar Group civilizations. Since that's the case, it would be wiser to get out of the heavy pressure of the 3 major civilizations and the Black Star Legion and restore national strength as soon as possible. That's right? Several people in the room agreed deeply. Maruko narrowed his eyes. The greater the loss Moto suffered, the more opposition there will be. Maybe it's time for us to start preparing for impeachment procedures now. Hearing this, the few people were surprised. They were just complaining here, but they didn't expect Maruko to have plans to take action. But then I thought about it, and it was a solution. Moto is a civilized regime formed by the United 3 Civilizations. The supreme leader, the Three Kings of Moto, represent a group of people, but their thoughts and political views are interracial, so Moto's political environment is very complex, and there are also many factions. Due to the particularity of the political system, Moto naturally had to check and balance power. The Three Kings could not do whatever they wanted. There were institutions like the House of Representatives and Congress that restricted their power. If the development route during their term was not in the interests of most people, or if there was any scandal in individuals, They could use impeachment to step down and change to another leader. However, this situation rarely happens in Moda's history. As long as the three kings of Modu are not frustrated by heaven and man, they can spend their terms safely. If the three kings insist on their own, Modo will be gradually hollowed out and the future will be dark. If they really go to the dark side, they will have to impeach and step down. Maruko said in a deep voice. Everyone looked at each other. Some were determined and some were hesitant, and they lowered their voices and discussed the operation methods in a low voice. At this moment, the war opposition within Modo gradually rose and began to plan how to stab the three kings back. The root cause is that the strength of Black Star has made some Modo senior executives feel desperate, and there is no possibility of a comeback. In the territory of Modo civilization, a silver-white concealed high-warping spacecraft hovered in a nebula and sailed slowly, with no signs on the outer armor. In the cabin, Rothel and several cadres of the Assassin Co-Assisted Association sat around a virtual screen, browsing the information in the picture. There are dense avatars listed above, all of which are influential figures from all walks of life in Modo civilized society. Some people have already painted red crosses on their heads, indicating that the assassination is successful. Modo has become a mess, and some major figures in the industry were assassinated and killed, resulting in a local management system of a few colonial stars being almost paralyzed, and our work has achieved remarkable results. A cadre said coldly. Yes. Rothel kept staring at the screen, as if looking for the next prey. The Assassin Co-Assistance Association has been working in Modo for several months, which has caused considerable chaos. It has been hunted and wanted by official personnel, and continues to commit crimes while hiding from Tibet. The actions these days are too radical, and we have lost a lot of people. It's time to stay silent for a while. A cadre advised. Rothel nodded, shook his head again, and said, hide for the time being, and then do the big one. As he said that, he stretched out his finger and tapped one of the avatars on the screen. The cadres present looked at each other with their hands, their expressions frozen on their faces, and their eyes gradually showed a look of extreme horror and disbelief. The object chosen by Rothel is one of the three kings of Modo. You want to assassinate the supreme leader of the superstar cluster civilization? A cadre widened his eyes and said in horror, Are you crazy? They have three leaders, one less, nothing. Luo Tyre said indifferently, I will do it myself. Do you know what kind of behavior this is? If you succeed, the Modo civilization will definitely be with us, and there is no possibility of success. The Modo three kings are very defensive and have no chance to get close. And if they don't leave their mother planet, it is impossible to assassinate. Someone said in an urgent tone. Luo Tyre explained rarely. 1. Modo is always with us. 2. The three kings of Modo have many guards around him, but there are no super A-level personal guards on the surface. At most, it is only natural disaster level and does not exceed my ability limit. 3. The Modo mother planet does not have the secret energy restriction belt of the three major civilization mother planets, so it is feasible to sneak in. Assassinating the three kings of Modo is an impossible task at first glance, but he carefully analyzed it in his heart, and actually it was not impossible to have any chance. After all, although the three kings are leaders, they're not the owner of their own power, especially those who have the stinging gods in their hands. Even if the three kings have magic defense runes granted by Super A level, this weapon can penetrate. The main problem is that it is difficult to escape regardless of success or failure of the assassination. Everyone was shocked, as if they had known Rothel for the first time. Even though they had all assassinated some big shots, in their eyes, this was still a bold plan. You said it easy, but in practice, it's just a death sentence. Everything is possible. Sometimes, it just requires some small luck. Luo Tai narrowed his eyes. The few people present didn't know what he was thinking, and he had no intention of explaining. Because of the operation of Lothlin and the three major civilizations, the racial differences within Modo gradually rose. At this time, If the three kings of one of the races could be assassinated and the responsibility was put on the radicals of the other two races, it might be able to intensify the conflict and make this thunderous trend explode rapidly. And the result is not difficult to imagine. The method is a bit insulting, but as a spy killer, Rothel doesn't care whether the method is moral or not, but only cares whether it is easy to use and whether it can achieve the goal. It can be said that it is by any means. He has been in business for decades and is no longer a simple assassin. He is gradually learning to analyze the overall situation. Although Black Star did not clearly indicate what to do, Rothel is very clear about Black Star's goal. He is willing to use a more flexible way to cause greater damage to Moto, which is more powerful than simple assassination. Of course, assassinating Moto's supreme leader and framing racial hatred is just an idea, and it is extremely difficult. It is impossible to complete it with the Assassins Co-Sponsorship Association alone. However, the forces of the three major civilizations in Moto are natural helps. Rothel intends to create a fuse so that they can take advantage of the situation, just as the thoughts they incited made him think of assassinating the three kings of Moto. Boom! A red figure rolled and fell toward the desolate planet, like a meteor smashing a crater on the surface. Hela's mouth was bleeding and his body was embedded in the earth. As soon as she pulled herself out, Han Xiao suddenly appeared above her, and his powerful whip legs thrust hard on her abdomen. Bang! The power of death that had just condensed was kicked apart, and the shock wave burst out, making a loud noise. He was hit hard in his abdomen, and Hela arched up like a shrimp, shot out quickly, was kicked away for dozens of kilometers, dragging out a long gully. Are you still hitting me? I beat you for 11 hours. If I remember correctly, you've been dying 3 times and unconscious 5 times. Han Xiao stood with his arms in his arms, his face helpless. Oomph. Do you want me to praise you for being so fierce? Forget it. Let's stop here today. But don't forget, this is just the 3rd time to compete. Hyla wiped off the blood from the corner of her mouth, rubbed her stomach, and stood up. Hearing this, Han Xiao couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. He was fulfilling the original agreement at this time. That is, to accompany Hyla to discuss 30 times, and now there are still 27 times left. When he thought of this number, Han Xiao felt that his waist hurt a little. This is somewhere near the Black Star Palace, and he has been back from the free competition zone for several days. Moto did not send a Super A-level deal with this beheading operation, and he would not take risks later. Moreover, Han Xiao had left enough mechanical troops and a master clone, so he did not continue to stay on the front line, so he turned around and returned to the base camp with the Emperor. Han Xiao originally wanted to concentrate on studying the techniques of prisoners and immortal weapons at home, but Hela was dissatisfied with the desire and insisted on pulling him to discuss. Because he had an agreement, he couldn't bear to pay the debt, so he had to play with Hyla for a few days. Although Hyla's sandbag was very resistant to hitting and felt good, Han Xiao couldn't stand it after playing for a long time. With exclusive virtual technology innovation, Manison, the research on the technology of criminals and immortal weapons is still smooth, but there are still many key technical points to be overcome before the thorough cracking is solved, which takes time. Therefore, Han Xiao did not use the awakening point to promote the research progress. The drawing should be derived based on the bonus of his own various skills and expertise. At this time, Hela flew back from a distance and asked, "How do you think my progress is like?" "It's okay," Han Xiao said casually. "TSK, your tone is so perfunctory. You were very patient when you were with the teacher. You were so casual to me. Don't you want to accompany me?" Hyla raised his eyebrows. "What do you think?" Han Xiao glared. "You masochists don't know what to do. You're asking me to fight and kill every day and insist on forcing me to beat you. I'm very tired too." Because of his passion for fighting, Hela's strength has improved rapidly, especially after gaining the underworld, which has a wider room for growth. When Aurora reaches Super A level, the netherworld can exert the ability of heroic spirit rebirth. Only then can Hela reach its peak strength. Han Xiao also learned from the mouth of the land of the underworld that if Aurora's life ability reaches the Super A level, it will undergo qualitative changes, which can create a body with life but no soul, and serve as a carrier for the rebirth of the heroic spirit of the underworld. It just so happens that this ability can be coordinated with the soul-turning instrument. Han Xiao passed on this statement to Ford, promising that Aurora will create a physical body as the new body of Morningstar. Hyla snorted lightly, changing the topic. There are 27 more trials. I will have one the day after tomorrow. Remember to make time. You are too difficult to satisfy. Can the interval be longer? Han Xiaodan felt distressed. No, I finally grabbed you from the teacher's hand. I want you to accompany you enough. A smile flashed in Hyla's eyes. She turned back to the spaceship and drove it back. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly, becoming more and more sure that Hela is just a trembling person. The competition was originally intended to verify his strength, but even though he knew that the gap was so big, he still had to fight me. Isn't this intentional beating? Still, Hardaway is better. Both are looking for trouble, but this guy knows better. Even after getting beaten, he can still greet with a smile. Unlike Hela, who always has a cold face, as if I owe her money. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I was licked by Hardaway, and I actually miss it. Han Xiao was not in a hurry to go back, so he asked the mechanical troops to take back some broken soldiers. While cleaning the battlefield, he opened a forum and prepared to brush up the jokes of the silly netizens and relax happily. But as soon as he opened the Shining World section, his eyes were attracted by a top post. World Service Battle Invitation. World Server Battle. Will come if you should come. Han Xiao opened the post and browsed it. Seeing that the content was exactly what he expected, he couldn't help but sigh. The post was jointly published by many guild alliances, such as the Pan Business Federation, September Conference, Southeast Alliance, and Tropic of Cancer. Simply put, it is a war letter for all players' alliances. It has agreed on the time and place, and wants to launch a super large-scale battle. Players in each alliance generally follow the camp's orders, but this confrontation has little to do with the camp. It basically comes from subjective initiative, but it is just the activities between players. The same thing happened in the previous life. The battle between various guild alliances eventually evolved into a melee between tens of millions of players. It fought for several days and was recorded in the Chronicle of the Star Sea, known in history as the Teppel Star Battle. The technician Han was also active in this battle for a while in his previous life, mainly to fight Xiofeng, searching for the equipment and props dropped by players and making a wave of war money. This time, although the battle took place, due to the butterfly effect, the specific time and location had some changes. In his opinion, the war letters initiated by these guild alliances were not sudden. Now the 4.0 version is at the end. If you don't make big news, you'll have no chance. You will organize a big war. On the one hand, you will kill and damage the hostile alliances in a dignified manner, and on the other hand, you will mobilize ordinary players to increase the cohesion of major guild alliances. To put it bluntly, I just want to fight in a group after being idle. Han Xiao shook his head. The playfulness inside the players had nothing to do with him, and he had no idea to intervene. The battle location is not in the Fidnan War Zone, and it is located on a planet called Mari Sun on the front line. Legion players will run over to join the group at that time, which will affect the war on the Legion's front line within a certain period of time. Although the Legion can use commands to restrict players and prevent them from running to participate in large-scale battles of all players, this impact is not good, and Han Xiao has no intention of doing so. After all, players are not really working people. If the camp constraints are too excessive, it will be counterproductive. Of course, it is not just him, so the power of the player will be affected to varying degrees. If these camps use a tough attitude to stop the player, it will be beneficial to the Legion to recruit new players in the future. It's just that in this battle, the Legion players have their own set, the largest scale, and they will probably be besieged. But I'm not losing. Han Xiao's eyes moved. Originally, at the end of the version, the professional league was the best promotion opportunity. Many players would spend a lot of savings to strengthen their own strength. In this way, the Legion's turnover would soar and Han Xiao could reap a lot of experience. But the professional league has been held for 3 sessions, and most ordinary players know that they don't have a chance. So there are many guys who would rather save their experience to the next version. But large-scale battles are different, so players will not miss it. It is also a natural promotion opportunity, which is very beneficial to him. It can allow him to gain more experience in the last time of version 4.0 and become a reserve during the version update. If I remember correctly, the timeline interval between the 4.0 and 5.0 versions should be 40 or 50 years, which is longer than the last version. Han Xiao said intimately, "The next version is a super disaster. A super A-level conflict erupts. Some of the initials return, and they have changed so many plots, just like snowballs. The events in version 5.0 must be affected by the butterfly effect and beyond recognition. But this is still a trivial matter." Han Xiao knew the important characters and was not afraid to change the original plot. The biggest problem in the next version is actually the players. The upper level limit is open to level 180, and a natural disaster level has emerged on a large scale. The codename of the version of Super Disaster is actually partly hinting that players are hinting that the impact of their next version on the universe pattern is far more than that of version 4.0. But this is good news for me, Han Xiao thought to himself. By then, the combat power of the middle and high-level ones who have explored the universe will increase dramatically. Although players bring chaos, they will also become an important helper for the exploration of the universe to fight against the World Tree civilization. In the World Tree War version of the previous life, the importance of players is basically irreplaceable. Without tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of natural disaster level players, the losses that have been explored in the universe will only be even heavier. On the other hand, the Legion's power will increase greatly, and the layout of so many versions is to wait for the players to transform. There are still decades left before the next version, and he has enough time to prepare, and some of Lao Meida's words make sense. The mechanic's background is very important. He also plans to spend decades to study mechanical technology while waiting for the effect of machining divine cult to continue to grow. Now the effect of this expertise will strengthen itself every few days, constantly improving his strength, representing that more and more Manison believers have cast their heads in his arms, and you can imagine the changes in faith within the mechanical divine cult. Various thoughts flashed. Han Xiao suppressed his mind and continued to watch the forum for a while. After the troops cleaned the battlefield, he boarded a spaceship and returned to the Black Star Palace, making up his mind to complete the remaining 27 competitions within 2 months. In the territory of the Red Empire, a secret military training base, Gouda, wearing the uniform of the Imperial High Officer, was walking and wandering around the training base and was in a bad mood. Just now, Gouda received a message from the Empire's senior management telling him that he would delay his original plan indefinitely, that is, to borrow his superpowers and try to analyze the core energy of the evolution block. When planning the plan, the idea was fine, but the situation changed too quickly, disrupting the rhythm of many senior leaders of the Hardline Empire. Now, Black Star's strength and status have reached a new level, so this plan has become more and more risky, so the senior leaders can only stop it temporarily, which is not to provoke Black Star, but also to protect Gouda's trump card. The root cause is that the terrifying speed of Black Star's rise has made the situation change with each passing day, so fast that it makes people unable to react. Gouda's subtle mood comes from this. Heixing's growth rate is even more exaggerated than his small trumpet rebuilt, which makes him so hard that he can't even see the exhaust gas. It's hard for him not to feel depressed. Black Star, Gouda whispered to himself and unknowingly walked to a public training facility. The fierce battle sounded, and when he heard the sound, he saw a low-level elite class fighting against each other under the supervision of the instructor, looking like a group of freshmen. At this time, 2 sea-level martial artists were fighting in the field, one of whom had the upper hand and the other was struggling to support it. It seemed that it would be a matter of time before the defeat was defeated. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, the winner was decided. The man who was at a disadvantage was pulled out with his legs and glided on the ground, stopping in front of Gouda. "Carrot, you lost again." The instructor frowned, looked at the loser, and said in a deep voice, "The record is 0 wins and 9 losses, which is too unreasonable." Saw the Carrot rubbed his chest, stood up, and smiled helplessly. The instructor looked unhappy and shouted, "Almost every test is at the bottom. I really don't know why the above arranged you to my elite class, which will drag down the grades of the whole class. I asked you to stay in the class because you were diligent enough, but if you are still at the bottom of the next assessment, I will never give you another chance and will let you leave." As soon as he finished speaking, the students present looked at Carlot coldly, without any concealing his rejection. Although these people were students, they were also talents selected by the Empire for various troops and further their studies at this secret base. Moreover, this class is an elite class, all of which are talented Imperial non-commissioned officers and are among the top figures in every unit. The opportunity for further studies is particularly precious, so these students are very rare. It is precisely because they dislike Carlot very much, because Carlot is too mediocre and doesn't look like an elite. Logically speaking, they have no qualifications to be trained at all. Because opportunities are hard-won, these elites feel unbalanced. In their eyes, a mediocre soldier actually studied with them. Everyone was prone to think of words like relationship households at the first time, and it was inevitable that they would subconsciously exclude Carlot. Moreover, they are all soldiers and believe that the strong are respected. Carlot's ability is really poor. They look down on him from the bottom of their hearts, so naturally they will not have any good faces. Carlot sighed secretly when he noticed the cold eyes of everyone. A long time ago, he accepted the fact that he was very mediocre and knew from the beginning that these people were elites with far more talent than him, and he was not depressed at this time. The opportunity to get key training is also benefited from the Black Star. Although he is Buddhist, he is not a person who does not know how to cherish opportunities. However, he has already worked hard to the best of his ability. In this way, he still can't keep up with the growth rate of those elites, and he has no choice. Gouda observed quietly on the side, his eyes flashing. He heard someone talk about a while ago that a person who was once optimistic about Black Star entered the training base, and his name was Carlot. Because of the Black Star, Gouda was remembered in his heart. This is the first time he met the real master today. He looked up and down, only to feel that Carlot's whole body had the word mediocrity. Gouda thought he had extraordinary vision, but he did not find anything special in Carlot, and he couldn't help but feel confused. Why did Black Star look forward to this guy before? His eyesight is notoriously accurate, so he shouldn't miss judgment. Gouda was puzzled, and thought about it and waved to the instructor. The instructor noticed Gouda early in the morning and immediately walked over with a smile. Almost no one in the base knows that Gouda is the most likely person to reach the A level. He has received the resource tilt and focus training of the base, and his status is very good. "Gouda, what's the matter?" The newcomer named Carlot, whether he passed the assessment or not, kept him in the base. Gouda whispered. Hearing this, the instructor was stunned. According to the assessment results, Carlot was destined to be eliminated and left the training base. He did not expect Gouda to plead for him. Not very good. This person has no training value, and it is a waste of teaching resources to keep him. Try to be as comfortable as possible. Gouda did not see any outstanding features of Carlot, but because Black Star is optimistic, he wanted to stay Carlot and observe it more. Han Xiao stayed in the Black Star Palace and did not go to the front line. Time passed quickly, and a month and a half passed quickly. On this day, a shocking news suddenly broke out in Modo civilization. The General House of the Three Tribes suddenly announced the launch of impeachment procedures for the current 3 kings of Modo. In history, the impeachment of the Supreme Leader has not happened many times, which immediately caused shock to the whole society. As the name suggests, this institution is jointly controlled by members of the 3 tribes of Parliament and has a wide range of power, including the right to impeach the Supreme Leader. The lead of this impeachment was 33 members, who jointly proposed the impeachment proposal. The General House of Three Tribes finally passed it with a high vote and quickly began preparations. It was obvious that it was prepared. Despite the shock, the people of Modo are quite supportive because the chaos in the civilized country has seriously interfered with the normal operation of society. Although this is the enemy's method, the people don't care so much. They just blame the supreme leader for the sake of convenience and trouble. Maruko gathered more opposition parties, and his momentum grew stronger and stronger. He found a reason to stand firm. He claimed to restore public order and oppose the war. He used a long and rigorous report to analyze Modo's extremely low winning rate in this war. He used this as evidence to oppose the decision of the three kings of Modo to continue to support the expeditionary force, calling it a meaningless sacrifice. This statement has been recognized by a considerable number of officials and the public. Not everyone is willing to sacrifice the current interests for the so-called future development space. Now the pressure is getting greater and greater opposition is also increasing. The three kings of Modo did not expect the opposition to suddenly jump out of the back prick, and the backyard caught fire at this critical moment, and the three of them were immediately disrupted. As soon as the impeachment process was launched, the political circle of Modo Civilized became lively, and all factions were recruited and forced to take sides. The three kings of Modo had to turn their focus back to the country to deal with the opposition's impeachment. They must first settle the country when fighting against foreign countries. The three of them could only mobilize their troops to engage in political battles. Fortunately, they have been in charge of their business for many years, and their status is deeply rooted and not so easy to overthrow. There are very few dictatorial high civilizations. Taking the position of supreme leader does not mean that supreme power is immediately obtained. Politics is the art of compromise, and power comes from obedience. Even civilized leaders want to consolidate their positions. They still need to win the support of various factions and cultivate hardcore confidence, so that the power in their hands can be added to the value. Otherwise, any order will be issued, openly and secretly obstructed by political enemies. It is not that you can get unconditional obedience from others by becoming the supreme leader. There are also many people staring at this position. In the following period, the people who were eating melons saw the changes in the political world. The opposition led by the three kings of Modo and Maruko each showed their magical powers. Someone resigned the day before yesterday, someone was summoned yesterday, and someone submitted a new report today. Maybe a big shot will come out tomorrow to express his opinion. The frequent news made the public dizzy. The hearings initiated by the General House of the Three Tribes were one after another. The opposition presented a lot of evidence, which made some secrets that were not allowed to be informed by the public and became evidence in court, causing public uproar again and again. The Kundi incident is one of them. The opposition summoned key witnesses and asked the other party to provide the signature of the three kings of Modo that the three kings of Modo agreed to the combat plan, and used evidence to show that the reason why the Black Star targeted Modo was the Kundi incident. Therefore, it came to the conclusion that the three kings of Modo attracted the Black Star for civilization, which was the culprit that caused Modo to fall into trouble. The opposition used this as evidence to criticize the three kings of Modo for making mistakes in decision-making, believing that the three kings of Modo are not capable of continuing to serve as civilized leaders. There's still many similar evidences. The opposition threw out some shameful things and pushed them all over the heads of the three kings of Modo, and emphasized to the General House of the Three Tribes that the three kings of Modo were insufficient in ability and proposed to replace them. This is not unfair. As the supreme leader, even if the plan is not thought of by the three kings, it must be signed by three people to implement it. The blame can only be taken. The endless evidence and smear made the situation even worse for the three kings of Modo, but the status of the three kings was not so easy to shake. Their relationship was intricate. Many factions, including the military, were strong supporters. These factions had their own members in the General House of the Three Tribes and united to obstruct the impeachment process with significant results. The military was a firm party to ask for battle, which led more senior officials. Compared with the supporters of the three kings of Modo, the opposition led by Maruko was still not enough, and the investigation soon encountered obstacles. So the opposition turned its attention to the candidates for the next three Modo kings, hoping to get the support of these so-called princelings, and in the end, there was no suspense that failed. As the impeachment storm fermented, things gradually evolved into a political struggle. The three kings of Modo had been delayed for too long and did not want to waste more energy here, so they did not reserve it all. Therefore, the farce came to an end without lasting for too long. The end result was that the General House of the three tribes rejected the opposition's impeachment procedures, and the impeachment ended in failure, which was basically a loss-win situation. The political enemy has been resolved. In order to restore reputation, the three kings of Modo decided to give a public speech to make a summary response to the impeachment incident. Parrot Square is one of the landmark buildings in the capital of Modo civilization. It is a tourist spot with huge passenger flow on weekdays. It was requisitioned by the government on this day and served as the place for the speeches of the three kings of Modo. The venue has been built. Due to the disadvantage of public opinion, the three kings of Modo did not speak in the government building this time, but chose to give a speech in front of the public. Many officials attended the meeting. The screened audience stood all over the square, and the crowded people were crowded, creating a scene where the high-level officials were very close to the people. A cordon was set up outside the square. A large number of security personnel were arranged, and the defense line was guarded with expressionless faces. At this time, endless onlookers had gathered outside. Many people held banners in their hands, most of which had opposition slogans such as "The Three Kings Step Down." These were protesters, and the crowd was excited. Although the opposition lost, it caused irreparable damage to the reputation of the three kings of Modo this generation. The officials' seats were around the podium, and the opposition was all placed on the edge, which was obviously neglected. Others were even unwilling to look in this direction and did not want to have any connection with the defeated opposition. "I didn't expect the three kings to invite us to attend." An opposition murmured to himself. "They want us to be humiliated in public," and strengthened the effectiveness of the speech. Maruko's face was not good-looking. He knew very well that at this point, the three kings of Moda deliberately invited these opposition parties to attend. It was impossible to criticize their behavior from the standpoint of the winner. The opposition naturally had the confidence to win and would jump out to impeach the three kings of Modo, but in the end it was defeated, and the cards they played were resolved one by one, and some witnesses also changed their words. Maruko could only say that his skills were inferior to others. In fact, there are some opposition parties who have not jumped out and dared not take risks together. In order to change the development route of civilization, Maruko was willing to give it a try. But in order to maintain his status, these hidden opposition parties dared not take action even if they opposed the decisions of the three kings of Modo in their hearts and sat on the meaningless sacrifice of the army. Although he lost, he also looked down on these turtles. After a while, the three kings of Modo attended together and came to the podium. The focused light kept chasing the three of them. The square immediately heard warm applause, just like rehearsing, suppressing the rebukes and scoldings of countless onlookers outside the square. The three of them waved their arms at the same time, looked around the audience in the field, and greeted them with a smile. While the three kings of Modo were scanning, their eyes deliberately paused at the location of the opposition, such as Maruko, and then turned away. The camera image then turned to the opposition members, recording faces with expressionless or forced smiles. Maruko clapped her applaudingly and hummed. He naturally understood the look that the three kings of Modo had just dropped over, and with the attitude of the winner, he was ready to settle the score in the future. The applause gradually stopped, and one of the three kings of Modo said loudly, "Friends, Modo is a great civilization. From the exploration and unity, we have been united since the present. Generations of the three kings have led us to create one development miracle after another." After saying the opening remarks, the three began to read according to the manuscript, mentioning the recent social turmoil and impeachment incidents straight to the point, admitting that this was the impact of their own decision-making, but stressing that this was the enemy's conspiracy and calling it because Moto is on the right path. The enemy wants us to retreat, so he uses various conspiracies to try to make us afraid. The three also explain the reason for sending troops to the Shining World, saying that the reason for such a decision was for the future of civilization. In the long speech, the three kings refuted and explained the items of opposition, impeachment one by one, try to restore their reputations and the government. The three kings of Moto's words were reasonable and well-founded. Applause was heard from time to time in the audience, and some onlookers were gradually convinced, and the number of demonstrators gradually decreased. In addition to the reporters, countless onlookers recorded speeches. Among the people outside the square cordon, a tall and thin man held up a multifunction communication terminal to record. He looked like an ordinary person, but in fact he was one of the secret eyeliners of the Guanghui Federation, responsible for inquiring about information, and was sent to record first-hand images today. The opposition failed, but the three kings of Moto were also seriously injured. This is good news. The intelligence officer muttered in his heart while working. The melon that should be eaten has been eaten, but now the dust has been settled, and I can't dig out any heavy information. Now it's just a look at the winner's declaration. The intelligence officer didn't think he could find out anything valuable. He came here to join in the fun, but his responsibilities were just his responsibility. However, at this moment, a light suddenly flashed in the light of his eyes, and the intelligence officer subconsciously turned his head and looked over. As his eyes passed through the crowds of people, he saw a hooded man's hand lit up with a glimmer of light, as if a mark was shining. Just the next moment, a sharp golden light suddenly passed through the field of vision and shot out like lightning. The intelligence officer turned his head and looked at it suddenly, and the light shot to one of the three kings of Moto in an instant. Clang! A circle of azure, blue magic shield suddenly opened, blocking the light. The Super A-level defensive enchantment on the body of the three kings of Moto could activate, which could withstand attacks of various properties. The speech suddenly stopped. The third queen of Moto realized it and looked at the object that was coming. It was a golden spear, which was Rothal's weapon, the god Stinger. There is a killer. The security personnel around were shocked. Several natural disaster-level bodyguards who had been standing behind the three kings were shocked and immediately wanted to use their abilities to protect the three kings. Although they reacted quickly, it was too late. The amazingly resistant Super A-level defensive enchantment only resisted the God Still, and then was instantly pierced. The spear brushed the ground and nailed one of the three kings of Moto to the ground, with surprise still remaining on his face. The sudden change made the audience stunned. Someone assassinated the three kings. After the brain analyzed this information, countless faces appeared with horror at the same time. Run quickly. Kill someone. Call the doctor. Closing the square immediately. No. Block the entire planet. The next moment, the riot suddenly broke out, and the audience in both the inner and outer fields fled in panic. The security personnel shouted loudly, protecting the remaining two kings from the evacuation scene, while searching for the entire venue wildly. Many officials were fleeing quickly under the escort of bodyguards. The lively speech scene was in chaos and messy in the blink of an eye. Who sent this killer? It's crazy. Maruko ran away in panic, his face full of horror. In the parent star of the superstar cluster civilization, assassinating the supreme leader of the civilization is simply lifeless. This kind of thing has not happened for many years, and even the three major civilizations will not do it. Who would have thought it would happen suddenly? Usually, the three kings of Moto stayed in the central government building, and today they held a long-lost public speech, which became an opportunity to take advantage of. The most incredible thing is that the killer actually succeeded. The Super A-level defensive enchantment on the three kings seemed to be paper stuff just now. Among the crowds of riots, the intelligence personnel of the Guanghui Federation widened their eyes and turned to find the trace of the hooded man, but the other party had disappeared without a trace. Where's this a fierce man who popped up? It was a completely suicide attack. He could not escape from Moto's home planet. The intelligence officer's face twitched his eyes full of disbelief. He didn't expect that it would be just a routine matter, but he would witness such a big, shocking news with his own eyes. Almost in a moment, his professional qualities made him keenly aware of the opportunity to take advantage of the issue. News that one of the 3 kings of Moto civilization was assassinated quickly spread throughout the interstellar society. On that night, one of the 3 kings who were assassinated was declared dead. This sudden change shocked the entire universe. Whether it is an official of a higher civilization or an ordinary person in the interstellar society, the first reaction when he hears this news can basically be summarized in 2 words. Damn it! It was not Mao and Ago who died, but the head of the superstar cluster civilization, second only to the leaders of the 3 major civilizations. People with such identity were assassinated, which seemed to be a last era in the eyes of interstellar citizens. I don't know how such horrifying news has not happened in many years. In the impression of normal people, leaders of higher civilizations cannot be assassinated and killed. Because of this, things will become more and more unbelievable when they happen, which fully demonstrates a truth that everyone is equal before death, and no one will definitely not be killed. Just after the assassination broke out, the entire Moto parent star entered the highest level of martial law. Countless soldiers searched the murderers in a carpet style, and they had to find the people when they dug 3 feet into the ground. Many other civilizations' eyeliners were affected by the fish in ponds. A considerable number of these people were monitored by the Moda civilization. However, Moda never took action and took a long line to catch big fish. Now he doesn't care about the others and has all been caught and questioned. The Modo civilization immediately restricted the outflow of images, and at the same time issued an announcement quickly, using extremely harsh words, emphasizing that assassinating the Modo civilization leader was a provocation and insult to the entire civilization, and expressed that he would seriously investigate the causes and consequences of the matter, and claimed that the matter was likely to be done by foreign enemies. Once the identity of the murderer was found, he would never give up. The assassination shocked and confused the people. In this case, the announcement issued by the Modo civilization immediately guided the people's thinking and aroused the anger of the whole people's common hatred of the enemy, trying to focus this emotion on foreign enemies. Under normal circumstances, this method is correct, which can make the people unanimous and make the people's hearts available. However, the various organizations hidden in the Modo civilization of the 3 major civilizations will not sit idly by and watch this scene happen, constantly fanning the flames, publishing various remarks to affect the announcement effect of Modo civilization, changing the people's thinking, taking advantage of the issue, and confusing the public. The method is not fancy, but it only uses more conspiracy theories to make various new speculations for assassination cases. It can be divided into 2 directions. One is to bring the people's ideas to the path of political assassination, claiming that the opposition failed to seize power and had the motive to take the risk of assassinating the 3 kings. It was fabricated seriously, just like the truth. The other direction is to spread rumors, claiming that the killer who assassinated one of the 3 kings was actually radicals from the other 2 tribes born under the recent trend of racial divisions, thereby catalyzing the evolution of racial divisions. Both of these statements have loopholes, but conspiracy theories have always had a market. While facilitating interstellar communication, quantum networks have also become an important platform to lead the rhythm. Various true and false information are dazzling, weakening the people's judgment. In addition, the assassination incident makes it difficult for a large number of people to maintain their rationality, which makes these 2 statements actually approved by many people. At the same time, dozens of overseas terrorist forces joined in the fun and announced their responsibility for the matter, fighting for it, as if this had become an opportunity to establish a position in the gray world. For a time, the crowd of people who angrily denounced political assassination continued to grow. The seeds of chaos gradually took root and sprouted, and countless voices of condemnation appeared on the internet. If you don't encounter big things, you will never know what kind of weird remarks will appear. You can always break the 3 views of the whole society repeatedly and be called a trance of demons. Moto civilization is overwhelmed by this assassination and has no time to deal with public opinion slowly. It can only adopt a tough approach similar to one-size-fits-all approach, prohibiting the public from discussing these two possibilities. Although the top leaders know that this will cause a rebound, they can only take the least of both harms at this time and curb the spread of rumors first. The assassination of the three kings caused a lot of controversy, and countless forces were looking at each other, and a storm was brewing in full view of everyone. On the other hand, Han Xiao, who was far away in the shining world, also received the news. Damn, someone assassinated the three kings of Moto? Whose cute child is this? Han Xiao's eyes widened and was shocked. He had similar ideas before, but in the end he did not take action and did not order his subordinates to assassinate. The main reason for not doing it is the limitation of identity. I am now a hero created by the world of order, and it is impossible to assassinate a leader of a higher civilization. But if someone else assassinated him, Han Xiao would like to see him succeed. For him, it would be like a fisherman who would benefit from a snipe and a clam. He could roughly infer the possibility of various subsequent impacts of this matter. Regardless of whether the Moto civilization can catch the murderer or not, the investigation results must be given in the end. Assuming that the truth cannot be found, we must also find a good person to take the blame, so as to relieve domestic social conflicts and give people a direction to vent their emotions. It depends on what solution Madwa chooses. If you want to turn big things into small things, it is most convenient to push them to the terrorist forces abroad. If you want to make trouble, then the three major civilizations and themselves may be regarded as targets. In this way, Moto has found a new motivation for the Battle of Shining and will send troops continuously and occupy the high ground of public opinion. As for the truth, what knows what's going on, because the Moto civilization prohibits the outflow of images, and he cannot see the video of the assassination process at this time, but he believes that the three major civilizations are by no means murderers, and there is no need for this at all. Could it be that they are really racial radicals? Han Xiao just felt itchy. Which company is so reckless? He is so self-sacrificing. Just as he was sighing secretly, the communicator suddenly rang. I picked it up and took a look. It was Raffel's application for encrypted communication. Han Xiao's expression froze, his heart skipped a beat, and suddenly he had a bad premonition. Give me a message at this time? No. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he answered the communication and heard the calm breathing in the call channel. Hotel? Han Xiao subconsciously lowered his voice. Yes. Don't tell me you did this. It's me. Hearing this answer, Han Xiao's eyes suddenly turned dark. Damn, I guess for a long time and confirmed my eyes. It turned out to be my own iron-headed baby. It's so exciting, my little heart can't stand it. Are you crazy? I didn't order you to do this. You asked me to do my best to disrupt Moto's social order, and I have understood your strategic intentions. Rathel said in a serious tone. Han Xiao was stuffy in his chest and couldn't come. So you took your own initiative to assassinate the three kings of Moto. I'm not disappointed in my mission. You are so fucking a little genius. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. With this subjective initiative, even most players cannot compare to you. I am worthy of being a person who dares to assassinate the strange god, and my trigeminal nerve hurts. I am obviously a steady man. Why do I have such a strong subordinate? Taking 2 deep breaths, Han Xiao calmed down his mood. Now that things have come to this point, he can only accept reality and help wipe his butt. Where are you? Have you escaped from Moto's home planet? I've already gone out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have contacted you. Rathel briefly told his own experience. He was not really reckless. He sneaked into the Moto home planet more than a month ago, leaving a few ways of retreat early, planning for the rest of the way, and waiting for the opportunity. Because he couldn't contact the three kings, he waited patiently until a few days ago when he saw the three kings speech announcement. He knew that the opportunity had come, so he made the arrangement before taking action. After repeated assassinations, Rathel has accumulated rich experience in running away and has long been an expert. From the success of assassination to the implementation of the blockade order of the Moto troops, he needs to go through a reaction process. He took advantage of this time difference to escape the danger. The whole process is orderly, but it is only temporarily safe at present, and he will face the massive tracking of Moto civilization in the future. After listening to Luo Tai's story, Han Xiao said helplessly, "It's not that easy to escape in other people's territory. All your assassination missions are suspended. Killing a leader is enough. No need to continue targeting them anymore. Focus on escaping first, and I'll see if I can bring you back." The matter has been done, and he can't sit still and watch Luo Tai fall into Moto's hands. Such things can be done indescribable, otherwise the harm outweighs the benefits. As long as Moto is not allowed to catch people, there is no ironclad evidence. You can bite it to death and refuse to admit it afterwards. It would be impossible to say that Han Xiao did not blame Luo Tai for his own actions. He was originally sitting firmly on Daitai, but now he has caused risks. Assassination of the three kings is not in his expected plan, but there are benefits in this way. The killer is his own person, which represents the damage caused to the Moto civilization by this incident. It is also considered as the progress of the mission of the Kundi leader's last wish. Perhaps the date of completing this mission will be earlier than I expected. Moto civilization's mother star. Bang! A team of soldiers broke into the office, looked around the audience, and said coldly, "Maluko, come with us and be investigated." Maluko slowly stood up with a bitter look on his face. All opposition parties have become the target of internal key review. Everyone is implicated if they have suspicious motives. They have no arguments about this. Even if they feel wronged, they can only accept the investigation obediently. The sudden assassination also deceived the opposition. At this moment, Maruko had only one thought in her heart. Damn it! In the conference room, where the defense strength tripled, the remaining two kings of Moto and a group of senior executives held an emergency meeting here. All the people who had seen the world had seen each other and soon passed the terrifying stage. As soon as they recovered, everyone felt boundless anger and fear. Did you find out who did it? The Moto king's face turned pale. Every time they recalled the scene at that time, the two of them were still scared. If the person who gave the speech at that time was not the unlucky colleague, they might be the one who died. The two of them were so angry that they dared to openly assassinate themselves as the leader of the civilization. The murderer has not been caught yet, but the intelligence department has submitted a video analysis report and found a matching case in the database. A senior intelligence official looked serious and operated on the desktop. The next moment, a green virtual screen rose on the table in front of each official, with the same document displayed. The weapon used by the murderer was a golden spear. According to the data, the owner of this weapon was a high-risk, wanted criminal codenamed Secret Spurs. The earliest record was during the incident of the Kundi tribe. This person committed many assassinations at that time, and then disappeared for more than 10 years. Recently, he once committed an active crime in the country, killing some leaders from all walks of life. According to analysis, Secret Spurs has the best natural disaster-level combat power, and is suspected to reach the level of a super A-level seed. The golden spear he used is a powerful enchanting weapon, but because of too few observation records, we do not have much information. However, from this assassination case, we can infer that the Secret Spurs weapon has extremely strong energy penetration and has additional lethality to powerful targets. On the other hand, Secret Spurs may be a gang committing crimes. It seems that many assassinations committed by other people are related to him. We suspect that he formed a force in the more than 10 years since his disappearance. Nowadays, assassinations against Moto civilization are frequent. Not all the work of the Assassin Coassistance Association and other forces are active in secret. There will be no fewer enemies of higher civilizations. Seeing Moto in chaos, some enemies will take the lead. Some of them are black market assassination organizations, some overseas terrorist forces, and there are also cases where racial radicals and criminals deliberately disguised as killers to commit crimes. Social security is unstable and police agencies are in a state of turmoil. After reading the report, one of the two kings of Moto shouted, "I am more concerned about who is instructed by this killer. Which force is he from?" The appearance of Secret Spur is obviously related to the Kundi incident. At that time, the main person involved were the Red Empire and their allies. Although we don't know which force the killer belongs to, he is definitely inseparable from the Red Empire. It may be a dead soldier secretly trained by the Empire, or a cadre who is a super A-level ally of the Empire. So, this action is likely to be the instructor of the Red Empire. Moto's Double King's face was gloomy and clear. This is not necessarily. The intelligence official thought for a while and said in a deep voice, "The situation at that time was different from now. More than 10 years ago, the Super A-Level Association was not established. The Empire still had enough control over the Super A-Level allies. The assassination at that time was indeed related to the Empire, but now the situation has changed. We cannot rule out that this incident is a private action of Super A-Level." Hearing this, everyone's faces changed, and a figure almost subconsciously appeared in their minds. Is it Black Star? The two kings of Moto were furious. Although the Red Empire was hooligan, the risk of assassination of high civilized leaders was far greater than the benefits for them, and there was basically no reason to do so. After thinking about it, the Black Star, who seemed to have a deep hatred, had such a motive for committing the crime. Black Star, he gained the upper hand in the shining battle, which made us suffer a lot of losses, but this made him feel that he could do whatever he wanted. It's too crazy to do such a thing. Moto will never let him go. Moto's two kings were furious. In this way, participating in the shining battle has another goal, not only for the future of civilization, but also for the Black Star to repay his blood debt. The two believe that after this, the entire civilization can share the same hatred of the enemy and no opposition will appear again. But at this time, a senior executive hesitated for a moment and spoke out. "But I don't think it's right. Was Black Star doing this? Is it just for quick revenge? There's no reason. He is a hero with interests first, gaining an advantage in the shining world and taking the initiative. To be honest, he can surround the points and fight and help us suffer losses again and again. There is no need to assassinate the leader of civilization. Doing so will bring him risks. If it is exposed later, the heroic image created by the three major civilizations will be severely hit, and he will turn into a passive position. Black Star is not like someone who will make such a reckless decision." After hearing this inference, many senior executives present also frowned, shocked and suspicious. It makes sense. Black Star will not do meaningless things. If the assassination was his instruction, he must have achieved a certain goal. What goal will it be? The room became quiet, and everyone frowned, thinking hard, constantly repairing it. After more than 10 seconds, an intelligence official's eyes flashed. He suddenly stood up and said, "I seem to understand He Xing's plan." "Oh, tell me quickly." Everyone's eyes immediately gathered on him. The intelligence official's eyes flashed, and his tone was firm. "He Xing did this to prevent us from surrendering." "Huh?" Everyone tilted their heads in unison, and a big question mark popped up on their foreheads. "You explain it." The two kings of Moto frowned. "My guess is this. He Xing knew that we knew very well that Moto had basically no chance to break the deadlock in his hands, for fear that we would give up the shining battle and withdraw the expeditionary force. In this way, he would not be able to continue to surround and fight for help. So in order not to let us retreat, he secretly instructed the killer to do such a thing and openly provoke the face of the entire Moto civilization. It was our reaction in advance. Whether the murderer was his or her person or not, we would definitely doubt him. Then, because of the hostile relationship between the two sides, he felt that we would be very likely to publicly claim that Black Star is the mastermind behind the scenes. And in this way, it would fulfill his wish. Once we claim that Black Star is the mastermind behind the scenes, then, under the attention of the entire universe, we must take the initiative to pursue the matter. We cannot easily withdraw the expeditionary force, but instead continue to invest our troops Otherwise, it would become a surrender to the outside world. As the high civilization assassinated by the leader, we would definitely not compromise. In this way, Black Star successfully maintained the situation, preventing us from retreating, and he continued to siege our troops. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly recalled, and found that his mental journey was actually coincided with this speculation, and he couldn't help but feel cold on his back. Sure enough, our reactions were all counted by Black Star. Fortunately, we predicted Black Star's prediction. One of the two kings of Modo shook his head repeatedly and said, "No, right, Black Star knows we will identify him. Isn't he afraid of a sharp drop in reputation?" "I think he may not be afraid." An official pondered. "If we didn't catch the murderer, there was no evidence in our hands, and had the preconceived hero image of Black Star, who would the outside world believe? Even with evidence, Black Star can still bite to death and refuse to admit it, but instead say that we falsely accused. Moreover, his current hero image was specially shaped by the three major civilizations. Although Black Star enjoyed the benefits, it was also bound by reputation. If it could be removed, Black Star would not be completely unhealthy. The three major civilizations might be more anxious than him." As soon as he finished speaking, many people nodded, thinking that something was right. The two kings of Modo suppressed their anger and said, "If it was really done by Black Star, we will not only not pursue the investigation, but also cover it up for him. It is impossible. Don't even think about it." The two admitted that this inference made sense, but in order to avoid the open conspiracy of Black Star, our high-level civilization would not pursue the murderer, but would hide it and suffer this great loss in vain. It's really ridiculous. I don't want to be faced. My superstar civilization is so scared by such things. Such a bad incident. You can handle it as much as you should, and it is impossible to make any compromise in any form. At this time, the intelligence officer who made this speculation hesitated for a moment and spoke again. "Actually, there's another possibility." "Continue." I just thought about it. If a third-party force predicted the reaction between us and Haitian based on the hatred, and then sent someone to pretend to be secret sect or bribe the killer, deliberately assassinating in front of everyone, causing a huge impact, so as to blame Haitian and deepen our hatred relationship with Haitian, could this be the case? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Examples of third-party provocations in history are not uncommon, and this inference is entirely possible. Who would do such a thing? Is it necessary to say that it may be our Modo enemy or the Black Star enemy, secretly provoking us to fight each other, and both sides suffer losses? So, if we say that, we should withdraw our expeditionary army so that we cannot fall into the enemy's trap. The two kings of Modo were led to think about it layer by layer, and were confused. It's not that they are overthinking. Smart people always make various assumptions for an undetermined event, guess the reasons behind it, and deduce one layer of things to the fourth and fifth layers, but they don't expect that things are actually very simple. They are just acts of a fool, and everything else is to fool themselves. To your excellencies, we are just assuming now. We cannot confirm that Black Star is the real murderer. Catching the murderer is the top priority, as senior executive reminded. The two kings of Modu came to their senses, nodded heavily, and shouted, "Yes. No matter what, follow the killer with all their might. Be sure to catch him and find out who the master is behind the scenes. Even if it is really a trap of Black Star, Modu will never retreat or compromise." After saying that, the two looked extremely ugly, and they felt depressed and felt that no matter what choice they made, they could not jump out of Black Star's Five-Finger Mountain. Such an opponent is so terrible. Everyone present looked at each other, and many people wanted to speak but stopped, but in the end they still didn't speak. If it is really a trap of the Black Star, then the decision of the Double King Modo is exactly what others think. In the eyes of some people, the Double King has already lost his mind. The fierce opposition was under censorship, but there were still some oppositions that did not jump out, and their hearts were getting more and more unstable at this time. Perhaps Maruko and the others are right. It's time to change the leader. In the corner, seeing that no one paid attention to me anymore, the intelligence officer who made the speculation sat down, looking unsatisfied, and only one thought in his mind. Help me up. I can continue to make up for it. If Moto only doubts the Black Star, then the Red Empire could be said to be sure. So, Black Star did this to prevent Moto's civilization from retreating? The Red Empire, the head of state, Ulan Riel's hands were folded against his fair chin. His eyes flashed. Moto blocked the image, and the assassination process cannot be seen through normal channels. But the three major civilizations naturally have ways to get video. It has nothing to do with virtual technology, and it is entirely a sufficient number of intelligence channels that have been operated over the years. In this regard, the accumulation of higher civilizations is not comparable to that of Super A level. For example, Han Xiao had limited power in the old galaxy. Although his virtual technology could easily make video recordings, it also took a process to launch a virtual invasion from the arrival of the Shining World, so as to obtain the video. If you don't do it yourself and want to get information as soon as possible, it falls within the scope of intelligence channel management. In the Kundi incident, Black Star and the Empire had a tacit understanding in the assassination, because they had seen it. Even if she didn't know the exact identity of a user of the Golden Spear, she could conclude that this person was Black Star's subordinate. So she immediately thought that the assassination of the three kings of Moto was Black Star's plan. Haha, Black Star is more courageous than I thought. He can do it, even assassinate the leaders of higher civilizations. Although it is a bit of a violation of the rules, the effect seems to be good. Looking at the report on the screen, a gleam flashed in Ulan Reir's eyes. Not long after receiving the news, she also saw Black Star's plan. The three civilizations also do not want the Moto civilization to retreat so quickly. Beating these superstar civilizations to a great extent is the goal of the three civilizations. Black Star's actions are consistent with the interests of the three civilizations. Wonderful, wonderful. However, this matter is still a little too much. Ulan Reir put away his smile. Super A-level assassination of a higher civilization leader is a very sensitive thing and will touch the nerves of all higher civilizations, including the three major civilizations. Just thinking about the meaning behind this can tell how bad the nature is and how fearful the higher civilized leaders are. Because this is the old mastery at the beginning of the A-level birth. The individual combat power that exceeds the limit is much more cost-effective than investing in large-scale wars. It is conceivable how terrifying lethal a Super A-level who is focused on being a killer can exert. When exploring wars, the Super A-level killer specifically targeting civilized leaders was a nightmare for all surviving civilizations. The three major civilizations established a pseudo-energy band ring on the Mother Star, mainly guarding against other civilizations to raid the Mother Star, but also guarding against the beheading of the Super A-level killer against the civilized leaders. Now this assassination case made Ulan Reir unable to help but think of tragic examples of exploration experience. Once someone opens this hole, it may have a far-reaching impact that is unfavorable to higher civilizations. After pondering for a long time, Ulan Reir finally sighed. Now the times have changed. No matter what, Black Star is an important ally certified by the Empire and a pillar of the country. In this matter, she had no choice but to help wipe her butt. It was reasonable, and it was impossible to do something that betrayed her allies. I don't know if He Xing's men will escape. Just in case, let the people lurking in the Moto civilization provide some help in secret. You trigger the mission. Escape Day. Mission Introduction. Your companion, Rothel, successfully assassinated the leader of Moto civilization and was chased on a large scale. He is trying to escape from the border of Moto civilization. He is in need of help at this moment. Mission requirement. Help Rothel escape from Moto civilization. Reward. 80 E-experience. Random reward X2. Rothel's ability to draw opportunity X1. Milestone. Civil leader assassiner. Note. If you accept this mission, Moto civilization has a good impression. 3,000. Hey, I'm just going on a mission now. On the other side, Han Xiao, who was in the Black Star Palace, suddenly had a movement on the panel, which made him both surprised and puzzled. After browsing the mission introduction, Han Xiao accepted it without hesitation. Madwa's favorable impression of civilization has long been low on the center of the earth, and there is no room for decline. Saving Rothel is a destined to do. It is naturally a good thing to have an extra reward. He just wondered why the task did not pop up when chatting with Rothel, and it was not triggered until he made the arrangement. The arrangements should be made are done, and I don't know if I can rescue Rothel. Han Xiao shook his head. He was not 100% sure. If he was a little pessimistic, the success rate was about 95%. Since he was the consultant of the 3 major civilizations, the branch construction of the Black Star Army has been many conveniences, and there were branches in the old galaxy. Although it was impossible to establish an intelligence network in the superstar civilization in that star field, the armed forces were not bad. Han Xiao also left many mechanical warriors there, and even a pair of Emperor mechas acting as insurance. After receiving the news from Rothel, he immediately ordered the troops to lead the Emperor into Moto's territory and respond to Rothel. As long as he could take the lead, Rothel could use the Emperor to escape from danger directly. The other people in the Assassin Coassistance Association can only work hard on their own, but these people are not the main target, and they don't know that the boss behind the scenes is Black Star, so there's not much information that can be leaked. The Emperor Mecha is the most frequently created cosmic treasure and equipment in Han Xiao. Although it is expensive, since he obtained billion mechanical countryman son, the success rate of manufacturing gold equipment has increased greatly, saving a lot of costs. It has to be said that the exclusive ability of the mechanical country, the Hangman, is really easy to use. But the main reason is that you have money. I remember when I first entered the universe, I could not wait to break into 2 halves at 1 o'clock. Now I'm not too lazy to watch the business of less than 5 million. Maybe this is growth, Han Xiao said intimately. Although it is important to rescue Rothel, he does not intend to go there in person. The journey is long, so it is enough to let the local branch's mechanical troops lead the master's clone. All the things that should be arranged are arranged, and he has nothing else to help in this matter. At this moment, Han Xiao was sitting cross-legged in the air 5 meters above the ground on the roof of the inner ring base of the Black Star Palace. There were dozens of large and small circular mechanical devices floating around. Looking at Han Xiao's perspective, each ring was surrounded by 1 to hundreds of stars. The hazy light like a veil rose in the ring, like a layer of energy filter, sifting out light spots from nothingness, falling on Han Xiao's body, melting and dissolving and absorbed by the skin. He made this scene to practice the Dragon Star Power Intake method given to him by Emmers. The ring device next to it is the exercise auxiliary tool he made, called the Star Power Convergence Meter, which can enhance the effect of a single exercise. After spitting out a breath of starlight, Han Xiao felt the surge of energy in his body. The cells seemed to be covered with a hazy starlight as they sucked their strength. He couldn't help but smack his lips in admiration. TSK, the effect of this set of strength training method is better than Herber's Star Furnace exercise method. Emmer's creative ability is good, which really gives me a surprise. No Superman thinks he has too much strength. Even if he has an infinitely blue-returned Super A level, he will not stop his own training of strength. Every little upper limit is to broaden his limit. Han Xiao is no exception. He has always paid great attention to this aspect and often searches for various strength training methods. Originally, among all the Chi strength exercise methods, the best effect was Herber's Star Furnace exercise method, which increased the upper limit of the Chi strength in total. But now, its position has been replaced by Dragon Star Power Intake method. This set of strength training methods can increase 800 points of strength. The maximum number of exercises can be 800 times, and the maximum effect limit for a single exercise is to increase 30 points of strength. In the most ideal state, the maximum per point strength limit can be increased. Such a good effect can completely increase your own strength level by 1 level, obtain a new level of attribute bonus, with a huge increase. Even if you have the radiation energy absorption that can become stronger by hanging up, the accumulated power has only reached about a point, not exceeding the Dragon Star power intake method. However, the basic attributes have increased a lot. So far, radiation energy absorption has accumulated a large number of strength, agility, and endurance attributes, and the bonus is extremely considerable. Lao Maitu once said that life is that the strength of a mechanic comes from its background. The longer it lives, the stronger its strength is. This talent and ability are the perfect interpretation of this sentence. The single exercise was over. Han Xiao put away the star power gathering instrument and went downstairs to the office, opening the forum for a look. There is still some day left before the agreed date of the battle, and almost all guild alliances responded, and the impact was significant. The performance of the Legion camp store soared, and a bunch of Legion players finally stopped saving money. They bought crazy and enhanced their strength. Han Xiao's efficiency and his experience in recent days has soared. On the other hand, the 4th Professional League has already begun preparations, attracting much attention, indirectly strengthening players' desire to shop, and giving himself an assist before the end of the version. At this speed, at the end of version 4.0, I can not only save the experience of level 340 advancement, but also have a lot of surplus. Han Xiao was quite satisfied. At this time, a blonde figure walked out from the corner ahead. When he saw Han Xiao, he was stunned for a second, and then he went from jogging to sprinting and dribbling into Han Xiao's arms like a tittish swallow, throwing the ball into the forest. "Uncle!" Aurora took her head and urged into Han Xiao's arms. "How old are you? And you are still acting coquettish in front of me." Han Xiao rubbed Orla's hair and pushed her away by pressing her forehead. "I will always be a child in front of you." Aurora giggled. She has the capital to say so, and her strong life energy has kept her youthful and tender girlishness. Han Xiao covered her head with a big hand and asked, "How is your strength progressing?" "I think it's quite fast." Orla raised his hand to release a ball of life energy, and the light seemed to be a little more dazzling. "Let me check it." The nanoparticles surged at Han Xiao's fingertips, condensed a metal needle, pierced on Aurora's arm, and exposed the combat information, and the attribute panel was fully visible. After taking a look, Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Since Aurora became the host of the Holy Light Particle, Han Xiao has hired a large number of employees, specifically responsible for cultivating the Holy Light seeds for Aurora to absorb and improve her strength, and the effect is very significant. The unique characteristics of life power make Aurora have no bottlenecks. As long as she accumulates enough, she can advance naturally. Therefore, the method of Holy Light Particles cutting leaks is extremely suitable for her, allowing her to make rapid progress, and her efficiency is far beyond natural growth. With its current growth rate, it takes less than hundreds or thousands of years for Aurora to advance to the A-level level, and this time can be shortened by about %. It's not bad. The progress makes me very satisfied. Keep up the effort and go play now. Han Xiao said with a smile. What I do in the Legion is serious. Not playing. Don't always treat me as a child. Aurora wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction, twisted her head, and ran away. Han Xiao, I just said that I will always be a child, but I blame me for treating you as a child. What is this operation? A woman's heart is really fickle, and it is even more difficult to understand than Lao Meida's prison technique. Han Xiao shook his head, too lazy to chase after him, and turned back to the office. As soon as I entered the door, the communicator sounded. When I opened it, I found that it was a call from Sour. Han Xiao sat back on the throne casually, leaned back lazily, and answered the communication. "Oh, Lao Ku, you rarely contact me. What's the matter with me today? Ask you, have you had time recently? What do you want to make an appointment with me?" "That's right. I plan to explore a special subdimensionality, hoping to find a mechanic to form a team. It's best if you have time." Han Zhao's eyes flashed. He sat upright a little and asked, "Why don't you go to find Madison? I remember your relationship is not good recently, and it's not convenient to find him. In comparison, you are my first choice, and it's more suitable for this operation than him." "Oh, why am I more suitable?" "Because that place is very dangerous. I need some meat shields to carry in front, so you understand." Sui coughed dryly. Han Xiao couldn't help but tickled. No wonder I looked for it. It turned out that I was attracted by my flesh. What's to hide this? I'm just saying that I'm greedy for my health. How dangerous is that secondary dimension? I haven't explored it on the spot. I don't know what it is, but it's certainly very dangerous. Even Super A level will be threatened by life. Who else? Just you and me. I don't want too many people to participate in this operation. Hearing this, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He felt that Saori's trip was definitely not as simple as exploring, and he didn't know what secret goals were. It's probably that's the case. Haixing, when will you be free? Well, in a few months, you will know about Madwa and me. If you don't have time to do anything else, are you anxious? I'm not in a hurry. You can wait for you, but don't let me wait too long. That's easy to deal with Madwa with me, so I can have time in advance. Han Xiao teased. Haha, you'd better fool others. Xui seemed to smile and said that everyone was smart, so don't be so sexy. At this time, Han Xiao changed his mind and said, It's okay for me to accompany you, but you have to express it a little. What kind of reward do you want? As long as it is a not too excessive request. I can agree. Xui asked, You said so suddenly, I really don't know what to ask for. Can you make more requests? No, just one. Saorier's face did not change. Then I haven't thought about it yet. Han Xiao spread his hands. This was Suai's favor. He didn't want to ask for anything casually and waste it easily. It's still early anyway. Just think about it slowly. Just tell me when the time comes. After reaching the agreement, Suai did not delay much, and after chatting for a few words, he hung up the communication. Han Xiao put down the communicator and pondered secretly. Magic. Even Xui has to share the risks with his teammates. What is the situation in that secondary dimension? Is it really that dangerous? Unfortunately, the mission has not been triggered yet, and I have no additional clues for the time being. After thinking for a while, he had no idea and put this matter in his heart. In the next 10 days, the Modo civilization searched for Ratel, but the progress was not smooth and accidents occurred frequently. The forces left by the Red Empire in Modo territory continued to cause trouble, obstructing them openly and secretly, interfering with the Modo civilization's search, but they also lost a lot of people and were captured and interrogated by Modo. Under this situation, the assassins in Modo spontaneously stopped their actions and hid them all, fearing that they would be implicated, and they lamented that the courage of the assassination of the leader of Modo was too fat. After being tracked heavily, Rothel's experience has exerted great help, constantly hiding his traces, hiding from Tibet to avoid waves of pursuers. He had a hidden ability and the bonus of the intermediate lucky halo. He was in danger along the way, and there was no battle. He joined Han Xiao's mechanical troops who sneaked into Modo. The mechanical troops successfully sent the Emperor to Rothel. With the help of this golden equipment, he teleported away directly, which was completely out of danger and would not be found by Modo again. But Madwa civilization did not know all this and was still tracking it. However, after a few days, the senior management, who had been stable for a few days, had undergone another change. Because a leader of Modo died and one of the 3 kings was missing, the clan represented by this position was very dissatisfied and did not want this situation to continue. Therefore, under the operation of all parties, a candidate quickly came to the stage to fill the vacancy and temporarily transitioned so that the organization would be restored to the 3 kings. However, the newly entered leader seems to have different political views from the old 2 kings, and he does not agree with continuing to use troops to shine the world. On the other hand, due to various political factors and interest considerations, the opposition team seemed to have grown again, and those former opposition leaders who were severely scrutinized were released after being washed away by the suspicion. Under the protection of some political forces, they were not only not liquidated, but also more firmly opposed to continuing to participate in the shining battle. The top leaders of Modo civilization began to change again, but this time was different from public impeachment, but undercurrents were surging. The public did not know the truth, so they could only find that officials were transferred extremely frequently during this period. No one outsiders knows what kind of political infighting and political compromises Madwa's senior management has carried out. He only knows that more than half a month after the assassination, Madwa Civilization publicly released the current investigation report. The report did not mention the names of the three major civilizations and the Black Star Legion, but only said that it had captured many suspects, saying that there had been some progress and was under full investigation, but the specific progress was not explained in detail. At the end of the report, Madwa Civilization changed its subject and said it would attack all terrorist forces abroad who claimed to be responsible for assassination, saying that these forces were provoking Madwa's face and were suspected of being serious. Under the operation of Modo Civilization, domestic public opinion vented towards these terrorist forces abroad, and hatred was transferred. On the other hand, Han Xiao's spies and mechanical forces left in the territory of the Madwa Expeditionary Force discovered the opponent's abnormal movement, and expeditionary fleets sailed far away and disappeared in the territory. Soon, not only the Black Star Legion, but also the three major civilizations and the Superstar Group Alliance discovered this situation. Although it was not stated clearly, everyone could guess what happened to the Modo civilization. The Modo Expeditionary Force was retreating. The opposition forced the palace. The domestic situation was turbulent, and the various traps behind the assassination. Eventually, the opposition gained the upper hand, forcing the two kings of Modo and others to compromise, ordered the expeditionary force to withdraw, and decided to give up and continue to participate in the shining battle. Another simpler statement can summarize this result. Madwa civilization has been beaten out by Black Star. In the Black Star Palace, in the Legion Commander's office, Rothel's remote projection stood in the center of the room. Han Xiao circled around him, looking at him back and forth, and sighed from time to time. Young man, although you successfully escaped this time, don't be too happy too early. I have to settle the accounts with you. What instructions do you have? Rothel calmly accepted the speech. Although the action was successful, it was your own behavior after all, which forced me to help you handle the follow-up. Those who don't know thought you were the boss. For such a big thing, you should ask me whether I agree with it before the action. Do you remember? Han Xiao stood in front of Luo Tai'er, stood with his hands behind his back, and scolded him. Next time, it will definitely be. Luo Tai'er cherishes his words as gold. Han Xiao snorted, paused, and said, the impact of this assassination is very huge. Modo civilization gave up the shining battle and made a move to deal with internal affairs. It will never give up. Therefore, all activities of the Assassin Coassistance Association have been temporarily terminated, and they will hide obediently. I will allow you to come out again until the limelight has passed. How long will it take to wait? A few decades. You must make good use of this time to exercise. Han Xiao said. Okay. Rothel did not complain and agreed calmly. Just so happened that this assassination with a huge impact gave him a new insight, and he was just about to quietly digest these experiences. Assassination of a higher civilized leader is undoubtedly a legendary deed, bringing him subtle changes, just like some kind of upgrade opportunity, increasing the possibility of him reaching a level of Super A. But Rothel had no panels and could not clearly know all this, only a hazy feeling. After giving instructions for a while, Han Xiao ended the communication, his face as if he was serious relaxed, and he smiled. Luo Tai'er took action first and then reported the assassination, which scared him, but the result was very good. With the compromise and withdrawal of the Modo civilization, the second requirement of Kun leader's last wish has now shown to be a golden completed state. Without Rothel's assassination, the Modo's top leaders would not have had huge changes. In that case, they would probably have to spend more energy and pay more money to fight Modo. Moreover, the chain chaos caused by the leader's assassination was also considered to be in the mission progress, which caused a heavy blow to Modo and gave him a last shot. Although Rothel made his own decision this time, the results of his work are still reliable. Han Xiao has always been optimistic about Luo Tai. In his eyes, Luo Tai'er has the potential to be Super A level and has a much higher training space than an iron gangster like Hardaway. The action of freezing the Assassin Coassistance Association is to avoid the limelight, while also giving Rothelm more time to explore advancement. After putting away his thoughts, Han Xiao opened the task list on the panel and looked at the two golden tasks. Escape from Heaven and Kun Leader's Last Wish are both settable states. One of the two tasks of the latter has been completed. The three abilities of Swearing Enemy, Leader's Verdict, and Kun's Wrath can be extracted. Han Xiao thought about it and temporarily suppressed the desire to settle the Kun Leader's Last Wish, because the first task required to provide shelter during the Kunny transformation, which has not been completed yet. This S-level task is a whole, not a chain task type, so once settled, all tasks are calculated together. Now that the task is completed, he cannot get the first reward. He still wants the first 4 political assets to be rewarded. Anyway, the initiative and settlement is in his own hands, and he can get 3 abilities at any time, so he is not in a hurry. I will reward Luo Tyre's mission first. Han Xiao turned left and went to the cadre lounge to take advantage of the European energy. After he came back, he quickly operated on the panel. Escape day completed. Moto Civilization likes 3000, current relationship, dead enemy. You gain 80 experience. Random reward X2, milestone, civilized leader assassinator, civilized leader assassinator, all civilization leader assassinator. 10. Your declaration is more likely to be valued by major civilizations. At the same time, when a civilization that is enemies with you, any fleet or superpower under his command will reduce its defense and resistance by 3% to 7% when fighting with you or your forces and allies. This landmark is for wanted criminals in the evil camp. Han Xiao twitched his eyes. For wanted criminals, the favorability of civilized leaders is nothing, but we are people with status, so the favorability of civilized leaders is still useful. But he didn't care too much. There is only Ulan Riel, the leader of the higher civilization with whom he had a good relationship. The other leader of the glorious president and the leader of the Zuling cult had no negative feelings, and he chose to cooperate now. As long as the benefits come true, the influence of the leader's personal favorability is minimal. Moreover, the favorability of those 10 points of civilization leaders is completely ineligible and comparable to the effect of milestones. Although the amplitude is not high, the scope of influence is extremely exaggerated, covering the entire civilization and can weaken the resistance of all troops of the hostile civilization. Han Xiao realized at the first time that when facing the World Tree civilization, this ability can allow the entire explored universe to gain an innate advantage. In contrast, that little loss of personal favorability is nothing. This is whoever goes to hell will go to hell if I don't go to hell. I'm really great. Han Xiao was moved by himself. He calmed down and continued to look at the power extraction interface behind him. You get a reward. Draw a Rothel's ability, skill/feature. Tip. Rothel's profession is a martial artist. Some of its abilities do not match your profession, and some of its extractable abilities have been adjusted by themselves. Random drawing. Drawing is being drawn. Please choose one of the following 5 abilities as a reward. 1. Hidden Master. Features. Greatly reduce the presence in the eyes of outsiders, greatly reduce the chance of enemies discovering you, and greatly reduce the clues left during activities. You can easily find all the elements in an area that may cause you to be exposed, including and not limited to various monitoring devices and various detection magic. 2. Assassination Mark. Skills. Mark a target. The next attack you initiated on the target will increase the damage by %. The critical hit rate will increase by 45%. The critical hit damage will increase by 100%. The consumption of 150 strength, and the cooling will be 48. 3. One-hit death. Skill. When your next attack successfully hits the target, immediately make an instant death judgment. The basis is the target's health, endurance, instant death resistance, luck, and level gap between the two sides. If the judgment is passed, the target will die immediately. If the judgment fails, it will cause an additional 280% damage to this attack, consume 500 strength, and cool down by 1200s. 4. Killer's Way Knowledge. Skill. Inject strength into the next attack. Accumulate additional attack bonus. 10 power conversion to 1% attack bonus. And stack up to 300% attack bonus. Cool down by 150s. 5. Fearless Heart. Expertise. When fighting a strong enemy, you can get additional attack power bonus. When the enemy's level is below level B, this ability does not trigger. When the enemy's level is B, you get 5% basic attack power bonus. When the enemy's level is A, you get 15% basic attack power bonus. When the enemy's level is S, you get 25% basic attack power bonus. When the enemy's level is S+, you get 35% basic attack power bonus. When the enemy's level is SS level, you get 45% basic attack power bonus. Oh, this young man. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. What is the Assassin Master? This is the Assassin Master. In recent years, Rodel was not around, and Han Xiao hadn't seen his panel for a long time. He still remembered that among these 5 options, except for the second item, the other 4 were abilities that Rodel had never had at the time. It seems that this kid has not been idle for the past 20 years and has developed many new tricks. Han Xiao was very surprised. With such a strong learning ability, I feel that I have found a treasure with Nilo. After a closer look, he basically couldn't choose the second and third items. Although the judgment of die by 1 blow is quite attractive, Han Xiao saw that there was a lucky attribute in the judgment base. He excluded this ability without saying a word. We even have the word black in our nickname, so we can't even think about it. The 4th item, Killer's Way, Knowing Heart, is quite powerful, but Han Xiao considered it and ruled it out. This ability can only provide bonuses for the next attack. The mechanic plays firepower coverage, and the attack frequency is the king. Although the iron-headed baby charge obtained from Enying can cooperate with this ability, the path is too biased, and there are not many opportunities to use. Han Xiao mainly hesitated between the 1st and 5th items. Survey Master is a functional specialty that greatly enhances the concealment ability and can be used in activities such as espionage operations, lurking behind enemy lines, stealing intelligence, etc. Although it cannot improve combat power, it can bring alternative assistance. However, the bonus of Fearless Heart is so fragrant. This is not a single attack bonus, but a passive ability. You can enjoy the feat effect in any attack between yourself and the mechanical force. And it is not a peripheral gain algorithm, but an increase in the basic attack, which means that the percentage of the increase can be directly regarded as the bonus amplitude of the actual damage. Now those who are qualified to be my opponent are all peak super A-level levels. This expertise is most suitable for people of my level. Han Xiao was excited. Fearless Heart. When you meet strong, you will be strong, but for Rothel, the increase above the 3rd level is useless, because with his current ability, it is impossible to beat Super A level. Only Super A level can fully exert the power of this expertise. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, the desire to output finally prevailed. Han Xiao calmed down and made a choice. You gain a new expertise, Fearless Heart. It feels comfortable. Han Xiao exhaled, feeling a heat flow from his brain, which quickly surged throughout his body. After savoring it for a while, his face suddenly became strange, and he suddenly realized. This specialty is not ashamed of its name. It brings a strong sense of confidence. Han Xiao found that his inner awe for the strong disappeared in an instant, and replaced by a sense of disdain. Manison? Little Crispy, fuck him. 3 major civilizations? Stinky Brother, fuck him. World, tree, civilization? What a thing, fuck him. He wants to do whoever he thinks of, and his heart is filled with fearlessness of God, my second brother, and I don't accept anyone. And he has the illusion that he can use everything recklessly. He quickly suppressed this emotion and took a few deep breaths to calm down, and he felt enlightened. No wonder Luo Tire dared to run to assassinate the 3 kings of Modo. It turned out to be a side effect of this expertise, and the case was solved. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. What Fearless Heart? Nonsense. It is obviously a reckless heart. Fearless Heart is undoubtedly a semi-template level specialty. For players, Bonuses above the second level are visible but not touched. The practical use is only 15% increase in the disaster level. The gains from this ability extraction were unexpected surprises. Han Xiao appreciated the changing attributes for a while, then turned off the panel and thought about future actions. Modo has been eliminated, and the second requirement of the Kundi mission has been completed. As long as Modo does not take the initiative to provoke him in the future, I will no longer need to fight with them. Once they retreat, the excuse for me to participate in the Shining Battle is gone, and I have to temporarily withdraw from this stage. Legion players may have any objections. Fortunately, it is at the end of the version and the impact is not great. Han Xiao said intimately. Without Modo as an opponent, the Black Star Legion has no reason to continue participating in the Shining Battle. In this way, the Legion players will withdraw from this main line. If it is placed in the early and mid-stage of the version, this will cause an uproar among the Legion players, and 80% of the newcomers will change their camps to participate in the First World Server War. But Modwar retreated just right, and now it is the end of the version, which means that players have less time to do activities. Most of their energy is focused on preparing for the 4th Professional League and the World Server War soon. These are two major things they can do at the end of the 4.0 version. In this case, the main line of the Shining Battle can be lost, and the player's response can be minimized. What's more, Han Xiao imitated a main mission, which was a reward at least, reducing the losses of Legion players' inability to participate in the real main mission to a certain extent. Because of the existence of the Black Star Legion, the operating status and territory division of each player guild alliance in the Shining World are completely different from the previous life in Han Xiao's memory, and this change will continue to the future version. So Han Xiao also finds it difficult for him to predict the future development of these guild alliances. After thinking about it, Han Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. All things should be done are done. Next, just like other Super A-level players, waiting for the Shining Battle to come to a result. Han Xiao made up his mind to keep a low profile for a while, go to retreat to study technology, and safely go through the last time of version 4.0. Moreover, the Legion has been in too much light of the limelight recently, and everything is too much, which is just enough to cool down and temporarily breaks out of the public's vision. Just wait for the World Server War and the Professional League to squeeze out the players' savings and help me save enough money for advancement. Han Xiao smiled. He doesn't need to launch promotional activities. These two activities are equivalent to fully automated harvesters, which are convenient and fast, and are worry-free and labor-saving. Modo Civilization did not announce its retreat with great fanfare. On the one hand, it announced the high-profile attack on overseas terrorist forces, while on the other hand, it silently withdrew a batch of expeditionary troops. After all, the Superstar League is an organization with common interests. Although Modo gave up the Shining Battle, he could not leave it alone. While the Modo Expeditionary Force was evacuating, other Superstar Cluster civilizations also drew some troops to form a mixed fleet and took over this line of defense. The Superstar League Alliance is happy to see Modo withdraw, so that he can send away the plague god Blackstar, which is a one-for-one do easy in their opinion. Although other Superstar Cluster civilizations are verbally polite, the name of the alliance is still there. The companies have reached certain exchanges of interest with Modo and signed some preferential agreements as compensation for Modo's withdrawal. The main opponent was beaten away, and the Black Star Legion's troops no longer continued to attack the Superstar Group's alliance defense line, leaving the Fidden War Zone in batches, and the imitation mission Black Star Legion Battle Order was settled directly, bringing a wave of generous rewards to the Legion players. Although the reward was set by Han Xiao himself, it was slightly worse than the real main line, but it was not without its advantages. The real main line of the Shining Battle must be completed until the battle is over before the players can settle, which means that the next version will be launched to view the results. The players can now take the main line of the camp mission imitated by Han Xiao. This reward allows Legion players to have more resources to upgrade their skills, purchase equipment, and improve their strength. The most intuitive benefit is that it is conducive to Legion players participating in the World Server War and Professional League not long after. Just as Han Xiao expected, leaving the main line early did not bother the Legion players. If the war against Moto continues, this incident will make it difficult for the Legion to order players. Now it is just right to let the players go on vacation, but they can devote themselves to the World Server War. Milton Star, a barren planet located in the outer ring of the Emerald Star Cluster. In the past few months, a group of fleets with the symbols of different guild alliances have arrived here and established bases, forts, and defense lines on the planet. Many of these guild alliances are hostile, but they tacitly ignore each other, build their own strongholds, and do not invade each other. The reason for this situation is one of the rules indicated in the war invitation letter. Before the war day comes, all professional guilds and player alliances that come to Milton Star can establish strongholds and fortresses on their own. There is no limit on the number of numbers and cannot launch formal attacks on each other. Those who violate the rules will be expelled from this battle. This is similar to the protection period, which is the preparation stage for all participating guild alliances, and it also gives all players enough time to travel. So in the past few months, these guilds have mobilized batches of spacecraft, sent countless supplies, and established a large number of temporary strongholds. The location of a stronghold is not randomly selected. Some guild alliances have established offensive and defensive alliance agreements, and the strongholds are basically together and help each other. There are rules that cannot start war early, and it is not allowed to seize the location of the stronghold, and only first come first served. Therefore, the preparation stage for building a stronghold in the early stage is already open and secretly fighting. The arrangement of the strongholds is like playing chess. It is not only necessary to connect the strongholds of our alliance, but also to land in advance, destroy the strongholds that are guarding each other, and constantly arrange troops and counterattack with each other. Now, about 70% of the players in the entire Star Sea are coming, and the lonely and quiet Milton Star has become very lively. At the Yanwang Alliance No. 1 base, the 4 major Chinese families and senior executives of many first-line professional guilds gathered together. In the center of the room is a three-dimensional virtual projection of Milton Star, and the surface is divided into areas of different colors, representing the territory of different guild alliances. The Yanwang Alliance is a guild alliance led by the Professional Club of China. It basically covers all first-line guilds. It can be regarded as the representative of Chinese players. Basically, all members are Legion players. Legion players are general terms, not formal guild alliances, and they contain different factions. Some foreign players who only joined the Legion at 4.0 formed different guild alliances, while the same camps were bonds, making these guild alliances natural allies. In daily life, these guild alliances can be regarded as a whole and are collectively called Legion players, but they still need to be distinguished in guild national warfare. At this time, the many guild alliances on Milton Star can be roughly divided into 4 major camps. One is the Black Star Legion faction led by the Yanwang Alliance. The second is the anti-Black Star front led by the Pan Business League. The third is the 3 major civilization camps led by the September Conference. And the fourth is the Scatter Forces. The mainstream is other guilds that are super A-level camps and neutral camps. They are considered a mess, each fighting each other, without a unified commander. As you can see, the Pan Business Federation, the Northern Front, 5C, and other forces have been laying out their positions against us. They have arranged their strongholds around each of our strongholds to prevent us from expanding the base. They obviously want to make dumplings immediately after the war begins. It is very bad. Chao Shue Mushuang stood next to the 3-dimensional projection of the planet, gestured with her fingers, and her tone was casual. He is the president of the official guild of the Dynasty Club and the first leader of the Yanwang League. Hey, are these foreigners playing Go here? Do you know who is the ancestor of Go? Jupiter, the president of the Temple Guild, crossed his legs and looked at him disdainfully. Our allies are not vegetarians. Some of them are placed in advance, making it impossible for the enemy to surround them, and some are nailed to strategic places. They can surround Wei and save Xiao. They must save them when attacking the enemy. It is not that easy for the enemy to deal with us. Bikong, the president of the Chongkong Guild, said in a deep voice. The Guild Alliance of the Black Star Legion faction reached an agreement to cooperate with the strongest Yanhuang Alliance. In addition to the army faction, the Yanhuang Alliance also has additional helpers, that is, the enemies of Pan Business League and other forces. The enemy's enemies may not be friends, but at least there is room for cooperation. In terms of materials, fleets, and weapons, we have the advantage, and the evolution badges for mass procurement have also been issued. Nearly 200 camps were formed, with a team of 800 people. As long as they attack the stronghold, their destructive power is comparable to Era's demolition family. Cooperating with the airstrike of warships, they can hammer the enemy's heads. A guild president swung his fist and was quite excited. This battle allows the use of warships and various war machines, but the use of Star Destroyer weapons is prohibited. Moreover, the weapons used must be something bought by the guild. This battle is purely a competition between players, and players are explicitly prohibited from asking NPCs for help. The major guild alliances took the lead in holding this battle, which was actually actively creating exposure activities. The Guild National War is in line with the interests of major clubs. As long as they can perform well in this battle, and even become the final winner, the guild can attract more ordinary players to join, increase popularity, and earn traffic. This is the interests of professional clubs. As for the victory conditions, they're also very simple and crude, and they are mainly divided into two types. One is to remove all the enemy's strongholds on Milton Star. After the war started, the Guild Alliance was still allowed to continue to build strongholds, but it was not the protection period at that time, and others could attack at will. The second is to kill the number of resurrections of hostile guild members within a cycle. The number of resurrections of players is that a number of resurrections can be resurrected up to 10 times within 6 days. In such a super high intensity battle involving tens of millions and hundreds of millions of players, the death will become extremely rapid. Chaoshu and Mushuang nodded, turned to look at the many professional players listening, and asked, "How is your challenge?" The leader of the prince, general, and minister said lazily, "The more you win, the less you lose." I forgot the specific record. At this time, the meat bag sitting beside him immediately spoke, gave a thumbs up, and laughed. "It's okay, I remember. There are now 3,488 wins, 1,142 losses, and the winning rate is around 75%, which is a fierce victory. The battle rules are that various guilds cannot provoke wars in advance during the protection period. But with so many players gathering here, naturally, many people are restless, and individuals are unrestricted to fight alone, and players can be seen everywhere in the wild. Therefore, the major guild alliances sent a large number of PK masters to run out to plant flags to challenge the masters of other guilds, as if the ancient battle in front of the formation could damage the morale of the other party if they win. These achievements need to be promoted and to enhance the reputation of their own guild, so a professional journalist team is needed. The meat bag that has become a celebrity was temporarily hired as the chief reporter by the Yanhuang Alliance, leading the entire battlefield reporter team, and was responsible for writing the battle reports of the Yanhuang Alliance. The national war of this scale has allowed players from all fields to participate. There are things to do with PK experts, logistics players, managers, reporters, etc., and each performs its own duties, and the grand occasion is unprecedented. As the war star date approaches day by day, the atmosphere on Milton Star becomes more and more tense, and the storm is about to come. This battle is not only the players themselves, but even the major camps have cast their attention on this war within the Immortal. The three major civilizations, Superstar Civilization, and other forces more or less learned some information from the players. Although they were surprised by the special hostility between different groups of Immortals, they tacitly did not disturb them, but just observed and silently recorded the characteristics of Immortals. If the Black Star Legion faction wins this war, it will also be beneficial for Han Xiao, which can increase the appeal to the new players' camp. However, he has no intention of intervening and does not want to destroy this landmark event that will definitely be recorded in the Chronicle of the Star Sea. He just wants to watch the show with popcorn at home. Time passes day by day, and under the attention of everyone, it is finally the day of the national war. The major guild alliances have established a large number of strongholds on Milton Star, but they all have a nominal main base, which is generally the first built stronghold. It is the same as other bases in terms of rules and has no special significance. But in the eyes of players, it is a symbol similar to the existence of the main city. The Dragon Tongue Hill is a hilly area surrounding the main base of the Yanwang Alliance. It has a vast area and no name at all. The Yanwang Alliance named it after occupying this place. On the day of the war, hundreds or thousands of battlefields appeared in Milton Star, basically in conflict zones between strongholds, and the most popular one was the Dragon Tongue Hill. The reason is that the Guild Alliance on the anti-Black Star front has placed its main force here, intending to use the siege to remove the main base of the Yanwang Alliance on the first day of the war to get a good start. The Yanwang Alliance was not outdone, and also placed its main force here, made full preparations for the fight, and decided to fight a tough battle. At this moment, nearly 10 million players from both camps gathered in the Dragon Tongue Hill, ready to move. The large-scale military formation turned the hill into a colorful ocean. Players' troops constantly adjusted their positions. Looking down at the picture is like waves rolling, which is daunting. The messy colors come from the troops on the anti-Black Star front, and the equipment on them is different. The Yanwang Alliance's troops were wearing Legion-style mechas, black and silver, very neat, and look like the difference between a miscellaneous army and a regular army. The troops of the Pan Business Federation and other guilds were arranged in 3 directions, east, south, and northwest, preparing to attack from 3 sides, while the troops of the Yanwang Alliance were in a circular formation, guarding the main base. And there was a wide buffer zone between the military formations of the 2 sides, as if the Chu River and Han boundaries were clearly separated. The combat monitoring room of the main base, the 3-dimensional satellite map of the battlefield, is suspended in the center of the room. Chao Xuemu Shuang, who was the main commander of the combat, stared at the map tightly and kept issuing orders. More than a dozen military divisions around her occasionally made suggestions, and a bunch of assistants next to her were responsible for passing the orders to the subordinate commanders. The battlefield is large, and large Legion combat must be the main combat method. A wave of rushing up is definitely a delivery of vegetables. So the command system is particularly important. In order to prevent electromagnetic and virtual interference from causing the front troops to be unable to receive orders, both sides chose the chat channel on the panel as a channel for issuing orders and maintained communication status. The main commander coordinated the overall situation and was responsible for analyzing the situation with the military division. The commander of the command room sent the commander to the responsible senior commander's point to each person. The senior commander flexibly adjusts specific tactics based on instructions and frontline conditions and issues them to the intermediate commander under his jurisdiction. The intermediate commander conveys the orders to the captains of the grassroots team under his command through the team channel. Finally, the grassroots team leader at the forefront directly shouts in the team and leads the team members to execute tactical orders. The command system is divided at 1 level, and there are more than 100,000 commanders at all levels on both sides, of which the grassroots captains the majority. This process may seem cumbersome, but because the chat channel is not restricted by distance and each performs its own duties, it is very fast to go through the whole set. If all troops are regarded as a body, then the main commander and senior commander are the brain, responsible for issuing orders, while the middle and grassroots commander are the neural network, responsible for making the body move according to the instructions of the brain. Such a set of neural networks are quite sensitive, which brings a great response to this body. The arrangement is basically done. How long is there to go before the war begins? Chao Xuemu Shuang issued a series of orders. Watching his troops start to adjust their positions on the real-time map, relaxed gently, and turned to look at the blue sky of the military division. There are 6 minutes and 11 seconds left. It's almost done. Notify all troops to warm up the weapons, and the base and front line should be equipped with shields. In 3 minutes, the mage troops of the enchantment school were increased, and those with hormones and enhancement agents were all taken. The order was issued soon, and a circle of thick light blue energy shields rose around, covering the main base. The mage team, which was dedicated to defending the front line, quickly began to use shields and amplification spells to the surrounding troops, and the martial arts troops, who were responsible for charging, also began to inject hormones and take drugs. These bonuses have time limits, and only by pressing the war time can the benefits be maximized. The same is true for the anti-Black Star front. For a moment, both sides were filled with brilliance, as if fireworks were set off in competition. The last 3 minutes were as good as the year. The players present were both excited and nervous, holding their breath and concentrating, and a solemn atmosphere filled the quiet battlefield. The seconds increased little by little, and suddenly returned to zero at the time of reaching the peak. Go! At this moment, the earth suddenly vibrated. The sound of killing in the battlefield that was still quiet not long ago was instantly shocking, and the battle broke out. I saw 2 still oceans suddenly turned into roaring tsunamis, sweeping out all over the mountains and fields, endless, magnificent, and moving forward. In an instant, dense energy rays formed an interlaced light network in the buffer zone. Groups of players fell on the way to charge, facing the opponent's ranged attacks, and the black and variegated torrents quickly approached and collided with a loud bang. Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosions left cracks and deep pits on the ground, and the Dragon Trench Hill became shattered in an instant. The vanguard troops of both sides fell down like harvesting wheat. In just a blink of an eye, countless mechanical warriors, martial arts, and melee superpower players died suddenly on the spot, extremely tragic. This is not a personal stage. No matter how powerful a player is, as long as he leaves the large army, he will basically end up in a flash. There is no room for operation, and it is the only choice to perform his duties and join forces. C5 and D2 areas quickly cut off the Mind Master troops. They are too strong, and the shield value is almost at the cordon. The Mage Brigade of the Defense School repeatedly brushes arcane protection and essence resistance for the martial artists. Fire, poison, and electric skills set fireworks into the crowd and smash him. The ground magic lays traps. Don't follow the output. Summoners quickly pull the baby. The brigade of the B2 area is missing, so control it quickly. The mechanics of the A1, A4, B2, B6, C1, and D1 areas quickly dismantle the traps. The turret of the D9 are broken. Go and repair. The Legion stream and the armed warriors continue to charge. Do not stop the output of the gunmen. Click the opposite Mind Master and Magician. The virtual branch is used to engage the opponent's gunboat, the upper heavy weapons of the armed and energy branches, and continue to cover the firepower, and then attack the opponent's martial artist. Mystery, concentrating on the opposite mechanic in seconds, saving some blue. Damn nice, you're so crazy. There's a lot of people on the opposite side. Don't rush for those who are not melee fighting. Just smash them in the back and withdraw them after burning the blue bars to repair the demons. I said, don't rush up. Being cannon fodder is the job of martial artists. Are you robbing NM? The martial artists in C2 are slower. When they are resurrected, they will continue to carry the line. Why are they delaying? The battle situation instantly became white-hot, and the chat channel was full of passion, and the commanders at all levels were roaring with red faces and thick necks. Players in the 5 profession systems perform their own duties. The Mind Master is responsible for AoE and exerting mental negative states. The Psychics are responsible for different intelligences according to their own abilities. The Magicians shoulder the functions of amplification, melee combat, range, and field paving according to the school they major. The most tragic martial artist is the one who can only charge forward as cannon fodder and use his body to carry the line. As the saying goes, feng shui will take turns, and you'll be miserable next year. The more glorious and powerful martial artists are in the early stage, they will be as weak and helpless as they are at this time. After all, the martial arts department is a civilian profession. The advantage is that it is low in difficulty, it is handsome when fighting, and it is not bad to fight alone. But in such a battlefield, everyone caught the martial artists and killed them. After all, they thought about the number of resurrections of the opposite martial artists, causing the opponent to lose the troops that carried the line. In this case, the death rate of martial artists is much higher than that of the other four professions, and even the fig leaf of handsome is so good. It's simply a battle of whose death is even more fancy. Moreover, martial artists don't even have a side job, and no one wants to do logistics and bricks. The efficiency is not as efficient as various construction mechanical devices. At this moment, the thoughts that emerged in the minds of many martial artists were surprisingly similar. Your uncle, can you still play this profession? The weak mechanics in the early stage shone brightly in the battle and are the busiest profession on the battlefield. They can carry the line and output, kill points and kill in groups, repair and produce, and their roles are irreplaceable and have become popular. It is precisely because of the major strategic role of mechanics that the Yin-Huang Alliance has an advantage. Due to the faction benefits, the most elite mechanics in the player group are in the Black Star Army, and are basically members of the Yin-Huang Alliance. The troops of both sides fought in three directions, with black and variegated military formations intertwined, fighting endlessly. As the battle proceeds, every minute and second, the situation gradually changes. The Yin-Huang Alliance has a slight advantage and is gradually expanding its advantage. High-end professional players all have concentrated resources from the club, and the gap will not be too obvious. But in terms of the overall strength of players, the Yin-Huang League and the anti-Black Star Front have widened. The Black Star Army integrated Chinese players early on, saving players from the waste of resources to constantly change camps, and also distributed camp benefits from time to time, making the development more planned, and completely defeating the wild players who mingle in different camps in the first three versions. In the third and fourth versions, compared with the Yin-Huang League players, the overall skills and equipment are obviously slightly better. Moreover, Han Xiao's early settlement of the main line of imitation has given Legion players an additional amount of funds and experience. One or two people can't see anything, but on this battlefield of tens of millions of dollars, the advantages are expanded more and more. The number of casualties has been counted. Chao Shuemushuang, who was issuing orders, received an intelligence statistics, and her eyes lit up immediately. The average number of enemy casualties is 0.742. Our side is 0.631. Beautiful. The military divisions present all showed joy. The meaning of this data is the average number of deaths of a single player who is enemy and us. Although the difference is only 0.111, in this battlefield of tens of millions, it is equivalent to 500,000 fewer deaths than the opponent. There are only 10 resurrections in 6 days. Using them up early means being eliminated. Today is the first day of the war. The opponent's bottom line is estimated to be between 1.8 and 2.2. The number of deaths of their vanguard troops is higher than the overall average. They are all at 1.2, and they will soon be unable to withstand it. Chao Shuemushuang narrowed her eyes and said in a deep voice, "Due to invest in 50 camps and follow my orders." Because it is not an NPC, there are no large-scale suicide attacks on both sides. Everyone can be resurrected many times, but if they're not used well, they may lose money. When the Yin-Huang Alliance was preparing for the war, the total number of evolution badges was 40,000. To count the average number of deaths equal to about 0.01. Now the advantage is huge, and there is absolutely no capital to rush to kill the enemy. Instead, use the distorted high flesh and high melee bonus to cut the opponent's vanguard troops. Let the output hand behind concentrate the fire and instantly disrupt the opponent's formation. When the order was conveyed, a special force rushed into the front line under the protection of left and right sides. The light flashed, and its body expanded one after another, turning into distorted bodies, fiercely storming into the enemy formation, like a hot knife cutting butter, unstoppable. 40,000 monsters that blessed the defense and amplification spells rushed around the enemy pile, instantly splitting up areas. Teams of enemy martial artists came out isolated and were killed and crippled by the output thrown by the Yanhuang Alliance and died on the spot. The violence of the evolution badge has long been recognized by all players, with 40,000 assailment-like bodies rushing together, and the command and dispatch of the anti-Black Star front was disrupted for a short time. It took them a lot of time to kill these distorted bodies. The chaos caused directly led to an increase in the average number of deaths on the anti-Black Star front by 0.018, and about 100,000 lives were killed. The gap further widened. Especially the martial arts troops suffered heavy losses. If this continues, we can win. The morale of the frontline Yanhuang League players was greatly boosted, while the Pan Business League's arrogance was obviously lower. The battle between large legions is not so easy to turn the tables. As long as you have the advantage, the next step is to keep snowballing. Morale has increased and decreased, and the situation has continued to develop in a direction that is beneficial to the Yanhuang Alliance, and the victory has gradually been laid. Just when the Battle of Dragon Tongue Hill was in full swing, Han Xiao, who was far away in the Black Star Palace, was holding popcorn and holding the fat man happy water, watching the broadcast video of the meat buns on the forum with great enthusiasm. But his focus is not on the battle situation. Meow, meow, I used 40,000 evolution badges in one wave, and I can earn another amount of charge. I will use it a few more times. Haha. More than 100 mechanical troops were scrapped, and the repair fee was obtained. Han Xiao was very happy and did not feel sorry for the damage to the Yanhuang Alliance at all, and even wanted to laugh out loud. In his eyes, every wave of resources lost by the Yanhuang Alliance represents a new achievement. If it weren't for the faction benefits that could not be distributed randomly, he even wanted to sell his weapons to the Guild Alliance on the anti-Black Star front. It's the most profitable thing in war money. Han Xiao grinned. At this moment, he felt like a dog planner, recycling resources from players in different ways. Only by emptying the players' hard-earned wealth can they be motivated to continue to create value. The Battle of Dragon Tongue Hill seemed to be a signal. In the next 2 days, wars ignited everywhere in Milton Star, and players from various guild alliances fought endlessly. The battlefield changed one after another. There were hundreds or thousands of battlefields every moment, covering various strongholds. Milton Star seemed to have been bombed for 2 consecutive days, and the surface was devastated by tens of millions of players. There are no other topics in the forum, and we can only see 2 types of posts. One is the enthusiastic greetings of hostile players to each other's ancestors for the 18th generation, and the other is the battle report of the Star Sea Times and the war correspondence from all parties. Because there are too many battlefields, Han Xiao couldn't stand it. He only paid attention to the record of the Yanhuang League on the first day. After seeing that the Yanhuang League won the Longting Hill battle to get a good start, he did not follow up closely. He basically read the battle reports of the Meat Bao and Shanghai Times every few hours to understand the overall situation of the World Server battle. Overall, the Yanhuang Alliance currently has the greatest advantage. The Pan Business Federation and other guild alliances suffered great losses in the first day of the battle, and obviously became much more cautious. They dare not rush anymore. They began to use their vulgar fighting style to attack the various strongholds of the Yanhuang Alliance. The 3 civilized fronts led by the Yanhuang Alliance and the September Conference have not organized large-scale battles in the past 2 days. At most, there are small fights in small matters. The one who fought the most in 2 days is the neutral camp. The number of players in the neutral scattered camp is the largest. Many scattered guilds formed temporary minor alliances. Not only did they kill each other crazy, but some fierce men also formed teams to attack the strongholds of the 3 major camps, including the Black Star Legion faction. Most of them were repelled, but a small number of them successfully captured some strongholds from the hands of the 3 mainstream factions. In similar activities, cleaning up people was the first thing to do. After eating the big fish, they then fought each other to avoid being left behind. However, the situation here is special. The war is extremely intense, and there is basically no resurrection times that players care about, and now it has become the most important strategic resource. The three mainstream factions have the ability to eliminate any scattered forces, but it is absolutely impossible to be unscathed. Players are not afraid of death and will never give up resistance. They will inevitably cause certain losses to them. In their opinion, using the precious resurrections on the scattered people is a waste. They will not support the war. The troops will only become increasingly disabled and are inherently at a disadvantage in the confrontation. Moreover, large-scale sweeping of people will probably lead to the scattered people uniting to resist. At that time, maybe they will shoot themselves in the foot, and they will be beaten up by the scattered people. Although there is no time limit written in the rules of the war, everyone has a tacit understanding, that is, to win and lose within 6 days, otherwise the resurrection number will be refreshed, and it will be another cycle of reincarnation, which will be a loss for the Guild Alliance. Because even if the player can be resurrected, the less resources they will be. If there is another round, the inventory of the Guild Alliance will be bleeding, and normal players are unwilling to accept too many death penalty. In the exclusive mechanical workshop of Black Star Palace, Han Xiao put away a freshly released royal mecha, clicked on the forum, and roughly browsed today's battle report. The victory rate of Yin Huang Alliance at the 8-hour war report continues to rise. By Meat Bagdog, the Yin Huang Alliance has held a total of 41 battles in the past 8 hours, including 4 million level battles, 11 local battles at 500,000, 22 local battles at 100,000, and 4 small-scale team battles, without a tens of million level battle. Among them, 29 wins and 12 losses. The winning rate is up 316 from yesterday. The overall average death index has risen from 2375 to 2814, continuing to lead the guild's average survival ranking, and the gap with the second place continues to widen. The current gap has reached 0703. Flying Shijing Victory by Shanghai Times, Huaxia District. Today, the Pan Business Federation and the Northern Front stronghold in the Haywood Valley was raided by the September Parliament and the Denland. Because the teleportation array was interfered, the Pan Business Federation and the Northern Front dispatched troops nearby to support the Haywood Valley stronghold for a long distance. However, when passing by Feishijing, they were ambushed by the Yin Huang Alliance and suffered heavy losses. It is reported that the Yin Huang Alliance secretly sent a force down here yesterday, using the online fighting style, caught the enemy off guard, and achieved a great victory with a loss ratio of less than 0.61. Daily Slut by Yin Huang Alliance Battlefield Core. Today, another tragedy caused by off-field factors occurred. A boss of the Blood Roar Headshot sect bribed a high-level magic player from the main base of the Sith Empire off the court. This traitor took advantage of his teammates' inattention and quietly tampered with the magic circuit of the number 2 material teleportation array of the main base, leaving a teleportation beacon. When the two guild alliances were fighting fiercely, the Blood Roar Headshot sect used this beacon to send a sub-armed army to someone else's home, and the inside and outside blossomed, causing the Sith Empire to die on the spot. Afterwards, the traitor and the boss were on the blacklist of major guilds and have been chased out. Let us reiterate that the mother who plays outside the court will have to raise the price to buy vegetables tonight. There were countless similar battle reports. Han Xiao glanced happily and looked at which guild alliances were eliminated today. He spent about half an hour of posting before he quit the forum. Ding, ding, ding. At this moment, the communicator sounded, and it was the Marshal of the Empire Exploration Army, who had not been in contact for a long time. Oh, it's the old tower. What's the matter with me? Han Xiao asked with a smile after getting in the communication. Did you pay attention to the war between the immortals? Tarakov said in a serious tone. Hey, I have a lot of immortals under my hands. How could I not pay attention? We are all in this relationship. Do you still need to test me like this? Is the senior executives of the Empire asking you to come? Han Xiao's heart moved and roughly guessed the other party's purpose. Well, Tarakov did not deny it. and slowly said, "What I want to ask is, how much do you know about the Immortal One?" Han Xiao's eyes rolled and asked, "Be more specific." Okay, the Intelligence Department and the Imperial Academy of Sciences have never stopped observing the Immortal One. One of the earliest Immortal Ones appeared on the aquarium in Blue Star, which was basically recruited by you. You seem to have a deep understanding of them. We want to know why the Immortal Ones disappear from time to time. Why do they appear after large-scale disappearances, and their strength will improve overall? Is there a limit to this progress? Can they really be fully controlled? A series of questions came over, and Han Xiao did not respond immediately. His eyes flashed, and he felt the change in the attitude of the Red Empire. The three major civilizations have been studying the Immortal One on their own, and now they are finally asking themselves, this expert. It is the influence of the world server battle that has increased their importance to the Immortal One again. The nickname of the universe Cancer has been called most of the version, and players have been scattered and active in different events. Even if there is the previous Black Star Legion Martial Arts Association, is just a team battle of competition. And this time, the major forces truly realized the large-scale war where only the Immortals participated. It is no exaggeration to have weapons and fleets, and the scene is not as spectacular as the Interstellar War. The intensity of the superpowers fighting is shocking. Immortals from different camps have also fought against each other, but this time is particularly terrifying. The higher civilization can still calm down, but it is just a surprise, while those smaller forces can be said to be scared. So, this is the combination of fire between the Cancer of the universe. We still underestimate the fierceness of this group of people. Thinking of the characteristics that the Immortals had shown in the past, the Empire had no time to continue to study it slowly. So he turned to Han Xiao to ask for more careful information. "I don't know that much. I guess you don't want to know long ago." Han Xiao naturally didn't reveal his feelings. He said it casually, basically the information that all major forces can observe, and there is nothing strange about it. "You really only know this?" Terakov was unwilling to give up. "Otherwise, I just summarized some rules earlier. I am not an immortal, so how can I understand everything?" Han Xiao called out, "That's right." Terakov nodded. In fact, the Red Empire also doubted whether the Black Star was immortal decades ago. But no one can kill him, so the truth is impossible. Finally, because the Black Star will not disappear intermittently like the Immortal, the Empire dispelled this suspicion. After sending Terakov away, Han Xiao restrained his smile, and his face became solemn. He opened and closed the panel, looked at the experience slot, and estimated it. With the efficiency of harvesting experience at present, after fighting this battle, before the opening of the professional league, my experience is enough to complete the level 340 advancement. Well, this time I can use the evolution block again. Han Xiao frowned slightly. As the player's strength increases, the situation in the universe will become more and more turbulent. Only by rising to a higher level as soon as possible can all changes be dealt with. At that time, no matter what the reaction of the higher civilization will be, you can deal with it yourself. Players in the Infinite Consortium camp are also members of the World Server Battle and are a major force in the neutral scattered camp. Sorokin also paid attention to the battle, but he was not just for observation, but had other plans in his mind. This seems to be a good opportunity to attract the immortal. Sorokin's eyes flashed. He has always been keen on recruiting immortals. Although he does not know the truth about the players, Han Xiao's approach inspired him. Sorokin carefully studied the history of the Black Star Legion's fortune, especially the means of attracting immortals. He summarized past examples and discovered many rules from it. Sorokin feels that he has learned the Black Star method and is well-versed. This time, the internal fire of the immortals of so many forces is a good opportunity for the Infinite Consortium to become famous among the immortals group. If the immortals of the Infinite Consortium win in the end, it should be able to attract some immortals to join the consortium. Under normal circumstances, the immortals of the Infinite Consortium have no advantage. If they want them to win, they must interfere. Anyway, he is not burdened by reputation like other Super A levels. Even if a Super A level is shameless and shameless, The incident of a super A-level super powerhouse who is super powerful cannot reduce his reputation, because there is no such thing. Even if you don't reveal your true strength, it is enough to determine the outcome of a war at this level. Moreover, his abilities are extremely hidden, so I can do some tricks, and I believe these benevolent mortals cannot find them. It seems worth a try, just do it. Sorajin made a secret decision. His speculations are actually inseparable, but he can't see the forum, so he lacks the most critical intelligence. He has no idea why the players are popular, and he doesn't know that NPC is not allowed to intervene in the rules. Players of the Infinite Consortium dare not break the rules, invest a lot of resources to fight the national war, and work diligently to maintain their current good results. However, what they did not expect was that their own camp leaders were preparing to take them away in one fell swoop. Golden Mountain, a large base, is embedded in the belly of the mountain, and warships and mechanical guards are hovering in the sky, with tight defenses. This is the main base of the Apocalypse Foundation, the largest guild alliance of the Infinite Consortium. 60 or 70% of the mountains have been transformed into mechanical defense facilities. They rely on the main base to continuously clean up small strongholds around and expand their territory, which has become one of the two major forces in this area. Late at night of the third day of the battle, the Golden Mountain Stronghold sent 3 ace troops to fight against the Hex armed forces in the Wind Hunting Valley, another large guild alliance occupying the region, and both sides have been competing for the overlord position of the region. The Hex armed forces detected the enemy's attack early and pulled out the troops. The two sides fought fiercely outside the Fonlu Valley, fighting indiscriminately. However, just as the fierce battle was in full swing, a guild alliance called the Anti-Crusader launched a raid on the Golden Mountain Stronghold. They had a premeditation and sent troops to ambush nearby a day and a half in advance, and inserted a secret resurrection site. They saw the opportunity for fierce fighting between the main forces of both sides to attack the relatively empty base camp of the Apocalypse Foundation, intending to find a bargain to steal the family. The Apocalypse Foundation was in an unfavorable situation of fighting on both sides and wanted to withdraw the troops that fought against the Wind Hunting Valley. However, the Hex armed forces seemed to have long anticipated the emergence of the Anti-Crusade and were entangled with the main force of the Apocalypse Foundation. It was obvious that the ambush of the Anti-Crusade had nothing to do with them, and the two sides might have reached some strategic cooperation intention. At this moment, the Golden Mountain Stronghold has become a fierce battlefield. A large number of artillery ships and combat robots are fighting in the air. Fireworks are constantly exploding in the sky, and players on the ground are fighting each other, and every second there are large numbers of people turning away. The aces of the Apocalypse Foundation were basically sent out, and there were not many elite defenders. Most of them were peripheral members. Faced with the attack of elite counter-crusades, the guards of the Golden Mountain Stronghold were retreating step by step, and the front line continued to approach the stronghold. One is that the unfavorable battle report is sent back to the main command room of the stronghold, making the leader of the Apocalypse Foundation, Sisyphus, in a panic. No wonder the Hex armed forces deliberately provoked us this morning, just to lure us into their trap. The impulse is indeed a devil. Sisyphus regretted it. He hurriedly contacted the vice president of the team to lead the team to attack the Hex armed forces on the chat channel. You retreat quickly to support. Your hometown will not be able to withstand it. Boss, we can't retreat. The people of the Hex armed forces chased each other too tightly. If we want to go back, we will die. This is our main force. The average number of casualties has reached 514. It will be too passive to rise by 1 point. And even if the people go back, the warships and weapons sent out will be captured by the enemy. It's time now. Let's lose a little. It's important to defend the family. No, the enemy is obviously prepared. If our troops die, they will definitely take advantage of the opportunity to attack their hometown and join forces with the counter-crossmen to attack. Hearing this, Sisyphus grabbed his hair irritably. He was caught off guard. The current situation is 2 for 1. The Apocalypse Foundation alone can't stand it. He can only ask for help from other guild alliances that are also on the Infinite Consortium front. I hope I can last until reinforcements arrive, and there will definitely be heavy losses this time. With a heavy mood, he turned his attention to the real-time battlefield projection again. But at this moment, he was stunned. What's going on? He quickly looked up at the main commander and the members of the military division, and found that these people were all looking at ghosts, and were also extremely shocked. The surveillance screen is the front battlefield outside the Golden Mountain stronghold. The counter-crusade teams on one front broke through the defense line and rushed to the front of a group of output. It's their second. The flames of various colors suddenly swelled, and the Suicide Squad was about to use their skills and was about to concentrate on fire. But at this moment, their movements stopped in unison, and the light on their bodies suddenly disappeared, and the skill unit was interrupted and froze in place. Not only the Suicide Squad, but also the same situation occurred in the blockbuster countercruster players, such as pressing the freezing key simultaneously and suddenly stopping the movement, causing the troops to be disconnected instantly and the lineup torn apart on its own. And the panels of these people all popped up the same prompt at the same time. Sorokin, with body, uses a spiritual shock to you. The judgment is being made. The judgment is passed. You cannot control your body for the time being. Your skill is forcibly interrupted, and you enter a stagnant state. In an instant, the situation took a sharp turn. The counter-crusader had already seen the dawn of victory, but at this moment it suddenly slid into the abyss with a huge psychological gap. At this moment, only one sentence, damn, can accurately express the emotions of all the players who were caught. He even called out the Super A level. It's a trick. Can't you afford to play the guild of your Infinite Consortium? The short stalemate made the situation turn over instantly. The players of the Apocalypse Foundation did not stop, and a rumbling explosion was rumbling. A large number of countercruster players were taken away, without any damage, and regained the front line. Players of the Apocalypse Foundation were also shocked, but not because of the sudden pause of the Anti-Crusader, but because the players fighting on the front line also received a prompt on the panel. Sorokin, with body, uses spiritual encouragement to you. You enter the state of inspiration, and the attributes rise by 10. Sorokin, with body, uses combat intention to inspire you. Your damage is increased by 18. Your defense is increased by 12. What's going on? Where did the bonus come from? Did anyone use the character card? No. Even if you use the character card, the user's name will not be changed. The frontline troops couldn't figure it out and had no time to think. They quickly took advantage of the enemy's attack and rushed to kill them all. Not long after, most of the countercruster troops died. Everyone thought it was a desperate situation, but they did not expect to solve the fierce enemy so easily. Before Sisyphus could come back to his senses, at this moment, the vice president shouted in the chat channel, in amazement, "President, we actually defeated the Hex Armed Forces." For some reason, their movements suddenly stopped. No, Sisyphus was shocked and asked commanders at all levels quickly. Only then did he figure out what had happened just now, and he was stunned. What's going on? Sorokin is here? But we didn't call him. Why did he come here to join in the fun? Could it be that I saw that we were in danger and took the initiative to help? Sisyphus's eyes widened, and there was no joy after the successful counterattack on his face, only fear and anger. If it were normal, we might be moved, but now, it's all your business? I'm worried. You've cheated us to death. The next day, look at the iron hooves walking all over the mountains and rivers. I stood at the storm, holding them tightly. The sun and the moon were spinning. Han Xiao hummed quietly while walking out of the bathroom. The towel was wrapped around the waist, revealing its strong and slender upper body, and the water droplets slid on the tight skin. The magical circuit on the chest was like a glowing dark blue tattoo, flashing with breathing. The peak Super A level can basically never rest, but for many years, Honda technicians have always attached great importance to the combination of work and rest. In the past few days, they have fought 7 or 8 sets of Emperor mechas, and the results are remarkable. I will make them today, without adjusting the body temperature and evaporating moisture, Han Xiao dried his body honestly, lay back on the bed, habitually opened the forum, intending to have fun by browsing posts. However, as soon as he entered the forum section, his expression suddenly became strange. The Apocalypse Foundation violates the rules, invites a super A-level assistant? Isn't this one of the guild alliances under the Infinite Consortium? Han Xiao clicked into the post and saw that the reply had been built to tens of millions of buildings, which was extremely exaggerated. The content of the post is the condemnation of the Apocalypse Foundation by the Anti-Crusade and Hex armed forces. After a day of fermentation, this incident has caused a storm among the players. Countless players are indignant about this and accuse the Apocalypse Foundation of its violation of rules. It's too much. We were going to win, but we didn't expect that the Apocalypse Foundation's slinger could not afford to lose. They actually invited the leader of the camp from home and used this method to turn the tables. It was simply cheating. There are a lot of videos and screenshots, and the evidence is as strong as a mountain. I see how you explain it. That's right. Someone was actually slapped yesterday and said that this was the effect of the character card. Fart. When can the character card change the user's name? This kind of destructive behavior must be severely punished. I propose to cancel the qualification of the Apocalypse Foundation to participate in the war. Since you can't afford it, then don't play it. They were basically all angrily scolding in the forum. Han Xiao swept it and saw that the Apocalypse Foundation issued a clarification post. I'm the president of the Apocalypse Foundation. Things are not what you think. We did not ask Sorokin for help. He did it himself and had nothing to do with us. Please think about how we know the consequences of breaking the rules. How could we deliberately violate them? Sisyphus explained in the post, but in the face of the angry player group, he was not convincing at all, but was ridiculed. Keep making up. It turns out that if you ask the Super A level to help, just say afterwards that you can clear your responsibilities. You have learned it. How is it your family has Super A level? Who do you look down on me? I want to play this set, right? Come on, go and invite the Black Star ancestor. Most people don't believe this statement, but the players on the Infinite Consortium front believed it and were immediately furious and worried. No, is Sorgen so troublesome? A sinkhole. This is simply a time bomb. If you give it to us, will we be disqualified? A weak question. Is it still too late to change camps? Level 180th level Mind Master. His core skills are above level 7. Please take them in. Sorgen's operation completely scared the players of the Infinite Consortium. In order to continue participating in the national war, some people even want to transfer camps, and they dare not stay in this force that could explode at any time. After reading the post, Han Xiao finally figured out what was going on. This guild shouldn't be lying. All of this is probably Sorokin's own initiative. As for his goal, well, I remember that he has always been keen on recruiting players. I'm afraid he hasn't summarized the rules for my operations, so he wants to follow suit and improve the attractiveness of the camp. After thinking about the reasons and consequences, Han Xiao tried to guess Sorokin's logic and almost laughed out loud. So that's it. This guy feels that his hands and feet are very hidden, but he just uses some auxiliary mental abilities, trying to make others think that this is a burst of players of the Infinite Consortium or has used some special spiritual weapons. Normally, it wouldn't be easily associated with his head, but the battle information has betrayed you, my stinky brother. Han Xiao smiled secretly. Suazi, this time you shot yourself in the foot. When you used the wrong method, you were originally intended to win reputation, but now it has had a negative effect. Instead, it has ruined your reputation among the player group. And the worst thing is that this guy can't see the forum and is still in the dark now, not knowing that he has been scolded by the players. This is the advantage of information difference. Han Xiao thought. Sorgen's operation will definitely lose some players from the Unlimited Consortium. Just so, when these players are empty and lonely, they can use their thick chest muscles to warm them up and recruit them into the Legion. No matter how much they recruit, they will make money. Suazai, it's not me who deliberately stole your leaks. This time you sent it to yourself. Han Xiao smiled. This feeling of sitting at home without doing anything, just watching the enemy messing around, is really a bit comfortable. Since intervening yesterday, Sorokin has been paying attention to the subsequent development, but he couldn't help but feel confused without seeing the expected situation. Logically speaking, the Apocalypse Foundation fought a turnaround battle with its own help, which would somewhat arouse other immortals' amazement at the strength of the Infinite Consortium faction. But why did these people not respond? It was not until the next day that he saw the Apocalypse Foundation reacting. Not the victory he had expected, but was giving up the base, leaving the planet on a warship, and quitting the battlefield. Strange, what's the reaction? In the office, Sorokin watched the live broadcast of the frontline news media, which was a bit incredible. Just when he was puzzled, Sorokin suddenly received a pop-up report from his smart home. After just one look, his heart suddenly dripped. I saw that the number of resignation notices of the immortals in the report is still increasing rapidly. What's going on? Why do they want to quit the wireless consortium? Sorokin was stunned, suddenly thought of something, and quickly turned to look at the interface of the live news broadcast. In the picture, batches of immortals belonging to the Infinite Consortium flew out of the stronghold and scattered away. Some people went to visit other neutral camps, but more people went directly to the 3 mainstream camps, including the Black Star Legion faction. The rules did not restrict the players' operations of changing camps on the spot. The major guild alliances guaranteed the players' right to choose freely. As long as there were no off-field factors, I would beat you today, and I would join you tomorrow. This is all allowed by the rules. The nature of the Infinite Consortium is the Interstellar Consortium. For players, there is not much cohesion in the camp. Those who join are all for high welfare. There is nothing to be reluctant to change camps. Now the first World Server battle is destined to be recorded in the Shanghai Chronicle. If you miss this village, you will not have this store. In order not to be disqualified for no reason, some players of the Infinite Consortium rebelled from the camp on the spot without hesitation. Sorokin was a little stunned when he saw this scene. The method I used is clearly the same as Black Star. But why did what I received is the reverse effect? No, this is not how the script is written. The incident in the Infinite Consortium camp was just an episode in the entire national war. After some players changed their sex on the spot, the popularity quickly subsided, and the various guild alliances continued to focus on each other. The war is developing day by day, and a large number of players are eliminated every day. Because the resurrections are getting fewer and fewer, the surviving guild alliances have become more cautious and dare not rush again. In addition, many guilds have been eliminated, and overall they are not as intense as the first 2 days. Because the Yanhuang Alliance has always been ranked first on the list and has been snowballing continuously, and its advantage is too great, the Black Star Legion faction was blocked by the anti-Black Star front, the 3 major civilization fronts, and a bunch of scattered guild alliances on the 5th day, and the most tragic battle since the war began. Although the Yanhuang Alliance has the advantage in terms of average strength and resurrection times, it has suffered a loss in the number of people and cannot continue to maintain an excellent battle loss ratio. The average number of casualties has increased from 5.89 to 7.38. However, the Yanhuang Alliance accumulated too much advantage a few days ago. Even though the losses in this battle were quite large, it still did not fall below the top spot on the list. Because before this battle, the number of casualties in the Yanhuang Alliance did not exceed 6, and the base of other guild alliances was too high. For example, the second place on the list was the September Parliament, which is the 3 major civilized fronts. After a bloody battle, their average casualties index rose from 6.71 to 7.68. The battle losses were 1, but the total value was still not as good as the Yanhuang Alliance, and it was not completely tampered with the gap. According to the forum analysis, the threshold of the average death index is 9. If this value exceeds it, it means that the troops have lost their combat effectiveness. Now, the major guild alliances have approached this number infinitely. On the 6th day, the forces that had not yet been eliminated did not want to start a war. They seemed to have the intention of reviving the number of resurrections this day. Milton Star suddenly became much deserted, with only sporadic wars. However, at night, the planet suddenly became lively again, and various guild alliances began to fight wildly. At this time, it was just a stop time. Because a player uses up the resurrection times within 6 days, it is considered permanent elimination. Even if the number of refreshes on the 6th day is refreshed, he is not qualified to re-enter the battle. The plan of each guild alliance is to use the relatively healthy resurrection troops to eliminate the seriously injured, with an average death index of 9.0 on the 6th night, and weaken the opponent's troops. In this way, after refreshing in the early morning, it is basically equivalent to 0 combat losses. The 6th night directly turned into a battle royale. Countless players ran around and wanted to spend tonight, while other slightly healthier players turned into hunters and chased the seriously injured with a lewd smile. Of course, hunters and prey can be switched to each other, and from time to time, hunters become prey and join the escape team. Compared to the tragic and passionate wars in the previous few days, the 6th night seemed to have become a hide-and-seek, and there was a little joy in the thriller. This night was the largest elimination wave since the war started, with 70% of the players being sent away. Early on the 7th day, the resurrections were refreshed, and less than half of the guild alliances in the 3 mainstream camps were left, while other scattered forces were even worse, with most of them only 1/4 to 1/5 of the troops left. The plan to resolve the battle within 6 days has failed, but the size of the troops is small, and the resources required to be invested have been reduced a lot. The major guild alliances can only lead the remaining troops to fight for another 6 days, basically exhausting ammunition and food. In the 3rd cycle, on the morning of the 13th day, there were only 6 guild alliances left in Milton Star, and the Yanhuang Alliance was one of them, and it was also the most powerful force with the best preserved strength. All the eliminated players did not leave, and they still rode on the battleship to watch the game in the outer space of Milton Star. Who was the winner in the finals at the opening bet? Because the fault tolerance rate became lower, everyone became more and more cautious. Under this situation, it became increasingly difficult to eliminate the opponent's troops, so the 6 guild alliances chose to attack and win by removing the opponent's strongholds. After the first 2 cycles of war, the major guild alliances now have few troops, resulting in the intensity of the battle far less than the first cycle. And at this time, another advantage of the Yanhuang Alliance was greatly amplified, that is, the ability of the evolution badge. The distorted body has a strength far beyond the current player level, but the flaw is also obvious. That is, it cannot attack far and can only fight in close combat, and most of the skills are frozen. This leads to the fact that the advantages of the distorted body cannot be fully utilized in the super large-scale army operations, because the concentration of the distorted body is too strong, and the fleshiness of the distorted body cannot last for too long. However, in small and medium-sized battles, the enemy's concentrated firepower decreases, the distorted body's time to stand on the field increases, and the tactical effect increases geometrically. With the current situation, the Yanhuang Alliance no longer deliberately pursues the advantage of combat losses. It is no longer a loss to use the resurrection times to fight the strongholds. With the help of the powerful attack ability of the distorted body, they have captured the cities and villages and dropped one stronghold after another. By the 15th day, 2 guild alliances have been eliminated by them. On the 17th day, there were finally only 2 survivors, namely the Yanhuang Alliance and the Pan Business Federation. The 2 sides reached an agreement to not attack the strongholds, but to fight decisively in a head-on way. And to the side, there was no one at all, hoping to end the First National War in such a way that there was no regret. Both sides decided to have a beginning and an end, and the battlefield was chosen as the Dragon Tongue Hill. Now it has become the Dragon Tongue Grand Canyon. The 2 sides fought from morning to night, and in the end, the Yanhuang League won a slight advantage, killing all the members of the Pan Business League. In the end, less than 2,000 key players of the Huaxia Guild were left on the court. The national war ended with this result. As soon as it ended, the forum fell into a carnival among Chinese players. Even the eliminated players politely sent congratulations to congratulate the Yanhuang Alliance on becoming the final winner of the First National War. Shanghai Times and press groups from all over the country also released reports, especially the War Correspondent Group, led by Meatbags, which was extremely praising and was directly distracted. It started from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors period, which made even Chinese players feel numb when they saw it. The Chronicle of Star Sea is updated in real time, calling the First National War the Battle of Milton, in which all wars of all sizes were recorded. Because all players can participate in the compilation of chronicles, this huge project volume is not a problem at all. As long as everyone records the battles they have experienced, they will completely restore the entire National War process. After the end of the National War, the players did not leave immediately. Many people reluctantly returned to Milton Star to manage the environment and did not demolish the strongholds built by various guilds. Instead, they transformed them with engineering machines and built cities. Because people from all sides of the camps rarely gathered together, some players set up stalls, and soon someone joined in, as if this place had become a trading area. Many PK players were itchy and asked someone to train flags to discuss. Milton Star became lively again, and many players seemed to regard this place as a new main city. In the office of Black Star Palace, Han Xiao closed the forum interface, and a smile appeared on his face. I played for more than half a month, and finally finished it. The time spent was much longer than in my previous life. He did not provide help throughout the whole process. He was quite happy to see the victory of the Yanhuang League. The Chinese players achieved good results, proving that their efforts in these 4 versions were effective. The First National War in his previous life had a far-reaching impact and was one of the symbols of the Star Sea Chronicle. The battlefield rules have been passed down and become a recognized tradition by players. If you fight a national war again in the future, this set of rules will be followed. The victory of the Yanhuang Alliance will inevitably increase the attractiveness of the camp, which is equivalent to an uninterrupted free advertisement. When new players choose a camp, they will consider the Legion as soon as possible. If old players open a small account, they will probably come to the Black Star Legion, which has huge potential benefits. The most important thing is that after fighting the National War for so long, it brought him far more benefits than expected. Han Xiao opened the panel and looked at the value of the experience slot, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. There are about 2 months left before the professional league. I thought I would have to save some time to get enough experience, but I didn't expect this wave to be done for me. According to his calculations, the experience of upgrading from level 331 to level 340 should have been saved earlier than expected. One of the big experiences was contributed by the former Unlimited Consortium players who changed their thighs to hug them halfway through. Suazai, thank you for your assists. Half of your military merits are in your heart. Han Xiao felt happy. Finally, he saved enough money and had nothing to hesitate. He directly invested all his experience in upgrading. The huge amount of experience burned a lot, and the level rushed from level 331 to level 340. Divine Mechanic is upgraded to LV32, with Strength plus 500, Strength plus 5, Agility plus 5, Endurance plus 18, Intelligence plus 25. You get 20 free attribute points and 1 awakening point. Divine Mechanic is upgraded to LV40, with Strength plus 500, Strength plus 5, Agility plus 5, Endurance plus 18, Intelligence plus 25. You get 20 free attribute points and 1 awakening point. You get level 340 advanced mission. Level 340 advanced task. One of the Divine Transformation reaches the 10th level. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. His Divine Transformation mechanic has reached the 9th level, and as long as he creates another cosmic treasure, he can reach the 10th level. The maximum level of the profession of the Divine Mechanic is 60. There is no transfer task for level 340 advancement, only advanced tasks. As long as you meet this requirement, you can advance. It seems that it's not difficult this time. Han Xiao couldn't help but have this idea, but then shook his head and laughed. It's not that the task is not difficult, but that we are too powerful. He originally wanted to throw a task settlement card, But he gave up this idea when he saw this. Anyway, the transformation of divine nature must be raised, so there is no need to waste a settlement card. After the intelligent plague incident, the Empire had opened up channels for redemption of golden drawings to him, and the faction was also contribution enough. He could directly exchange a drawing and made it at home, which would not take long. He still had this patience. Moreover, the effect of the evolution block depends on the strength level. Now, I have a Dragon Star power intake method at hand. Han Xiao plans to upgrade the strength level to a higher level first and get an extra layer of evolution block bonus, which does not take much time because the current strength value is not far from the standard of the next level. Han Xiao directly took out the communicator and contacted the people from the Red Empire. After expressing his needs in this regard, he soon received a list of convertible drawings sent by the Empire. He browsed carefully, selected one, and issued a redemption application. Next, you only need to wait for the approval of the Empire's senior management to get the drawings. Golden drawings are very precious to mechanics and cannot be bought with money. But at the current height of technicians of Han, such rare resources are available at your fingertips, and it is really good to have power in your hands. Han Xiao was in a happy mood, playing with the communicator and waiting for the Empire's reply, glanced at the lively scene of Milton Star in the surveillance, and suddenly had an idea. In the past life, the location of the First National War was like the current Milton Star. It was regarded by players as one of the memorable main cities. Unfortunately, after a version update, the planet was requisitioned and no longer open to the public. It has always been a place that many players feel regretful. After the 3 major civilizations and the Superstar Group Alliance have finished fighting, the 4th phase of the exploration area has been officially included in the exploratory universe map. I might as well buy Milton Star and several surrounding planets and give it to the Yanhuang Alliance. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. This move not only deepens the Legion's presence among the player groups, but also gives the Yanhuang Alliance a reward. The excellent results of the Yanhuang League have brought us huge benefits. Although it is a matter within the players, we cannot be too stingy. We should make a statement, which can also deepen the sense of belonging of the Legion players. Isn't it just a few planets? It's only a few dollars, and it's all done if you buy it. More than half a month passed in a flash, because the Battle of Milton has been settled, and the popularity of the Professional League, which is still in the preparation period, has quickly risen. Most players prefer to follow new activities, and posts to analyze the strength of professional players in major clubs have begun to frequently flood the forums, and various teams have also begun to promote mobilization. However, Han Xiao did not pay attention to all this. As soon as the Empire's golden drawings were obtained, he threw all the affairs to Sawiya and focused on the operation. Because it was the first time to create this drawing, Master Han worked on it for half a month, experienced many failures, and accumulated a lot of proficiency, and then he made a golden quality product and finally got 1 divine transformation point. It's finally done. In the modification room, Han Xiao couldn't hide his joy on his face. He threw the newly released golden equipment aside and couldn't wait to open the panel and use the divine transformation point. Divine Transformation Mechanical has reached the 10th stage. You have an unknown change in your life level. You have a new understanding of machinery, the probability of forming exclusive expertise, plus 15%, simulation of everything, skill sublimation. You sense part of the power of the transformation route. Unknown expert. You have obtained the first sanctuary skill fragment X1. Well, guess right. It is true that there are 5 stages to 1 level. Han Xiao knew it secretly. When the divine transformation reached the 5th level, the same prompt also appeared, and this time I got a fragment of First Sanctuary. He looked at the effects of the 10th stage, from the mechanical skill level of the Apostle Mechanic to the Divine Mechanic stage plus 3, an additional mechanical total affinity bonus coefficient of 1.2x, a capability strength plus 40%, an attack power bonus coefficient of 1.3x, a shield strength bonus coefficient of 1.3x, a mechanical creation core power plus 60%, and an output power plus 30%. It is basically a replica of the 5th stage, but the amplitude has been increased a little. Like the fifth stage, this wave is also an increase in combat power, which is not bad. Hey, what is this? Han Xiao glanced at it and suddenly exclaimed, and found that the progress behind the ability name had changed. It should have been 10 slash, but now it has become 10/15. The question mark has changed. It turns out that the highest number of divine transformation is 15. It seems that only when you reach a certain level can you see this limit. He browsed carefully and found that there was more than this change. The transformation points required from the 10th to the 11th floor suddenly rose to 6 points, and unexpected prompts popped up. Your divine transformation mechanical has reached the 10th stage. You trigger the transformation requirement. For each completion of a requirement, you can reduce the cost of 1 divine transformation point. 1. Level reaches 345. 2. Understand an exclusive specialty. 3. Develop a golden drawing by yourself. The transformation above the 10th level not only requires points, but also requires hard conditions. It is a bit like an advanced task. I don't know if the settlement card is useful. Han Xiao's heart moved slightly. Although he was a little surprised by the changes in the divine transformation, he had no idea of experimenting at the moment. He turned to ask the mechanical assistant to clean up the workshop, and then directly teleported to a desolate planet where the beacon was buried early. As soon as my eyes turned, I was already in a desolate underground canyon. Looking up, the cliffs continued to extend, forming a sky-like vision. This is a planet located in the hinterland of the Black Star Legion. He chose to advance here because he did not want to cause too much noise. Han Xiao put away the throne placed by the mechanical troops here, then took out the evolution block and activated it. Buzz, the dark evolutionary energy escaped, and Han Xiao guided it into his body. The tide-like pain suddenly burst out, and a black cocoon was formed outside the body. On the panel, the prompt for the effect of the evolution blocks are flooding the screen like a waterfall. Han Xiao silently endured the pain caused by evolution and looked at the prompt. You used evolutionary blocks, golden quality. You get permanent special amplification, gene optimization, evolution block. Species being detected. The detection is completed. Your current species is Black Star family. Your genetic structure is being optimized. The first optimization is successful. Your potential qualifications are improved. I detected that you have triggered the optimization of this layer, and you have obtained attribute replenishment. Strength +0, agility +0, endurance +1, intelligence +2, mystery +0, charm +0, power +3. You have higher strength level than LV0, and the second optimization judgment is successful. Your potential qualifications are improved. I detected that you have triggered the optimization of this layer, and you have obtained attribute replenishment. Strength +1, agility +1, endurance +2, intelligence +3, mystery +0, charm +0, power +4. Your strength level is higher than LV24. The 26th optimization judgment is successful. Your potential qualifications are improved, and you have obtained attributes to make up. Strength +85, agility +90, endurance +113, intelligence +148, mystery +76, charm +60, power +560. During this period, he took the time to contact the Dragon Star power intake method, and he had reached the 24th level of the power realm the day before yesterday, and was upgraded to 1 level. When he first used the evolution block, his strength level reached LV14. Gene optimization from the first layer to the 16th layer was triggered before, and the reused effect was far less than before. However, the gene optimization from layer 17 to layer 26 is the first time that the effect is normal. In the calculation, strength and agility have increased by about 700. Endurance has increased by almost 900. Intelligence has increased by the largest increase, up by more than 1,100. Mystery and charm have increased by more than 500. Together, it provides a total of about 4,500 attribute points, while strength has increased by about 4,000. The effect is pretty good. The increase is larger than when I first used it. mainly because the higher the level of bonus, the more. Han Xiao looked at the prompt behind and was suddenly stunned. You get 26 layers of gene optimization. The experience fee required to upgrade is plus 40%, lasting for 26 months. You meet special conditions, have exclusive racial talent, and obtain more than 20 layers of gene optimization. You trigger special effects. The next time you sublimate the race, your attributes will be filled with plus 30%, and the exclusive racial talent effect will be extra enhanced. Gene optimization ends. With a click, the black cocoon shatters and the evolutionary energy will be retracted into the evolution block by itself. The pain caused by genetic optimization slowly faded, and Han Xiao's nerves are now extremely tough, and this pain cannot even distract him. He looked at the prompts on the panel and couldn't help but show joy on his face. He also thought that the evolution block would only have 10 extra bonuses for the first time. The extra effect of the 20th level was something he did not expect. No player triggered it in his previous life, and no one had such a high level of strength. Last time, we provided an additional opportunity for race sublimation, and this time, we added attributes to the sublimation, which is wonderful. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. When the level 300 sublimation was sublimated, an evolution option of a level of the Void God Envoy had already appeared, which means that this level 340 sublimation will reach the peak of the Void Route, and there will be an evolution direction of lifting the gene limiter. The racial sublimation of the gene restrictor has been greatly improved by the general evolution, so he was quite surprised. Good things come together. It's not in vain that I will stay with Fording whenever I have free time. Han Xiao was very excited. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down his emotions, put away the evolutionary square, and his face became serious. He looked at the level 340 advanced task showing the completed status and solemnly chose to settle. Boom! The earth shook. The surging mechanical force exploded and soared into the sky. Level 340 advanced task has been completed. Advanced success. Basic endurance bonus plus 120. 1 endurance equals 690 health equals 700 physical power. On the road of evolution, you took a step forward again. Your race was detected as Black Star Clan exclusive race cannot be changed. At randomly, 5 matching evolution directions are being drawn. Drawn. Please choose 2 of the following 5 races and obtain 1 talent respectively. 1. St. Carmel Clan. 2. Void God Human Form. 3. Inner Star. 4. Ancestor the Void New Human Form. 5. Void World Worm. What are these 2? Han Xiao endured the drastic changes in his body and showed doubts. Among the 5 options, he had never heard of the names of St. Carmel Clan and Inner Star. He checked the database, but there was no record. At the current level of evolution, there are finally new things that I have never seen before. Han Xiao was a little curious, but the Void Route has reached this point, so naturally there is no intention to change them. I don't know what abilities these 2 options have, so he doesn't plan to take risks. As for the virtual world insects, he knew that they were a symbiotic life born in the void dimension, an important part of the dimensional natural circulation system. They usually feed on the void energy and space turbulence to form physical excrement, which is one of the sources of the void dimension material. The Void God and the Void New Ancestor are the peaks of the Void Evolution Route, and both have the effect of lifting the gene restrictor. Han Xiao did not hesitate and directly chose these 2 races and selected one of them. You get a new talent, Gene Restrictor Lift. You get a new talent, Void Power, Gene Restrictor Lift. Your body strength can break through species restrictions, greatly liberate potential, and you'll get huge attributes to make up, and when performing daily activities, you have a chance to improve the relevant attributes, Void Power. You can control the Void Dimension to a certain extent, including and not limited to borrowing Void energy to strengthen yourself, absorb Void Dimension at a high speed, convert Void energy into power, summon the Void Dimension to come. Void Power. Xui definitely has this ability, otherwise his power recovery speed will not be so terrifying. Han Xiao did secretly. This ability is the most valuable talent in it, which is equivalent to obtaining part of the operation permissions of the void dimension. He looked down, and after choosing evolution, the talent of the Black Star Clan also increased immediately. Your Black Star Clan exclusive talent, Mechanical Genius, effect is improved. Mechanical Genius. The total mechanical affinity of 1.28x becomes 1.38x. The mechanical creation performance bonus is increased by 44% to 54%, and the effect of all mechanical skills level +1 remains unchanged. Tip. Gene Optimization, Evolution Block. Effect triggered. Your Black Star Clan exclusive talent, Mechanical Genius, effect improvement. Mechanical Genius. The total mechanical affinity of 1.38x has become 1.48x. The mechanical creation performance bonus has increased by 54% to 64%, and all mechanical skills levels +2. Life level sublimation, molecular structure improvement, organ structure strengthening, metabolic changes. The Black Star Clan's potential has been improved, and you have obtained a tribute replenishment. Strength plus 410, agility plus 384, endurance plus 561, intelligence plus 901, mystery plus 659, charm plus 347, power realm edition attribute changes. Gene restrictor release takes effect. According to your current life level, racial potential, and current attributes, you will get additional attributes to make up. Strength plus 1876, agility plus 1670, endurance plus 2348, intelligence plus 3971, mystery plus 1350, charm plus 966, power plus tip. Gene Optimization, Evolution Block. Effect triggered. The effect of your attributes is increased by 30%. Strength plus 685, agility plus 616, endurance plus 872, intelligence plus 1491, mystery plus 602, charm plus 393, power plus, damn, how can you make me think? Han Xiao's pupil shrank, and he couldn't help but burst into his hometown dialect. This time, the attribute replenishment is his biggest wave so far. Including the bonus of the evolution block, all the attribute points provided by this wave seemed to be around 2 W points. At this moment, the energy that burst out in the body became increasingly unstable, and Han Xiao emitted a dazzling light, as if it had turned into a star core. The surging energy rushed around in the body, as if looking for an outlet, and could not hold it in. The next moment, his tiger's body shook violently, and his energy shot. Boom! With Han Xiao's body as the center point, the manic energy suddenly swept out. The earth instantly shattered and melted, turning into a sea of blazing red magma. This desolate planet is like a black egg, shattering in the next second, and a red gold sun breaks out of the shell. At this moment, Han Xiao had only one thought left in his mind. Fortunately, I didn't advance in the base camp, otherwise my family would be gone. Alarm! Alarm! A high-energy reaction occurred in the 4th sector. The specific coordinates are: the Fenrir Galaxy C0075D Space Monitoring Station suddenly sounded an alarm, and the staff in the observation room hurriedly came to the radar screen, carrying the Black Star emblem on their uniforms, all of whom were members of the Army. The Legion built a large number of space stations in its jurisdiction to monitor the situation in the entire territory, mainly deal with intelligently, and supplemented by the work of a few people as an insurance measure. At this moment, a dazzling spot of light suddenly lit up on the real-time monitoring star map. The staff hurriedly operated the ultra-long-range astronomical observation device to enlarge the field of vision. Soon, the position of the energy explosion was displayed on the screen. The desolate planet at this position has disappeared, replaced by a ball of expanding golden energy, just like a star in his later years, turning into a red giant, with golden arcs and thunder turbulent, like a projectile prominence. Seeing this, the staff in the room looked puzzled and talked a lot. What's this phenomenon? It looks like the decay of a star, but there was only one barren planet here, Where did the stars come from? The energy level fluctuation is very high, and the band and frequency are more like super-level energy. There will be no super-level sneak-in. Everyone discussed a few words and unanimously decided to conduct on-site detection in accordance with the provisions of the operating manual. An unmanned spacecraft sailed out of the space station, accelerated its jump, and soon arrived at the site of the incident. The golden energy was still expanding, and its body was very large. The unmanned spacecraft could not get close to it this time, so it could only cruise around and collect parameters. After this lasted for a while, the golden energy suddenly stopped expanding and shrank at hundreds or thousands of times, as if it was being swallowed up continuously. When it shrinks to a certain level, it explodes again, turning into an energy shock wave and spreading far away, and the observation image suddenly becomes white. The shield of the unmanned spacecraft was stimulated to flash the arc, and the shield value plummeted. Fortunately, it was far away. Although it suffered some damage, it was not destroyed. The spacecraft finally stabilized. The staff far away in the space station hurriedly looked at the explosion location. They saw that the area was already empty. The golden energy mass disappeared, and all the matter of the desolate planet was annihilated, and nothing was left. After patrolling around, no one saw anyone at all. The observation was completed, but the source of the outbreak was not discovered. I requested to return. Listening to the intelligence's emotional report, the staff present looked at each other. This matter is too strange, and we can't handle it. Report it to the top management quickly. At the same time, Han Xiao, who had replaced a new set of Emperor Mecha, suddenly appeared on a black wasteland on a desolate planet in another galaxy in the Legion territory. I almost got seen. Han Xiao took off his mecha, took back the throne here, and exhaled a breath with a golden arc. This advancement brought a huge improvement. The energy was out of control. The cells produced energy efficiently, released the energy in their body, and accidentally exploded a planet. In order not to be seen by their subordinates, at the moment of the advancement, he immediately replaced a set of spare Emperor Mecha and ran away. He chose the advanced location deep in his territory just to keep it secret. His original strength has already made major forces afraid. If the outside world knows that he has made progress in a short period of time, it is not just fear, but fear, which may have a counterproductive effect. So he chose to keep his hands and do not want others to know now. Master, the command center of the Fenrir Galaxy reported the high-energy reaction incident that you caused. They don't know the reason. How should I reply? Philip's nipples and his sniffed voice rang in his mind. So fast? Not bad. You can reply as usual and send some detection troops there to go around symbolically. Han Xiao shook his head and smiled. Over the years, the Black Star Army has established a complete monitoring system in the jurisdiction of the 7 galaxies of the Galu Star Cluster. As soon as he left, the report came. He was quite satisfied with the response speed, which means that the warning mechanism in the territory is very effective and there is no waste of money. Putting down this small episode, Han Xiao opened the panel again, and the prompt to complete the advancement popped up. He rubbed his hands excitedly, opened the advanced panel, and observed the changes above. Total level, 340. Main occupation, mechanical system. Race, Black Star Clan. Attributes, strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, mystery, charm 6430, lucky 0, free attribute point 135, awakening point 9, happiness, physical strength value, LV 25, total strength bonus. Strength plus 6,620, agility plus 7,745, endurance plus, intelligence plus, mystery plus 6,060, physical strength limit plus, mechanical affinity plus 98.06%. Energy level, stand level bonus, S level bonus, 150, all resistance plus 45%, maximum attribute plus 40%, other attributes plus 25%, additional 750 free attributes, 50 awakening points, a higher level door is slowly opening to you. Hiss. Han Xiao took a breath. This time the advanced effect is extremely excellent. All attributes have increased significantly. Calculatedly, each attribute has increased by about 1/3 compared to before the advancement. Except for luck, this thing dropped to 0 last time when it was created to wash the universe treasure, and I forgot to click it back. The current attributes are much stronger than when you first entered the Super A state. Especially the power bonus begins to exert force in the later stage. Every level higher, the realm will be increased stronger. The LV-25's power bonus is about 10 times higher than the LV-15 bonus when you first entered the Super A level. Sure enough, holding your breath is the kingly way for every Super A level to improve yourself. The attributes brought by this racial sublimation are completed, and the increase is about the increase of 1v21 to 1v25, which is also huge. Especially with this amount of blood, let alone the enemy. Han Xiao wanted to vomit after seeing it. At this moment, he had the urge to imitate Wei Yin and wanted to shout, "Who can shark me?" Even if I don't use machinery now, I can only fight with Super A-level martial artists below the energy level, but I can still kill my opponent alive. And with my current intellectual attributes and the bonuses in various aspects, the strength of the mechanical force is already extremely terrifying. Han Xiao clenched his fists, felt the explosive power surging in his body, and couldn't help but smile. With our current strength, even if we don't need virtual purification and restoration, we should not be afraid of Lao made his prisoner. As long as his body dares to appear in front of us, we will dare to arrest him and train him. Among the peak of this era, the Super A level, it is probably only God Selector, Ernos, who is unknown in his depth, may be a threat to us. The energy level reaches the back, the larger the span between each point. This time, Han Xiao felt it was a pity that he did not reach 100,000. After all, this was like a threshold and it might trigger something. However, considering that the limit of Super level A was not an integer and there were decimal points, the 100,000 level might not have any special meaning. The level has not changed. Han Xiao thinks that SS may be the peak of the S level. Upward upgrade should be the higher realm that the alien gods yearn for, and can produce a qualitative change in life level again, just like the gap between Super level A and natural disaster levels. The free attribute point brought by level 331 to level 340 is useless. He threw a little in a luck, turning the ball into a stick, and then threw all the remaining free attribute points on intelligence. He looked at the upgrade fee, and the amount increased again, which was completely astronomical. Even a big league player like Honda Technician was secretly shocked when he saw it. After admiring for a few more minutes, Han Xiao looked away without feeling at all, thought for a while, and pulled down to the ability bar. He was busy advancing before and did not think about the changes in divine transformation. This time, Han Xiao met the 5 conditions for divine transformation when he advanced and got a full 5 points. But it takes 6 points to reach the 11th level, which is still 1 point away. He wants to try whether the task settlement card can take effect and reduce the use of free of charge. Logically speaking, the settlement card is useful for advanced tasks and can also be useful for such upgrade conditions. He murmured, took out the settlement card, chose the requirement of developing golden drawings by yourself, took it on, and then hurriedly looked at the panel prompt. You have used the task settlement card. The task settlement card has taken effect. You have completed one of the upgrade requirements of Divine Transformation Mechanical, and the upgrade fee is reduced by 1 point, and you currently need 5 points. Yo, it's okay. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. He has received a lot of random reward opportunities in recent years, so he has stocked up some settlement cards that can be effective for the transformation of divine nature, which has another important purpose. Well, although it is good news, I don't know if the requirements for each upgrade will be increased in the future. It is better to save money. I should try my best to do some requirements that are capable of. Anyway, it's not harmful to improve my strength. Han Xiao said intimately. He decided to upgrade Divine Transformation Mechanical first. If the limit number of layers is still a question mark, he might turn to invest in the Divine Transformation of the Void Route. But now he finds that the upper limit is not far, so he plans to try out what changes will occur after one route of the Divine Transformation is full. At this moment, the communicator suddenly rang. Ding bye bye bye. Han Xiao took it out and saw that the screen was Saoir's big basin. Hey Xing, have you done your business? When will we set off? Han Xiao once agreed to Soi's teaming request, but because of Moto's affairs, he delayed it. After Moto was eliminated, Soi sent invitations every now and then. The most recent time was 4 days ago. In order to advance, Han Xiao replied to wait a little longer. Today, Soi called again and acted impatiently. Okay, you came here like a coincidence. My business is just over. You tell me when will you go? Han Xiao said helplessly. Sui smiled just now. So anxious. Han Xiao was surprised. That's right, do you have time? If you have time, you have time, but I don't know where to go. Don't you have to make any preparations? It's okay, let's go to the void dimension to gather first, and let you know the specific situation at that time. After saying that, Xui quickly hung up the communication without waiting for Han Xiao's answer. Han Xiao was playing with the communicator and became more and more curious. He agreed to Sui's invitation, which was originally just a help among his friends, but now he is becoming more and more interested in the goal of Sui's trip. What exactly is it that makes a person of Sui's level so urgent? I don't know how much time it takes to go there, but Han Xiao thought about it and sent a message to Zaiwia. I want to go to the secondary dimension world. I don't know when I will be back for the time being. I have to let you continue to be responsible for a while. After waiting for a while, Han Xiao received the reply. Zaiwia, don't come back just now. Han Xiao was helpless. Well, even we know how to combine work and rest, but Sivia has to work overtime endlessly. It is normal for a little resentment. We don't argue with a guy with a precarious hairline. Han Xiao was about to summon the secret power to bring him into the secondary dimension world, but suddenly stopped. Oh, I have the power of void now. I can enter and exit the secondary dimension world at will without the use of the chaos secret energy. He closed his eyes and activated this talent, communicating with the dimension of void in the dark. The consciousness seemed to sink into a colorful world, and colorful bubbles flashed rapidly in the field of vision. Soon, a large gray-blue bubble appeared in the line of sight, getting bigger and bigger. Han Xiao's heart moved, and according to the instinctive reaction brought by the power of void, his consciousness inserted into the void dimension from this very macro perspective. Pooh! A smooth sound seemed to sound in my mind, and my consciousness was inserted into the void dimension, without any obstacles throughout the whole process, as smooth and moist as if I had applied lubricant, leaving my own mark in the dimension core. Boom! The next moment, Han Xiao felt his consciousness spread rapidly, covering the entire void dimension. The void energy in the dimension seemed to become an extension of his body, like an arm instructing him, and he could also absorb the energy in the void dimension through consciousness links ignoring the distance, just like an invisible energy transmission pipeline. It turns out that the connection with the secondary dimension is like this, which is similar to Hella's description. Han Xiao was amazed. The Super A levels that can be connected to the secondary dimension are a few, including Suri and the Void Dimension, Hella and the Underworld Dimension, and Travelers and Fell Energy Aggregation. Now he has entered this ranks. It has to be said that the secondary dimension is constantly coming to nourish the body, which is indeed a unique feeling. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Saori is also connected to the Void Dimension. I wonder if he will discover it. At the same time, the Void Dimension. Sui had just returned to the palace in the Void Dimension from the main universe, and was waiting for the Black Star to come to the door while absorbing the energy of the Void to adjust his state. Suddenly, he was shocked all over, and suddenly looked up, showing a shocked look on his face. Someone is connected to the Void Dimension again. Saori didn't mind others connecting to the Void Dimension, because the energy in it was endless, and he didn't mind sharing it with one more person. After all, he was not a bustling man like a traveler who regarded the secondary dimension as his wife. But this is not something that can be achieved overnight. Only the Void species have such qualifications. They need to use their spiritual power to get rid of layers of obstacles in order to touch the core of the dimension and establish connections. At that time, Xiao tried countless times before finally getting involved with the void dimension. However, this unknown newcomer has no foreplay, and the communication dimension reaches the core for the first time, which makes it difficult for him to understand. Who will this guy be? Sui was secretly shocked, and his heart was a little sour. This feeling is like pursuing a lover. He has made some progress after working hard. However, he turned around and found that his lover was not as cold as he was when facing a handsome man who was born in the air, and it was no difficulty to let others chase him. Even I can't do it so quickly. Why should this person? The more I thought about it, the more I felt uncomfortable, and the void energy in my mouth suddenly became less fragrant. Somewhere in the void dimension, a light flashed, revealing Han Xiao's figure, teleported through the void power. Kasui should be here. Go find him first. With the power of void, a small map of the void dimension appeared in my mind, which was very convenient. Han Xiao distinguished the direction and headed towards the central area of the void dimension, which was Kasui's territory. The effect of the void shuttle is greatly increased here, and each flash can cross a long distance. Not long after, Han Xiao arrived at the periphery of the Kasui territory. After thinking about it, he stopped outside a void crystal floating island that acted as a border outpost, releasing a little of his own aura. Boom! The surrounding void energy rolled up a storm. The guards in the outpost were alarmed, and a huge void legion flew out, confronting Han Xiao from afar, leading a void lord. Who dares to trespass Lord Sui? Oh, it turns out to be Lord Blackstar. Before the void lord finished warning, he saw Han Xiao's appearance clearly, and immediately put away his hostility, and his attitude suddenly became friendly. Han Xiao is not very famous in the void dimension. The last time he left here is spread. Most of the strong people at the top of the void food chain know this void creature at the same level as Sui, which has the influence of the void conqueror, Milestone. I have an appointment with Sui. Where are others? Han Xiao asked. Master Sui is already waiting for you in the main hall. Come with me. The Void Lord asked the troops to disperse, took Han Xiao into the outpost, and came to a platform with mysterious patterns. Then he took out a dark blue crystal and used void energy to activate it. The next moment, the surrounding void energy surged, forming a gray-blue space vortex on the ground of the platform. The portal unique to void technology? Han Xiao looked at it twice. The rules of the void dimension are different. They have their own technical system. They are a means based on void energy and use their various characteristics. They can basically only take effect in the void dimension. He stepped in, and the energy of the void surged throughout his body, like falling from a cloud. The next moment, his eyes were filled with flowers, and he instantly came to a magnificent luxury palace made of crystals of various colors, which were very exquisite. Hey Xing, you are here. A familiar voice sounded behind him. Han Xiao turned his head and looked at it, and saw a small table at a glance. Saori sat on the side and nodded slightly. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Sui suddenly stopped and looked surprised. He suddenly smelled the same kind of breath from Han Xiao. Not just the same race sensing, but the void bloodline with a very high level. You have evolved again? Saorier was surprised. No, just a little bit of insignificant progress. Han Xiao looked modest. Both are void creatures. It is difficult to hide their own race sublimation from Sui, but the other party can only detect a trace of breath and cannot see through his exact situation. Every time I see you, I can surprise me. Sully narrowed his eyes and tentatively said, I just inserted cough. Is it you who made connections with the void dimension? Yeah, you found it out. Han Xiao spread his hands and smiled. I just tried it, but I didn't expect it to be so simple, and it was successful in one go. I remember you said you didn't mind others connecting the void dimension. So, you should have no objection, right? It's okay, I'm just curious. Sully's eyelids twitched, waved his hand, pretending to be indifferent on his face, and his heart was crazy. Simple? I want to beat you to death. Just try it casually, and you can get to the void dimension. So what is the hard work I have put in? But he couldn't lose his temper yet, and he was in place in one go. That was someone else's ability, and he couldn't even envy him, and he was so angry that he was more angry. Just as he complained in his heart, Han Xiao suddenly stepped forward and stretched out his fingers to pinch his skin. Sui was stunned on the spot, looking up at Han Xiao's big eyes. "What are you doing?" Depending on whether you are a clone or an entity, Han Xiao was curious. "I'm the real body now." Sui was not angry and patted Han Xiao's claws. Han Xiao was puzzled. "Didn't you say the dimension you want to explore is very dangerous? I thought you would send a clone over there, but I didn't expect it to be the original body. Just your little body. How dare you be so slutty?" Sui's face thrust. "What's this? Do you think I'm very crisp?" "Okay, I'm indeed crispy compared to you, but I am at the peak of super A level, and no matter how crisp it is limited." Saori was speechless for a while and pointed to the seat opposite, helplessly. "Please sit down and eat something. I'll explain the goal of this trip to you first." After the words came, several void creatures holding trays walked in, and the table was filled with food and wine. The plate was filled with colorful, translucent crystals, which were very beautiful. Han Xiao glanced at the food on the table and twitched. If you read that right, this thing seems to be the excrement of the virtual world insect, and it is the most important part. What's wrong? Eat some. No, my taste is not that heavy. Han Xiao waved his hand quickly. This is considered the hometown dish of Void Creature, which contains pure void energy, but after all, it is an acquired species and does not have such a habit. Seeing this, Xui did not force him, picked up his cup and took a sip of wine, and explained the goal of the trip. At our current level, divine transformation is an indispensable path, and you must have touched this field. And you may not know that as the degree of divine transformation becomes higher and higher, a kind of intuitive sensing will be produced. I will notice some opportunities for transformation, which may be some objects or some illusory things. As long as I find an opportunity, the difficulty of the next divine transformation can be greatly reduced. This time, I sensed an opportunity, and intuition guided me to find the secondary dimension we will explore later. There seems to be something attracting me and conducive to my divine transformation. Oh, Han Xiao suddenly felt a move. An opportunity for transformation? This is very similar to the prerequisite requirements that appear after the divine transformation ability reaches the 10th level. So this is how it is reflected in normal characters. Then Sui must have a route of divine transformation that has reached more than 10 levels. For super A-level information about divine transformation is precious knowledge. Sui spoke it out without hesitation at this time. Han Xiao listened for a while and learned more. According to Suri, after the divine transformation reaches a high level, you will sense something similar to a mission. Achieving this mission can steadily improve the divine transformation. Explain it in mysterious words, just like certifying one's own Tao. It sounds illusory, but Sully gave 2 real examples. For example, the mission he sensed was to become the most powerful overlord in the void dimension, which was conducive to his divine transformation, while Manison's sensing was to become the leader of the mechanical god, which was told by old Maitu in private. Suri also speculates about why this happens. In his opinion, divine transformation is not only a sublimation of individuals, but also a line of destiny entanglement with countless external factors. Only by bearing and integrating the luck of some groups can the final divine transformation be completed, just like the fate that a strong person needs to bear. There is something like this. Han Xiao was secretly surprised. Then I thought about it. Since the divine transformation has the word divine, it seems that there's a possibility, that is, I don't know what changes will happen after the transformation is completed. No wonder Sui was so impatient. It turned out that he had seen a chance to go further. However, from his perspective, this matter can actually be explained simply by the panel. Probably the requirements similar to the high-level divine transformation are no longer hard indicators such as level, ability, and attributes, but like advancement or transfer at certain stages, it has become a task type, and it needs to complete something related to the transformation route. So in the eyes of normal characters, it is like sensing their own mission. because he had tried to test the task settlement card that could take effect on divine transformation. Although Han Xiao was surprised at this time, he was not embarrassed, but he was even happier. It doesn't matter how to practice normally, but we're not in the same system anyway, so it's all over. At this time, Han Xiao suddenly realized a problem. I'm also a void creature. It should be the same as your transformation route. According to your theory, will we become competitors? Sully shook his head and said lightly, even with the same transformation route, what everyone senses is completely different. Although there is not much intelligence, my intuition tells me that everyone's path is unique, at least for people of the same era. Then your intuition is really rich. Han Xiao complained, and then asked, I have understood the goal. This time, I will help you find opportunities for divine transformation in that secondary dimension. Right? How is the situation there? Have you explored the way? Hearing this, Sully's expression suddenly became much more serious. His brows frowned slightly, and he said in a deep voice, I have sent clones twice. It is located in the depths of the subdimensional world. The space turbulence is very violent, and the environment is dangerous. But this is not the most important thing. There's a group of powerful creatures guarding that dimension, and my clones failed to repel them both times. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Being able to repel Sully's clone means that the total combat power of this group of creatures can be compared with the peak Super A level. It is undoubtedly a very dangerous place in the secondary dimension world. It is very rare. If an ordinary Super A level encounters it, it will basically be a life-threatening life. Have you tried to communicate with them? I tried at that time, but their memories were empty without any valuable information, and it seemed that they had no self-awareness and never responded to me, and I didn't recognize what species they were. There was no record in the database. Let me see. Han Xiao frowned, worried that Suri had met the world tree, which would not be great. However, after watching the picture shared by Sui, Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He also did not know this kind of creature. He had never seen it in his previous life, and it was probably not related to the World Tree civilization. The guardians of the external subdimensionality alone have such strength. I don't know what's going on inside. Have you ever been in? No, I haven't broken through the blockade of this group of creatures, and I don't know what's inside. They're so dangerous outside, and it's definitely not much better inside. Maybe it's the nest of this creature. Han Xiao's expression was strange. So you really have to go over the body? Don't think about it anymore. Only when I go there, I can discover the opportunity for transformation. You should help you this time. The mechanical system is most suitable for dealing with large-scale battles, which is your strength. Sui smiled and said honestly, and I specially invited you, not only because of your ability, but also to borrow your Imperial mecha. If the situation is wrong, we can withdraw immediately. Only you have such mobility. So that's it. Han Xiao nodded, thought for a while, and said, Then I will accompany you here too. The mechanical body is too crisp and unsafe. Hearing this, Sui didn't know what expression to do for a moment. Among the mechanics in the universe, you are the only one who can say such inhuman words. Ding just then, Han Xiao heard the prompt of the task trigger on the panel and found an opportunity to open it and take a look. You trigger the mission Saurier's Invitation, Task Introduction. In order to find the opportunity for divine transformation, Saurier decided to explore a dangerous and mysterious unknown secondary dimension. Because he was interested in your ability, he issued a team request to you. Task requirement. Help Saurier find the goal of this trip. Reward. 4,500 experience. Random reward x6. Character card x3. Saurier's favor plus 30. Divine transformation points x1. Milestone unknown. Note. This task is extremely risky. It is recommended to choose carefully. 4,500 billion experience? Han Xiao glared and almost suspected that he had read it wrong. Experience rewards are often linked to the difficulty of the task. If you hit the old My2, you can only have about 1,000 experience. The task with the highest experience reward you have encountered is Ease End of Darkness, which is basically impossible to complete. And the reward for this task can actually reach 4,500 E, and it also specifically reminds that it is extremely difficult. At this moment, Han Xiao could conclude that there must be a big secret in that mysterious secondary dimension. I didn't have a person like myself in my previous life. Soy's teammate on this trip is probably Madison. Since they both came out safely, it means that even if the risk is very high, it will not exceed the peak A-level ability range. I have just advanced, and my strength has improved significantly. What Madison plus Sui can do should be no problem. I replaced Madison's position. If there is anything good in that secondary dimension, there will be no old Mai-Tu. If I think so, is this another opportunity for Madison to take away? Han Xiao's eyes lit up. His biggest hobby now is to persecute Lao Mai-Tu, and he always feels good about persecution. At the same time, somewhere in the old galaxy, I'll sneeze. Madison, who is studying the drawings, suddenly sneezes, and his face suddenly became gloomy. He is now experienced, and can guess that it must be the boy Black Star who is talking about him again. In the thundercloud-like space storm, a silver-edged spacecraft with a shield slashed the waves and rushed at high speed, like a small boat in a huge wave, bumping endlessly. Han Xiao and Sui were both in the cab, observing the secondary dimension world map model. We are walking deeper and deeper. Han Xiao looked at the beating coordinates and smacked his lips. Are you sure you didn't go the wrong way? My sensing direction has always been here. According to my experience, it's almost here. Sui nodded. The two set out from the void dimension and rode on an exploration ship dedicated to the subdimensional world and began to move towards their destination. Because Saori failed to enter the target's secondary dimension, there was no anchor coordinate. He could only redirect in each known secondary dimension first, try to shorten the distance, and then fly over with a cross-space turbulence. The two of them have been flying all the way for a long time, and have long been away from the control range of the three major civilizations, and have penetrated into the secondary dimension world more and more, passing through bizarre secondary planes. The world of secondary dimensions is expanding and expanding at all times, like the main universe, and countless worlds of secondary dimensions are born or died every second. The three civilizations have only discovered some relatively stable areas. They call the explored areas shallow layers, while the unknown areas are called deep layers, but this is just a difference in name. In fact, there is no essential difference between the deep and shallow subdimensionality. It is hard to move forward without coordinates here. The only way for the two of them to rely on now is Saurier's induction, which is the only navigation device. Fortunately, he has been there twice, which proves that this method is feasible. At this moment, a nearly imperceptible crack suddenly appeared in the turbulent space in front of him. Sui's eyes lit up. It's that. Hearing this, Han Xiao immediately turned the spaceship, drew an arc, and rushed into the crack. Zong. Logically speaking, the space wall cracks encountered in the space storm can directly enter a secondary dimension. But this time, it is different. The two of them only felt that the hull was slightly shocked and the world outside the porthole was still a space storm. But it seemed that they had changed their position, and an endless honeycomb-shaped space wall appeared in front of them, presenting a mysterious blue-purple color. This is the outside of a secondary dimension world. And outside the space wall, there were a large group of strange creatures wandering, which were the monsters mentioned by Sour. Long Tongue is here. Well, be careful. These creatures are very aggressive and very resistant to attacks, have amazing resistance to mental and energy attacks, have strong recovery power, and can also release an energy similar to dimensional lightning. The energy of each individual can resonate, forming a huge shield covering the space wall to isolate the outside world. If you don't kill this group of creatures, you will not be able to break this shield. This is also the reason why I can't rush in. Sui instructed. Han Xiao looked at this creature carefully. It was quite large. Although it lacked reference objects, he visually measured that it was about 300,000 meters long and had beetle characteristics in its structure. It had milky white exoskeletons all over the body, and it was long and distinct. At first glance, it looked a bit like a centipede without footsteps. But along the gap between the carapace and the abdomen, There's a circle of light blue membrane wings, which makes it a bit like a plankton. Every other section of the membrane wing has a joint similar to the limb, and the end is a hollow bone tube, like a respiratory organ, constantly swallowing and spitting out the turbulence of space. On their abdomen are 2 rows of symmetrical chetations that extend all the way to the tail. There are no visual organs or mouth parts on the head, only a huge pointed cone, with rows of holes growing on it, densely packed. If you don't distinguish it carefully, you will almost be able to figure out the head and tail. I look so willful. Is it because no one can see them, so they grow up at will? Han Xiao secretly complained. Just as the two were chatting, the group of wandering creatures discovered their spaceship and immediately launched an attack. Monsters sucked into a large amount of space turbulence, and black and purple lightning suddenly appeared, wandering around their bodies, and then suddenly shot out and attacked the spaceship. Buzz! A light lit up in Saurier's eyes, and a huge shield of thought power popped up to protect the spacecraft. All black and purple lightning bombarded on it, exploded with lightning. However, he continued to inject energy, making the shield of thought power unmoved. With the support of a huge amount of blue, Saurier was not afraid of consumption at all. They have thick skin and strong flesh, and their mental resistance is amazing. I'm very inefficient in hitting them. Black Star, I'll leave it to you. Saurier turned his head and said, You defend, just look at my output. Han Xiao nodded, opened the secondary dimension barracks, and mechanical warriors rushed out to vent their powerful firepower. This area has become a battlefield for mechanical forces. Legional mechanics are best at large-scale team battles. Although Saurier is also good at AoE, his mind is suitable for mental damage. As long as he faces a target with high mental resistance, his output efficiency will decrease. The phantom cannon bombarded the monster and exploded the charred gap on the exoskeleton. The resistance of these monsters is indeed amazing, but Han Xiao is different from the past. After the advancement, his attributes have increased sharply, his attack power has increased simultaneously, and his mechanical power bonus has become more powerful. Under the large-scale mechanical troops, monsters were easily smashed and exploded into scattered biological tissues. At this time, more and more creatures rushed over, and the numbers seemed endless without any fear, and they fought with the mechanical troops one after another. Their energy resonates with each other, connecting them to build an extremely thick black and purple shield that covers every individual, which slows down the speed of casualties. As more and more creatures arrive, the strength of attacks and shields is also increasing. The more the number, the higher the increase. The battle outside was very fierce, and the two of them were still in the spaceship without moving. Observing the battlefield outside the porthole, Saurier's face looked a little surprised. Black Star, why is your mechanical force so lethal? He fought with such creatures and knew their defense. In his opinion, although Black Star can solve the enemy, it should not be as easy as it is now. Thur and Manison had known each other for many years and were also knowledgeable. At this time, the combat power displayed by the Black Star's Mechanical Legion was beyond his expectations. The Hela rescue battle was the only time that Sauri personally experienced Han Xiao's combat power, but compared with that at that time, the improvement of Black Star has been too great now. Whereas wherever you are, your level is just average. Han Xiao waved his hand with a smile, and he didn't want to show his bottom. Seeing that Han Xiao was unwilling to say, so he was not easy to ask, so he suppressed his shock back to his heart, moved the topic away, shook his head, and sighed. It's really convenient for mechanics. You can solve the problems that bother me without having to do it yourself. You have specialties in your profession. Although we have many mechanics, many weapons, and many money, we can adapt to almost any situation, especially an alien like me who can fight with martial artists. But I don't have the power of thinking. Han Xiao, I can't feel comfort at all when you say that. The two chatted casually, and Han Xiao opened the panel and looked at the battle information. Laoka didn't know the origin of this group of creatures, but we had a panel, so we could see what these creatures were. After a glance, the panel named this creature Empty Lice, with an average level between 240 and 260, but it is just a special creature with strong talent. Judging from the attributes and skills, the strength of a single empty lice is slightly higher than that of the natural disaster level, but it is far from reaching Super A level. It is mainly because of its amazing resistance. It lives in the turbulent space and is always tearing up by a space storm. The former Stargame Beast is just a younger brother compared to him. The Hollow Lice has an important talent for sharing energy. The more people in a certain range, the greater the increase, and can share damage, transfer attributes, etc., but there is an increase limit. If the peak reaches the peak, the resistance can even resist peak Super A level attacks. This kind of creature is quite powerful. As long as there are enough numbers, it can match the peak and Super A level. You can do a lot of things to breed, but you don't know what your habits are and whether you can survive in the main universe. Han Xiao muttered while touching his chin. I don't care about this now. Saori waved his hand. At this time, he only wanted to enter this secondary dimension to find opportunities for divine transformation. Yes, let's do the serious business first. Han Xiao nodded, preparing to let the mechanical troops gather fire and explode the shield of the empty lice group and create a channel to enter the secondary dimension world. But at this moment, boom, a powerful energy fluctuation suddenly broke out in the distance and approached quickly. Sensing this fluctuation, Han Xiao and Suai's faces changed. This energy, Saori looked solemn. It's not wrong. This is the real peak Super A-level burst energy, and its level is no less than you and me. Han Xiao frowned. In the perception range of the two, the source of this energy was approaching rapidly, bringing a strong sense of threat. The two of them moved and finally left the spaceship. They also let go of their momentum and looked at the source of energy fluctuations from afar. Not long after, a meteor shot towards him and stopped in front of the two of them, revealing his body, about 3 meters tall, wearing strange armor, covering his whole body without revealing any skin, but there were 2 blue light spots on the eyes of the helmet. Han Xiao and Sui looked at the visitors up and down, quietly looked at each other, and communicated at the spiritual level. You didn't meet this person when you came the first 2 times? No, his breath is very strange. It seems that he is not the one I know. Can he be a guy who has been hiding in the subdimensional world and has been practicing to the peak of Super A level? It's possible. Talk with him and see what's going on. The two quickly reached a consensus, and Saori immediately released his gentle mind power, indicating that he was not hostile, and sent a spiritual message to try to communicate with the other party. Han Xiao did not intervene in the communication between the two. He waited for more than 10 seconds and found that Saori's face suddenly became ugly. He immediately asked, "What did he say?" No matter what I said to him, his reply was exactly the same. He asked us to leave here, otherwise he would kill the invaders. He called us invaders? Han Xiao was surprised. Could this secondary dimension be his territory? Considering the difficulty of the mission, he knew it would not be so easy from the beginning. He originally thought that this secondary dimension was the nest of empty lice, but now it seemed that he had guessed wrong. Moreover, the surrounding empty lice did not attack this mysterious man, as if they were breed, and the truth seemed not that simple. How do I know? It seems that there is nothing to talk about. Let's prepare to take action. Saori narrowed his eyes. He was bound to win the opportunity of divine transformation and could never compromise. It's okay, but there's no need to fight with him. Just force him back temporarily. We can directly enter the secondary dimension and see what's going on inside. Han Xiao suggested. Sui nodded without objection, and suddenly started attacking. His mind power suddenly became violent and surged out, and the surrounding space turbulence was shattered. The mysterious man instantly counterattacked, and the surging blue energy burst out, colliding with Saori's mind power. Bang! The violent energy explosion suddenly exploded, and PMO could not help, and a surrounding group of lice and mechanical troops were all swept away. The blue volume of Saori is almost infinite, and the style of playing has always been a big opening and closing style. However, the other party is not stingy with energy. The mind power and energy are stalemate in the air, bursting out shock waves. The strength of this mysterious man is quite similar to that of Sui. Seeing this, Han Xiao did not say anything and launched a righteous 2-on-1, and his mechanical force shot out, dragging countless mechanical warriors towards him. The next moment, a slightly smaller mechanical god descended and threw it out with a knife. The opponent's combat power undoubtedly reached the SS level, and the effect of Fearless Heart is immediately activated. Brush. The star-killing blade was like a hot knife cutting butter, instantly slashing the energy used by the mysterious man as a shield, and suddenly slapped the other party out, turning into a meteor and disappearing into a field of vision. Sauer's mental power was empty, and he almost didn't react. He was stunned. You have knocked him away? It's too fast, right? Although there is a reason for the stalemate between me and him, the strength of this mysterious man is almost the same as mine. You cut him away with one knife. Isn't it a bit too much? Sui was in a delicate mood. He only felt that the Black Star seemed to be a little stronger than he expected, and there was a huge error with the strength that Han Xiao should have in his impression. Okay, don't talk so much. I just knocked him out. When he comes back, he still has to get entangled. Go in and take a look. Han Xiao took action himself, and he was unstoppable. He controlled the mechanical gods to follow the sword and crushed all the air lice blocking the way. He cut off the shield formed by the energy resonance of the air lice group with one knife. This space wall in the secondary dimension was exposed in front of him. Seeing this, Sui had no time to worry about Han Xiao's strength. So he quickly followed, and the two rushed into this secondary dimension with a large wave of mechanical troops. At this moment, the mysterious man finally flew back. Looking at the gradually closing space wall, the blue light spots at the eyes flickered rapidly and suddenly turned red. The invader successfully broke through the second line of defense and immediately adopted the third set of response plans. He is changing the operating mode. After the change is completed, the current mode kill. Han Xiaojiang entered the space wall, and his eyes were filled with blue and purple space turbulence. A sense of stickiness and suffocation came to his face, which surprised him. This feeling seems different from when entering other secondary dimensions. Before he could feel it carefully, his vision suddenly changed. Seeing the scene in front of him clearly, he suddenly became stunned for a moment, looking surprised. He was in a high altitude, and an extremely prosperous interstellar city under his feet jumped into his eyes. There were tall buildings and bright lights. Countless flying vehicles came and went, and there were endless pedestrians on the street, and it was a race he didn't know at all. What's going on here? Saori was also shocked. He also didn't expect that it was like this inside, with so many people living in it. Han Xiao felt aroused, and he remembered that in the battle message just now, the name of the mysterious man was Supreme Guardian. The object of guarding was this civilization? Looking back, the two of them were stunned again, and they saw that the fool was not the space wall in the secondary dimension, but the galaxy like the main universe. Just when the two of them were confused, a sudden change occurred. Whoa, emergency refuge. Emergency refuge. The whole city suddenly sounded a harsh alarm. The ground trembled, the steel surface slid open, revealing the entrances of shelters. Countless pedestrians and flight vehicles seemed to have practiced thousands of times and hurriedly flew into shelters nearby. At the same time, a group of strangely shaped turrets stretched out from the ground and aimed at the two of them in unison. Hey, we are treated as invasion. What is it? Before Han Xiao finished speaking, he suddenly sensed 6 super-level energy fluctuations burst out, and he couldn't help but glared at him. In the distance, 6 figures soared into the sky from all directions of the city and rushed towards the two of them. Looking at this scene, Han Xiao and Sui looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. In addition to the peak Super A-level outside, at least 7 Super A-levels are shrinking into this secondary dimension. What exactly is this? Fortunately, these 6 are just ordinary Super A-level standards, and they can still deal with them. Hum. So he suddenly stopped, and his face turned extremely wrong. What's wrong? Han Xiao asked when he saw that his expression was wrong. My connection with the void dimension seems to be disconnected. Sauer's eyes widened slightly, and he was surprised and suspicious. Han Xiao frowned, felt it secretly, and found that he was the same, unable to sense the void dimension. He opened the panel and wanted to see if he had suffered any abnormal state, but the status bar was as normal and was not affected by the spatial interference device. But when he pulled down to the skill bar, he discovered something strange. Not only does a large number of talents related to the void dimension turn into frozen gray, but even the secondary dimension barracks and dimension factories also turn into frozen states and cannot be used. What's going on here? Han Xiao was confused and felt that this secondary dimension was indescribable. Just when the two were surprised, 6 super A-level players came up and formed an encirclement. The first one seemed to be the leader and spoke loudly, but Han Xiao and Xi couldn't understand what the other party was saying. The other party was using a strange language and was not in the database of a general translator. Sauer narrowed his eyes, let go of his mind, and communicated and pulled Han Xiao into the chat channel. Seeing this scene, the leader on the opposite side was stunned for a moment, as if he was confused, and then he received the mental communication. As soon as he connected, he immediately asked, "Who are you? Where are you from? Don't understand the common language? Where is this?" So he asked back, "The capital of Dido province, the colonial star under the Quirky civilization. I am a captain of Dido Guardian Faridi. Please explain your origin and identity immediately. Why did you appear over the city out of thin air? Answer the question." Hearing this, Han Xiao and Sui looked at each other, and both felt the other's doubts from the spiritual link. Quirky civilization? I haven't heard of it. Looking at the history of exploration until now, there seems to be no record. Could it be that this is a civilization born in the secondary dimension and reproduced, and has never appeared in the main universe? Although I don't know what the technical level is, there are 6 super A-level players who can occupy a place in the main universe. Seeing that the two did not respond, Faridi's tone became stronger and shouted, "Now is the period of martial law in the universe. You have violated the ban of the Star Alliance. You have visited other civilized colonial stars without permission, without obtaining permission, and show your own power at will. According to relevant laws and regulations, you must immediately give up resistance, seal your own source power, and accept our investigation. Otherwise, we will take compulsory measures." Every word of these words can be understood, but when they are connected, the two are a little confused. Martial law in the whole universe. All stars. Source power? Were these things? Although they don't understand the meaning of these names, they still understand the meaning of the other party, and they just ask them to give up resistance. In such an unfamiliar environment, it is natural that the two of them cannot give up protecting themselves and surrender. Sui also wanted to inquire about the information, but Faridi saw that the two were indifferent, and his expression became dark, and he stopped talking nonsense and took action. Boom! The aura suddenly exploded, and a rainbow light flashed. Faridi charged in front of Suri as if teleported, and punched out with a punch, shaking the air, making a thunderous sound. "Dare to attack me?" Saori frowned. He was faster. He came first. He reached out to the side of Falidi's fist. His mind was flowing, and his body was slightly tilted. He casually removed the powerful martial arts aura that Falidi's fist to one side, turned into a beam of light, and disappeared into the sky. Then his movements changed slightly, and a light forward elbow hit Falidi's chest. The high concentrated mental power was like a needle prick, pouring all the attack parts into the opponent's body without wasting any waste. Bang! The huge force exploded, and Faridi could not control his body. He flew backwards several times faster, crashing through the tall buildings, leaving behind large holes that were transparent in front and back, and disappeared into the distant sky. Han Xiao couldn't help but look at him. "Oh, you can fight with martial arts too. Don't underestimate people. I was fighting in the void dimension at least. Melee combat is also my strength." Sui shook his arm. His tone was calm and gentle. Although he was used to squandering the infinite blue amount provided by the void dimension, his playing style was always very delicate before establishing the dimension link, causing the greatest damage without wasting his energy. As a void creature who has been scattered in the void dimension since he was a child, melee combat is not his weakness. Moreover, he is at least a peak Super A level. With his basic attributes alone, he can compete with an ordinary Super A level martial artist, let alone have the mental power of both physical and spiritual attributes. The other 5 Super A level players seemed to be startled and exclaimed the same exclamation. Han Xiao didn't know what they were saying, and the next moment, the 5 people rushed up in unison and launched a siege. Various weapons extended from the city on the ground also opened fire, making a bang, like fireworks lit up all over the ground. Dense energy rays soared into the sky, and countless light chains were thrown towards the 2 of them. Oh, this group of people is so irritable. They are fighting over the city. Are you afraid that we will blow their balls? Han Xiao complained, waved his hand, and shot his mechanical force. The surrounding mechanical troops quickly fought back. While resisting the attack of ground weapons, they wrapped 5 Super A-level players and exchanged fierce fire. The mechanical troops fighting the Air Lice group just now were brought in by Han Xiao. Although the secondary dimension barracks and dimension factories could not be open at this time and more troops could not be summoned, Honda Technician was not nervous at all. The mechanics' weapons are all made by themselves and cannot use stock, so they can make whatever they lack local materials and what they have to do. He has strong hands-on ability, so confident. The 6 opponents include 2 martial artists, 1 magician, and 3 mind masters, all of which are ordinary Super A levels with energy levels below Ona. As soon as the 2 sides fought, 5 Super A level players immediately fell into a disadvantage, struggling to resist with difficulty. Even if Faridi rushed back to the battlefield, he could not reverse the predicament and could only work hard to support the joint efforts. The attribute bonus of level 340, plus the explosive output brought by legendary combat skills and fearless heart, the average level of Super A-level hardworking is a long life. And there is another peak Super A-level Sui next to him. When facing these normal lives, his mind power can finally exert full lethality. It is really easy for the 2 to cooperate and beat up 6 ordinary Super A-level ones. But at least there are 6 people. Although they are not the opponents of Han Xiao and Sui, it is still okay to hold on for a while. Moreover, they don't know what the situation is here and do not plan to kill people for the time being. While using a mental needle to prick his opponent, Sui communicated with Han Xiao on the mental channel. Black Star, we are not in the strongest state now. There is a peak Super A level outside the secondary dimension. If he joins the battle, the situation will be bad. We don't need to fall in love with the war. We should leave this place first and ask for information. We will make a long-term plan. I think so too. I'll get rid of them. Han Xiao nodded. He cared about the information revealed by these people, and at present he only wanted to figure out the current environment. With his thoughts, his mechanical force pulled all the mechanical warriors together. Kerala, the mechanical god who was connected to the sky and earth, came again, stretched out his arm and grabbed Sui, sucking him into the inside of the body. Then the propellers were sprayed together, and the huge body took off and quickly approached the outer space. Faridi shouted, as if to tell the 2 of them not to run away, and rushed up with 5 Super A-level players to chase them. The martial arts aura, mental power impact, and magic fluctuations kept bombarding the mechanical gods, all of which were blocked by the honeycomb structure of the Emperor's robe. Still chasing? This group of people is so unsure of their hearts, and they lack the beating of love. Han Xiao looked down and took the star-killing blade helplessly. The surging ghost energy condensed on the blade along the running route of Gaeta's volatility fist, and then slashed head-on, pulling out the solid sword light. Scold! The faint blue sword light tore the sky apart, and the sound of silk cracking sounds sounded in the space. The power of this sword made the face of the 6 Faridi people change drastically, and they hurriedly used the strongest defensive means to collide with the sword light. Rumble! The violent energy shock wave spread, and the nearby atmosphere was scattered, turning into an area without clouds. The screams quickly left, and the 6 people of Faridi were slashed down by a knife and smashed into the ground. A large area of tall buildings broke and collapsed. Looking down from the outer space, it seemed that 6 clouds of dust had grown on the surface. "You didn't kill them, did you?" Saori worried. "I haven't tried my best yet. How could such an attack kill someone?" Han Xiao didn't care. Saori rolled his eyes. He understood clearly that the Black Star had made progress again, so he deliberately put it here and hid it. "Can't I be blind?" The mechanical god twisted his body and flew, crossing the starry sky, and quickly stayed away from the planet. At this time, the 6 Faridi people crawled out of the ruins on the ground. Everyone was injured. Seeing the group of mechanical gods disappearing within their field of vision, they couldn't help but feel scared. The knife just now made them feel the extremely terrifying life threat, and they almost thought they were about to burp. Several people looked around and saw that the interstellar city they guarded was already in a mess, and anger surged on everyone's face. "What should I do now?" someone asked. "Those 2 are highest strong men, not something we can deal with," Faridi said angrily. "The appearance of these 2 people is too strange. I suspect they will interfere with the World Restart Plan. Immediately report to the Super Security Department of the Star League and ask them to send a pursuit team to issue a wanted command in the universe. The secondary dimensions are strange and have their own operating rules. This secondary dimension is actually very similar to the main universe environment. It is also a sky full of galaxies, which seems boundless. Even in the secondary dimension world, this is an extremely rare situation. Although this dimension is the universe environment, the main universe star map is not applicable here." After Han Xiao controlled the mechanical gods to stay away from the planet, he used the parts and materials of the mechanical warriors to build an astronomical observer, drew the surrounding star map on the spot, found a meteorite belt, and then turned around and stopped temporarily. Soon, the meteorite belt appeared in front of him. Han Xiao asked the mechanical god to disintegrate and restore it to the mechanical troops to guard the surroundings. Then he and Sui boarded one of the meteorites to discuss the next countermeasures. This secondary dimension is exaggerated. I don't know where the end is. I can't find the spatial wall of the dimension. What about you? Fuyui frowned. I'm the same. This place is like a normal universe. Han Xiao spread his hands. Sui paced and pondered. Will this secondary dimension actually be a giant wormhole that transfers us to the unexplored universe that is not controlled by the 3 major civilizations? What we just met was civilizations in other corners of the universe. I don't feel like it. Han Xiao shook his head and said, "The connection of the void dimension is disconnected, and my dimension factory cannot be opened either. This characteristic does not seem to be returning to the main universe." "That's right." Sui suddenly remembered something. "Your dimension factory cannot be opened? Then can't you take out the Emperor Mecha? Aren't we trapped here? Don't you worry about this." Han Xiao picked up the compression ball necklace on his neck, showed the bracelet again, and smiled and said, "I am used to carrying a spare Emperor Mecha on his body. There are several sets here, which can be teleported to the outside world. Devices such as space-time stability anchors restrain the secondary dimension barracks, so he naturally won't be unprepared. Some more critical devices will be made into compressed balls and worn on their bodies for later use. Then I'll be relieved." Sui's breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to leave now, but he was worried that there was no way out. Seeing Han Xiao so reliable, he felt much more at ease. By the way, this secondary dimension seems to be completely isolated from the outside world. I cannot contact my main intelligence through the perspective of quantum network. Han Xiao said, "Philip's host is in the base camp. Since entering this secondary dimension, the connection has been disconnected. Han Xiao cannot connect to the quantum network that has explored the universe. He can only replace it with a Philip backup subbody that he carries with him and is used as a local area network. At the same time, he cannot lock in the external master's clone and cannot use the master's arrival to let his consciousness return to the outside world. He now opens the field of view of quantum networks and can only connect to the quantum network in this secondary dimension. He tried it when he was fighting just now and found that the basic compilation language of quantum networks in this dimension is different from the main universe. Just like the case of a virtual rebel virus, he must first decipher the basic encoding to use his various virtual means normally. By the way, how did you feel about the opportunity for divine transformation? Han Xiao asked curiously. Sui said helplessly, it's still there, but it has become blurred. The sensing target is the entire space, and there is no exact direction. This is not great. Without your sensing guidance, this secondary dimension is so large. Where can we find it? Han Xiao shook his head. It would be easier if the sensing was still there. Follow the guidance and get the opportunity, and then the two of them would just run away with the Emperor. But now there is no direction, so it will be much more trouble. I can only look for it slowly. Sui looked at Han Xiao with hope. You should have nothing else to do. I have nothing to do. I can search for you for a while, but if I haven't found it for too long, I can only withdraw first. Han Xiao shrugged. Players don't have to worry about their professional leagues themselves. He has a lot of time, not only to do Suri's mission, but also to gain some skills here. The Kundi people's time and space shearing technology was very fragrant. If this secondary dimension civilization is not good, there will be some black technology. By the way, talking about players, Han Xiao's heart moved, opened the forum, and took a look, and found that the function was normal, and he could still see players posting here. At present, all kinds of external communications have failed, and the forum has become the only channel to receive external information, which is reliable. Sui paced back and forth, pondering. Blackstar, what plans do you have next? Han Xiao looked at him, thought for a while, and said, we don't know what this secondary dimension is. I suggest treating it as another universe. We are outsiders, and our primary task is to collect intelligence. So, give me some time to decipher the compiled language of this space quantum network, and then invade the network to collect information. Well, before this, we need a temporary star map, and I can draw this. Astronomical observers can solve this problem. Also, the danger level of this space is unknown. I have to expand the current mechanical forces, find some resource planets to establish temporary strongholds, make engineering equipment to collect various materials, and create new explosive soldiers' assembly lines. Han Xiaoyang said the plan, and the arrangement was organized. Since the dimension factory was frozen, he planned to open a branch base in this secondary dimension, copy a set of military factories, and simultaneously solve problems such as combat, logistics, detection, concealment, etc., and basically contracted all the work. After listening for a long time, Sui couldn't help asking, what do I need to do? You. Han Xiao pinched his chin and looked at Sui up and down, pondered for a few seconds, and said confidently, just don't cause trouble. Upon hearing this, Sui couldn't help but smile bitterly. No wonder among the 5 superpowered professions, higher civilizations are most afraid of the mechanical system. This is a mobile interstellar war system. He couldn't help but be glad that he formed a team to bring a mechanic. If he had brought a martial artist who could only beat people, he would be able to stare at him now. The martial arts system is indeed inferior. In the mechanical room of metal structure, a man with tubes stuck all over his body slowly opened his eyes. He had 2 pairs of green eyes, one big and one small, symmetrically distributed on the left and right. A vertical scar cut across his left face, cutting open 2 eyeballs, half of which was blind. His breathing was sticky like an old bellows. After a while, a low murmur sounded in the room, blurred. Finally, outsiders are coming again. It's better for people this time to have some use. The Quirky civilization sent an abnormal report, claiming that 2 strange and high-level powerful men violated the ban and appeared out of thin air in the capital of Daido province, and did not obey the handling. After a fierce battle, the 2 of them escaped into the starry sky and disappeared without a trace. This is the video data they recorded. The huge staircase conference room was full of people, and they were watching the video on the virtual screen carefully. The scene was the scene of Han Xiao and Sui fighting the Daido province guard. The image didn't last long, and it soon ended with a shocking sword from the mechanical god. The screen went dark. The room was quiet for a while, and then there was a rumbling of discussion. It is confirmed that these two people are indeed the most advanced. There is no information about them in the archives. Their origin, identity, race, and no recorded activity reports. It's strange, even in our super security department, these two people can get the staffing treatment of forming a separate department with the strength of these two people. But such strong men were willing to be lonely and unknown in the past. Well, they have been hiding their own existence and can only be understood as being very big. Is it related to the world restart plan? Otherwise, why did they jump out at a critical period of martial law in the universe? This matter must be taken seriously, and no factors that may interfere with the world restart plan cannot be allowed. At this time, a senior executive who seemed to be a department leader knocked on the table, interrupted everyone's discussion, and said in a deep voice in an unquestionable tone, "This matter will be left to the 5th Division, the 7th Division, and the 11th Division. Please ask the 3 directors to arrest these 2 people and carefully examine their origins." In the scene, 3 senior officials of different races stood up, nodded slightly, and expressed their acceptance of the task. The department leader nodded and said slowly, "It's an extraordinary time. I don't have time to chase and escape with them. It's better to fight quickly. I'll approve the use of the Cosmic Treasure Positioning Star Map to lock their position coordinates." Hearing this, everyone present smiled faintly. Location Star Map is an important trump card of their super safety department. It is a cosmic treasure with unknown reasons. It stores a complete star map inside. As long as you enter the information about querying the target, you can position the coordinates of the target in the starry sky in real time. All fugitives have nowhere to hide in front of this tool. A few days later, the underground of a certain gray barren planet has been transformed into a temporary base by Han Xiao. The automated mining device penetrates deep into the ground veins, collects various resources, and transports them to the material processing and refining areas through assembly lines, and makes them into various types of raw materials, and then put them on the production line. Because materials are scarce now, Han Xiao only assembled a part of the production lines of basic machinery, most of which are collection and assistant machines to expand initial production capacity. In the central control room of the temporary base, Han Xiao sat in a simple quantum field of view magnifier, with dense virtual screens distributed around him, and amazing data streams kept flashing through him. He had been deciphering the basic compilation language of the quantum network in this space for several days. Saori sat on the metal bench next to him, leaning against the rock wall, watching Han Xiao work boredly, and has been maintaining this position for a long time. Black Star has completed all the work, and Sui can't help with anything. These days, he can only make soy sauce and wait next to him. At this moment, Han Xiao's eyelids shook. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled. The deciphering is completed. Sui was excited and quickly sat upright. So fast. It's okay. Their basic compilation language is not complicated. As long as you find the entry point, the rest will be simple. Han Xiao waved his hand. The difficulty of cracking this time is much lower than the original virtual mutiny virus. Domino virus is a weapon containing multiple keys. It has no reference targets and can only continue to try and make mistakes. This time the goal is the basic encoding of quantum networks. It has many similarities with the quantum networks of the main universe. It is open source and has a lot of references. Han Xiao also obtained Virtual Technology Innovation Manison, and the virtual technology has been greatly enhanced, making it easier to crack. Now that the deciphering is completed, your own virtual means can be used normally here. What are you waiting for? Use your invincible virtual invasion to collect intelligence. Sui couldn't wait. Yes. Han Xiao nodded, closed his eyes, and sank into the field of vision of the quantum network, collecting information on this space on a large scale. Sui paced around for more than 10 times before finally seeing Han Xiao open his eyes again and immediately asked, "How is it? What have you discovered?" Hearing this, Han Xiao's face became extremely strange. He took a deep breath, and the next moment he suddenly burst out, pinching Sauer's neck with both hands, shaking it repeatedly, gritting his teeth. "Your uncle! What the hell did you take me to?" Suai's head was shaken, and he looked confused. "What do you mean? You see it yourself." Han Xiao let go of his hand, opened a virtual screen, and displayed all the collected information on it. Saori quickly stepped forward to browse, his eyes slowly getting wider and wider, and his face gradually showed an incredible look. How is this possible? Saori subconsciously took 2 steps back, his face full of incredible feelings. These information are not top secrets. They're all basic information collected by Han Xiao, but the content exceeds the expectations of the two. The area of the universe in this secondary dimension is actually wider than the universe that has been explored. There are 33 star fields, 6 or 700 star clusters, and civilizations at all levels are like the sands of the Ganges River, countless. The one who ruled the universe is a top civilization alliance called Zuxinglian. Just looking at the introduction, it is even stronger than the 3 civilizations and has a longer history. Even the oldest of the 3 civilizations, the age of civilization, is only a fraction of Zuxinglian. There are also 5 superpower systems here: machinery, mindfulness, martial arts, superpowers, and magic, but their name for power is source power, and the name of each level is completely different. The holy body level, they call, corresponds to Super A level, while upper level corresponds to peak Super A level. In terms of individual power, this secondary dimension is also incredibly strong. Data shows that there are nearly 10,000 holy body level, powerful people recorded in the entire universe. The number of people who are above the A level has reached nearly 10,000, of which hundreds of people are above the A level. The first reaction between the two was that it was impossible. What is this concept? Although the lifespan of Super A level has a long lifespan, most people still have birth, old age, sickness, and death, and have accumulated nearly 10,000 living Super A level people. How long has this secondary dimension existed? The two thought that this secondary dimension was at most a secondary dimension universe that happened to develop, but they did not expect that there seemed to be a civilization that was many times stronger than the 3 major civilizations. "Hey Xing, are you kidding me? You made up these information." Suai looked shocked. "Will I tease you at this time? All of these information were mined from the internet, all of which were the most basic information." Han Xiao frowned. As soon as he saw these information online, he also doubted the authenticity, but after repeated confirmation, he found that these were all true situations. Is this secondary dimension really a place stronger than the explored universe? Are the stars' leagues longer and stronger than the 3 major civilizations? Too exaggerated. There's such a freak in the secondary dimension world? Or is this really an unexplored area of the main universe? So what did Su and Manison come here in their previous lives? How did they go back? Han Zhao's brain was running rapidly, and his previous life had limited intelligence, so he didn't know what was going on for a while. Before Sauer came back from his surprise, he murmured to himself, "If this civilization in the secondary dimension runs out, then..." Hearing this, Han Xiao suddenly had a flash of eyes and hurriedly went online again, intending to search for the universe's views on the secondary dimension world. If the star alliances really exist in the secondary dimension, then they would not have not explored the outside world. Soon, Han Xiao found what he wanted, but the search result surprised him again. This universe has no secondary dimension world. There is no division between the main universe and the secondary dimension. What they have is a single universe, which cannot explore any outside world at all, and knows nothing about the group of empty lice and the supreme guardian outside the secondary dimension. Strange. Too weird. Han Zhao's curiosity became stronger and stronger. By the way, when we first came in, the 6 Super A levels seemed to have talked about the whole universe martial law. Let's see what's going on. With a thought, he suddenly remembered this. Han Xiao quickly entered the keywords and searched the internet. His vision was quickly flooded with a noun: World Restart Plan. The announcement stated that this is a cosmic plan launched by Zuxinglian. This move is a special insurance measure implemented to prevent unsolvable disasters in the future. The information Han Xiao searched was all announcements and news, and he could only understand the general idea. It seems that Zhuxing Lenovo used a new information state technology to replicate the information of the entire universe as a fire database. If he encounters irresistible disasters in the future, he will use the fire database as a model to restart the world. The reproduction process is the martial law period of the universe. The Star Alliance requires everyone to stay in one place and not move around, not to run around, and to prevent interference with the construction of the spark reservoir. Therefore, the interstellar space is now quite deserted, and there is almost no spacecraft to be seen. As for the specific plan details, Zuxinglian has not made it public, so Han Xiao is not yet aware of it. I always feel that this plan is not a so-called insurance. Han Xiao muttered secretly. Seeing that Sui was still stunned, he went up to knock on him and said helplessly, "What should I do now?" The area of this space is far beyond your imagination. Your senses have failed again. It may not be possible to find the so-called opportunity after spending hundreds of years. In his opinion, this should be the difficulty of the task represented by the 4,500 experience. Sui came to his senses. His face was gloomy, and he didn't say anything for a moment. Looking at his reaction, Han Xiao sighed in his heart. It's okay for me to do it. After all, the growth system is different, and I also know the existence of the world tree. So although I was shocked at this time, I had no other emotions. But Lao Ku is different. After countless years, he finally became a personal power that has explored the peak of the universe. But suddenly he found that there are people outside of people, and there are people outside of them. There are hundreds of people at the same level as himself. It is normal for a problem with his mentality. Han Xiao thought for a while and comforted him. Lao Ku, don't be depressed. I don't know how long this secondary dimension has existed. The number of people who are super A-level has accumulated over the years, and there is nothing to envy. If you want to be sour, it's better to be sour. It's just a few decades that I have exceeded your accumulation of hundreds or thousands of years. How hateful, you say. Sui, are you really comforting me? I have an MMP. I don't know whether to talk about it or not. Looking at Sui's constipated expression, Han Xiao was about to continue comforting, and then Ji suddenly sounded a prompt sound. Didi, you received a new message. Hey, who will be? Han Xiao subconsciously said halfway and suddenly realized. Yes, no one here knows how I communicate. Who can contact me? Han Xiao's face changed slightly. When he opened the quantum network, he found that he had received a message for no reason. The sender was garbled. He operated it and could not track the source of the message. The other party did not leave any path clues, as if it appeared out of thin air. He frowned and opened the message, and found that it contained a complex set of mechanical drawings and a short message. Learn this technology as soon as possible, otherwise you have no way out. If you can get rid of the pursuers, go to a place to wait. I will contact you again at that time. The coordinates are as follows. Who is this? Han Xiao wanted to communicate with the other party, but there was no path and could not reply. He had no choice but to turn around and browse the drawings sent by the mysterious man, which recorded a strange instrument, which seemed to have some special hiding function, and he didn't know what detection device it was used to guard against. Things seemed to be getting more and more interesting. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. From the strange supreme guardian outside the secondary dimension at the beginning, to the star couplets that were beyond expectations, and now to the mysterious person who is inexplicably connected to him. Things are becoming more and more confusing, and I seem to be involved in an unknown storm. He decided to stay here to explore, not only to help Sui, but also to collect technology, but also to find out the truth about this space. Otherwise, it was not just him. The entire explored universe would be unable to sleep or eat. However, since entering this secondary dimension, the situation has been out of control. I lack intelligence and have poor information. All I can see is what is floating on the surface, and I don't know who to believe. Ding! Just then, a prompt popped up on the panel. You trigger the S-level hidden task, Relay across iterations. This task is a serial task, currently the first link. The first link requires get rid of the pursuit team and successfully meet with the mysterious man who sent the message. Fail condition, mysterious man died. Reward: 1,000 experience. Start the next link of the mission. Warning: this task will have unpredictable effects. Please choose carefully. This mission, Han Xiao was shocked. The S-level hidden, and it was a chain mission type. The experience rewards of the first ring could be better than the old My 2. The overall difficulty was probably to break through the sky. In the absence of intelligence, mission guidance is one of the few reliable sources of information. Especially the name of this mission is quite intriguing. No matter what, this mysterious man took the initiative to contact me and seemed to have special intelligence in his hand. He would definitely meet him when he saw him. As for the pursuit team in the mission prompt, Han Xiao's eyes flashed slightly. When he was chatting online just now, he discovered a wanted order issued by the Super Security Department of Zuxinglian, offering a reward of 2 wanted ones. The bounty is both 300 million units of common currency, and its name is different from the Inar in the main universe. My whereabouts have been hidden in the past few days, and I have not encountered any alarms or detection devices. I am obediently hiding on a barren planet to open a base. Logically speaking, it is difficult for others to find our location. But the mission prompts and the content of the mysterious man's message seemed to conclude that the pursuers would definitely find me. Thinking of the strange, hidden device left by the mysterious man, Han Xiao speculated that the pursuer might have an accurate remote positioning method, including but not limited to prophecy, technological means, cosmic treasures, etc. The mysterious man sent this drawing, but did not explain in detail what the pursuer had, which felt more like a test. Han Xiao pinched his chin, thinking, this technology must be studied, but he does not intend to be put into use immediately. He wants to try whether he will definitely be found by pursuers. If it is confirmed correctly, use this device yourself to verify whether the device has a targeted hidden effect. As a mechanic, he believes in the experimental results more. On the other hand, Han Xiao also wanted to contact the pursuers and get more information from the other party. Of course, although he is confident in his own strength, he will still arrange insurance measures to bring stability in the waves. Currently, the two are black accounts, and they don't even have an account with Interstellar Bank, let alone the general currency here, which suddenly fell from a cosmic tycoon to an extremely poor class. Han Xiao could only collect resources by himself, and for the time being, he could not get enough materials to make a new set of Emperor Mecha, so he had to use the backup Emperor Mecha he carried with him. Some of the thrones have long been arranged in different coordinates of the main universe, serving as fixed-point teleporters, while the other part of the spare royal mecha is complete, which is a tool for positioning at any time. After so many years of lingering in the universe, there's also the role model of Lao Mai 2. Han Xiao is well aware of the principle of cunning rabbits having 3 holes. As early as a few days ago, a group of mechanical troops left with different thrones to find a suitable location to locate and leave a way out. The biggest problem is not personal safety, but mechanical forces. Because the secondary dimension barracks are frozen, he can only transport the troops in traditional ways. The portability is seriously affected. If he teleports away, the mechanical forces will stay in place and cannot be recovered. Logically speaking, there is no subdimensional world here, and all mechanics should be the same, but he found online that although there are 5 super energy systems here, due to the lack of secondary dimensions, some professional skills seem to have subtle differences from the main universe. For example, the super A-level mechanics here still have the ability to summon the mechanical legion on a large scale, but they have never fought and cannot see the combat information, so Han Xiao doesn't know what the principle is. These technologies alone are worth the fare. Han Xiao was very excited. In his opinion, this is a huge material library with countless new technologies, and professional skills have also shown different development directions, which are extremely valuable resources. When Manison came here in his previous life, He probably learned a lot of new things and further improve his background. But now, this rare learning opportunity has been taken away by us. Rest in peace, old Maitu. I will study hard for you. Han Xiao looked solemn. At this time, Xui's mentality next to him finally recovered from Han Xiao's comfortable blow. Seeing this, Han Xiao told the situation and explained his plan. Xui looked surprised. When he heard at the end, he couldn't help saying, "What do you mean? We have to wait for the pursuers to come to negotiate now, and we may fight with them." That's right. This is to obtain more information. Don't be scared by the number of super A-level people here. I have checked the cases of the Super Security Department over the years. Most of the time, it is just a team of 3 to 5 super A-level teams, and there will be dozens or hundreds of people coming to you. The area they are responsible for is large, the manpower is limited, and I have arranged a way out. Han Xiao said. Lao Ku is currently the only companion. It can be said that he depends on each other and can only advance and retreat together. Although they have lost unlimited blue volume, they are still at the peak of Super A level, which is a powerful support. Okay, then don't disturb me during this period. I'll prepare a killer move and try to severely damage the opponent's peak Super A level as soon as they fight. Sui said seriously. Han Xiao was shocked, looked up and down, and said in amazement, "Can't you tell? Do you have such skills?" Sui rolled his eyes. Who do you look down on? At our level, who doesn't have a trick to keep 1 or 2 hands on it? When I was traversing the universe, your grandfather was not born yet. In the dark universe, a space wormhole suddenly opened, and 3 leaping streams were shot out from it. It was the Special Pursuit Team, led by 3 special spacecraft affiliated to the Super Safety Department, led by 3 to senior directors. The positioning star map of the headquarters shows that the 2 targets have been on the target planet and have not left these days. We don't know the intentions of these 2 people, so don't relax our guard. Milton stood in front of the porthole, listening to the voices in the communication channel, with a serious expression and exuding a serious aura. He is the director of the 5th Division of the Super Security Department and the temporary captain of the Special Pursuit Team. The establishment of a department is a senior director for deputy directors of the holy body level and a large number of middle-level operators. Milton brought 2 deputy directors this time, and the other 2 directors also had the same configuration, so there were 9 people in the team and 3 to 6 holy bodies. Because of the lack of the strength data of the target, in order to quickly decide, the Super Safety Department equipped the 9 people with a standard special combat suit, including 4 equipment: mecha, melee, long range, and imprisoner, all of which are golden quality. Relying on these special equipment, the operators of the Super Safety Department have innate advantages among the strong people at the same level. There are only 2 high-level opponents, and he has dispatched 9 people in total and has equipment to support him. Milton feels that this action is easy to capture. He looked at the wanted sign image of Han Xiao and Sui on the virtual screen and whispered to himself, "What era is it? There is still someone who dares to openly violate the cosmic ban of the Star Alliance, trying to rely on his strength to do whatever he wants. Do you think it was the past? Good time has passed long ago. Time passed quickly, and about 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Han Xiao has been in seclusion and studying the drawings provided by the mysterious man. The production is not difficult, but the principle is quite puzzling. He didn't understand some parts and didn't know what effect they would have when they put them together. After studying for a few days, there was no progress. Han Xiao felt that he might have lacked key theoretical knowledge or expertise, so he simply stopped researching and tried to make the device according to the map. The result was very smooth, and not understanding the principle would not prevent him from copying the drawings with his unerrorized mechanical manufacturing capabilities. 10 palm-sized green and gold metal pieces lie quietly on the workbench, looking quite smooth, but Han Xiao stroked his fingers and could feel the dense patterns, with countless nanoscale energy circuits engraved on the surface. Han Xiao picked up a piece of metal and played with it carefully. A trace of electric arc jumped, and his perception penetrated into the piece of metal and felt the structure inside. The instruction manual says that as long as the concealment effect is activated, objects within a range can be freed from tracking. The more energy is input, the range will be expanded. Han Xiao was a little suspicious. He knew the drawings of various concealment devices, but he couldn't see what the principle of this thing took effect. Even the panel did not give a detailed introduction, but only called it a special anonymizer, saying that it will only take effect under specific conditions, but did not say what the specific conditions were. Just as he wanted to study further, his face suddenly changed, and he sensed an emergency. Some space exploration buoys arranged around this planet these days were destroyed, and the enemy was found approaching. I really found us. Han Xiao paused, narrowed his eyes, put away the 10 hidden devices, and took the mechanical troops to leave the base and come to the surface. Not long after, 3 spacecraft appeared in the outer space, and 9 human figures fell from the sky and landed on the wasteland not far ahead of Han Xiao, surrounded in a fan-shaped circle, all without hiding their own energy fluctuations. Seeing this, Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he showed an unexpected look. There are 9 Super A levels, 3 of which are peak Super A levels. This team is quite big, and the overall combat power is higher than that of Hellas Rescue Battle. Moreover, this group of people will not let go of water like Suri at the time, and there will be no convincing things to fight. He also found that the equipment on this group of people seemed extraordinary, not like ordinary people. The 2 sides confronted each other, looking at each other without taking action immediately. Milton looked around and asked casually, "Where is your accomplice? Since you can come to the door, how could you not know where he is?" Han Xiao stood with his arms in his arms. In the past few days, he took a little time to learn the interstellar language here online, and communication is no longer a problem now. Milton looked down at his feet, nodded, and said lightly in an official tone, "I advise you not to resist. Put on the source power confinement device. Go with us, explain your origin, ability, and reasons for violating the ban, conduct public review, and be sentenced to 5 to 10 years in prison. After completing these, you can regain your freedom. The punishment is still very light now, and there is no need for you to aggravate your crimes." Han Xiao refused to comment, and suddenly asked, "I don't know what you are. Don't you know us?" Milton frowned. "I am Milton, the 5th Department of the Super Security Department, and these 2 are my assistants." He briefly introduced the identities of the 9 people, and then asked Han Xiao's identity. "What are the names of you 2? You can call me Black Star. As for my companion, you can call him Kikizi. Call me Lord Void." As soon as he finished speaking, Kasui appeared next to Han Xiao in an instant, correcting the words dissatisfiedly. "It's good to call it." Milton didn't care, so he took out 2 pairs of mechanical devices similar to collars, threw them in front of the 2, and said, "Hurry up and put on the source power confinement device and go back to work with us." Han Xiao pondered for a while and said, "I think we have a better choice. My friend and I have been in seclusion. I don't know that the so-called ban is not intentionally causing trouble. Maybe there is room for negotiation. For example, we are willing to join the Super Security Department. Can we inform your superiors?" In his opinion, he and Soy did not make any major mistakes. With the strength of the 2, this treatment should still be enjoyed. However, Milton did not buy it at all and shouted in a deep voice, "I'm notifying you now, not negotiating with you. If you have anything, go back to us. And no matter whether what you said is true or not, don't think that you can escape punishment. Even if you are willing to join us, you will still have to serve your sentence. Even if you are the most advanced strong man, as long as the stain has not been removed, we will not accept it." Hearing this, Han Xiao's brow jumped slightly. He said this was not an excuse, and he did not intend to be restricted by the mission. Cooperating with Zuxinglian may be a feasible option. Moreover, Sauer's mission is simply a needle in a haystack. If you can get help from Zuxinglian, it'll be much more convenient, and you will have the opportunity to get in touch with some secrets. There are 2 ways to cooperate. One is to expose his identity from the outside world, and the other is to pretend to be a local. Obviously, Han Xiao could not choose the former. Until the matter is clear, He would never reveal any news about the three major civilizations. Otherwise, it would be bad to arouse the other party's covetousness, and it would be no different from a traitor. Therefore, Han Xiao could only choose to pretend to be a local and surrender to the Super Security Department. He originally thought that with his strength and salary, the other party had no reason not to accept it. It was estimated that the small matter that violated the ban could be written off. However, the strong people here seemed to have not many ranks. Two peak Super A-level players came to their doors on their own initiative, but they didn't want them. It shouldn't be. There are nearly 10,000 people above the A-level here. This is a very powerful force, but higher civilizations seem to have no plans to stabilize them. You must know that the strong people enjoy higher privileges and better treatment is truly fair. But now they feel a little equal. Are you not afraid of intensifying conflicts? Han Xiao could not wear the source power confinement device to go to the base camp of the superpower security department. That would be like handing over the power of life and death to the other party. He frowned and asked patiently, "Is there no negotiation?" Milton pointed to the two sets of source power confinement devices on the ground. Although he did not speak, his meaning was obvious. Boom! At this moment, a violent thought that was extremely condensed suddenly shot out from the side, which was exactly the killer move that Sui had been holding back for several days. Bang! Milton suddenly suffered a heavy blow. His eyes thrust and his mouth and nose bleed. His whole person was blown away, turning into a meteor, disappearing into the distance from the horizon. Han Xiao turned his head and saw that Sui was surging his mind, and he had already rushed out and glanced back in anger. What else can you do? Take action. The Void Race talent is an important part of Sui's combat power, and now most of these talents have been frozen. His combat power is far from reaching the peak, and all the values have declined, so he did not hold back at all in this attack. This killer weapon that has been brewing for several days is an explosive skill of Sour, which is somewhat similar to his own charge and endless momentum. During the period of accumulation, Sui cannot use his mind power and needs to compress it into the brain and replenish the energy generated by the cells continuously, just like a reservoir. Then use mental power to block the gate. It is like a dam. It is only when it is facing the enemy that it is open to release floods. It shoots out and drains thousands of miles. It is like curing old constipation that has been cured for many days, with an extremely high attack coefficient bonus. Not only does one blow cause high damage, but it also comes with various forms of negative mental attributes, which can allow the opponent to enter a state of weak soul, causing the percentage of attributes to decline, which can last for several hours to several years according to the target's strength. Milton was suddenly severely injured, and his momentum weakened instantly. He could only exert part of his strength. Suri was prepared and, with a calculation, weakened the opponent's overall combat power. As the irritable Kikizi beat the opponent's leader online, the other 8 people were furious and immediately fought back. Various forms of Super A-level power attacks hit Sui, with all kinds of martial arts, aura, magic, energy cannons, and superpowers. Seeing this, Han Xiao sighed, flashed, and blocked Suri. When I was in the team, I agreed that I mainly came to be a meat shield this time. How could Kikizi's delicate body withstand the ravages of 8 strong men? It still depends on my unbreakable field. All kinds of thoughts flashed, and in the next moment, the powerful attacks of 8 people fell on him. Rumble. Various energy burst out and instantly expanded into a giant ball of light. The earth collapsed, the matter annihilated and evaporated, and the entire planet seemed to have been bitten away. A huge circular deep pit appeared in the sight, extremely deep and wide, and the temporary base underground naturally collapsed. However, when he was just making trouble, Han Xiao had already quietly ordered the troops to move, so what he destroyed was an empty shell base. The smoke and dust quickly dissipated. Han Xiao was floating in the spot, patting the dust on his body casually, and said casually, "This strength is not good. You still have to practice." The 8 people who were about to take advantage of the situation to pursue were stunned. looking disbelief. When they saw their opponent eat a round of concentrated fire with 8 people, they felt that they were seriously injured even if they were not killed. No matter how bad they were, they should be embarrassed and reveal their flaws. But they never expected that this guy named Black Star would take a round of concentrated fire with 1 round. And in the end, they were almost unscathed like nothing. How is that possible? Doesn't the information show that this guy is a mechanic? It's not that they were shocked. They have explored the universe and understood Han Xiao's ability. But this is the first time they have seen the immortal body, and they basically have this reaction. Just when the 8 people were in a state of mind, Saori's actions did not stop at all. After using the Black Star as a shield to block a fire, his mind power was like a pouring wave, exerting the effect of AoE, instantly slashing into the spiritual world of the 8 people, outputting tons of mental damage, and then blowing out 3 of the holy body-level superpowers with slightly weaker mental power. He had long been accustomed to the fleshiness of Black Star. He was accustomed to it, and could not have any unexpected emotions. Naturally, he would not miss the fleeting fighter and immediately launch a fierce attack on the enemy's flaws. At this time, Han Xiao also released his mechanical force to control the mechanical troops. The overwhelming mechanical warriors wandered around like crows, constantly covering firepower. The huge lethality made the enemies several people hinder their hands and feet and dangerous. Moreover, there's another milestone that Han Xiao did not expect to play a role at this time. The civilized leader assassinated by Luo Tai. The enemy's defense and resistance have been reduced by about 3% to 7%, making it even more brittle. I didn't expect that we really became wanted criminals. This ability comes in handy now. Han Xiao was helpless. The process of fighting between the 2 sides seemed quite long, but at a super A-level speed, it only took a few seconds from negotiation to war. The fierce battle broke out instantly. Although the 9 Miltons had the advantage of numerical power and overall combat power, they missed the lead at the beginning and failed to get benefits from Han Xiao and Suai. However, at least they had a standard golden suit, and the disadvantage was not great, and the 2 sides were hard to distinguish. I feel that the intensity of these people seems to be a little weaker. Han Xiao took a deep look at the battle information on the panel. These 3 most advanced strongmen are equivalent to the peak level of Super A-level, but does not mean that these 3 people have extremely high levels of divine transformation. In fact, only Milton activates the divine transformation route. When I advanced at level 300, I entered the peak super level of level 7W, and when I was at level 7W, I entered the peak super level, and when the energy level exceeded 7W8 and the power level exceeded LV21, I started the path of divine transformation. This is a threshold, and not all peak super level of level A have divine transformation. Although Han Xiao didn't know Saor's energy level, he should be above 90,000, and his divine transformation was at least 10 levels. The strongest Milton on the opposite side had only about 80,000. Although the opponent's peak is 1 more than level A, his combat power advantage is actually not as high as expected. As for the other 6 Saint body level powerhouses, Han Xiao also took a look. There were only 2 S+ level players with energy levels exceeding 5W2, and the other 4 were stinky younger brothers with energy levels between 4W3 and 4W8. The quantity is quite intimidating, but the quality is... Han Xiao shook his head secretly. Thinking about it, I and Sui are at least strong men who have already explored the peak of the universe. Even if they are strong men in the peak super level, there is no need to underestimate themselves. Of course, there are nearly 10,000 super A-level players in Zuxinglian, and someone should be able to compare with us. But let's not talk about whether people of this level will work for the Super Energy Security Department. Even if they really have such masters, they will not be sent out casually. After all, the 2 of them showed little strength before. Perhaps in the eyes of the Super A-level team, sending 9 Super A-level teams is already a killer. Who? A holy body-level martial arts type kid rushed left and right, rushed to the front, lifted a golden blood-red sword and stabbed Han Xiao in the eyes. Han Xiao was calm, and easily turned his head to avoid it. The flaming sword light illuminated his nostalgic eyes. It's been so many years since then, and someone finally hit my face again. I almost forgot what it feels like. He even had the leisure to look at the other party, and then punched the backhand and brought up the afterimage, which was extremely fast. His powerful strength and agility attributes made his attack speed even surpass the other party, a professional martial artist. Dong! The fist containing the mighty force slammed into the face, and the other party's mind seemed to have a symphony. The gong, drums, and accordion sounded one after another. It seemed like a baseball hit by a stick, and in the blink of an eye it flew out of Han Xiao's sight. Seeing this, Han Xiao nodded slightly. Well, it seems that even here, life in the martial arts department is as difficult as it is. After a while of fighting, Han Xiao could basically conclude that this pursuit team could not pose a substantial threat, so he would have more leisure to observe his opponents and collect intelligence. The 9 people on the other side are 2 psychics, 3 martial artists, 2 magicians, a mechanic, and a mine master. The team configuration is relatively complete, and there are 5 systems. Han Xiao mainly observed the other party's only mechanic, a strong man at the top. Because there is no secondary dimension here, some professional abilities of the 5 major systems have undergone corresponding changes. Although there are some alternative abilities, the overall strength of the ability is not as strong as that of the main universe. For example, some special energy born in the secondary dimension cannot be mastered by people here. There is no secondary dimension barracks, and Han Xiao is curious about how the mechanics here used to summon the Legion on a large scale. After careful observation, and then combined with the information given by the combat information, he quickly understood the other party's methods. First, we innovate the compression ball technology, point out a specific change in mechanical force resonance, and then use an ability similar to apostolicization to give mechanical force new characteristics, and change some cells, alienate the body, and transform it into a barrack space. The machine in the compressed ball state can be further compressed and sucked into the body and stored it, which is similar to the secondary dimension barracks. However, this ability is limited, just like the apostolicization. The more machinery stored in the body, the higher the load, which will simultaneously reduce the upper limit of life and strength. Han Xiao's heart moved. This is a feasible path, and the idea cannot be said to be very novel, but it also has advantages. The main reason is that the mechanical force conversion skills here are very complex and should be the ability to automatically generate when upgrading or transferring. However, due to the subtle differences between the 2 systems on the universe that have been explored, the ability to generate when changing jobs is different, which is a bit similar to the situation of different branches of the same system. In contrast, secondary dimension barracks and dimension factories are more useful, without load, and the number of stored troops is unlimited, which is much superior. However, the means of keeping the troops in the body also has the advantage, that is, they are not disturbed by the space stabilizer. However, understanding the other party's methods does not mean that the principle has been cracked. Han Xiao has no way to learn this technique yet. The 2 sides fought fiercely without any concerns. The planet was quickly crushed into a dust stream in the universe, and the battlefield was moved to the starry sky. Han Xiao was busy observing, and at this time, Soi's voice sounded in his brain. Hey Xing, why don't you turn on the mechanical god? Hurry up, kill 1 or 2 of the other party first. What are you doing in such a hurry? Isn't it good to be in a stalemate now? Let me collect more information. Sorry, I have no energy anymore. Do you want to play me? Han Xiao subconsciously flashed this thought, but he immediately reacted. This time, he might really be gone. Of course, the battle has only begun for a short time. Soi said that he is not blue. It is just an exaggeration and he can still last for a long time. But from a long-term perspective, his method of returning to the blue is limited, and a person's endurance cannot beat the 9 people on the other side. If a war of attrition is fought, he will definitely fall into a disadvantage. So he does not want Han Xiao to continue paddling, and plans to take advantage of his condition to achieve some results and cut off the enemy's wings. Okay, since you have asked so, Han Xiao didn't care and was about to turn on the mechanical god's arrival to go. But at this moment, an accident happened suddenly. Milton and the 9 men suddenly stopped attacking and retreated quickly. A complex and exquisite blue magic pattern lit up on the mecha. Saw. The next moment, the figures of the 9 people flew wildly and disappeared without a trace. Han Zhao's movement stopped and immediately scanned the surroundings with induction, but no target was found. The opponent disappeared, and Saori stopped, using his mind to detect the surroundings, but he also found nothing. The 9 strong men who came to hunt seemed to suddenly run away using teleportation magic runes. The two looked at each other, confused, and had only one thought in their mind. That's it. Will they really escape? Technician Han was stunned. No, I haven't tried hard yet. There were no casualties on the other side, and basically had complete combat power. But he was at a disadvantage and ran away decisively. Are you so cowardly? Could it be that the super A level here is the legendary smile on the wind and hang up against the wind, and only plays the advantageous game? Suai opened his mouth and was speechless. When this group of pursuers came, he thought that the other party would not give up until he achieved his goal. He did not expect that the escape posture was so skillful, and he came and went in a hurry, and he didn't even say a word of harsh words. There was no more efficiency. Blackstar, are you chasing me? I am a mechanic, not a magician, and positioning the location of teleportation magic is not my strength. Besides, they're strategically retreating and the personnel are well preserved. We are too arrogant to turn a chase and kill them. What should we do now? Forget it. Everyone has run away anyway, so it's just right to try the effect of this hidden device. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly, took out a green and golden metal piece, input energy to activate it, and carefully experienced it, but did not feel any changes, so he had to put it on his body and remained on. All the information that should be collected has been obtained, and it has been confirmed that the cooperation plan with the Ministry of Super Energy Security cannot be achieved. Now I can only choose to find a mysterious person. The two quickly sorted out the battlefield and did not stay for a long time. They immediately left the scene and headed to the place agreed by the mysterious man. On the other side, in a certain universe far away from the battlefield, 9 rays of light flashed, and Milton and his group teleported to it. After a breath of relief, Milton endured the persistent pain like a needle-punched brain and spoke in a deep voice in the team's communication channel. There is an error in the judgment of the department. The target's strength this time is amazing. Even among the highest level, he is also the best, especially the one named Blackstar, who has an incredible recovery. Our attacks can hardly pose a life threat to him. With the 9 of us alone, the success rate of arrest is too low. Please ask for help from the headquarters. I understand. The other people nodded. Although they can continue to fight, they don't feel it is necessary. After a fight just now, they had already realized that they might not be able to grasp the target with this little hand alone, so they retreated decisively and prepared to call for support without delaying at all. The Ministry of Super Energy Security Department does not advocate showing off its strength. Since it is evenly matched, it will be done when you come back. It is a waste of time to force it. Not only is the success rate not high, but the risk of sacrifice is also not worth the loss. So what if the enemy is powerful? We have a lot of people, and we're just playing with the number of people. 9 is not enough. Then double the pursuers. Double is not enough? Then double it. I don't believe you can keep going. Anyway, we are law enforcement departments, so there is no need to be moral about wanted criminals. We only pay attention to the success rate. The operators of the Super Energy Security Ministry have always had this style, and the confidence to support this method is the existence of the positioning star map. Anyway, no matter where the target is, the positioning star map can be relocked at any time, so you're not afraid of the target running away, and you have enough time to dispatch troops. However, at this moment, before the group could contact the headquarters suddenly sent an emergency communication application. When Milton answered the communication, he saw the face of the department leader appearing on the built-in screen of the mecha, with a solemn expression and a hint of anger. What did you do to those 2 fugitives? the department leader asked. Milton didn't know how the leader's anger came, so he said honestly, I just fought, and the team unanimously believed that they could not grasp the target, so they retreated strategically and decided to call for support. What happened? I want to know what happened. The department leader looked as if he was ashen and shouted. Just now, the positioning star map suddenly lost the positioning of the two, and the target disappeared out of thin air, and he couldn't find it. Milton suddenly widened his eyes, looking shocked. If we retreat for the front foot, will the rear foot positioning star map fail? How is that possible? What did those two people do? His mentality, which was in confidence, became in chaos in an instant. PY's book recommendation, From the Boss to the Leader of the Martial Arts World, the author Xiaolu listens to the situation, and the interested brother can catch it and take a look. Introduction. I went to the world, and I couldn't see clearly what this world looked like. Yard and Nemesis. This is a very prosperous interstellar neutral port, with complex components of people coming and going, passing merchant groups, interstellar wanted criminals, private armed forces. All kinds of religions and all kinds of people are included. On the bustling streets, two tall men were strolling around the garden and swaying around the road. They would occasionally walk into shops on the side of the road, look left and right. The two of them made some disguise. Han Xiao and Sui. Half a month has passed since the last time he fought with Milton's team. Han Xiao took Suri to Yalden Nemesis based on the coordinates left by the mysterious man. He has been here for several days, waiting for the mysterious man to contact him again, but there has been no movement. It's been 5 or 6 days. Why has the mysterious person you mentioned not appeared yet? Oh, by the way, I want this, thank you. In a self-service food store, Sui stood in front of a self-service vending machine and pointed to a bottle of green, canned alcoholic beverages. It should be observing whether we have escaped the pursuers. Han Xiao shrugged, and the virtual invasion instantly hacked the entire store. The next second, 2 cans of drinks popped out of the vending machine shipment port and skipped the payment process. The 2 of them are black accounts and don't even have an account, so they naturally have no money. He can only use virtual invasion escape orders to do the work of using cannons to kill mosquitoes. With his level, he will not leave any clues. Oh, I haven't been so embarrassed for many years. I actually want to drink this kind of industrial inferior wine. Swear pulled open his pull ring and took a graceful sip of the light green wine. It's okay for us not to eat for 10 years. I think you're just greedy. Han Xiao was not angry, drank it in one gulp, and casually pinched the ball of the empty can and threw it into the garbage decomposition box next to it. The 2 of them stayed on this planet for a few days and had nothing to do, so they spent the rest of their time wandering around and seeing the customs. At first, the 2 were still on guard against the pursuit, but the enemy did not come to the door again, which initially confirmed that the hiding device given by the mysterious man was useful. While chatting casually, a news suddenly broke out on the virtual screen in the store, attracting the attention of the 2. Plain emergency news. The Super Security Department of the Zhuxing League issued 2 new wanted orders, with the content as follows. The reward target, Black Star, to Senior Mechanic, bounty of 18 E-Star coins. The reward target, Kukezi, to Senior Mine Master, bounty of 16 E-Star coins. The 2 wanted criminals committed the crime, which was extremely dangerous and had successfully repelled the pursuit team of the security department. If you find their whereabouts, please report them in time. The contact information is... Seeing this news, Han Xiao couldn't help laughing. Oh, the bounty has been raised again. It seems that they can't find us. But Soy was covered in black lines. Every time he saw his name on the reward order, he was very annoyed. No matter how you look at it, the imposing nickname Lord of Void is more suitable for me as a top strongman. Why do these idiots ignore my self-proclaimedness and take Black Star's words seriously? By the way, when it comes to wanted criminals, I checked the internet yesterday. Han Xiao rubbed his chin. Our bounty combined is ranked 2nd among all the fugitive wanted criminals at present. This is the 2nd? We didn't do anything serious and evil. Sui frowned. And this bounty should not be high. Is there no more ferocious criminals here? It seems that there's really no. Zuxinglian was in chaos many years ago, but now the public security is very good. Most of the Super A level here are good babies, and we are considered outliers. Han Xiao spread his hands. Who is the first-ranked wanted criminal? An organization called Eye of Insight has a bounty of up to 60 E, but no criminal record is found online. Han Xiao shook his head. The two walked out of the store, chatting and shopping. After walking for a while, they suddenly found that the store was very lively and curiously walked in and took a look. It's a bit like a large board game activity center, but everyone plays the same project, which is a card game called Wan Ling Card. An event seems to be being held here, with 4 people sitting at each game table, fighting, and there are many onlookers next to it. There's a small platform in the center of the room with an exhibition cabinet on it, with 3 exquisite cards floating inside. The host stirred up the atmosphere and kept emphasizing that the winner could win 3 out-of-print special cards. The two of them looked at a table, and their faces became weird. Do you think it looks familiar? Suai whispered. Of course. Han Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. How can I not look familiar? This gameplay is exactly the same as that of the Veen card, except for the characters on the card are different. Why are there similar card games here? Could it be that the will of the universe and card friends are spread all over the world? At this moment, the two of them suddenly felt a sense and turned around at the same time. They saw a person in the crowd staring at them with inexplicable eyes. Seeing the two of them looking at them, the man reached into his pocket, slowly took out a piece of green metal, shook it in front of them, and then turned around and left. That is a hiding device given by the mysterious man. Han Xiao immediately recognized it, looked at Suai, and followed him. The man walked around and stopped, looking back at the two of them from time to time, as if he was intending to lead the way. The group walked around the streets, and soon arrived at an airport dock of a slightly older age. The leader opened a hangar, which contained an ordinary universal spacecraft. He then opened the hatch door and looked back at the two of them, as if he was inviting to board the ship. Seeing this, Han Xiao and Xi scanned the spacecraft with their perception, but found no abnormalities, so they stepped onto the gangway and walked into the spacecraft. Soon, the hull vibrated slightly, slid into the jet track, and quickly took off. The Yaldan nemesis outside the porthole continued to shrink in view. Han Xiao withdrew his gaze, turned to look at the silent leader on the side, and took out a green metal piece from his pocket, saying, "Can you explain now? Who are you? Why are you leading us on the boat?" Hearing this, the leader tidied up his clothes and said slowly, "I will introduce myself. I am a senior cadre of the Eye of Insight. Lucidia's, the boss asked me to pick you up." Eye of Insight? Isn't this the wanted organization with the highest bounty? Sui subconsciously glanced at Han Xiao. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he asked, "So, your boss is the guy who sent me anonymous messages?" "My job is just to support the two of you." He said that as long as you show the sky-blocking ceremony, you will follow me, and I don't know the rest. Lucidia's shook his head. Crossing the sky, Han Zhao Yanjiang said the green metal piece in his hand. "Is this the thing?" "Well, this is one of the core technologies of the Eye of Insight." Lucidia's nodded. "What exactly does your insight eye do?" Han Xiao was curious. "Sorry, without the permission from above, I can't reveal too much information. If you have any questions, please ask the boss yourself." Lucidia's refused to answer, meticulous. Han Xiao asked a few more questions indirectly, but the man kept silent. Seeing that there was no information to be dug out, Han Xiao stopped temptation and began to think about it. During this period, he had guessed the identity of the mysterious man. The information sent by the other party vaguely revealed that the mysterious man knew that they were outsiders. Given the isolation from the outside world here, Han Xiao felt that the mysterious man might be the guy who had entered this subdimensional earlier. As for why he had to find two of him, it might be because this guy was trapped here and wanted to find helpers to help him get out of the situation. Thinking of Zhu Xinglian still not knowing the existence of the outside world, then this mysterious man should not have disclosed the situation in the outside world. Perhaps he has been lurking and secretly founded a force. The more Han Xiao thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. In this inference, the only doubt was the eye of insight. Although there's not much information on the internet, but looking back, the insight seems to have existed a long time ago, unlike the one who was founded by a messenger. Since the mission prompts are connected with the mysterious man, then the other party is probably a friend but an enemy. It's useless to think about it now. It's more convenient to ask directly at that time. Han Xiao said intimately. The spacecraft sailed for more than 10 days and finally arrived at its destination. It was a huge mothership that looked like an asteroid, remaining in a hiding state and wandering in the star space. Brush! The hatch opened, and the two stepped onto the mothership and followed Lascivious. Passing through areas, the two saw a large number of staff and mechanical guards, and the entire mothership was under high alert. The group passed the authority certification one by one, and went deeper into the core area of the mothership and soon came to a huge metal door. The boss is inside. He wants to see two of you, so I won't go in. Lascivious stopped. Han Xiao and Sui exchanged glances, stepped forward. The metal door opened automatically, allowing the two to walk in. As soon as I entered, the door closed behind me. Han Xiao looked at the layout in the room, and pipes stretched out from the ground and walls, connecting to a figure in the middle of the room. This person is tall, but hunched with tubes inserted all over his body. Two pairs of green eyes, one big and one small, distributed on the left and right, and a scar on his face, blinding half of his eyes. Seeing the two, the man spoke slowly. His voice was quiet and sticky, and he sounded very hoarse. We finally met. Outsiders. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, we knew we were outside. He had expected this, and he was not surprised at this time. Suri on the side also performed the same thing. Since you invite us here, do you have to explain the situation? For example, who are you? Why do you know the existence of the outside world? What is the purpose of contacting us? And what is the secondary dimension? Han Xiao accumulated too many questions during this period. At this time, he finally saw a guy who was suspected to be in the knowledge and asked all the questions. The mysterious man listened silently to the question, but did not answer immediately. Instead, he changed his tone and said softly, I know you have many questions, but before that, I hope you will answer my question first. What era is there now? Is the exploration war over? Han Xiao's eyes moved. He actually asked about the exploration war. Could this guy be the first person who was trapped here? The thought flashed, and Han Xiao briefly introduced the results of the exploration war, only mentioned the general situation that was irrelevant, and then asked his own question. Are you the first one? No, I'm not. The mysterious man laughed hoarsely. I'm not the first one you said, but I've seen them. Who are you? Han Xiao asked. I know what you mean. You thought I came in from outside, but you guessed it wrong. I am from here. The mysterious man's tone was calm. At this moment, Han Xiao thought of many possibilities in his mind. If the mysterious man said it was true that the external intelligence came from the first person who was in trouble, then since he knew the existence of the outside world, would his goal be to leave this world? Also, where did the first person this guy met go? Why is there no record on the internet? Could it be that he was harmoniously destroyed by the Star Alliance? At this moment, the mysterious man spoke again. His tone became calm. I know what you are most interested in now, and this is also the reason why I invited you. I need help to help me destroy this world and free me. And this is also the only way for you to leave. PY Book, I have a pit in my battle with the brain. Author 22 Daolu. Introduction. Is it illegal to eat your own war pet? Can you kidnap your own Legion commander, sell it for money? Destroy the world? Han Xiao and Sui looked at each other, and both saw a look of surprise in each other's eyes. Just a few of us are going to fight the higher civilization alliance at the level of the Star Alliance. How many dishes are you drinking like this? Han Xiao secretly complained, but he also heard that there seemed to be a lot of hidden information in it. He asked patiently, You think this is the only way for us to leave? Tell me carefully. I know you think this is an impossible task, but in fact, it is not as difficult as you imagined. But it is not easy. The mysterious man said hoarsely, I believe that when you first entered this secondary dimension, you should be very shocked. I didn't expect that there was a space similar to the universe here, and there was an extremely powerful civilized force. Yes, Han Xiao knew did. There was nothing to hide. Haha, it's not just you, but every outsider had the same reaction. The mysterious man said slowly, I understand your troubles, but your worries are redundant. All the stars and tens of thousands of powerful people at the saint body level and above, including me, are all long-dead phantoms. Our world has long been destroyed. Han Xiao was shocked, doubtful, and asked, What's going on? The world you see is a mutated space-time cycle based on information state technology. The mysterious man said lightly, You should have found some information about the World Restart Plan online. This plan is not just a simple insurance, but also a special plan used by the Star Alliance to escape the end of the universe. But this plan failed. Due to some changes in the information state, a period of timeline was intercepted, forming a closed-loop space-time, that is the world where I am, constantly ending at a fixed time point and restarting at a fixed time point. I am the only alien that retains memory in the loop. So, if we want to leave here, we must break what you call the closed space-time cycle. Han Xiao nid. According to the principles of space-time shearing technology, this situation is indeed possible. But this statement made it difficult for him to believe that there are several words in it, and he has only a little understanding of them. The mysterious man glanced at the faces of the two people, smiled hoarsely, and said, Haha, don't look at me like this. I'm not a liar. You are full of doubts. This is normal. Since I invite you here, I plan to explain the whole story from the beginning. It's a long story. It's okay, we have time. Han Xiao stood with his arms in his arms. Then be prepared. No matter how shocked you are, don't interrupt my story, because what you will hear next will be the secrets and truths involving the entire universe. The mysterious man's tone became solemn. Please say it. Han Xiao straightened his face and made a gesture of invitation. The mysterious man exhaled and slowly said, Everything has a lifespan, and the universe is the same. According to normal development, the universe will inevitably usher in its ultimate destiny. Perhaps it is heat silence, perhaps it is a great collapse, or perhaps it is a great tear. When everything reaches the end, everything is destined to end. However, in the initial space and time, there is a civilization that has developed to the extreme, which is far stronger than us. In order to escape this fate, they chose to give the universe a new life and continue their existence. In the end, they did not succeed, but they did not fail completely. Under their transformation, the basic rules of the universe changed. When they expanded to a certain level and came to the fork in the ultimate destiny, the universe would actively collapse, devour everything, turn into the initial singularity, and then produce a big explosion of creation and turn into an empty but vital new universe. We call it Great Reboot. This God-level civilization, which gave the creatures of the universe a glimmer of hope, has long been destroyed by the Great Reboot, and their names have disappeared in the long river of time. But their transformation of the universe is the only legacy left to future generations. Nothing can measure the preciousness of this legacy. Without their contribution, all civilizations will not appear. Therefore, we call this civilization the Savior Civilization, and they have started the iteration of the universe. And the universe they are in has become the anchor point of the timeline, which is called the first iteration. However, the Great Reboot led to the ultimate destiny of the universe a lot ahead of schedule. So the development time of the subsequent iteration of civilization was shortened, and no one can reach the height of the Savior Civilization. It is just that the repetition of the destruction, no matter what the civilization develops, it will eventually die in the Great Reboot. They cannot make any changes to the universe, and they cannot leave any information. After so many iterations passed, a variable finally appeared. The most powerful civilization of this iteration made an amazing breakthrough in the field of information state. They found clues of the Savior Civilization and found part of the reason for the birth of the Great Reboot. They believed that the transformation of the Savior Civilization happened to trigger the change of the information state, which affected the development route of the universe. In their opinion, The universe is a program that can rewrite the operation mode, and the information state is the compiled language. So they tried to use the information state to continue the civilization, but unfortunately they failed in the end, but they also left behind a legacy, which is an existence called sanctuary. This kind of thing may have been their fire library, but by chance, it has mutated into one of the underlying laws of the universe's operation and will not be destroyed with a major restart. It will record all the information that occurs in an iteration, store it in the form of information state. And when the major restart occurs, it will randomly extract part of the information, integrate into the underlying laws of the new universe, make slight changes to the universe again and again, and continuously make the next iteration of the universe richer. You may not understand this. Let me give you an example. The 5 superpower systems are the products of the sanctuary. In the early days of ancient times, some universes had superpowers, while others did not have superpowers, and the systems were different. The sanctuary recorded some superpowers and accidentally permanently integrated into the laws of the universe at the moment of a major restart. Therefore, in the subsequent iterations, the superpowers of this system will inevitably appear. This is how the 5 superpower systems come from. They do not appear at the same time, but are constantly replenished and completed in the iterations. Therefore, we have 5 major systems, and you're also 5 major systems. This is not a coincidence. To give another example, you should have discovered that there is no subdimensional world here. Our iteration was earlier than you. The world restart plan may be the root of the subdimensional world. The sanctuary incorporated it into our major restart, so we may be the pioneers of the subdimensional world. In short, the emergence of the sanctuary has allowed the subsequent iteration to break out of the eternal vicious cycle and brought more variables. It continuously enriches the next iteration of the universe. In fact, this is a kind of inheritance, giving the new universe the opportunity to enjoy the development results left by the previous iteration, and turning the big restart into an optimization of subsequent iterations. Although weak, it accumulates in small quantities. So in general, the later the iterative civilization of the universe will become more and more powerful and more advanced. Therefore, we call this civilization a sanctuary civilization, and the iteration of the universe in which we live is called a transformation iteration. In addition to optimizing the effectiveness of the universe, the sanctuary is also like a recording tool at the beginning of civilization enlightenment, allowing the history of iterations to be recorded and information can be inherited. And civilizations that have developed to a certain level in later generations and have the ability to open the sanctuary. The higher the technical power, the more information it obtains from it. So, a civilization relay that transcends iteration kicks off. Generations of cosmic civilization inherit the research of predecessors, learn from the lessons of their failures, and constantly test new paths. Even if they fail, they will leave their own experience in the sanctuary so that future generations can continue to study. Everything they do is to get rid of the ultimate destiny of the universe and hope for the future, hoping that future generations will have a civilization that will survive the major restart and find a way to continue. Experience is constantly passed on, and subsequent iterations have a higher chance of breakthrough progress. By our iteration, the world restart plan is our result. Although it ultimately failed to continue our civilization, it has created a secondary dimension world for future generations, giving you more possibilities. And this world is a small cycle timeline at the end of the universe where I am, a failed restart, a phantom that should have disappeared long ago, and we are just one of the long relays. Speaking of this, the mysterious man stopped. On the other hand, Han Xiao and Xui have been frozen in place since the beginning, their eyes wider and wider, and their hearts are stormy. The amount of information contained in this sentence was extremely huge, exceeding the expectations of the two. Is it true or false? Han Xiao just felt unbelievable. This set of statements caused a strong impact on his mind, and he could not help but doubt the authenticity of this secret universe. There was no relevant information in my previous life, and none of the three major civilizations and the world tree disclosed any information in this regard? Is it because the development level of the three major civilizations is not high enough and the secret of the sanctuary has not been solved yet? Could this be the meaning of the task name Relay Across Iterations? If this is true, it would be too spectacular. The hard-working research of generations of civilizations continues to be passed on in this way, just like passing on the relay of a torch. Just thinking about it a little, he could feel a huge, epic feeling, the indomitable and resilience of generations of cosmic civilizations moving against the sky, and the dignity of higher civilizations that will never passively wait for fate to come. In a shocked state, Han Xiao didn't know what to ask for a moment. When a mysterious man saw the two of them being surprised, he did not continue to explain, but said calmly, "I know, you will definitely doubt my statement now. After all, these secrets have subverted your concepts, but when your universe iterates to the corresponding level in the future, you will know these things sooner or later. As for now, let's go back to the main business." Okay. Han Xiao calmed down and temporarily suppressed his inner shock. At this time, it was impossible to verify the authenticity of this statement, but he thought of the Oath Man. This guy went to the sanctuary and had not come back yet. At that time, he should be able to obtain information about the sanctuary from the Covenant, so he can confirm whether the secret is true or false. If it is true, then we have to make a long-term plan. Players in their previous lives could not be involved in this level. It was his first experience, and he didn't know what to do. The mysterious man shook his head, pulled the topic back to his current situation, and whispered, "This space-time is in an endless cycle. When the world restart plan is completely activated, it is the moment of starting a new cycle from scratch. Because I am an individual in the space-time cycle, even if I die, I will be reborn in the cycle, but the outsiders do not belong to this space-time and will be annihilated here. If you want to leave, you must break it before the end of cycle. In this way, you can regain freedom, and I can also get rid of it. I met outsiders before the 73 cycles, 62 cycles, and 59 cycles. The earliest one was the first one you mentioned. I helped them like today, but they failed to break the cycle, and all failed, so they all died." After hearing this, Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he pondered secretly. This kind of cyclic space-time and space-time shearing technology has similarities, both of which have solidified a timeline for a period of time. The difference is that the cause of this secondary dimension is many times more complicated than that of space-time shearing technology. However, this is not the only way for him to leave. The Emperor's teleportation function is almost the same as that of the high-dimensional Apocalypse teleporter, so he should be able to leave, but he is more curious about what the mysterious man's plan to destroy the world is. If you want us to destroy the world, it is impossible to fight against the entire Star Alliance, right? Even if he is the illusion in your mouth, their combat power is real. Of course not. The original world restart plan was broken and then established. After the big restart, we were reappeared with information state transformation technology. I'm not very clear about the principle. I only know that the one who executes this program is an intelligent core made with information state technology. We call it the Guardian. Star Alliance tried to bind it to the immortal sanctuary in some way to let it survive the destruction of the big restart. But in the end, it failed and a mutation occurred. Although we reappeared, it became a phantom, becoming the current secondary dimension of time and space, and that core intelligence became the dimensional consciousness of this secondary dimension. When you come in, you should have seen its clone. Han Xiao's heart moved. The Supreme Guardian encountered outside the secondary dimension is actually the clone of the dimensional consciousness. The battle information at that time seemed to have not reflected the relevant information, and it looked like a living person. At this time, the mysterious man continued. The Guardian is the root of the time and space cycle. He has no independent thinking. Only the preset program is left, which rigidly protects this secondary dimension from being invaded by outsiders. As long as you kill him, you can break the cycle. Only outsiders can do this. Because I'm a part of the cycle. No matter what I stir this world into, the final result is a cycle restart. The Guardian will not actively interfere. Moreover, I cannot do without this world and cannot contact him. But the existence of the outsider is a variable. Once you invade, the Guardian will inevitably chase him in, so that he has the chance to kill him here. The Guardian's program still retains some information state conversion technology of the world restart plan. Most of the information states will be captured by him. He will use dimensional energy to shape extremely similar entity clones. So far, 3 batches of outsiders have died, and he has several clones. Why doesn't the more outsiders die? The more super A-level can be copied. A secondary dimensional consciousness body actually has such powerful functions, although it is the product of variation. Han Xiao's heart moved. Zhu Xinglian is worthy of being the boss of the previous iteration. A product of failure is so powerful. The development time of the 3 major civilizations is only a fraction of the others, and his technical level is still a younger brother in front of others. It sounds a little more reliable, but how can I get the Guardian to show up? Han Xiao did. Mysterious man. Because of the variability of cyclical time and space, and in order to avoid some risks, the underlying logic of the Guardian's inability to tamper with the restart content was set, which led to the Guardian appearing in this world, which is not as free as the outside world, and can only come near the carrier. For example, the Super Security Department of Xinglian has a cosmic treasure called the Positioning Star Map, which is one of the automatically formed dimensional consciousness carriers, which can monitor the entire dimension. I have created a hidden device called the Sky Covering Artifact, which can escape its surveillance. With this thing, you are not discovered by the pursuers. In short, as long as you get close to the carrier, the Guardian will appear and kill you. This is his core mechanism and cannot be violated. And these carriers are all in the important warehouse of the Super Security Department. So our plan is to attack the Super Security Department's warehouse, get close to the carrier, let the Guardian arrive and kill it. This is not low. Han Xiao pondered. I will help you, and the materials of the Eye of Insight will be used by you, and I will not let the 2 work in vain. The mysterious man whispered, You and I are mechanics. I will teach you all my knowledge as a reward for helping me free. After saying this, he paused and added, Of course, only by breaking the cycle and surviving will your learning be meaningful. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Although this secondary dimension may just be a disappearing phantom, it seems to him as a treasure house, not only a new professional ability, but also contains a large number of advanced technologies that are different from the explored universe. For mechanics, this is an incredible wealth. Han Xiao originally planned to get some skills back, but now there is a teacher who is willing to systematically impart knowledge, and his efficiency will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, this mysterious man has cycled many times. Even though his physical condition is constantly resetting, making exercise meaningless, his memory can be preserved, which means that the technology he learned has always existed in his mind. The background is terrifying, and there must be many good things. What about me? Saori stared at me. The mysterious man glanced at him and shook his head and said, You are not a mechanic. I have nothing to teach you. Hey, this is not suitable. Suai felt a little aggrieved. It was clearly me who came first, whether it was a team or a guide. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have the chance to come to this secondary dimension, but now the benefits have fallen on you. Why did it become like this? The mysterious man thought for a while and pondered. If you really want technical information, there is no way. Once the cycle is broken, all the illusions here will disappear. No matter what substantial object I send you, it will be annihilated. Only information can be circulated. According to the principle of information state, the information transformed by outsiders can be retained. Since you can't learn knowledge, you can use the machines brought by the outside world to store these technical information. Upon hearing this, Suai's face looked much better, and he felt that it was almost the same. Even if he is not a mechanic, he understands the value of these technologies. Even if he can't use it himself, he can strengthen his power by giving it to his subordinates. It is also an amazing bargaining chip. Even if he can't use it, he can still exchange many things from the Zuling sect. At this moment, Han Xiao's eyes rolled and suddenly spoke earnestly. Don't forget that your goal in this trip is an opportunity for divine transformation. You shouldn't be entangled in these details. Leave this dispersed energy to me. If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Are you shameless again? Xui's face changed. Want to take it alone? Han Xiao glared. When you asked me to form a team, you said you owe me a favor. I haven't asked you for compensation yet. This is the only reward I have. Besides, you're not a mechanic. What technology do you need? At most, I will give you dividends in other aspects after you go out. Do you have any objections? Of course I have opinions. We will continue with one code, and these technologies are not within the scope of our agreement. Xui is naturally unwilling to give up this treasure easily. Han Xiao touched his chin and said meaningfully, "Are you really going to fight? Don't forget, you are the real one now." Upon hearing this, Saurier's face changed slightly. "And if the plan to break the cycle fails, how do you plan to leave here?" Han Xiao smiled. Xui waved his hand helplessly. "Okay, I admit it, I don't want these techniques." Although he was jealous of these precious techniques, his life was the most important thing in comparison. He was the arrival of his own body. If he annoyed Haixing, his retreat would be broken. He thought for a while, and he had to bow his head under the roof, so he chose to compromise. However, although Saori gave up fighting for technical information, he did not intend to give up. He looked at the mysterious man and snorted. "My partner has a special device that can teleport unlimitedly. This secondary dimension cannot trap him, and he can get out at any time. So, I suggest you only teach some of the technology and send him the remaining technical information when we are about to complete the task." "Oh, is there such a thing?" The mysterious man turned his head and looked at Han Xiao. Han Xiao glanced at Xui without being surprised. He nodded calmly. "Yes, I do have such ability. I agree with this way of trading." Of course he knew what Xui was thinking, because he was worried that after he got the technical information, he ran away and threw the person in this secondary dimension. Han Xiao didn't think there was something wrong with Xui doing this. If it were him, 80% would have taken the same measures. The two are just temporary teammates. Although they are usually in love, in the face of this situation, this friendship is not enough to bring unreserved trust. People of their level will not put their hopes on others. When they reach their level, as long as they are not hardcore relatives and friends, no one will easily make concessions in the face of their own interests. Although Han Xiao was quite shocked when he learned about the secrets of the universe just now, he would not change his behavioral purpose immediately. After all, the matter of universe iteration is too far away. Even if he knows this, he will not be able to help for the time being, and he will eventually have to live down to earth in the present. No matter how high the banner is, and when it comes to specific issues, the methods of handling them still need to be considered from a practical perspective. The value of these technologies is amazing. Since he takes the initiative, it is unreasonable to let Su easily get a share of the pie. Regardless of whether he cooperates with higher civilizations in the future, at least he has to find a way to get the initiative first. Especially as a mechanic, Han Xiao knew the importance of not being able to expel his skills, so he did not hesitate to confront Sui head-only and threaten. If the other party does not compromise, even though he has been together well during this period, he would not mind turning against him on the spot. As for Saori's small tricks, Han Xiao didn't care at all. He didn't plan to have sex for free. This was a deal. Since he got the technology, he would fulfill the agreement to help break the cycle. He still had this kind of integrity, and this was also the insurance that Saori needed. Although losing technology will offend the other party, if you compromise, I will compromise, and we can continue to get along with each other. They are all people with status, and only a very small number of them are hardworking kids. Interest negotiations are the norm. Even if they have grudges in their hearts, they don't want to really turn against each other. The mysterious man looked at him and said without comment, "Then let it be. I will teach you some of the techniques first, and then plan the action plan during this period. In addition, the resources of the inside eye are completely open to you. You can expand the mechanical troops and replenish manpower here." He didn't know whether Han Xiao's teleportation ability was true or false. He was an information phantom based on this secondary dimension. If the Black Star could teleport him away, as soon as he left, he would die immediately and get relief sooner. But after living for so long, the mysterious man was clear about his heart. Proposing this proposal was equivalent to abandoning Sui. People would never agree, so they could only trade privately. However, the information about the iteration of the universe is very important, and it is also unknown whether Black Star wants to kill another witness. He actually wanted Black Star to use its teleportation ability to bring reinforcements from outside, which would be the most beneficial to him, but he would not be agreed. If Black Star teleported out to bring reinforcements himself, Sui would definitely strongly oppose it. On the other hand, Black Star himself would not agree to the problem of rescuing soldiers. Otherwise, why should he have to monopolize the technology? The three parties have their own positions. It is difficult to reach the best decision in this situation. The final result is often a compromise that everyone can accept. The mysterious man understood everyone's concerns, and he also knew that even if the two believed the secrets of the universe, he said, their way of action would not change. Since he could foresee such a development, he did not intend to change his original plan and was too lazy to ask what the transmission device was. After saying so much, "What's your name?" Saurier turned around and asked, "You can call me Jace. By the way, why can you keep your memory?" "I don't know, I was like this at the beginning. I only woke up thousands of times before the cycle. The memories that went forward were just resetting repeatedly, like everyone." At this moment, a prompt popped up in Han Xiao's panel. Relay across iterations. The first ring has been completed. You gain 1000 E experience. The second ring is opened. Second ring task requirements. Destroy the dimensional consciousness body, break the time and space cycle, bring relief to Jace, and obtain his skills. Task reward. 1500 E experience. Random reward X1. Character card X1. Start the next ring task. Han Xiao took a look and nodded secretly. The second ring mission is started, and the reward is even higher, but the skills in Jace's hands are the biggest reward. I guess I have to stay in this secondary dimension for more time. With a thought, Han Xiao opened the forum and took a look. The 4th professional league is about to start in about half a month, and this time I probably have no time to pay attention. After reaching the agreement, Han Xiao was not polite. He immediately asked Jace to teach some mechanical professional abilities he had never possessed and drove Sour, who was snorting coldly, out of the door. Soon, the sound of telling knowledge rang out in the room. Jess, LV-367, teaches you mechanical power soldier nest. Current progress, 0.0001%. Jess, LV-367, teaches you compression ball innovation war body. Current progress, 0.0001%. Jess, a large number of prompts were flooding the screen on the panel. Han Xiao glanced at it and was happy and nodded secretly. The universe has been explored somewhere in the old galaxy. Finally successful. In the secret machinery factory, Manison looked at the virtual data in front of him and couldn't help but smile with a satisfied smile. Since the end of the Smart Plague, he has spent most of his day in the workshop, constantly trying to imitate the virtual mutiny virus. After so long, I finally made phase progress today and created a prototype virus. Although the function is still missing and the strength is far less than the original version, Manison believes that this means that his research is on the right path. As long as he continues to work hard to overcome one technical difficulty, he can sooner or later restore the complete virtual rebellion virus. Black Star, you destroyed the unique core body of the virus and thought it could kill my plan, but you didn't expect that I could restore this technology. In terms of technology development, you are still too tender. A curl appeared on the corner of Manison's mouth, and it quickly disappeared. He solemnly put away the prototype virus and made multiple encryptions for this experimental data, and decided to use this technology as a hidden trump card and killer weapon. But in a second thought, he thought of the strange tricks of Black Star taking away 2 prisoners not long ago, and his eyes narrowed again. The technology is not enough now. We must find a way to crack the weird virtual ability of Black Star. Otherwise, I will be restrained. Madison opened the full research schedule, looked at it for a while, deleted several less important projects, and then added the new research goal of cracking Han Xiao's purification ability. After finishing this work, Madison took out the communicator, took a look at the date, and issued an announcement on the next regular meeting time in the group of the Super A-Level Association. Speaking of this, Black Star and Soury have not been here for 2 regular meetings, and they can't contact each other, so I don't know what to do. Madison said intimately. Every time he had a meeting, the slutty man, Black Star, had to argue with him. In the last 2 regular meetings, he couldn't hear the annoying voice of Black Star. Madison only felt relaxed and enjoyed everything he had eaten, and he regained his stable aura again. Moreover, without Black Star, his team of people were all at peace with themselves, and no one jumped out to find trouble. The last 2 regular meetings were held smoothly. President Madison, who has not been so comfortable for a long time, finally felt the joy of the president holding power again. Although I don't know what Black Star is busy with recently, Madison hopes that Black Star will delay this matter longer. Anyway, just don't come to the meeting. A few days later, you have mastered Mechanical Power Soldier Nest. You have mastered Compression Ball Innovation Martial Body. There was a compression ball on the workbench in front of you. Han Xiao controlled the robotic arm and completed the processing in 3 or 5 seconds. Then he picked up the special compression ball and placed it flat in the palm of his palm. A faint mechanical arc shot out from his fingers, covering the compression ball. Buzz! The next moment, the compression ball suddenly shrank like the size of a cell and was retracted into the body with a mechanical force. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly and felt an extremely weak sense of load. With a thought, a mechanical force was swept out with this special compression ball like particles. The compression ball instantly unfolded in the arc and landed into a mechanical warrior with light flashing all over his body, looking like Han Xiao shot a warrior directly from his body. This is the ability to transform himself into a barracks. Han Xiao nodded secretly. After several days of study, he had mastered this set of abilities. The principle of occupational knowledge is the same, and most occupational skills are the same, but there are only slight differences in the contents involving the subdimensional world, which leads to the basic strength of the super energy system here being less than that of the explored universe. Han Xiao did not expect these skills to be powerful. The biggest use of these professional skills is to bring some new directions and new bonuses. Because the professional knowledge is generally the same, these different main professional skills are different in application, and it is not difficult for him to learn, and there is also the help of the panel. In the past few days, he has basically learned all the professional skills taught by Jace. In his opinion, the most useful one is the ability to transform himself into a military camp. The load level is not low. When a mechanical legion is stored in the body, the upper limit of health and strength is reduced. After the legion is released, although the upper limit is restored, the current health and strength will not be restored. Han Xiao secretly analyzed. The mechanism of this ability is similar to that of Apostle. For a normal mechanic, even if the legion is released during the battle, prompting the upper limit to return to normal, the current health and strength will not be restored simultaneously, so it will cause the mechanic to become more brittle. But this ability is very consistent with oneself. The powerful recovery power of blood blue conversion and the beating back to the blue can be quickly restored during battle. In this way, the side effects of this original battalion on oneself can be almost ignored, which is equivalent to a free time. Moreover, with its own flesh degree, the size of the troops that the main body barracks can carry far exceeds that of normal mechanics. Sure enough, adding flesh degree to the mechanic is the correct development route. On the side, Jace watched Han Xiao test his abilities with a subtle expression and couldn't help but speak. Have you learned it now? Isn't this very simple? Han Xiao didn't care. Yes, is that? Jace thrust his face. He thought he would not be surprised anymore, but Han Xiao's incredible learning speed made his Gu Jing Bubo's mood ripple. Is it because I met a genius among geniuses, or mechanics who were subsequently iterated in the universe, whose learning ability has evolved to this level. Moreover, in the past few days, the two have also discussed it a little, and Jace has never seen a mechanic of this style before. In his cosmic iteration, due to the lack of secondary dimensions, the mechanic strength is not so abnormal. Most of the time, the positioning is a crisp output, and logistics must be done well, and the field is laid in advance. But this is the first time he has seen a mechanic like Han Xiao, and he can't help but feel puzzled. Why is this guy even more beaten up in martial arts? Is pursuing a strong body already the mainstream development route of mechanics in subsequent iterations? It's really that I have lived for a long time and can see everything. Han Xiao naturally didn't know Jace's psychological activities. After testing her new abilities for a while, he turned around and asked, "Do you need to hand over the technology you have accumulated to me next?" Hearing this, Jace calmed down, clicked out a virtual screen, and operated it for a little while, and soon a dense list of technical items was displayed on the screen. "These are technical information I have compiled. You can copy it. I will send you the rest when you are about to complete the task." Han Xiao glanced at it and was delighted. Compared with professional skills, these technical materials are the highlight and represent countless new drawings. Moreover, they're not only Jace's own research projects. In thousands of cycles, Jace was a wanted criminal. He relied on the cycle to restart and boldly invaded the databases of higher civilizations and learned advanced technologies that these civilizations invested countless time, energy, and wealth research and development. His background was amazing, and now he was traded without hesitation by Jace. Han Xiao quickly copied it with his own device. Although it was only part of it, it was already a huge technical treasure and was enough to study it for a long time. There are many golden drawings, which in turn saves the contribution of a large number of the three major civilizations, and does not need to continue to change the drawings for the three major civilizations. As long as you get the remaining technology and complete the research, your foundation can overtake and shake the old wheat head so that you can't even smell your exhaust. By the way, can you get professional knowledge of the other 4 super energy systems here? Han Xiao asked. "I have collected this kind of thing, but I can't learn the system conflicts, so I don't remember it. I can only store it in the machine. After the loop restart, the information will naturally be gone." Jace shook her head. "But if you want it, I can get it for you." After multiple loop restarts, Jace was like a live guide, which was not difficult for him. "Then please." Han Xiao nodded. "If you obtain professional knowledge of all systems here, you can directly obtain complete professional knowledge of the 5 major systems without the knowledge of the 3 major civilizations. Although there is a lack of secondary dimension content, its value is also huge enough. It's just like someone teaches me, and I don't know if other people can understand other professional skills by themselves through different subtle knowledge content." At this time, Jace slowly said, "I've given you all the information I can give you. Next, I'll help me. Do you have any plans?" Han Xiao nodded after hearing this. "I have some ideas. I plan to borrow the resources of the Eye of Insight to build a mechanical legion, and then add combat power first. Invading the warehouse of the Super Energy Security Department is not an easy task, and the Dimension Consciousness Body also has many clones. At present, this force is not enough, so Han Xiao plans to spend some time expanding the force. Because this secondary dimension is an information state phantom, these mechanical troops built with Eye of Insight cannot be taken away. They are a one-time legion and are built just for this mission, so there is no need to be a war loss. On the other side, the universe has been explored and the world has shined. The 4th Professional League will be held in less than 10 days. Countless foreign players who have just joined the Legion were looking for Han Xiao everywhere like crazy. After several previous leagues, the Black Star character card has long proved its domineeringness, fleshy, and output. I don't know how many foreign players are envious and jealous. Unfortunately, due to geographical reasons, they were unable to contact the Black Star in the previous versions, so they naturally could not burn the character card. So this became the exclusive killer weapon for Chinese players. But version 4.0 is different. Players from all over the world gather in a star field, and countless foreigners flock to the Black Star Legion. Now that their dreams have finally come true, they also have the opportunity to obtain Black Star character cards. However, at this critical moment, Han was on a business trip and could not find it. I don't know how many times I inquired, but in the end they all returned in vain. Countless newcomers in the Legion were in sorrow that they saw that the date of the professional league was getting closer day by day, so they could only helplessly change the burning target of the character card. Although the effect is also good, many people always feel regretful that they were unable to be stuck by the Black Star character once, and they feel that the blank character card they have finally stocked up failed to play their greatest value. Compared with previous leagues, the competition system of this league has not changed much, but a few more entertainment-oriented competitions were added. With the players' anticipation, the fourth professional league officially started. Compared with previous sessions, this session has a much stronger gunpowder smell. No club hopes to see any country achieve the achievements of a 3-game winning streak, and China, which has won 2 consecutive championships, has been more attacked. Not only clubs from all over the world, but the past records of various clubs in China have won them a lot of popularity. In the game, these enthusiastic fans like to chase their favorite players the most, calling them interactive. In a blink of an eye, several months have passed. In the conference room of the Insight Eye, Han Xiao, Sui, and Jace gathered together. Black Star, are we going to act? Saurier turned his head and asked, Well, during this period, I have expanded the size of the Legion, which is basically enough, so there is no need to delay any further. Han Xiao nodded. In the past few months, he has been borrowing the resources of the Eye of Insight to maximize the efficiency of the billion-armed countryman Ison. A few days ago, the size of the troops finally reached the storage limit of the main body battalion, and he stopped manufacturing. Very good. Let's solve this problem quickly, so as not to have too many dreams. Moreover, my divine transformation opportunity is probably to devour the source energy fragments after the destruction of this secondary dimension. Sauri said. He has not been idle in the past few months, and has been sensing the opportunity of divine transformation and has gained some gains. No wonder the object of sensing is the entire secondary dimension. Sauer discovered that the opportunity was probably the source energy fragments of the core of the dimension, so he became more concerned about breaking this cycle of time and space. Han Xiao clicked on a map, and the location and terrain structure of the Super Security Department's warehouse were shown in the picture. These were the results of Jace's scout in the previous cycle. The warehouse of the Super Security Department is in the headquarters, and there are many Super A-level operators on standby, as well as a large number of troops. The success rate of frontal attack is extremely low. Our primary task is to sneak in. The sky-blocking instrument can only block the positioning star map, and normal detection methods are still effective, so we need another infiltration plan, which requires the help of Jace. Hearing this, Jace said, I have joined the Super Security Department in many cycles, mastering most of their authority secret orders and passcodes, and knowing their activity rules. I can forge your information and let you sneak in. In the past, I helped outsiders like this, but there is a risk of exposure. The Super Security Department has strict defense, but I can't stand Jace's restart attempts again and again. He's like a backplate player. The headquarters is as solid as a headquarter in his eyes, and there are flaws everywhere in his eyes. Han Xiao said, and this time, we do not use this method. The warehouse has been shrouded in space stability devices, and the normal transmission method is ineffective. But we just need to find a way to let the people from the Super Security Department send the transmission beacon of the Emperor Mecha throne into the warehouse, and they can come directly. Okay, one step. Sauer's eyes lit up, and he liked this straightforward method. Jace explained, all things that are put into the warehouse will be isolated and screened, and the dangerous and useless things will be eliminated. The screening process is divided into intelligence and manual, and it will be repeated 3 times. But there are exceptions. That is, the item is authorized by the department leader or director and does not have to be screened. It can be temporarily stored in the outermost warehouse. If it is a secret order from the senior management of the Star Alliance, it could be stored directly in the deep of the warehouse. So you plan to forge the authority of the superpower security department? Saori asked. Jace shook his head. No, I kidnapped the senior executives of the Star Alliance many times during the previous cycle. Although I was beaten to death in the end, I also got their authority. It is not difficult to fake it. I can send the throne deep in the warehouse, and the carrier of the dimensional consciousness body is also inside. Suai, if you can restart it, do whatever you want, Neo Chuang. Jace said slowly. Every item in the warehouse is stored separately. The warehouse number where the carrier is located is, I will send it to you later. Once you are teleported in, it will cause an alarm. The strong people who stay at the headquarters will go over and encircle it. I have a technology here that can temporarily interfere with the information state phantom of space-time cycle, causing the effect of time delaying and even stagnation of space-time, but the duration is limited, so it can only delay these operators for a short time. You need to seize the time to kill the core of the dimensional consciousness body and don't be entangled by his clone. Once its program collapses, the information state conversion technology of the world restart plan will be terminated, and this cyclic space-time phantom can collapse in a chain. Han Xiao nodded and added, in order to minimize resistance, we need to appear elsewhere before teleportation. Remove the sky-blocking instrument, and let the Super Energy Security Department track us with a positioning star map, so as to attract a group of Super Energy Security Department operators and lure the tiger away from the mountain. Yes, Saori agreed. The three of them had another discussion and consultation, finalized the details, and then began to take action separately. Super Energy Safety Department, Warehouse Screening Department number 001. The long track began to rotate, and a hexagonal mechanical device was transported in from the dropout, looking like a small shield. Soon, the device was transported to a transparent safe in the center of the room, with various functions such as space stability anchor, electromagnetic interference, biochemical disinfection, carrying explosions, and carrying high temperatures. Two staff members stood in front of the safe, operating the virtual screen to view the information of this item. This is an item sent by the Latent Galaxy branch. Its purpose is unknown and the code has not been replaced yet. The item code is CA. It is temporarily transferred to the headquarters warehouse. Well, it has the authority and authorization from the senior management of the Star Alliance. It has passed the intelligent inspection and approval of the supervisor. The procedures are complete. The notes require that the item be carefully inspected. After checking, the authority and procedures are correct. The two staff members only conducted a basic inspection to confirm that the item is not a dangerous explosive or high-energy polymer. Then they operated on the main control screen, arranged the item in a blank warehouse, and pressed the confirmation button. Kaka! The next moment, four intelligent robotic arms extended out of the wall, clamped the safe, and put it into the drop port on the wall. The internal cargo transportation pipeline operated quickly and sent the safe to the destination. The freight transportation pipeline network is spread throughout the warehouse, with all connections and simple magnetic levitation tracks, with white indicator lights every other section. The high-speed transportation of the safe is like shuttled through a piece of white light. The warehouse of the Super Energy Security Department is very large and divided into multiple areas in different categories. The warehouses of each item are set up separately and built side by side. They are isolated from the outside world with high-strength transparent materials, which looks like some kind of high-tech prison. Each warehouse has a booth, and the booth base is connected to the freight transportation pipeline network to directly transport the hidden objects. There is no need to open the door for storage and access. Moreover, the warehouse maintains the operation of space stability anchors, magic jammers, automatic defense weapons, full-function detectors, and other devices at all times, which is as solid as a rock. Any abnormal movement will be detected. Soon, the booth of an empty warehouse suddenly opened. The safe was transported here, and the throne was lying quietly in it. On the other hand, the Ministry of Super Energy Safety is holding an extraordinary meeting. More than a dozen people with different appearances sat at the conference table. and the medals on them showed the identities of these people, and at least they were also deputy directors of the Saint body level. Since losing Han Xiao and Sui a few months ago, the Super Safety Department has drawn more personnel to form a special task force, with a total of 19 strong men, including the original Milton and the other 3. This time, there are a total of 5 most advanced superpowers, with a luxurious lineup. It was not only to capture the 2, but more importantly, to find out why the target could block the detection of the positioning star map. Therefore, the Super Security Department spared no effort to organize a large number of experts to ensure that they could not fail. It has been several months, and no trace of Black Star and Kikizi has been found. These 2 men seem to have evaporated and disappeared without a trace. If they continue to allow such extremely dangerous elements to act freely outside, it will sooner or later cause a disaster. A senior executive of the department was dissatisfied and kept knocking on the table, and even glanced at Milton intentionally or unintentionally. Milton's face was gloomy, but he lost his goal when he led the team, and the responsibility naturally fell on him. He felt that he was just following the rules, but he didn't know that the target could get rid of the lock of the positioning star map. He could only take the blame and always hope to catch Han Xiao and the others to avenge their previous shame. However, after a few months, the task force has made little progress, and Milton has become the object of dissatisfaction among the people, complaining that he did not seize the opportunity at that time. He was willing to refute it, but he was speechless and could only sulk himself. Just as everyone was discussing, a communication application came in, but it was a call from the department leader. A virtual screen popped up on the conference table, and the department leader said in a deep voice, "Everyone, just now, the effect of the positioning star map has been restored. We have locked the coordinates of the Black Star and Kikizi again. The reason is unknown, but no matter what, this is the only clue in the past few months. You should act carefully and be sure to catch the person back. I understand. Let's go immediately." After the words came, Milton suddenly stood up, looking impatient, and just wanted to bring Han Xiao and the others to justice immediately and make up for the mistakes. Moreover, this time, even though his combat power has the advantage of crushing level, he decided to act steadily, and with the advantage of the positioning star map, he ambushed the target's necessary path in advance, caught the opponent off guard, and everything was just for foolproof. In a certain space, a small spacecraft maintained a low warp jump, with Han Xiao, Sui, and Jace sitting in the cockpit. "We have been lifting the sky capture art for so long. Why haven't the pursuers come yet?" Saori looked at the star map and asked. Han Xiao glanced at it and said casually, "I guess he was lying in ambush. With the lesson from last time, if the enemy was not fully sure this time, he would not attack us. 9 people came last time, and I don't know how many pursuers were. There will be no less than 12. It's safer, maybe 15. Han Xiao said. At this time, Jace slowly said, "There are between 18 and 20 people, and the highest level should be 5. I understand their action mode. TSK, there are so many people." Han Xiao smacked his lips. Jace said without comment, "The same is true after your universe iteration. Unless your higher civilizations regularly cleanse, the number of people will only be much higher than ours. Moreover, even if an existence above the Saint body level dies, it will not disappear easily at the level of information state, so the cleaning is actually limited." Hearing this, Han Xiao felt a move in his heart and suddenly thought of the Covenant organization. "You mean a superpower who reaches the level of A can be resurrected in some way, such as the Sanctuary?" Jace glanced at him and nodded. The Sanctuary focuses on recording information that can optimize the universe, such as some new cosmic treasures and advanced technologies developed by some civilizations. The breakthrough of personal power also belongs to this valuable information. Once an individual reaches the holy body level, that is, the super A level you mentioned, you will be paid attention to and recorded with a focus. Each holy body level is a unique existence in the universe. When your life level is sublimated, your projection at the information state level will also undergo metamorphosis and imprint in the Sanctuary. Death is not your end. The information state allows you to achieve another form of immortality. If someone successfully establishes a connection with the sanctuary, he can use the medium containing a certain holy body level biological information, and then use the information state to interfere, disturb, projection, etc. to resurrect a dead holy body level superpower and reshape the body and soul through the sanctuary. Hearing this, Han Xiao was secretly surprised. According to his understanding, Super A level is a watershed. If you reach this level, you can back up data in the sanctuary. Even if you lose one day, you will have the opportunity to resurrect with the sanctuary in the future. This is also the goal of the Covenant. Nearly 10,000 people here are Super A level. So, some of them should be like this. Some, Jace shook his head. More than 80% of them were resurrected through the sanctuary, and some have been revived more than once. Tell me carefully. Han Xiao was quite interested. This kind of news cannot be found online and is confidential. It's very simple, because the goal of the recovery of the sanctuary is chosen by future generations. The target of the recovery of higher civilizations must be those direct descendants and obedient allies. In order to recover in the future, some people will join higher civilizations or other major forces and work hard to exchange for this recovery agreement. In contrast, there is too great uncertainty in arranging the recovery of future generations, and the sanctuary is not so easy to communicate. Once it fails, it will be completely finished. After all, there are few people who are willing to take risks. Over time, such people gradually disappear. Basically, everyone will choose a reliable higher civilization as their partner. So that's it. Han Xiao suddenly realized it. No wonder Zhu Xinglian has such a good public security and is so well behaved. And it turns out that most of them are good babies who have recovered after screening. As for those thorns, no one is willing to help them recover, and they will die if they die. In order to continue to recover, most of the Super A level here have buried ambitions. Moreover, higher civilizations continue to recover their own direct descendants and die-hard allies. As time goes by, there will only be more and more powerful people under their command, and their control over the universe will naturally gradually increase. Under the influence of various factors, fewer and fewer people are causing trouble. Thinking of this, a noun suddenly popped up in his mind. Why does it sound a bit like the gods list? Han Xiao's heart moved slightly. Now that the three major civilizations have not yet come into contact with the sanctuary, but when they develop to this point, will the situation in the future of Super A level become like this? This form of balance is formed between individuals and groups. Han Xiao couldn't help asking, is there any limitation to the revival of the sanctuary? Of course there are restrictions, and there are many, Jace whispered. First, only creatures at the level of life at the saint body or above can revival through the sanctuary. The weak superpowers are not qualified, and you can also understand the Super A level as a resurrection license. Second, the paradox of personality. We generally believe that subjective consciousness is the standard for distinguishing individuals. For example, there are two people who are exactly the same in both bodies and memories, but as long as their subjective consciousness is separated, they are considered to be two different individuals. Although the strong man in the sanctuary has inherited the memories before his death, whether he is the original individual has always been the subject of debate. If the subjective consciousness changes, then this form of resurrection will be quotation marks, which is more like a cloning. Third, individuals who are resurrected through the sanctuary will lose some abilities at random, which seems to be related to their own strength. The level of life affects the intensity of information state. The stronger you are in your lifetime, the more complete your abilities will be when the sanctuary is revived, but too many revives will lead to more serious information loss. Fourth, the sanctuary recovery has unique existence. There can only be one you in the universe at the same time. If you're not dead, the sanctuary recovery is invalid and will not become a copy. Fifth, individuals who cannot transcend iterations and can only revive the same iteration. First, there's a lack of medium, and secondly, some limitation that I don't understand. I even suspect that the sanctuary recovery is not the original ability of the sanctuary, but the ultimate plan that once passed a major restart in a certain iteration and eventually changed into this form. Because of the immortality of the sanctuary, including us, many iterative civilizations regard the sanctuary as a breakthrough, and no one knows how many functions the sanctuary mutated has. Listening silently, Han Xiao kept these secretly in his heart. From a certain perspective, Super A level seems to have the same traits as players and can continue to recover. In this way, mastering the sanctuary is equivalent to mastering most of the lifelines they're Super A level. I always feel that strange knowledge has increased again, so I have to find time to verify from the swearing person in the future. Han Xiao said intimately. Zong. At this moment, the hull shook violently and suddenly withdrew from the jump state, and a harsh alarm suddenly sounded. Whoa, 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 alarm. Alarm! The space stabilization anchor effect was detected, and the transition was forced to terminate. It was found that unknown energy sources were approaching quickly. Please pay attention to avoid it. The radar showed that 19 super-level energy sources surrounded from all directions. It seems you guessed it right. There are really 19 people. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Normal operation. Jace didn't care. The three of them looked out the window and saw Milton and other acquaintances at first sight. They saw that the spacecraft had fallen into a space trap and could not escape. At this time, Milton's sonorous and powerful voice sounded in the wide area channel. Black Star, Kukezi, surrender, give yourself some decent. Call me the Lord of the Void. Kusui was annoyed. Han Xiao opened the hatch door, and the three of them flew out together. In the middle of the encirclement, and a strong sense of oppression came from all directions. Another accomplice. Milton frowned when he saw Jace, but then let go. In his opinion, the prey was at a loss. He was full of confidence in this action. 19 people took action together, and he would definitely be able to win it, and there was no possibility of failure. After chasing for several months, today, I was finally able to arrest these wanted criminals. Give up resistance immediately and go back to the Super Energy Security Department to be tried with us. Explain clearly your method to block the positioning star map and try to get a lenient treatment. Milton was ready and started a psychological warfare calmly, intending to weaken the target's desire to resist. Han Xiao smiled meaningfully and said inexplicably, "Don't bother you. Let's go by yourself." Upon hearing this, Milton frowned and looked puzzled. "What are you talking about? Weather of people." Before he finished speaking, a set of mechas suddenly unfolded, wrapping the bodies of the three people. The light flashed and disappeared. The next moment, all 19 operators who were eyeing each other were stunned. "Where have people gone?" "We have arranged space stability anchors and teleportation jammers. How did this group of people escape?" Milton was stunned for 2 seconds, then became furious, with blue veins on his face swelling. This group of people actually ran away again. A great shame and humiliation. He immediately took out the communicator and looked at the real-time coordinates shared by the positioning star map. Intending to lock the position they transmitted before Han Xiao, and the other two blocked the positioning star map again. However, the moment I saw the coordinates clearly, Milton's angry expression suddenly turned into panic and disbelief. The other party's coordinates are the headquarters of the Super Safety Department. Is this surrender? No matter how you look at it, you don't have good intentions. Their target is actually the headquarters. Are these people crazy? Milton was shocked and frightened. He couldn't understand why these people were so bold. Saw a flash of light, and a slightly expanded Emperor Mecha suddenly appeared in the warehouse of the Super Safety Department, instantly shattering the safe. The next moment, the Mecha automatically unloaded, revealing the figures of the three people. Han Xiao took the throne casually and looked at the environment he was in. The three of them were in a separate warehouse. In front of them was a transparent, high-strength material isolation wall. You could see rows of warehouses outside. Small parts were empty, and most of them contained different collections. The tactics of changing the family are still useful as always. Han Xiao said, "It seems we're here. What's next?" Saurier rubbed his eyebrows, feeling that the accumulated mental power was almost impossible to hold back, and it could burst out like taking laxatives at any time. Jace looked at the code of the warehouse outside and said, "This is the warehouse area of warehouse number 117, and the carrier of dimensional consciousness closest to us is in area 106. At this moment, a harsh alarm suddenly sounded and echoed throughout the warehouse. The next moment, a new alloy isolation wall was lowered from all warehouses with opaque material which isolated the line of sight, and at the same time the defense strength was higher. The alarm has been triggered, and the warehouse will immediately block and activate the automatic defense robot to siege us. At the same time, important collections will be transported away through pipes for emergency avoidance." Jace was not surprised at all. With a wave of his hand, a virtual screen appeared in front of him. He operated it quickly and said casually, "I just used the backdoor code to cancel the emergency avoidance program of the collection. Don't worry about the carrier being transferred. However, the changes here will inevitably alarm the people at the headquarters. Those superpowers on standby will come here. We don't have much time. Then hurry up." Han Xiao nodded, turned around, and shook his legs in a rumbling sound. The metal fragments were like a scattered flour in the warehouse. The isolation wall of the warehouse was smashed by 1 foot. The three of them moved quickly, facing the harsh alarm sound, and quickly moved towards their destination. The floors and walls along the way kept sliding open, revealing the automatic defense devices. Countless turrets opened fire at the three people, and a small caliber dark energy beam formed dark red light chains, chasing the movement trajectory of the three people, constantly swinging. Han Xiao maintained a thick secret energy shield. The dark energy beam was pouring like a rainstorm, falling on it. He could only swing a circle of red and blue ripples on the surface of a shield, looking like water droplets falling into a lake, without any power. But this is just because the shield is too strong. Some lost beams hit the metal ground or wall. The terrifying high temperature will instantly melt it, turning into metal melting and a dark energy explosion that is as rich as the essence. Wherever the three of them pass, they are in a mess. Because the secondary dimension is missing, it is impossible to extract phantom energy here, but the mechanical troops brought in Han Xiao are all equipped with phantom energy reactors. Through the split and swallowing characteristics of phantom energy, more controllable phantom energy seeds can be created without the need to be collected through the secondary dimension. Therefore, here, Han Xiao's energy intensity has certain innate advantages. The automatic defense mechanism failed to stop the three people from the pace. The three people broke through many obstacles and continued to approach the 106 warehouse area. At this moment, the three of them sensed that two powerful individuals were approaching quickly. With a rumbling sound, two burly figures broke through the wall, exuding a strong martial arts aura all over them. The two martial artists locked in on the three of them and charged wildly, accompanied by an angry roar. "You dare to sneak attack the headquarters of the Super Energy Security Department. You are extremely guilty." Jace glanced and said quickly, "Under normal circumstances, 1 to 3 powerful people at the Saint body level will be guarding the warehouse every day and adopt a shift system. These two should be guarding the guards, so it will be the fastest. It will take some time for others to come from the headquarters. Don't bother them." Hearing this, Saurier pointed at the two without saying a word and poured out the inventory. Boom! A circle of thought power shock waves shook open from under his feet, and then an extraordinary thought power shot out. Most of the ordinary thought power was invisible and intangible. However, the thought power emitted by Xui flashed with dazzling light due to extreme condensation, condensed as the substance, extremely majestic, like a pillar of light. Even the sense of space around was distorted, instantly swallowing the figures of two martial artists. This mind power is like a black hole emitting infinite gravity. Just standing beside him, Han Xiao could feel a strange spiritual suction, as if he was about to pull his soul away. You can imagine what it feels like to two wholly body-level martial artists who were hit on the front. Puff! The deflated sound of a balloon sounded on the spiritual level, penetrated into the soul, and echoed endlessly. Han Xiao looked at it and saw the two martial artists lying on the way to the rushing road, their bodies twitching and they couldn't get up. Their mouth and nose were like faucets with a gate, red and white, and their brains were shaken out. Their consciousness was broken by me, and I would not be able to recover for a while. So I cleared the inventory and felt relieved. It's a good job. Han Xiao gave a thumbs up and praised. It's worthy of being held in for several months. The impact is strong, and it's pickled and tasted. Once it is released, the two ordinary level Super A level lose their combat power. If it weren't for the limited use of mental attacks on the dimensional consciousness body, Suri would rather leave this killer weapon to the guardian body. At this time, Han Xiao and Jace were filled with mechanical legions, and their health and strength were suppressed. Only he maintained his complete combat power and could fight quickly as much as possible. On the other hand, the headquarters of the Super Energy Security Department has taken full action. All the senior management has urgently entered the encrypted communication channel and shared the surveillance screen of the warehouse area. Everyone is shocked and angry. They did not expect that these three bold criminals would use some strange teleportation method to directly attack their headquarters. From the first day of the establishment of the Super Safety Department, it is the first time someone attacks the headquarters. Everyone was furious and felt deeply confused. What is the purpose of this group of people luring their tigers out of the mountain and attacking the headquarters so hard? It seems like he wants to steal something from the warehouse. No matter what the other party's goal is, they must not let the other party succeed. Everyone has the same determination. Many strong men in the headquarters rushed to the warehouse at full speed. When they saw two warehouse guards appear, they were happy, thinking that they could hold the enemy for at least a short time. But unexpectedly, the next second, the two guards were knocked down. Seeing this scene, the many directors and deputy directors who were rushing to change their faces and their expressions were very solemn. Kakizi hid too deeply, and his combat power was stronger than expected. Looking at all the mind masters in history, his strength was one of the best. Just when everyone was shocked, a sudden change occurred in the surveillance screen. Bang! I saw a warehouse in the area number 106 shattering, and powerful superpowers appeared out of thin air with more numbers. Without saying a word, he headed straight for the three people coming. This scene made everyone confused. Why are there another group of people? Who are these guys? I don't know any of them. Could it be the accomplices of the attackers? It doesn't look like they seem to be in a hostile relationship with the three attackers. They started fighting. Damn it. Do you think we can get in as much as we want? Everyone was stunned and asked questions. However, although they did not know what the group of strong men appeared later, seeing this group of people blocking the attackers, everyone could only temporarily identify as friends but not enemies. The three of them defeated the obstacle and continued to move forward, but before the three of them arrived in Area 106, they sensed 8 powerful energy fluctuations coming out of thin air. Jace narrowed his eyes. The Guardian and its clone are here. Clearing out foreign variables is the core mechanism of the Guardian. Currently, it only has a part of the rigid preset program left. As long as it detects that the outsider appears within a certain range of the carrier, the Guardian's body and clone will definitely come. Surrounding and killing the outsider is his core mechanism and cannot be violated. Their appearance can be changed at will. I don't know which one is the main body now, but it must be inside. Give me some time to let me tell it. Otherwise, we can only try our luck. Hearing Jace's words, Han Xiao's eyes moved and said, No, I should have a way to lock the opponent's main body. After the words fell, Han Xiao liberated the main body's military camp, and large arcs of mechanical force burst out, and mechanical warriors were born in lightning. The scene was like sprinkling beans into soldiers, and a huge mechanical army directly shot out from his body, instantly shattering the warehouse area. The upper limit of blood volume of 5 million was suppressed and rebounded instantly, and the value of 40 million was immediately restored, and the strength also rebounded simultaneously. It's comfortable. As the load was lifted, Han Xiao felt a sensation of relaxation on his body, and all the suppressed power recovered. Jace, who was standing aside, was also quickly clearing the inventory, shooting out all the machinery in his body, and quickly laying the field. The next moment, 8 figures appeared within the field of vision and approached rapidly. Without saying a word, Han Xiao controlled the Mechanical Legion to cover the firepower. He saw 8 figures using their own means to support different types of shields, and a ball of energy shock waves exploded in the air. The battle information instantly flooded the screen. He opened the panel and took a quick look, and the corners of his mouth curled up, pointing decisively at one of the figures. I found it. That's the essence. It was no difficulty for him to distinguish between true and falsehood, and the panel had long exposed the enemy's information. So fast. Jace was stunned and almost didn't react. I just met, and I hadn't even seen the clue yet. So you locked in the target? Why are your efficiency higher than my backplane? Jace couldn't help but think of the experiences of the previous 3 batches of outsiders. Except for the earliest batch, the other 2 batches fell to this point. Because they could not distinguish the body, they fell into a hard battle and were finally surrounded and annihilated by the directors of the Super Security Department. This time the outsiders are much more reliable than the previous 3 batches, especially Black Star. In his iteration of the universe, he should be a sensational figure. Jace was secretly relieved. I'm leaving the original body to you. I'll hold on to the other clones. He did not doubt Han Xiao's judgment and directly controlled the Legion to entangle the 7 clones. He threw out a specially designed targeted device to constrain the dimensional consciousness within the entity. Although the other party cannot violate the core mechanism, he also took insurance measures to ensure that the dimensional consciousness cannot escape. Han Xiao did not hesitate and absorbed some of the army into medium-sized mechanical gods and launched a fierce attack on the Guardian body. Xui cooperated on the side, attacking the Guardian body while restraining the other 7 clones, creating output space for Han Xiao. The Guardian body is the embodiment of the dimensional consciousness body, which can control part of the dimensional energy. In order to kill outsiders, he temporarily created an entity for himself. Due to the settings of the preset program, it has extremely high combat power, which is equivalent to the highest combat power here, and it is a relatively strong type, and its energy is inexhaustible. Han Xiao naturally would not hold back at all. He opened his firepower with all his sword. The star-slaying blade cut off the energy shield of the Guardian's body, rumbling. 11 super A-level battles were filled with fierce fighting, and the aftermath of the explosion directly blew the entire warehouse into pieces. Countless debris and fragments floated in the universe, and I don't know how many unique cosmic treasures were destroyed under the explosion. Seeing the warehouse exploded, all the senior executives of the Super Safety Department almost stopped their heartbeat, and they felt a mouthful of old blood surge into their throats. I'll kill these attackers on the spot. No one is allowed to let go. The department leader's eyes turned red in an instant, and he roared in anger, almost mad. In star space, Han Xiao was controlling the mechanical god and slamming the Guardian body hard. At this moment, he suddenly had a warning and found that 7 or 8 senior directors were approaching rapidly, and even further away, dozens of Saint body-level deputy directors rushed over. Before the people arrived, various ranged attacks came over, forming a colorful torrent of energy in the universe, attacking the mechanical gods from all angles, bringing fatal danger in the brilliance. Even though the information shows that Black Star has an amazing body, the many strong people present do not believe that he can withstand the concentrated fire of dozens of people. Han Xiao turned around and glanced, but did not hide, and suddenly threw out a strange prismatic device. The device suddenly shook in the air, and a strange wave suddenly spread, forming a huge spherical field covering this area. The next second, the time flow rate in the field suddenly slowed down. The members of the Super Security Department present and the attacks they launched fell into stagnation, and their movements became slow as if the slow release function was activated. Only Han Xiao, Sour, and the Guardian were not affected, and even Jace himself was hit. This is one of the special technologies developed by Jace, which is specifically designed for this secondary dimension, which can strongly interfere with the temporal and space-time cyclical phantoms of a region, and only outsiders and dimensional consciousnesses are not affected. If it weren't for this technology, the plan to attack the Super Security Department would have been almost impossible to succeed. What ability is this? Although the Super Security Department's strong man presence slowed down, his thinking was still running, and his anger turned into horror, all of whom were frightened by this method. He couldn't move all over. Seeing the enemy ravaging their warehouse at will, everyone's hearts were bleeding, and it felt like the current situation was that the husband was in trouble. Dozens of super A-level powerhouses were set in midair, and the scene was spectacular, but Han Xiao and Sui had no time to appreciate them, and they focused on dealing with the Guardians. The time for interference to take effect is limited, and now is the time to compete for explosive power. Before the effect of the interference device ends, if you cannot quickly fight and kill the Guardian body, then Han Xiao has no choice but to use the Emperor to lead the other two people away. The more outsiders die in this subdimension, the more clones of the Guardians will be. Now, it is the fourth batch, and the difficulty of the challenge has become very terrible. One body and 7 clones were not affected, and they were still free to move. Even though Sui took the initiative to restrain the clone, he was alone and had limited energy and could not take care of all aspects. From time to time, the clones attacked through his defense and fell on Han Xiao's mechanical god's body. In order to maintain his output, Han Xiao did not dodge the attack at all, and he resisted it all, without any defense at all. He was completely fighting with injuries. He was astonished as a bad guy when fighting in a group, relying on his own flesh. This missed attack not only could not pose much threat to him, but instead continued to speed up his temporary attribute bonus, making his output stronger and higher. At this moment, there was no hold back, and all the explosive abilities were used, and the mechanical gods and the mechanical legion completely entered the rampage mode. All mechanical overload abilities are activated. The true damage of legendary combat skills is constantly triggered, and there is also a magical skill, Painful Revenge, that exerts strong lethality. For every 3% of the health, it can cause melee damage of 1.5% of the health, all superimposed on the slash of the star-killing blade. This ability is obtained from the leader of the Dark Star. At that time, he was a natural disaster level with a blood volume of only a few 100,000. Now he has become a super A-level giant with a blood volume of more than 40 million. Even if each stroke can only cause 1.5% of damage, it will be an additional damage of about 600,000. Moreover, in order to keep getting beaten back, Han Xiao has been controlling the weapons in the mechanical god's body to fire at the body, and his health has dropped and increased, and the cycle has been repeated, allowing this skill to be triggered continuously. Even if this normal damage will be reduced by shields and resistance, it cannot cover up the lethality of Painful Revenge. The power of each blow is far greater than that of a normal super-level killer weapon. Coupled with the bonus of the mechanical divine sect, the divine transformation of the 10-layer mechanical branches, Fearless Heart, Extreme Tao Flow, Blood Furious, the additional bonus brought by multiple golden mechanical equipment, and the attributes that surge after level 340 advancement. Even Han Xiao himself didn't know how terrible the lethality was when he exploded with all his strength. I saw that under the gathering of fire between the mechanical gods and the mechanical legion, the energy shield summoned by the guardian body basically exploded as soon as it came out, and the blood volume dropped in half, and the speed was not low. Although it is a dimensional consciousness body, its energy is inexhaustible, but its own strength limits its energy output power. The speed of its energy shield is completely unable to keep up with Han Xiao's destructive efficiency. If it is a living individual with normal thinking, it will naturally understand that it is not Han Xiao's opponent and will not fight to the death, and will inevitably begin to find a way out. But the Guardian has no emotions and will only act according to incomplete preset procedures, cannot violate the core mechanism, will not adopt a plan of escape, and will only fight to the end. The only advantage of the Guardian's body is flexibility. It is like a fish in water in his home court. Han Xiao's void talent has been temporarily frozen, and he cannot use various flash methods. Instead, he cannot keep up with the opponent's speed. Most of the long-range attacks of the Mechanical Legion were flashed by the extremely agile Guardian's body. A large amount of output was wasted. It has certain energy body characteristics, and its blood volume recovery speed is also very fast. If I drag it on like this, the success rate of slashing and blasting it before the interference device fails is only about 40%, which is a bit low. My gene liberation has not been used yet, and the cooling time is relatively long. It should only have time to use it for one round, and the maximum output is required. Han Xiao kept pouring out his firepower, and his eyes moved slightly. It seems that only by using our traditional skills. Thinking of this, the mechanical god suddenly disintegrated and turned into a mechanical legion all over the sky. Han Xiao's body took off, opened his arms, opened the empty door, showing his weak figure to seduce the rigid Guardian body. As expected, the Guardian body turned his head and rushed over without saying a word. In his preset tactical model, the tactic for the mechanic's weakness is to strike the face when the target is exposed to the body and hit the mechanic's fragile body. Han Xiao did not dodge or avoid, and went up to meet him, allowing the Guardian to hit his thick chest muscles, exploded a ring of energy shock waves, and did not care about the amount of blood lost by this blow. He looped his arms around the target tightly to prevent the other party from breaking free, and then grinned. Little guy is still running, come into my father's arms. He hasn't used this move for a long time. He is mainly because he has explored the great reputation of the universe. Everyone has his hand. Only when he is using his two fools will fall into this trap. Only when facing such a guy who is not clear about his background can traditional craftsmanship be rejuvenated. Without any hesitation, Han Xiao directly activated gene liberation and issued instructions to the Mechanical Legion. Give me one shot, heaven, earth, same, longevity. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, endless phantom cannons instantly drowned the figures of the two, and the dazzling ball of light instantly expanded, occupying everyone's sight. Can mechanic fight like this? Jace, who was unable to move, only felt his eyes wide open and his knowledge was gained. Are all young people playing so big now? Thuyui, who was fighting with his clone on the other side, twitched his eyes. The energy level of the perceived feedback made his heart beat violently, and he felt a strong threat to life. The dozens of superpowered security officers present were even more confused. They were surprised from the moment they were just now that these two groups of people were fighting so fiercely. Aren't these two wanted criminals coming to attack our headquarters? Why don't we sneak attack while we are immobilized and instead focus on dealing with a group of mysterious superpowers who appear out of thin air? We are the real masters who have become onlookers. As soon as everyone's thoughts flashed, the light ball with energy chain reaction in the field suddenly exploded, bursting out with a terrifying energy shock wave. Boom! The surrounding mechanical troops and others were all blown away, and a large blank area was instantly cleared. The light dissipated, and Han Xiao was alone floating in the center of the explosion, covered in blood, and in front of him was a broken body. Han Xiao had no expression on his face and looked very calm. In fact, he almost broke out in a cold sweat and felt difficult to calm down. Damn, it's so dangerous. It turns out that my attack power has reached this level, and I almost sent myself away. Just now, my character exploded and reached the highest damage increase range of 20% chance of gene liberation. The lethality of the Mechanical Legion was shocked by himself, and the huge fluctuations in his blood volume made him frightened. The troops I can control now are very large, and their attack power is completely different from the beginning. You must use this move carefully in the future, otherwise one day you will die together. Han Xiao patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Even he was so dangerous, and the Guardian's body was even more tragic. He died suddenly on the spot, from fighting to ascension, serving one stop, and not even leaving a last word, although it would not say it. You're killing him now. Sauer's eyes widened. He thought he was going to go through a hard battle, but he didn't expect that Black Star's lethality is now so terrible. He eliminated the target in just one stroke and was extremely efficient. Although he didn't say it explicitly, his tone undoubtedly revealed his thoughts. Was it done so simply? Hearing Xue's words, Han Xiao knew what he was thinking and said angrily, "You think it's easy? That's because I'm awesome. If you were to come, we would definitely run away today. Don't bully players. Even if the average peak Super A-level faces this situation, it's still a life-and-death life, and only an alien like me can handle this task more easily." The communication between the two in the spiritual channel was only between lightning and fire, and at this moment, the chain reaction of the destruction of the dimensional consciousness appeared. The remains of the Guardian's body were automatically decomposed into dust-like particles and dissipated in an instant. With it, as the center, the surrounding space also showed the same signs, and the affected area continued to spread from all directions, just like a singularity collapsed, and the entire dimension began to collapse in a chain, and the visual effect was as if the director of a certain universe's family planning office snapped his fingers. This space-time cyclic phantom of mutated information state is like a precision instrument that barely maintains balance, and the dimensional consciousness body is the most core part. At this time, a problem occurs in the core, and the entire instrument stops operating, the balance is broken, and an error begins to be reported, resulting in chain disintegration. Only Han Xiao and Xue, as well as the things they brought in from outside, were not affected. Other matter belonging to this cycle of time and space were decomposing. The first thing to be affected was the mechanical forces and the other 7 Guardian clones that were manufactured in the past few months, which were annihilated and evaporated in full view of the public. The basis of the time and space cycle was disrupted, and the effect of the interference device was ineffective. Many members of the Super Energy Security Department looked shocked and suspicious when they saw this scene, and subconsciously wanted to continue to encircle the two of them. However, the nearest director also began to automatically decompose. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, the person turned into ashes almost in the blink of an eye, and his most advanced combat power had no effect of resistance. "What's going on? What did you do? Run. You'll die." Everyone present was extremely shocked. They didn't bother to arrest the 2 people, turned around, and ran away, just trying to stay away from the ever-expanding decomposition area. Jay stayed in place and smiled slightly at Han Xiao. Han Xiao noticed the vibration of the communicator and took it out and took a look. The remaining technical information was sent by Jace, and the other party fulfilled the transaction. There's also a message left by Jace. "Black Star, our world restart plan has not completely failed. At least we left the legacy to the future. I know you're a little guarded against me. I admit that I do have extra selfishness. I don't need to hide things from you now. I teach you all my knowledge to you. It is both a transaction and an experiment. Do you still remember the sanctuary mechanism I told you about? Resurrection of Super A-level requires a medium with target information, and you who inherit knowledge may become my medium. If one day you successfully communicate the resuscitation function of the sanctuary, please try to resurrect me and try to cross iterations. Whether it is failure or success, it is valuable information for you. However, even if the resurrection is successful, I will not retain the memory in the loop. It will be another brand new me. This should be the last time we have met. Although the time we spent together is short, I am very happy to know you, the successor of this iteration." After reading the message, Han Xiao looked up and found that Jace's relief smile gradually turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. Looking at this scene, Han Xiao silently chewed the word. "Are you taking over the baton?" This message is the last words left by Jace, full of expectations. Han Xiao glanced at the technical information in the communicator, as if he could feel a heavy weight. This historical phantom has disappeared, Before the three civilizations have studied the mystery of the sanctuary, the technology in their hands was a lonely book. Although it was only part of the technology collected by Jace personally, it was also very precious. The meaning is not just a private extra gain, but also a button that changes the direction of the development of the universe, and the initiative to press the button is in your own hands. Since this is a relay that transcends iteration, according to my current situation, the name of the takeover is really right. These technical information have already given me the qualification to leverage the pattern of the universe, and the change in the development route of a universe civilization is in my own thoughts. If you choose to assume such a mission, then disposing of these technical materials will become a problem. No matter what, everything will be waiting for me to complete the research. Han Xiao pondered secretly. A considerable part of so many technical materials is conducive to the development of civilization. When a treasure is like a treasure, it will be wasted. The final destination must be the interstellar society, which will contribute to the entire universe and improve the lives of all interstellar citizens. It is just that with his personality, it is impossible to contribute freely. It either develops and sells it by itself, or exchanges some technology for some resources from the three major civilizations. No matter which one you choose, your own status and the power level of the Black Star Legion will be further improved, reaching an unprecedented level, becoming extremely transcendent. However, it is too early to wait until you thoroughly study all the technical information. As for Jace's request, Han Xiao didn't think about whether to agree or not. It would be more appropriate to decide, depending on the situation. These thoughts just flashed by, and the chain collapse of this world continues to take place, and the situation is no different from the decay and demise of other secondary dimensions. I saw that the decomposition of this secondary dimension was getting faster and faster. The range of the chain reaction expanded exponentially. The energy was expanding and overflowing. The space was pulled and torn apart. The starlight dimmed one by one and replaced by strange light spots. This is the external manifestation of the thinning of the space wall. Immediately afterwards, these light spots suddenly cracked and turned into holes in the space wall. The space turbulence outside instantly poured in, and blue space energy storms ragingly invaded, accelerating the decay of the dimension. Let's go. Seeing this, Sour's eyes lit up, and he flew out along the hole in the space wall without saying a word. Han Xiao did not stop him and followed him. The two returned to the space storm of the secondary dimension world one after another, and suddenly felt that the pressure was gone, and every mouthful of energy was so fresh. Finally come out. After sensing the connection of the void dimension again, Sui finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replenished his strength in one breath, and then he felt at ease. The two of them turned their heads from outside and saw that the subdimensionality that seemed to be boundless when they came was collapsed into the interior like a round balloon that was deflated. Under the gaze of the two, this secondary dimension was torn to pieces by the turbulent space and was rapidly disintegrating, with iridescent energy storms bursting out and blending into the space storm. Sour's eyes suddenly moved, and he released his mindful power in one direction and collected several fragments of source energy that had died in the dimension, and immediately smiled. Han Xiao glanced at it. Have you found your transformation opportunity? Well, I'm not wrong. The sensing points to the source energy fragments of this dimension. I have vaguely felt the entry point of the next level of divine transformation. As long as I go back and think about it for a while, I will definitely enter the next stage. Thanks to your help. Sui was satisfied. He is now extremely glad that he chose Han Xiao as his teammate. If it were someone else, this trip would probably be a life-and-death death, but it would be safe to bring Han Xiao with him. Although this person is shameless, he is really reliable. Congratulations. Han Xiao politely said a few words, then pointed to the source energy fragments. There is a share for those who see me. How about I share with me? Hey, you are so thick-skinned. You have taken over Jace's technical information alone, and you still dare to tell me that you have a share for those who see me. Sui looked disgusted and threw a piece of source energy fragment to Han Xiao. He's in a good mood now and is too lazy to care about these things. Anyway, the induction tells him that only one piece of fragment is enough. If there were no Black Star, it would not be so smooth this time, and he would not be stingy with dividends. After taking the fragment, Han Xiao played with it for a moment, then looked at the item introduction and couldn't help but shake his head. This secondary dimension is very special, but the source energy fragments are not special. It is impossible to recultivate a similar cyclical space and time. This itself is a unique cosmic wonder. Neither of them left immediately, but stayed in place to watch the dimension completely disappear, and finally disappeared without a trace, completely assimilated into a space turbulence. At this moment, Han Xiao's panel was moving. Relay across iterations. The second ring has been completed. You get 1500 experience. Random reward X1. People Advent Card Jace X1. People Advent Card Jace. Mechanical System Insight. You have extraordinary insight and can efficiently summarize laws to improve your mechanical research ability. When using this ability, simulation of everything is enhanced, and when developing drawings, the efficiency and success rate are higher, and you have the opportunity to generate inspiration for black technology. Upper limit 0/5. It is a R&D ability. Han Xiao knew it secretly. There is no doubt that Jace's R&D capabilities are the best manifestation. Han Xiao has stored a lot of character cards with combat ability in his hands, and now he wants to get other uses. This time the character card is quite in line with his needs. He looked down and found that the task prompt was not over yet. The third ring is open. The third ring task requirement. Successfully enter at least one sanctuary and successfully establish communication. Reward. 2000 experience. Random reward X2. Corresponding sanctuary fragment X3. Start the next ring task. Is the next ring requirement a sanctuary? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. According to Jace, the sanctuary stores multiple iterations of information, but it is not a public library that allows people to watch casually. Whether individuals or civilizations, they need to complete some kind of communication behavior in order to obtain information from it. The swearing man said that there are 6 sanctuaries in total, and I don't know if it is different sanctuaries, and the swearing man hasn't come back for so long. Probably this is not a simple matter. There are also fragments of the sanctuary in the reward, and he has several fragments of the first sanctuary in his hand. Han Xiao originally thought it was the qualification to be the entry-level sanctuary, but now it seems different. After learning so many secrets on this trip, Han Xiao had already made up his mind that even if he didn't have this mission, he would still go to the sanctuary. This mission was an unexpected gain. Another mission, Suri's Invitation, was settled at the same time, with 4,500 experience rewards, 6 random rewards, and 3 character cards. The characters are all Xui, but their abilities are different. One is mental defense, the other is void talent, and the other is an amazing, ancient man with an amazing explosion rate. Saori added 30 points, which increased a lot. He got an opportunity for divine transformation. Han Xiao himself also received a reward of 1 divine transformation point, and also received a new milestone, Witness of the Old Calendar. The introduction was that his experience became richer, increasing his intelligence and mysterious attributes by 3%. The effect is very versatile. It is quite professional and suitable, and it is a little useful. Han Xiao thought to himself. While he was browsing the rewards for the mission, Soi's inquiry suddenly rang out in his mind, and his emotions were mixed. What are you going to do next? Turning back, I saw that Sour's expression was quite complicated. Seeing the last phantom of the universe iteration disappear before his eyes, Sui was both moved and regretful, and only felt that this adventure was like a dream. Han Xiao knew what Xui was asking, shook his head and said, I will keep these technologies and study them myself first. Now is not the time to expose these secrets. Yes, the iteration of the universe is still too far from us. That is the issue that the 3 major civilizations should consider. Although super A-level individuals are powerful individuals, they're still very small in this general trend. Xui sighed and said, "Anyway, the technical information is in your hands. You have the initiative. What to do is your business. It has nothing to do with me." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and did not speak, but just stared at him with a bright look. Realizing Han Xiao's meaningful gaze, Xui understood the meaning in this look and laughed. "Don't worry. Although I am also an insider, I will not cause trouble. Once I reveal this information to outsiders, I will not be out of it, and you will come to you. Don't worry about me reporting to the Zuling sect. I am not familiar with them." This time, Xui once again refreshed his judgment of Han Xiao's strength, and was shocked, so he did not want to turn against Han Xiao at all. Only 2 people knew the information. If it was leaked, He Xing immediately knew that it was him. In his opinion, it was better to do less than more. Unlike the old Maitu who kept trying to do big news, Sui prefers to keep himself alone. Moreover, he is not a direct descendant of the Zuling sect and has no intention of reporting at all. If he was so loyal to Zuling, he would not have acted in the Hella Rescue War. Han Xiao nodded, moved away from the topic, frowned, and said, "You have also seen that the sanctuary is our lifeline and cannot be monopolized by higher civilizations. Otherwise, it will repeat the same mistakes." Upon hearing this, Suai's expression became serious. After this experience, he had deeply realized that the Super A class was an existence that prospered and suffered losses, and he was very concerned about this issue at this time. You are right. Sooner or later, the 3 major civilizations will study this step. Since we know the meaning of the sanctuary to us in advance, we should make arrangements in advance. Han Xiao pondered. In order to avoid becoming like the star couplet, we must master the sanctuary. Fortunately, we have established a super-level association. Individuals are unreliable. Only the association is qualified to assume this responsibility. In the future, super-level does not need to give up freedom to beg for mercy from higher civilizations, and can also get the opportunity to recover. You really had the foresight when you promoted the establishment of the association. Sui agreed. I didn't expect that the association could come in such a useful way by chance. Han Xiao grinned secretly. Well, anyway, I have some clues about the sanctuary. After a while, I will start pursuing it. Tell me if you need help. Just tell me. Fu Yui said. If it was like the Star Alliance universe, it would be too late to unite until the advanced civilization mastered the means of the sanctuary recovery. On the road to civilized development, there are only one opportunity, and if you miss it, you will miss it. In this regard, neither of them has selfish intentions. The sanctuary is a lifeline of Super A level. To be alone means being an enemy of Super A level in the entire universe and becoming the target of public criticism. Only when the association assumes this important mission can it be accepted by everyone. In this way, the nature of the association will become extremely important, and the alliance between members will be unbreakable, extremely united, and will not disintegrate due to internal reasons. Currently, only 2 people are insiders and have the same goal. With this bond, it is equivalent to forming a secret covenant. For Han Xiao, the advantage is that the always neutral Soi has turned to his faction, and his influence in the association can be further increased. Although the 2 reached a tacit understanding to not disclose this experience for the time being, they both knew in their hearts that some things had changed quietly. Based on this information, they have formulated new plans, which will inevitably indirectly cause a butterfly-like impact. Unless the 2 pretend that nothing has happened, the scope of the impact will only increase and sooner or later affect the entire universe. The matter was resolved. The 2 of them were about to leave. Suddenly they sensed it. When they turned around, they saw a large group of empty lice wandering aimlessly, with a huge number. Oh, a few months have passed, and these little cuties have not left yet. Han Zhao's eyes lit up, and he immediately recalled the idea of raising empty lice. Sui completed the divine transformation mission. At this time, he had leisure and thoughts, and said with a smile, I happened to bring some specialties on the way back. I will also catch a batch and take them out of the void dimension to raise them." The two looked at each other, and the smell of smell was filled with the surroundings. Shining the world, Emerald Star Cluster, Black Star Legion Division. Hundreds of ships docked in the silver-white airport dock, colorful and of different models, and groups of crew members who obviously did not belong to the Legion came out. They stepped onto the platform, looked around curiously, and lined up loose teams under the command of fully armed Legion soldiers, chattering and discussing endlessly. I finally arrived at the place. It is worthy of being the base of the Black Star Army. It is very defensive at first glance. Haha. My resume has been screened 4 times and finally passed the review. We will also be members of the Black Star Army in the future. I hope to go to a position with high welfare and benefits. I don't know if I can see Black Star this time. According to convention, every group of newcomers will have to hold a rank of the regiment. The commander of the Legion should meet us, right? Even his clone is good. Everyone's face was more or less excited, and these people were all interstellar mercenaries who applied for the job. Now the Black Star Legion's sphere of influence covers multiple star fields, and various businesses have brought abundant capital flows. Therefore, the Legion has been recruiting new people, especially after Han Xiao was hired as a senior consultant of the 3 major civilizations. The recruitment efforts have reached a new peak. After Han Xiao's years of operation, the Legion has already had an irreplaceable influence in the universe. According to market research, if the free superpowers who are mingling in the interstellar society must join a camp, 41.3% of the people listed the Black Star Legion as their first choice and even surpassed the 3 major civilizations. By analogy, the status of the Black Star Army is roughly equivalent to that of the top high-quality companies among the Fortune 500 worlds, and its potential is still being monetized and has a broad prospect. While everyone was excited to discuss, a Legion spacecraft sailed into the VIP orbit of the airport, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. The outer armor of the ship had 2 emblems. One was the Legion's logo, and the other was the red snake badge with a dark red background, which was a separate logo of hellish troops. With a sneer, the hatch opened, and a group of female armed men wearing red light armor walked out neatly, guarding on both sides of the gangway. The signs of the armor on their chests mean that they were elite battle groups under Hela, and the number was 3-headed snake rangers. As the deputy commander of the army, Hyla has a lot of authority. She has formed a private guard team and recruited some guard officials like Han Xiao. Stepping. The leather shoes made a crisp sound when they stepped on the ground, and Hela walked out of the hatch. She had a pair of red sunglasses on her high-nose bridge, snake-shaped silver earrings on her ears, a gorgeous red uniform similar to a women's suit, with gold wire outlined on her edges, and a high-neck cloak with black and gold on her shoulders. The collar of the cloak was a circle of red fluff, which made her look full of aura. Everyone's eyes focused on her, and many people showed admiration. Even the soldiers around them were the same. She is the second-in-commander of the Legion, the goddess of death, Hela, and her aura is really strong. I would have liked to work under her command. Someone showed his longing. Only the elite Legion is qualified to be selected as senior guards. Even we can't do it. Are you thinking about nothing? The Legion warriors beside him snorted. At this moment, Hela brought his personal guards to the front of the crowd, glanced at everyone present, and the powerful aura spread out, and the commotion of the crowd gradually stopped. Everyone who was originally excited only felt a sense of oppression surged into their hearts and did not dare to speak. Seeing this, Hela opened her red lips lightly and said in a cold voice, "The Legion commander is not here recently. I will host your entry ceremony. My time is very precious. Save those welcome steps and test your strength directly. The Legion speaks with strength. This is related to your position arrangement after joining the regiment, so try to stand in front of me for a longer time." After speaking in one breath, Hela was too lazy to explain to everyone and directly released his high-level pressure and swept the entire audience. Before many people present could react, they felt a sense of terror coming. The pressure penetrated the body and soul, and their whole body was trembling and they were about to fall to the ground at any time. Plop! A group of people could not bear the high pressure of Hela and fell down, and the last one lasted for only more than 30 seconds. They looked frightened and gasped, as if they almost drowned. Seeing this, Hela took back his pressure, looked at the watch, and said lightly, "The people who are in the top 10% of the standing time can serve as team leader. As for the others, Philip will automatically assign positions based on your performance just now. Join the job immediately and leave the meeting." After saying that, she didn't even look at the crowd who fell to the ground, and turned around and entered the base with her personal guards. Generally speaking, the newcomer's entry ceremony will introduce the history of the Legion and cultivate a sense of belonging. Hela does not have this leisure. From disembarking to completing the test, the whole journey will not exceed 3 minutes, and it will be decisive. Halfway through the way, Hera took out the communicator, called out Philip, frowned, and asked, "Can you contact Black Star?" "Can't buzz." Philip lowered his head, pointed his finger at the point, feeling guilty. Where did this guy go? He was missing for several months. Hela's face was gloomy. She knew that Han Xiao had gone to the secondary dimension world, and it was inconvenient to contact. But even so, Han Xiao and Philip's main program would not be disconnected. However, just a few months ago, Philip said that Han Xiao was completely lost contact and could not contact him in any way. Hera suddenly became vigilant and couldn't help but think of the Covenant organization he encountered in the secondary dimension. Could it be that the commander of the Legion was besieged again? Well, it doesn't seem to be surprising at all. In order not to cause turmoil in the Legion and suspicion from the outside world, she asked Philip to block the news, and on the surface, she maintained the Legion's operation, while behind her secretly invested resources to quietly inquire about the traces of Black Star. Han Xiao is the soul of the Legion. As soon as he lost contact, the Legion became much weaker in Super A level. Hela could only temporarily take on the burden, terminate the exercise, return from the underworld, and take charge of the Legion. Having not found the news for several months, Hela was secretly anxious. She had decided that if there was still no intelligence in 3 months, she would call Emmers and enter the secondary dimension world to find Han Xiao. Suddenly, Hyla paused and showed a strange look on her face. "You guys are on standby. I'll leave in advance." After throwing this sentence, her figure suddenly disappeared, leaving the personal guards looking at each other in the same place. At the same time, Hela's figure appeared in the underworld dimension, and the land of the land, Onisalu, appeared. "What are you calling me to do?" "I found a group of weird creatures approaching the underworld. They seem to be cosmic creatures living in space storms. You know, monsters born in this environment are not easy to deal with. I am afraid that they are species that feed on secondary dimensions." Onisalu expressed her concerns. Hyla frowned slightly. She and the underworld are now thriving, and protecting the underworld is all her duty. "I'll go and fight them back." She rose up and turned into a red meteor. She quickly flew out of the space wall as per Onisalu's instructions, but did not stay away. She just stood in the direction of the enemy's advance and waited for the rabbit. The dimensional energy of the underworld formed a spherical light film on Hela, which provided defense while preventing her from being swept away by the turbulent space. After waiting for a while, a whirlpool wormhole suddenly appeared in the space storm, and huge empty lice surged out with an amazing number. So much, Hyla subconsciously clenched her fists. She has also been involved in the secondary dimension world, and knows that there are some dangers here that can threaten Super A-level lives. Although she has never seen a hollow lice, she instinctively feels the threat, proving that this group of monsters cannot be killed casually. Although Hela is not worried about her life safety, there are too many monsters, and she is only one person, and she cannot guarantee that she can protect the entire underworld. It would be great if Black Star was here. Faced with this scene, Hela couldn't help but miss Han Xiao's mechanical army. "It's up to me now." Hela raised his strength and prepared to take action first. However, at this moment, a familiar voice rang out in her mecha communication channel, causing her movements to froze. "Hela!" In a group of empty lice, Han Xiao, who was driving the cute little ones, sensed the energy fluctuations of Hela turned his head and looked over, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The next moment, his figure flashed, and the void jumped in front of Hyla and said with a smile, "I haven't seen you for a while. Have you missed me?" Think. Hyla subconsciously wanted to speak, but suddenly came back to her senses and said in surprise, "Why are you here? Where have you been?" "I went around the depths of the subdimensional world. The signal was not good. I saw these little cuties. Is this my spoil? I plan to keep them around the underworld, which can act as a line of defense. Their combat power is very considerable." Han Xiao introduced it again, pretending that he didn't see Hyla's performance of being reluctant to speak several times. After losing contact for several months, he knew that it would definitely cause hellish doubts and concerns, but he did not intend to leak his experience on this trip for the time being. So he decided to hide the truth and make excuses. After listening for a while, Hela couldn't help but interrupt Han Xiao and asked, "Do you know the impact of your loss of contact on us? If I hadn't blocked the news, people would have been in the army now." Han Xiao beat him up. "You are the deputy commander of the army. You are still there when I'm not here, and I can't cause trouble. I believe you." Hearing this, Hela's expression looked much better. She vaguely felt that Han Xiao was hiding something from her, but she didn't say it, and she didn't want to ask too much. The most important thing is when the person comes back. Hela did not ask, but just told him, "Don't do this next time," then turned to look at the group of willful empty lice and said curiously, "This group of creatures united, and their combat power can really be comparable to the peak super A level? The attack power is a little poor, but its resistance can definitely reach this level. They feed on space turbulence. Not only will not attack the secondary dimension, but will also provide protection. They like the environment around the secondary dimension and generally settle down to treat it as a nest and attack all outsiders." Han Xiao nodded. After catching a group of empty lice, he went home separately with Sui. He conducted some research on the way and had already figured out some of the habits of empty lice. He could coexist harmoniously with the secondary dimension and was very suitable for guarding the home. He was simply a natural guard. Putting it in the underworld can improve the safety here. "Okay, as long as there is no danger, then keep them here. I have no objection." Hyla nodded and agreed, thought for a while, and said, "The teacher has come to you 3 times, and I have blocked them back. Remember to talk to her." "Yes." Han Xiao responded and asked, "By the way, how is the situation of the association when I am not here?" "The old-fashioned, there is no change, but you and Manison are missing. Everyone thinks that the meeting is boring, and they are basically just passing away. These sluts will only expect me to do the job." Han Xiao's mouth twitched. In the eyes of ordinary people, these super A-level people are above and cannot be offended. However, in his eyes, these are a group of introverted guys. After a few greetings, he rejected Hyla's invitation to abuse and threw the empty lice in the underworld. Then he directly teleported it back to the Legion's base camp in the Shining Star Cluster. As soon as his eyes flashed, Han Xiao returned to the Legion office and saw Zaiwia sitting in his position with her legs crossed. There was a sudden increase in the room. Zaiwia was startled, but after seeing that it was Han Xiao, she calmed down. Her eyes moved. Not only did she not get up, but she deliberately put her long legs on the table, snorted, and said sarcastically, "Oh, this is not Mr. Heisheng. Do you still know how to come back? I thought you had forgotten us." Han Xiao didn't care, so he walked to Zaiwia, smiled and touched Zaiwia's dog head, felt the amount of hair and smiled. "Well, it seems that you have worked hard in the past few months. Thank you for your hard work. Get out." Zaiwia slapped Han Xiao's hand off, stood up and moved away, and said angrily, "I can't contact you in the past few months. I have accumulated a lot of affairs waiting for your instructions. Hurry up and deal with it. I'm waiting for it." After saying that, she was too lazy to pay attention to Han Xiao and turned around and was about to leave. When she walked to the door, she suddenly remembered something and then turned back, took away the coat on the back of the chair and the gold-rimmed glasses on the table, and gave Han Xiao a blank look, then opened the door and left. "TSK, you're so resentful." Han Xiao curled his lips. Naturally, He wouldn't bother with the bald little baby at home. This trip made a huge gain, learned a lot of secrets of the universe, greatly expanding his cognition. And for him, returning to the exploration of the universe, it felt like he was a different world. But in the eyes of the army cadres, they had only not seen each other for a few months. Except for a few people, others were not curious about where he went. Han Xiao reconnected with Philip and encrypted and saved all the information recorded in this trip. This technical treasure is so rich. Even if he is a peak super A level, his digestion time will be in 10 years, and he will not be able to finish research in a short while. Although awakening points and experience values can speed up the research progress, it is somewhat wasteful to use them on this. After all, it is difficult to replenish before the next version arrives. It is not far from the update of version 4.0. If you have time to digest it slowly, he is not in a hurry to achieve success. He found a housework robot and sprayed air freshener in the room to dispel the Qingyao body fragrance left by Sawiya. Then he sat back on the position and logged into the forum to check the players' dynamics while handling the backlog of affairs. A few months have passed, and the fourth professional league has entered the international competition circle and reached the quarterfinals. China has 2 teams qualifying this time. One is the dynasty team that has performed the most stably among the wealthy families, and the other is Jiangxing. After 3 league games, Jiangxing is no longer a new dark horse, but a stable and powerful team. The ended international group stage is the most dangerous schedule. The crazy sniping of China by clubs from various countries is still effective, resulting in 1 fewer Chinese teams that qualify for the quarterfinals this time than the previous one. But from another perspective, clubs from all over the world spared no effort to block the attack. Some teams would fight against the Chinese team even if they didn't have points. In this environment, there were still 2 teams in China who broke through the siege and successfully advanced, with a gratifying result. Now the hope of the whole village falls on Han Xiao and Jiangxing. As long as any team wins the championship, they can achieve the achievements of China's 3 consecutive championships. No one in the other teams in the quarterfinals want to see this result. However, in the quarterfinals, they were fighting in a dignified manner and could not encircle and fight in multiple ways like in the group stage. The tactics and some small methods of Tianji were useless, and they could only rely on their hard strength. In the quarterfinals, it's not far from the end of the league. There are only 2 months left for version 4.0. I have to prepare for it, Han Xiao said intimately. In a past life, version 5.0 was a super disaster. Under the combined influence of factors such as the return of historical A-level, the intensification of conflicts between the superpower class and the ordinary class, the emergence of natural disaster-level players, the unwillingness of the supercluster civilization to lose the war, the exploratory universe that has been stable for a few years has fallen into turmoil again and has to deal with the impact. Now under his own influence, there are too many variables, and the specific changes in the next version are elusive. Han Xiao can confirm that the importance of players will rise again and become the target of more camps' focus. Some camps are no longer reserved and will introduce various welfare measures to recruit players. The Legion has greatly expanded the scale of players in version 4.0, which is both an opportunity and a trouble. Not to mention the chaos that players themselves may bring, other camps will definitely try their best to dig out the Legion's walls. As long as you are willing to pay for the capital, it will naturally be effective. Han Xiao will not be blindly confident, nor will he believe in the player's ethics. Moreover, the idea of Ning *** instead of being a phoenix tail is also quite popular among players. Especially players who reach the natural disaster level will have a huge impact on the super energy employment market in the entire universe. The serious natural disaster level is qualified to dominate the party, and most camps cannot afford it. But even reducing the regular reward to 1/4 or 1/5 is enough to feed the players' stomachs. Although the natural disaster level players are at the bottom, they're the cheapest natural disaster level backers that some small camps can find. The only way to deal with poaching in other camps is to continue to strengthen the construction of the camp and improve the status and attractiveness of the Legion during the version update. Even with my personal influence bonus, this is a step-by-step process. However, if you take out some of the valuable civilian technology and the technical treasure, you can speed up the progress. In the eyes of others, this will only be something I developed by myself, Han Xiao pondered and thought. The Legion's operations in the Broken Star Ring and Shining World have been on track, and the room for improvement is limited. If you want to continue to expand, you can only target other star fields and vigorously develop branches. The decades of version update time are just under development. With the help of the Association, the Legion does not need to participate in the war between the three major civilizations and the Superstar Group Alliance, and will not be dragged down. You can sit on a mountain and watch the tiger fight and make a fortune in the war. On the other hand, this is also beneficial to the construction of the Association's interest community. The ultimate structure must be a multipolarized interest network. The most powerful group of super-level forces sell various resources and services, while the weaker super-level forces each obtain support and form a balanced relationship. With the size of the Black Star Army, they're naturally qualified to be one of them. The term of each president is 50 years. Han Xiao has already decided to oust Madison from the stage and take this position himself. With his current voice in the association, as long as Madison has no slutty operations, he is still quite sure. As long as you take the position of president and achieve some sanctuary results during your term, there will be basically no suspense for many re-elections. The specific plan must be determined according to the actual situation. Han Xiao opened the memorandum and began to write the prototype of the blueprint. Han Xiao and Sui's actions were carried out secretly, under the premise of tacit understanding and confidentiality. The situation of the two returning after disappearing for a few months did not cause any storm. After all, it was too common for the exploration of the subdimensional world, and major forces did not pay attention to the actions of the two. News of the return of Black Star spread in the Legion, and players also noticed it, but the League has reached the international quarterfinals. Everyone has used up all the blank character cards and missed the best time to use the character cards. Many people have a pity for a while and then turn around to continue to pay attention to the event. Since the opening of version 4.0, major clubs in China have enjoyed the development dividends of the Black Star Army and made a lot of money. The better the official guild has developed, the greater the support for professional teams. Currently, China's first-line professional teams are basically at the T0 and T1 levels internationally, with outstanding strength, and are very strong in the quarterfinals. Due to the encirclement and suppression, the major teams in China are difficult to control the points this time. Huangqiao and Jiangxing entered the quarterfinals with 2nd and 5th points respectively. After 3 wins in 5 games, they defeated their opponents with a record of 3:00 and 3:1, respectively, reached the semifinals, and successfully occupied 2 seats, which meant that they could win the 3rd place at the most. But after the 3 versions, Chinese players have already had a higher vision. No one is satisfied with just 1 3rd place. Only the 3 consecutive championships are the only goal of many players. Apart from this league, there is no other pursuit. The semifinal matchup table is determined by draws. Before the list is released, the Chinese players on the forum were divided into 2 factions. One side hopes that Huangqiao and Jiangxing will draw other opponents, and the other side hopes that Huangqiao and Jiangxing will meet in the semifinals. The root cause is the collision of 2 mentalities, whether to meet in the final or lead the final. If Huangqiao and Jiangxing can defeat their opponents separately, that is of course the ideal situation, but what if both sides lose? Although one side has to stop in the semifinals in the final, it can retain a certain strength. The 3 consecutive championships are too important, and many Chinese players can't help but support this insurance plan. Under the prayers of the 2 sects of players, the semifinals roster was shaken out, and the 2 sides did not meet. The opponent of the dynasty was North American Thunder Python, and the opponent of Jiangxing was South Korean Kimchi. Chinese players who support the finals route get what they want, but like the other players, they're in a state of lingering mood, worried about both teams being defeated. As the saying goes, when a coin is thrown out, you really know what you want. In the end, most people find that although they're talking about the bold words of meeting the finals, they actually want to be admitted to the finals in their hearts. After several rounds of games, this feeling of worrying about gains and losses gradually evolved into tension. Dynasty and Lei Meng are both T0 level teams, and each guild is given the greatest support. Because of the existence of the upper limit of the version, both sides have reached the limit. Only tactics, lineup selection, and on-the-spot performance were fought. In this case, the battle situation was full of uncertainty, and no one could win. Both sides tried their best. The Dynasty lost a chess game with a record of 2:3 and failed to qualify for the final. The idea of representing the final was dashed and failed to replicate the situation in the previous session. On the other hand, Jiangcheng performed at a high level and still qualified 3:1, defeating Knuckles and bearing the hope of the whole village. As the saying goes, one generation of versions and one generation of gods. The mechanical system is gradually making efforts in the middle and late stages, and due to the constraints of the upper limit of the version, the characteristic of burning money to continuously enhance its strength is becoming increasingly popular among professional teams. And the Jiangcheng team is a team with the mechanical system as the main force. In the last league, Jiangcheng defeated Koi team in the semi-finals and successfully allowed the Chinese team to join the finals. Although they failed to win the championship, they still received countless praises. This time, they really had the chance to win the championship and once again shouldered the expectations of Chinese players. The final date was set a few days later, and the forum was extremely lively and countless handicaps were opened. Outside the players' vision, a new regular meeting of the Super A-Level Association was held. Finxing Super A-Level Development Federation headquarters. A series of remote projections of Super A-Level arrived at the venue, walked into the roundtable conference room, and sat down one after another, whispering to each other with the left and right neighbors. Madison sat in the president's seat and looked at the harmonious scene, then glanced at the empty vice president's seat, feeling that the air was so fresh and the atmosphere was so relaxed. At this moment, an inappropriate voice suddenly rang outside the door, breaking the harmony and tranquility. "Hee, I'm back, don't you miss me?" Hearing the familiar voice, everyone present looked back and saw Han Xiao, who had disappeared for several months, appearing again, walking into the conference room with a smile of beating. "Oh, Black Star is back. I haven't seen you for a few months. You look good. Where have you been doing this during this period? Don't say anything to us." As soon as I saw Han Xiao, many people present laughed and greeted each other. Even the three civilized direct descendants who had been diving nodded, and the scene became noisy for a moment. Han Xiao is now quite popular in the Super A-level circle and has a good relationship with most people. He responded with a smile, returned to his seat, sat down, turned to look at Madison, and joked, "I heard that you have been having a good time in the past few months." "It's okay, I'm back." Madison had an expressionless face, looked straight, and turned a deaf ear. Since Han Xiao appeared, he had changed into a Sima face. Seeing this, everyone present at the Super A level were full of energy, and their eyes were flowing back and forth on their faces, showing their eyes watching the show. The regular meeting without the fight between the chief and vice president is incomplete. The meetings in the past few months have been too simple, and everyone is drowsy. Now Haixing has finally come back to make a living. Finally, he can enjoy the association's repertoire program again, and no one will be on the run immediately. At this moment, Saori also came, said hello, and sat back to his seat. Everyone couldn't help but look suspiciously. The two disappeared for several months and appeared at the same time, which is full of imagination. Madison also looked at Suai more, suppressing the doubts in his heart, and did not ask on the spot. He looked around, coughed twice, and said, "Since everyone is here, the meeting will be on." Before he could finish speaking, Han Xiao immediately raised his hand. "I have one thing to say." Madison was interrupted by the opening remark, but he was not angry at all. He was used to it. As long as Black Star was there, he had never been able to finish his words. On the contrary, everyone's eyes lit up. It's coming, and it's about to start tearing up again. Black Star is indeed the source of our joy. It's so dedicated. Han Xiao looked around and saw that everyone was waiting for the following words. He turned his head and pointed at Madison and said in a deep voice, "After thinking about this period, I increasingly felt that Madison's prisoner technology was not conducive to super A-level unity. The transformation was too much. I think Madison should take the initiative to give up this technology and release other prisoners." When Madison heard this, he suddenly became angry. Everyone has long understood this matter. You didn't mention it when the meeting was held, but it has been a few months since you jumped out and said that today it is obvious that you are looking for trouble. The requirement of giving up the criminal technology is obviously a fantasy. Blackstar knows that this topic will not have any results, but still raises it. In Madison's eyes, he is just deliberately looking for trouble and making trouble. Blackstar, you have to have some shame. How long ago has it happened? Madison shouted. Why? We don't have a limit on the prosecution period. I can't say it yet. Han Xiao spread his hands and said, If you ask everyone who has no objection to this matter, yes, the transformation is beyond the A-level. Although this is before the establishment of the association, it's okay to say it. Khan was happy to see Blackstar looking for trouble and immediately spoke up. Hearing this, everyone present started to condemn. Although time has passed for a long time, Madison's prison skills have always been a thorn in everyone's heart. Usually, everyone is tacit and difficult to talk about. But now someone is provoking trouble, they don't mind making a fuss, mainly to provide firepower support to Blackstar, fearing that the world will not be in chaos. Madison's eyelids twitched, and he said in a deep voice, Okay, Blackstar will make a fuss, but why are you joining in the fun? You are wrong, what is fuss? Han Xiao hugged his arms with both hands and pretended to be serious. As long as you are still doing this kind of moral violation, we are qualified to accuse you. Even if you can't control your greed and are unwilling to give up this technology, at least you have to apologize. Who will you apologize to? They are my spoils, and I have the right to deal with it at will. I have never heard of apologizing to the prisoners. Madison said coldly, It's not that you apologize to them, but that you apologize to us. You have destroyed the unity of the association, and most importantly, you have hurt everyone's hearts. Han Xiao was serious and nonsense. You are letting go. Madison was about to slander, but at this moment, Sui, who was silent on the side, suddenly echoed. Master Country, your behavior is indeed not conducive to the unity of the association. As soon as he finished speaking, he was shocked. The originally noisy environment became quiet in an instant. Everyone present stared at Sui in a row, feeling shocked and suspicious. Saori has always been neutral at the regular meeting, and he has been friends with Madison for many years. How could he suddenly put down the wrongdoing and give Black Star accusation? Madison was also stunned. Laoko actually helped Hei Xing to criticize me. When did they get so close? Are we no longer the friends who play together? The two of them disappeared for several months. What did they do together? The relationship heated up so quickly. He stared at Swear's calm face, feeling unbelievable. What do you mean? Madison looked straight into Saurier's eyes. His tone was not good. Sui sighed, without avoiding the old maida's gaze, and said softly, It's literal. I think Blackstar is right. As the president, you are the example of the association. You should indeed give up criminal technology. Although this is a historical issue before the association was established, we now advocate class unity. The transformation is really too much, and everyone will feel uncomfortable. Madison narrowed his eyes. This is very similar to a premeditated action. If Blackstar and Suri had a private affair and deliberately attacked today, showing the growth of the other party's faction's right to speak, and at the same time, it would have further undermined him. Of course, there is another possibility. Perhaps Saurier is just a matter of things and not people, and has a simple opinion on the prison technology. Madison has known this old friend for many years and knows that the other party doesn't like to offend people, so there may be another reason to criticize him in person. Moreover, Laoku is not so easy to be bribed. Madison could not believe that Blackstar had formed a deep friendship with Saurer in just a few months, and he would rather believe it was the latter possibility. It is also possible that Hei Xing grabbed some of his handles. Well, Ask him after the meeting." Madison quickly adjusted his mind, looked away, looked around the audience, and said expressionlessly, "How to deal with my spoils is my freedom. There will be no result if this topic continues to be discussed. Don't waste time. Just have a serious meeting." The prisoner is his trump card. Everyone present understands that it is impossible to compromise with the tyrant. Most of them are clamoring for a riot. No one really thinks it is useful. But this move undoubtedly hit He Xing's plan and determined that he could not give up his criminal technology and forced him to make such a statement. In this way, it would at least aggravate the dissatisfaction of most members with him and indirectly reduce his prestige as the president. There is no way the criminal technology itself is criticized. The space-time amber of Black Star can only be considered a jail, and it is also very safe. The prisoner technology is to conduct human experiments on prisoners, which is much worse. If he continues to argue, Madison has nothing to say, and it will only become more and more unfavorable. So he directly put on a tough attitude and ends the topic. He put on this uncompromising attitude. Although it was not unexpected to everyone, everyone was more or less unhappy, and it was all caused by the sadness of the rabbit and the fox. Seeing this, Han Xiao did not continue the topic. People have already expressed their opinions that there will be no results at all. If they go on, it will be interfering with a normal meeting. Moreover, the goal has been achieved. In addition, the prestige of Lao Maitu, he is also digging a hole for others. Lao Maitu does not know the details of the sanctuary, but he is hitting a message. Han Xiao turned his head and looked at Xui with a tacit smile. Saori shook his head helplessly. At this time, he was not only giving Black Star a position, but also making profound considerations. After learning about a series of intelligence about the revival of the sanctuary, his mentality changed and his views on the association changed. After thinking about it carefully, I realized that Jay said that the revival of the sanctuary can only resurrect the dead, and existence is unique. Is the super A level transformed into a prisoner dead or alive? 80% of them are alive. So as long as they're transformed into prisoners, will they never be resurrected by the sanctuary? Another more terrifying idea. Will someone use the ability of the sanctuary to set up a trap, seize the newly resurrected super A level, and make it a prisoner? Sui shuddered. In the past, he could barely tolerate this technology, but the concept of the sanctuary recovery subverted his concept. If he had no expectations, he would be fearless, but now that he knew that his life had the opportunity to extend infinitely within an iteration, it would be difficult for him to tolerate this threat to continue. This is only considered from one's own perspective, and from a broad perspective, criminal technology is not conducive to the association's control and maintaining the sanctuary's ability to recover, and is not conducive to member unity. Saori didn't need to think about it to guess several bad situations that might happen in the future. Now it seems that Madison's path will definitely not work. It can be foreseeable that once Black Star has studied the ability to recover the sanctuary, the weapon country that masters the criminal technology will inevitably become the target of public criticism. Who is willing to resurrect a super A-level master of criminal technology? And by that time, perhaps even death will become a luxury. If most super A-levels go to extremes, they may work together to send him into space-time amber to prevent Mansun from being resurrected by the three major civilizations and being squeezed out of prison technology. Thur and Madison still had some friendship. He didn't really want to see Madison end up like this. It can be said that it was for the sake of Madison's good, but he knew the importance of it. Before Black Star researched the results, the information of the sanctuary could not be disclosed to the unreliable guys, so he could only persuade him simply. As for whether Madison listens or not, that is someone else's business. Anyway, Sui feels that he is loyal enough. Without Han Xiao's fire, the regular meeting could continue normally. However, everyone present was absent-minded, and their eyes kept circulating between Han Xiao and Sui with different thoughts and secretly guessing what soup Black Star had given Sui. Sorokin looked at the two of them quietly, feeling very afraid. Sui was also attracted, and Black Star's power in the association is getting stronger and stronger. He always remembers the threat of Black Star to see through his identity, and the handle is in the hands of others. The idea of killing people to silence his mouth often circulates in his mind, but he has been tempted to be afraid of the mouse and has not taken action. Moreover, Sorokin is reluctant to leave his vest now. In Sorokin's plan, the best situation is naturally to use other super A-level killers to kill Black Star. And he's out of the matter, but Black Star's social circle has been expanding, and more friends means that he has fewer and fewer candidates to use. There are only a few peak A-level players in the universe. If one more friend of Black Star, one less potential helper. Can I be eaten so hard by him? If variables can be found. A haze flashed in Sorokin's eyes. A few hours passed, the regular meeting was successfully held, and everyone left with their own worries. Saori disconnected the projection link, and the communicator rang out and took a look. Sure enough, it was a call from Madison. He sighed, picked up the communication, and said calmly, "What's the matter with me? Saori, what's going on with you and Black Star? Is there a handle in his hands?" Madison straightforwardly asked what happened at the regular meeting. "It's nothing." Madison frowned and said, "You have disappeared for several months. Actually, you have gone out with Black Star. What happened to you? What does it have to do with you?" Saori responded lightly. Upon hearing this, Madison's face changed. This is an admission, and in this tone, it is obvious that he is unwilling to disclose any information about Black Star. It seems that I was wrong about it. So I was supporting Black Star. Their relationship has really improved by leaps and bounds in the past few months, and even offended Black Star for Black Star. Madison felt Saurier's coldness and alienation, and felt uncomfortable. This feeling is like a companion being pried away by an opponent, feeling a heartache of being betrayed by everyone. He only feels that his social circle is also being invaded by the Black Star, and everything that belongs to him is gradually fading away. At this time, Suai casually said, "Is there anything else to say? Just hang up if you have nothing to do. I'm very busy." Even with private conversations, he was unwilling to do any kind of leaks, and just wanted to send Madison away as soon as possible. "I understand." Madison was silent for a few seconds, suppressed his lost mood, and took the initiative to disconnect from the communication. Thun put down the communicator, his face feeling complicated and a little sighed. During the intelligent plague, Madison lost all the rice and was in trouble, which led to a change of team candidates by one thought, and eventually made such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity fall into the hands of Black Star. In Suai's view, Madison picked up sesame seeds and lost watermelons. If Madison had not jumped fiercely, there would be no subsequent series of things. Suai felt that he would still call Madison to form a team. In this way, Madison should have a copy of the information he has in his hands now and will not be kept in the dark. Unfortunately, nothing is wrong. This is all fate. If he had teamed up with you, you would be the one who has the intelligence advantage now. Saurier shook his head, feeling sorry for Madison. The undercurrent of the Super A-level association did not affect the players' activities. A few days later, the final of the 4th professional league finally started. The ratings on the forum broke the historical record. If Jiangcheng carries the hopes of all Chinese players, Lei Python carries the expectations of all foreign clubs. Only they can prevent China from establishing a 3-game winning dynasty. Under the gaze of everyone, the two sides fought hard in the first game. Although Jiangcheng performed stably, he got the secret tactics that Lei Python has been hidden until now. He suffered a loss in the team competition and finally lost the first game with a slight point gap, and was led by Lei Python 1 o'clock, which immediately raised the blood pressure of Chinese players. However, in the second and third games, Jiangxing team withstood the pressure and played steadily under the leadership of the Crazy Knife. Although there were not many exaggerated operations, relying on the mechanical endurance advantage, they made the game a bladder game, grinding out the points gap, winning 2 games in a row, and winning the match point. In the 4th game, Lei Python tried all his best, hoping to win this game, and played very cautiously. However, he was beaten by Jiangcheng and was beaten up. In the end, Jiangcheng won the championship by 3. Since entering the quarterfinals, Jiangcheng's record has been 3-1, which is stable. The mechanical style is fully demonstrated by them, and they are very strong and have almost no shortcomings. Under the gaze of countless audiences, either nervous, excited, or ecstatic, the last player of the Thunder Python team fell on the ring. The sound of falling to the ground was like a drum beat, ringing in the hearts of all the audiences. It was like a signal, announcing the birth of the 3 consecutive championships in China. Within a few seconds after everything was settled, the forum fell and completely turned into a sea of carnival. Just as Jiangcheng defeated Lei Python, the impatient Chinese players flooded the forum to vent their ecstasy and excitement. Congratulations to Jiangcheng. Congratulations to China. 3 consecutive championships. Great criticism. Continue to besiege our team. Even if we target us, we can still break through the siege. I feel comfortable those little tricks against us are not good, and we still need to be strong by ourselves. Congratulations to North America for winning the runner-up. Funny, since the group stage, Chinese players have been holding their breath, just watching the Chinese team being treated unfairly and being targeted constantly. And now they are finally proud and venting all their depression. Since the second league, Chongqing, Han Xiao, and Jiangcheng have brought a championship trophy to China respectively. As the saying goes, there are only 3 things. 3 consecutive championships have a specific meaning in the eyes of players, which means dominant achievements and extremely honors. The official staff of Jiangcheng Club quickly issued an announcement post after the team won the championship. In just 3 minutes, the number of replies to the post exceeded 1 million. All of them were congratulations. With the popularity of winning the championship, they instantly rose to the top of the hot post list. Not only Chinese players came to congratulate them, but they created history with 3 consecutive championships and also attracted a large number of foreign fans. Among the player groups from all over the country, there are also many viewers who have always supported the Chinese team. Achievements do not distinguish between nationality, and even supporters of other teams, they also feel like witnessing history at this moment. Other Chinese teams, such as Han Xiao and Chongqing, that were eliminated early also posted congratulations in the name of the club at the same time to celebrate China's historic achievements in 3 consecutive championships. It was mentioned that this was the result of everyone's joint efforts. The efforts of the Chinese teams in the first 2 consecutive championships laid the foundation for 3 consecutive championships and won the recognition and praise of a large number of players. China celebrates the whole world, and many foreign teams feel uncomfortable. The sniper failed, and the teams that participated were cynical and mocked, both lost and helpless. We tried our best to prevent China from winning the championship. What can we do? We can only accept reality. 3 consecutive championships are indeed amazing. In the office, Han Xiao couldn't help but smile at the carnival on the forum. No country achieved 3 consecutive championships in his previous life. Even though the most dominant North America won 3 championships, it was still separate. Now under his influence, the Chinese team, which was difficult to win the championship in his previous life, has achieved such a good record and has become a dominant demon. He also feels honored. As the main camp of Chinese players, the benefits are naturally obvious. It can be foreseen that the attraction of the camp will increase again, which is extremely beneficial to your plan. In the next version, if other camps come to poach, the success rate will definitely decline further. Han Xiao was secretly happy and immediately remembered the thoughts he had during the war in the country. Well, now is the time to send out the reward indirectly. The Yin-Wang alliance became the winner of a national war. At that time, Han Xiao was preparing to buy Milton Star, which was the main battlefield, and give it to the Yin-Wang alliance as a reward. This was the best time. Although the war between the 3 major civilizations and the Superstar Alliance continues, the ownership of Milton Star has not been confirmed and cannot be purchased by anyone. It does not prevent me from sending news to the outside world. With the status of the Legion, no matter which company that won the Milton Star in the end, such a small deal will not be prevented. In this way, it is equivalent to booking the Milton Star, and you can pay and get the ball as soon as the war is over. Within more than 10 days after the Jiangxing team won the championship, the popularity of the forum has been maintained. During this period, the Star Sea Times has stepped up production and finally created a new program, inviting 3 championship teams of Jiangxing, Han Xiao, and Chongqing as guests, which was unprecedentedly grand. Han Xiao was also watching with the barrage. In the picture, 2 hosts, a man and a woman, sat on one side, and the 3 team players led by Quang Dao, Wang Ho General, and Hao Yin sat in turn. The interview has begun for a while. From the first league, we have witnessed the rise of Jiangxing step by step. The team continues to mature, and after 4 versions, we finally won the highest honor and laid the foundation for the wealthy family. Captain Mad Sword and Sword. Do you have any thoughts on this? Asked the female host. Quang Dao smiled proudly and said, First of all, I want to thank the club for their cultivation. After the first league, Jiangxing decided to knock down the team and rebuild it, giving me great power. It can be said that without their support, there would be no current team. Then I want to thank my teammates. They all sweat together to achieve the current results. Without repeated running in, we would not have the glory we are today. Then I want to thank Wang Chao, Chongqing, and other Chinese teams. Without their efforts in the first 2 leagues, we would not be able to win the honor of 3 consecutive championships. This is the result of the efforts of all Chinese teams, and everyone is winning glory for the country. Finally, I want to thank Black Star Army. Although it is a bit strange to say this, I honestly think Black Star Army has played an irreplaceable role in our China championship process, and it may even be one of the main factors. The male host nodded. There is indeed such a saying on the internet. Many people believe that our achievements in China's 3 consecutive championships are inseparable from the unique camp benefits. That is, they're great luck factors. Do you think so too? Quang Dao agreed. That's right. Old players who have experienced 4 versions together understand that the Black Star Legion was very weak at the beginning. At the earliest, we worked hard to build it, and it also brought us long-term returns. It was our Chinese team's luck at the beginning, and it did have great convenience. There is no need to deny this. Of course, the team's efforts are equally important. The so-called, to be good at work must first sharpen the tools. The camp has developed very well, and we also used this resource to give a qualified answer. Hao Yin spoke from the side and said, the Quang Dao is right. The honor of 3 consecutive championships is one of the Black Star Army. In version 1.0, he is one of the 4 great kings under Han Xiao, and at this time he also agrees with the Quang Dao statement. Although it seems a bit weird to mention an NPC camp in the championship interview, most Chinese players will not feel like this. After the 4 versions, the Black Star Legion has already made them feel a strong sense of belonging and regarded it as part of themselves. Seeing that the topic was about this, the female host flipped through the inscription card and asked, when it comes to the Black Star Army, just a few days ago, Black Star publicly stated that he would buy Milton Star and give it to the Yanhuang Alliance, an affiliated force under his command, as a base, which caused quite a response and was called Double Happiness by Chinese players. What do you think about this? Hearing this, everyone turned their heads and looked at Feng Yu. She was a recognized plot player among professional players, and everyone thought that her answer was more reliable. Feng Yu thought for a while and said, I think the behavior of the Legion commander is a bit sudden, but it is not surprising to think about it carefully. Everyone must still remember that when we were in the National War, there were many NPC spacecraft watching on Milton. With our sense of existence in the universe, Black Star cannot not pay attention to our national war. Although NPCs don't know what we are doing, they can also make basic judgments. I try to apply to the Legion commander's perspective, although he doesn't understand why we fight. In his eyes, this is probably a contradiction within the Immortals. He didn't want to care about it, but the Yanhuang Alliance is a registered affiliate organization under his command, and there is also an immortal group of the Superstar Group Alliance camp among his opponents, so he created an environment for camp conflict. Therefore, when he saw the affiliated organizations of the Legion defeated all the enemies, he might have felt satisfied and relieved. Then he saw us staying in the Milton Star battlefield and establishing the main city. This scene might make him think that we are reluctant to leave this planet. So he waved his hand and generously donated to buy a whole planet to give it to the Yin Huang Alliance. The fundamental purpose of this move is actually to reward the affiliated organizations under his command. After Feng Yu's analysis, many viewers suddenly realized and felt that the cause and effect were clear, and a lot of barrage flashed across the picture. I'm a professional player who is good at digging hidden plots. I have a clear idea. I understand after saying this. What are you doing with these stupid brains? Just call the Legion commander awesome. When we fight the national war, the camp will actually give benefits. Only the Black Star Legion has such treatment, which is too comfortable. The national war is a spontaneous activity of players. There was no reward at first, but because of the Black Star's generosity, now there are extra lottery tickets. Moreover, if the Guild Alliance and other camps wins the national war, I am afraid that it will not be able to get such benefits. Only players of the Black Star Army will win this kind of treatment. Isn't that too happy? The guilds and other camps were red in their eyes, envious, jealous, and hatred. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled with satisfaction. He liked such players with excellent brain-sucking skills and gave his legion a sense of presence. The two hosts interviewed many questions one after another, giving the players of the three teams room to play. They ended the interview in a happy atmosphere, and then entered the last part of the show, reviewing the process of this version and predicting the situation of the next version. The male host sat upright and said slowly, "In version 4.0, we have witnessed many historical events, such as the establishment of the Super A-Level Association, the Battle of the Gods of Black Star, the outbreak of the Intelligent Plague, the Black Stars awarded the Star C Medal, and was hired as consultants by the three civilizations, the outbreak of the conflict between the three civilizations and the Superstar Group Alliance, etc. We have also experienced many experiences, such as the establishment of a large number of affiliated organizations, the Black Star Cup participation in the Shining World War, the National War, etc., and achieved so many achievements. Many viewers were brought closer to their memories and reviewed their rich experiences over the past few years. Then, the female host spoke, saying, "We have experienced a lot in version 4.0. The opening of the world server gave this version a special significance. However, the universe pattern is still in turmoil. It is difficult for us to see clearly what will happen to version 5.0. We can only make certain guesses based on the existing intelligence. Now is the early stage of the Shining World War. There is no way to know how many years apart between 4.0 and 5.0. In our opinion, the next version is likely to jump to the end stage of the war, allowing us to participate in the final battle, and the intermediate process is omitted, and it feels like it will be more than 10 years apart." Listening to the speculation of the Shanghai Times, Han Xiao shook his head. They guessed wrong this time. From the perspective of players, Shining World War is like a red tide. They thought this would be a cross-version main line, so naturally they could not have imagined that the main line of version 5.0 was a super disaster. Players in previous lives were also confused and were involved in this conflict. But it is no wonder that the players are not involved in high levels and have no way to know too many clues. Super disasters also have great sudden factors, and basically no one can guess now. Now that the butterfly effect is constantly expanding, the direction of version 5.0 is probably even more confusing. Even if he can't tell the truth, it will be even more impossible for players. While thinking, Han Xiao gently stroked his fingers across the edge of the desk, and the blue virtual screen immediately popped up. He glanced at the date in the upper right corner and breathed out. There are only 27 days left before the update of the previous life version, and 4.0 is finally over. Nearly a month later, the Shining World Gaolu Star Cluster is the outer ring base of the Black Star Palace. Today is the day of the version update. The hall is crowded with people, and countless players gather here, chatting in groups of 3 or 3 with the crowds of people, and the bustling crowds are extremely lively, waiting to be taken off the line here. The meat bag wandered among the crowd, turned on the video function, and took the scene in the hall with great enthusiasm, followed by a little assistant. In version 4.0, the meat bun career has made new progress, and has become an important cooperative journalist in the club. So he founded a studio and no longer cut videos alone. He recruited some employees to be responsible for all aspects of affairs. The most important thing is to help him collect materials. This type of employee has their own work accounts, and the ID has the prefix of the studio. At this time, the little assistant next to him has the ID name Meat Bag Studio Xiaomai, and he looks like a humorous little fat man. Boss, what are we doing in the shooting base here? Can this be used as material? Xiaomai was curious. Stupid. Who knows what the next version of the Legion will become? If there are changes in the future, these are historical materials. You can produce a nostalgic video and a video. Meat bags teach me earnestly. Boss, you are so far-sighted. Xiaomai gave a thumbs up. Your business level needs to be improved. Look at it carefully and study hard. Meat Bao hummed. In the corner not far from the two, a group of professional players formed a circle and made a low uproar. I'm going to retire. The princes, generals, and ministers spoke, which immediately aroused everyone's surprise. Quang Dao has always regarded the kings, princes, and generals as idols, and it was a little unbelievable. We just won 3 consecutive championships. Why do you want to retreat? Yes. Now is the time when our China is at its peak. The people next to him also agreed. Haha, it is precisely because I have won 3 consecutive championships that I can retire with peace of mind. I had this idea after winning the championship in the last session. I have only waited for another year to achieve the dynasty. The princes, generals, and ministers waved their hands without caring about it and said casually, I am not young anymore, and I can feel that my competitive level is beginning to decline. Now it's just right that the retirement application has been handed over to the club's senior management. The team respects my choice. In the future, Tai Erzi will be the captain of the dynasty team. I have to give others some chance. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Tai Erzi on the side. Tai Erzi always hoped to overwhelm the princes and generals and take away the captain's position. But now that his dream has come true, he did not show any joy, but was silent and a little depressed. The prince, general, and minister looked at him and smiled. Don't you want the captain's position? Now that you are regular, why are you unhappy? Tai Erzi touched the corner of his mouth and showed a reluctant smile. I'm obviously very happy, but I finally let you go, huh? Everyone shook their heads, and they could see that Tai Erzi was insincere. She was sad and lost, but she was still stubborn and unwilling to give in, with a hard mouth and soft heart. Since joining the team, Tai Erzi has been fighting on the field with the kings, princes, generals, and ministers. Although he usually likes to talk to each other, he has always regarded the kings, princes, generals as his closest comrades in his heart. He is competitive and hopes to put kings, princes, generals, and ministers under him, and not to gain the position of captain in this way. When Tai Erzi felt empty and sad when he thought of not being able to fight side by side with the kings, princes, generals, and ministers in the future. Don't worry, although I retired, I still work in the club and should be the coach of the team. The prince and general patted Tai Erzi on the shoulder and smiled. So, this means that I still care about you and don't have to let me go. Although he didn't say it directly, there was a meaning in his words. My brother will always be my brother, but you still want to turn over? Dream. Tai Erzi instantly changed his face and cursed. Who can't bear to part with you? Resign quickly and get out of here. You'll be annoyed when you see you. Everyone immediately withdrew their gaze, and they really couldn't stand the tickiness of loving and killing each other. When it comes to retirement, I actually have this idea. Mingwei Changzhong of Chongkong team's side. I should be the oldest veteran and can't play anymore. Now is the best time to retire. I feel that this year will be a wave of retirement, and it's time for newcomers to take the lead. Jiangcheng is playing very well, and it's a rising star. It's okay. By the way, we won the championship this year, and it's our turn to treat you. Quang Dao was embarrassed to scratch his head. A group of professional players discussed their careers here. Li Ge was secretly happy and hoped that all his competitors would retire. He seemed to see the temple team coming up. Time passed slowly, and not long after, it was finally time for the version to be updated. White light flashed by, players were offline one after another, and the base hall, which was still lively just now, suddenly became empty. The 4.0 version update is enabled. Data is being saved. Save it. Player forum is closed. Update time is unknown. Please wait patiently. In the private machinery factory, Han Xiao moved his eyes away from the surveillance screen in the base hall and called up the panel with a prompt sound and took a look. The player has been offline. Han Xiao breathed out and quickly adjusted his mentality. This time, it takes longer to return farmland to forest, so you have to make good land. In the 4th professional league, he gained another wave of experience at the end of the version, but his reserves are still not much. The current upgrade experience cost is too huge. Even if the rewards from Zuxinglian's tasks are added, it is still difficult to use for rapid upgrades. During the decades of this version update, Han Xiao decided to focus on the divine transformation route, first lifting the mechanical branch to the top, and then creating the void branch. The divine transformation has pre-tasks to the 10th level. The task settlement card has been tested and is effective for this. Han Xiao is planning to do more tasks with random rewards during the version update and get more task settlement cards, which can save a lot of divine transformation points. On the other hand, the main source of divine transformation points is to make golden drawings. There are many golden drawings in the technical treasure given by Jace. This is a large source of dots. Han Xiao decided to study the technical data in this area first. With the technical treasure, there is no need to find the 3 major civilizations to exchange for drawings, and there is no need to do tasks to exchange for contribution. This saves a lot of time and energy, and can also cause the 3 major civilizations to misjudgment on his technical background, thinking that he does not have too many golden drawings, and there are many benefits. In decades, a group of freshmen will appear in Super A levels. I wonder if anyone under my command will be promoted. Han Xiao pinched his chin and started to calculate. In his eyes, there are only Aurora, Ferdin, Hardaway, China, Rothel, and Loki who have the chance to enter the Super A level field for decades. Among them, Aurora has no bottleneck and has a slow development normally. But there is a method of cutting leaks with the Holy Light Seed, which can greatly accelerate the development process. Ferdin and Rothel are gifted and have the possibility of breakthroughs. As for Hardaway, Jatina, and Loki, they have a deep foundation and have a chance to accumulate strength. Evan's training career is still too short. Decades are not enough for him to grow, and the new Alien God training program still takes time. As for Carlot's late-stage type, it's still far from the peak of his previous life. However, Han Xiao didn't know if Carlot's growth curve would change with his influence this time. It is more reliable to focus on cultivating Aurora. It will help Minya achieve 3 level A-level achievements as soon as possible, so that Minya's spirit will reappear in us. Han Xiao smiled secretly. At the same time, a Covenant base. A secret hall is arranged into a large laboratory. In the center of the room is a circular mechanical base with a diameter of about 50 meters, covered with complex patterns, with energy transmission pipelines and magic circuits. At first glance, it looks like a kind of ritual venue. Around the scene, many Covenant members wearing white experimental suits are working hard to debug various instruments, and Luo and Fei are present to supervise. How long is the agreed period? There are 3 minutes left, and the preset time range is about to enter. The receiving device has been preheated and can be activated at any time. The information state stabilizer has been set, and all processes are ready. Luo looked at the time. His face was solemn, and his palms were covered in sweat. Today is the day of the agreement confirmed by the Son of Destiny. According to the information passed down by the organization, the Sanctuary's time and space flow rate is very special. It briefly coincides with the main universe at random time points. Once the time node is missed, it has to wait for a long time. The arrangement in the field is to connect with the swearing person. It is also the first time everyone present tried it, and I don't know what the effect is. Everyone was nervous, time passed by minute, and finally the preset time node was reached. Start! Luo shouted immediately. The next moment, all instruments are activated in sequence. The circular mechanical base in the center of the room runs, and the energy circuit on the surface lights up from bottom to top. Buzzing, a shocking sound sounded in the room, and the space above the base created a distortion that was visible to the naked eye. This lasted for more than 10 seconds, and a light gate suddenly appeared in the sky, spitting out a figure, and then disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Everyone quickly looked up and looked overjoyed. The one who fell to the ground was the one who had been away for many days. Luo and Fei rushed up and helped the swearing man up. They saw the other party staring in a daze, as if he had just woken up and were in a daze here. "Leader, you're back. How do you feel?" The swearing man looked at the two of them in a daze, looking confused. After a while, he seemed to remember his identity. His eyes gradually focused, slowly came to his senses, and immediately covered his forehead and groaned. It seems like he had a long dream. There's a strong sense of illusion in the sanctuary. Just like in a dream, I seem to have discovered many amazing secrets, but only a small part of the fragmented information remained in my memory. Let me sort it out. He covered his forehead and recalled his experiences in the sanctuary, vaguely remembering the shock that penetrated into the soul. But the relevant memories were rapidly fading, leaving only fragments, and I can't remember the details, just like the rapid forgetting of the dream after waking up from the dream. After a long time, the swearing man gradually restored part of the information, and suddenly his whole body was shocked, and a look of horror flashed across his face. "Did you remember anything?" Fei asked, capturing the shock that the swearing man flashed by. "No, nothing." The swearing man took a deep breath and suppressed his inner emotions. The big restart, the iteration of the universe, the function of the sanctuary revival, all kinds of information fragments flashed through his mind. These things were too subversive. He planned to keep them confidential and did not plan to tell his subordinates about the shocking information he saw in the sanctuary. In the whole universe, I should be the only one who has obtained this information at present. The value is immeasurable, and it is almost a profit-like advantage. The future route needs to be adjusted significantly. The swearing man flashed through this idea. At this time, Luo looked around and saw no other figure. He couldn't help asking, "Chief, has our plan succeeded? Have you brought back the resurrection person?" Hearing this, the swearing man seemed to remember something, turned over his palm, and saw a strange golden mark on the back of his hand. In his remaining memory, this is a one-time sanctuary resurrection mark, which can allow him to revive the historical Super A levels that use medium to establish links in the main universe. It should be successful. The swearing man paused, looked around, suddenly raised his tone, and said loudly, "Clear the venue immediately and welcome the return of the original with me." In the desolate universe belt, an unmanned planet. Because of some concerns, the swearing man did not activate the sanctuary resurrection mark in the base, but instead brought a group of subordinates to change the venue. Several Covenant spacecraft were suspended in the outer space of the planet. Luo and Fei were operating various detection instruments with a group of technicians. The monitor was aimed at the surface of the Earth. The center of the picture was the oath-taking man who landed on the surface of the planet. In the mortar desert, the swearing man glanced at the sanctuary on the back of his hand, took a deep breath, and took out a disc-shaped device the size of a palm in his other hand. The information fragments in my mind show that this mark is more like fuel. If you want to activate its function, you need to prepare a switch yourself, and this switch must be an information state conversion device. If there is no technology in this aspect, then this mark will probably only be ornamental. The disc in his hand is one of the superpower technologies of the Covenant organization. Through the analysis and research of the Son of Destiny, scientific researchers developed a device for information state disturbance. It is not a black technology, it is just a byproduct made by chance, and it can act as a switch for the revival of the sanctuary. The swearing man pressed the button, and the disc started to buzz. The next moment, it seemed as if the hot oil encountered cold water, and a fierce reaction was immediately produced. The sanctuary revival mark suddenly shone brightly, leaving the back of his hand, turning into a dazzling white light ball, like a substance, and rapidly expanding, covering a large area in front of the swearing man. The energy fluctuations around suddenly increased, and the swearing man subconsciously took 2 steps back. At this time, the exclamation of the spacecraft technicians sounded from the communication channel. The amplitude reading of information state disturbance has broken through the historical peak. Oh my God, it's still skyrocketing. Anomaly phenomenon was detected, matching the database. It is suspected to be information state projection or reality distortion. Report. The spacetime stability coefficient in this area is rapidly declining, and a cosmic energy surge occurs, but it seems that some kind of force constrains the fluctuation here and does not spread. The swearing man was vigilant, staring at the light ball in front of him. His whole body was tense, and he was ready to react quickly. After a while, the light ball, transformed by the revival imprint of the sanctuary, suddenly split and turned into luminous individuals of different shapes. At this time, the light quickly disappeared, and these luminous individuals turned from virtual to real, turning into biological entities of different shapes, with a large number. Seeing this scene, the noisy communication channel suddenly became silent. All the Covenant members present, including the oath-taking man, held their breath, their eyes intertwined with incredible and ecstasy. These people are the characters they keep in mind. Each one is the first person with a name and a surname in history. Success! Luo and Fei were overjoyed, and the technicians in the spacecraft cheered and hugged each other. Many of them are descendants of the original ones. This scene is equivalent to resurrecting the ancestors. How can you be unhappy? At this moment, these revived first people seem to have just come to their senses and looked around in a daze. Where is this? Why am I here? Am I not fighting a war? Hey, aren't you dead? Or do I lift your ashes? Are you cheating on the zombie? Seeing clearly the people around you, some of them even had opponents who had fought on the battlefield. Many of the first ones hurriedly distanced, both vigilant and confused. The supra-level revived in the sanctuary retains the memories of life. The memories of these first people stay at the nirvana of death. In their senses, it is like they suddenly wake up after a sleep, and they almost feel the passage of time. It is as if they died in blood in the last second, and they came to this place the next second. At this time, the swearing man stepped over and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many of the first people were shocked, and now they found that there was another person on the scene. I saw the swearing man slowly take off his hood and reveal his face. His tone was filled with complex emotions. He slowly spoke. I have fulfilled my original oath. Congratulations on your rebirth. Seeing his appearance clearly, many of the first people present were stunned. They all knew the swearing man. It turned out to be you. Is the original idea realized? In other words, we are resurrected? Everyone was shocked. Their bodies were trembling, and various emotions such as ecstasy, shock, and disbelief appeared on their faces. The objects of the sanctuary revival need corresponding media. The swearing people choose the founder of the Covenant organization, and the friends who made oaths together were just part of the original ones. These people worked for different civilizations during their exploration. They had to fight each other due to camp reasons, but they formed secret associations in private and fought for a common goal. But as the Exploration Chronicle War progressed, one initial after another died one after another, and the organization became fewer and fewer members. In the memory of those who died relatively late, the Covenant organization was almost dead in name only at the end of the Exploration Chronicle. They basically had no hope, but unexpectedly, the path originally envisioned was finally realized. What have you done? Everyone was curious and hurriedly surrounded him and asked. At that time, the swearing man let out a sigh, but did not seek credit, but simply briefly explained his experience over the years. He was the founder of the Covenant organization. He survived the war and survived, and then he kept his name and low-key activities. He no longer participated in any incidents, but devoted himself to developing the organization. He gradually restored the surviving Covenant to its current scale, and gradually became the current scale. He has always regarded the original oath as the purpose of the organization and has never taken the wrong route. Although the swearing person was speaking lightly, everyone could understand the difficulty. This operation could be said to have turned the tide and saved all of them. This spirit of saying something must be fulfilled moved everyone. For a moment, most of the people in the venue were moved and patted the oath on the shoulder with gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work. It's nothing, I just obeyed the oath." The swearing man waved his hand and put on his hood again. "How do you revive us? Is it really the sanctuary's credit?" "Not all. Luck accounts for the majority, and this method may only take effect once." The swearing man narrowed his eyes and made excuses and did not immediately reveal the real mechanism of the sanctuary's recovery. Everyone had some doubts about this statement, but the degree of suspicion was not high. After all, they now had a very good impression of the swearing man. The most important thing is that there is no way to verify it. Only the swearing man has been to the sanctuary alone. Now he says whatever he says, and everyone can't refute it. After this episode, the emotions of many initial people gradually calmed down, and various questions immediately came to their minds. What era is it now? What is the final result of the exploration war? Someone asked all his thoughts. The swearing man sighed. The exploration war has long ended. The glorious Federation, the Red Empire, and the Void Spirit sect have become the overlords of the universe. You have been out of touch with the times for too long, and there is still a lot of information to be repaired. Hearing this, everyone nodded, feeling itchy, and they couldn't wait to understand the modern universe pattern. At this moment, a tall figure who had been silent on the edge of the crowd suddenly spoke and asked in a deep voice, "Does my civilization still exist?" Everyone turned their heads and looked at it, and their faces changed slightly. They all recognized this person. King of War, Pan Gong Fili, a famous war fanatic. As this question was thrown out, everyone also realized some sharp problems, and the excitement was stagnant, and the atmosphere gradually became subtle. Their primary goal was to recover in the future, but everyone's goal of resurrection was different. Some wanted to escape war, some wanted to realize their ambitions, and some wanted to live forever. Some people's civilization has been destroyed in the exploration history. Do you want revenge? Some people's civilization is the current higher civilization. Should we return? These are all historical issues. When the common goal of resurrection is achieved, they lose the foundation for unity, and as a result, they are destined to go their separate ways and go their separate ways. After understanding this, everyone's positions changed quietly, and they were vaguely divided into several factions guarding each other. The swearing man was not surprised at all. He had expected it and had no intention of forcing it. He said lightly, "About the situation of various civilizations, you can check the information by yourself. In short, I just keep my promise and resurrect you. As for what you are going to do, I don't care, nor do I have the intention to repay kindness. As long as you don't betray the covenant. It's just that you lack understanding of the current era. I still recommend staying with me first and figure out the situation before talking about it." "Yes." Panergon nodded slowly. Seeing this, everyone had no objection. No matter what relationship they would become in the future, at least now everyone is nominally the founder of the covenant, and there are many descendants in the organization. Moreover, as soon as he was resurrected, everyone felt weak and seemed to have declined. So they were very restrained at the moment and were unwilling to cause more trouble. They just wanted to find a place to recover, and the covenant was the best place to go. At this time, an initial man turned his head and looked at the swearing man and asked, "What about you? You have resurrected us. What are you going to do in the future?" "After all the efforts of the covenant organization, I will continue to develop. It is of course the best for you to stay and help. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Now our advantage lies in that we are black households. All civilizations in the universe do not have our registration. As long as we do not show our strength casually, we can hide our names, live freely, and get rid of the limitations of the camp." The swearing man replied calmly. "So no one except us knows that we are reviving?" someone asked. The swearing man was about to answer when a figure suddenly popped up in his mind. His face changed immediately, and his calm expression immediately broke his skills, becoming quite painful. He hesitated for a while before he said depressedly, "No, there's another person who knows." Everyone was shocked. "Who is this person?" The swearing man said helplessly. "His nickname is Black Star, and it is also Super A level. It has only been born for decades. In this era, his combat power and power are among the best. I don't know where to find out my goal. It may be that there was an insider in the organization. So, it's a newcomer." The first people present naturally had never heard of Han Xiao's name and did not pay much attention to it. As the first people who were promoted to Super A level, they naturally had special arrogance and did not look down on the younger generations. The swearing man explained, "However, Black Star has no malicious intentions. I have reached some deals with him. He is currently our ally and has provided some help to help me complete the awakening ceremony. So we owe him a favor. It seems that this young man is not bad." Everyone nodded. "Although I have never met, this junior named Black Star has a certain life-saving grace for them, and the first ones present have developed a lot of favor. So I'm going to notify He Xing of the recovery and seek his help. Now in the Super A level, few people's power can be compared with him. He has good intentions to us, and the resources in his hands can provide us with many conveniences." The swearing man explained while secretly planning in his heart. He concealed the mechanism of the sanctuary's recovery, and at this time he had a new idea, that is, to use this method to revive more historical super-level A levels and thoroughly master this channel, and he could see the significance of this for super-level A levels. It just so happens that it can cooperate with Black Star while occupying the intelligence advantage, which is said to be a cooperation, but in the eyes of the swearing man, it is just the use of Black Star's resources. After all, Black Star does not know the importance of the recovery of the sanctuary. It can fool the other party, making Black Star think that this is just a one-time job. In this way, before entering the Holy Soul, the Black Star will be kept in the dark and make wedding clothes for itself. The swearing man probably could have kept this method hidden from Black Star for a long time. It took many years to prepare the Covenant to enter the sanctuary. In his opinion, even if the Black Star is powerful, it is impossible to enter it casually. He agreed to Black Star and told him about the recovery of the sanctuary, but it was limited to the previous information of the Covenant organization. He did not say that he had to add his experience in the sanctuary. The swearing man did not intend to violate the transaction, but he did not mind using this little trick to fool Black Star. The person who made the oath personally had no disgust towards Han Xiao, but he had been passive all the time. Thanks to the insider who was unknown, the news was always leaked for no reason. I don't know how many handles fell into the hands of He Xing, which made him extremely depressed. Now that he finally got exclusive information worth an invaluable amount of money, he naturally chose to keep his hands and did not intend to tell the truth. The awakening plan has been successful. It's time to talk to He Xing. I have to calm him down and let him not leak the news. The swearing man's eyes flashed. At the same time, the Black Star Palace. Return to the stage of history complete. You get one legend, cosmic legend. Awakening the first one. Because of the Covenant activities, a group of first ones are resurrected from nirvana. You secretly promoted this matter. You are one of the leaders behind the return of the first ones. Your actions are likely to have a profound impact on the entire universe. Virgil Keormir likes you plus 25 points. Treep Sun Chaser, Don Ketter likes you plus 25 points. Panker Feely likes you plus 25 points. In the private machinery factory, Han Xiao, who is busy doing research, suddenly received a lot of panel prompts. He opened it and looked at it, and he was immediately happy. The mission has been settled, which means the swearing person has succeeded. It was only a few hours since the player was offline. Han Xiao did not expect to receive good news at this time. The swearing man lost contact in the sanctuary for so long, and finally reacted a little. The mission rewards of Return to the History stage include 1 legend and 25 favorable points for all recovery, which are Super A level. These favorable tips for the screen should be the Super A level of this recovery. Han Xiao browsed it carefully, and his eyes were full of dazzling colors. The names of these people were well known. He could just search the names of the internet and find out the lives of these people who were exploring their experiences. The king of war, Pan Gong, the god of law, Bagel, and the omniscient Trip are all famous firsts in history. As the first group of people who reached the Super A level, the firsts have one characteristic. That is, their nicknames are generally relatively fierce, and they have taken away many good nicknames. Han Xiao immediately discovered another benefit of this mission reward. He could see who the resurrected targets were immediately clear. Some of them are guys who have super disasters, which have solved the case, proving that the resurrection of these people is indeed related to the Covenant. Han Xiao wrote down all the names of these people, counted them for a while, and suddenly frowned slightly and muttered secretly. The number of people who resurrected seems to be inconsistent. He remembered that all the revived in his previous life exceeded the A level. A group appeared in the super disaster version, and a group appeared in the world when they were building civilization, which combined far exceeded the number of people at this time. Moreover, the current favorites are all the originals. In the previous World Tree War version, the large number of recovery brought by the Covenant organization have also many historical super levels that are not originals. But the number of people who are resurrected now is much less than the total number in their previous lives. What is the reason? A sudden light of inspiration flashed through Han Xiao's mind. I seem to understand. In a flash of lightning, he linked the clues in his heart and suddenly felt enlightened. Jace revealed the mechanism of the sanctuary's recovery. With this important intelligence, he finally understood the trajectory of the Covenant organization in his previous life. The Covenant recovered a group of original people in version 5.0. Some of them should have had differences, so they parted ways and ran out to induce super disasters. But the secret of the Covenant may not be revealed. The remaining first person continued to live under the leadership of the Oath. The reason was that the Oath person discovered the mystery of recovery in the sanctuary, so he wanted to master this super A-level lifeline, so he was developing secretly. During this period, the Covenant must have achieved new results, revived more super-level A-levels, and used some method to convince subsequent people to participate in this plan, so the total number of resurrected people at this time is incompatible with the previous life. In this way, the Covenant organization has been working until the World Tree War version, and for the reason of the cold lips and teeth, it has to expose itself and participate in the war, which has shocked the exploration of the universe. This makes sense. In this way, the nature of the Covenant organization in the past life is similar to the current Super A association with very similar goals, and they are all planning for the Super A future. I guess this is the ins and outs behind this plot in the previous life. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Although it was just a guess, he felt that the truth was probably the case. In this way, the swearing man already knows the true mechanism of the sanctuary recovery. He and Thu Yui are no longer the only two insiders. Then the plan he has set may need to be changed, and perhaps it is time to reach a deeper cooperation with the Covenant. Among them, the attitude of the swearing person is very important. Han Xiao has limited knowledge of him and does not know what the other party is thinking. At this moment, black flames suddenly appeared in Han Xiao's sight, condensing into a familiar figure. When Xiao Qiao came, I was wondering when the person who swore to come to me, but I didn't expect it to come soon. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Soon, the swearing man's mind projection took shape and nodded to Han Xiao. I met Black Star again. I have come back from the sanctuary. It seems that you are planning to fulfill the original transaction today. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he deliberately asked, "Have your awakening plan been successful?" He didn't know how much information the swearing man had at this time, so he didn't want to show off immediately. He planned to use words to explore the swearing man's bottom and see how much things the other party had mastered. It's successful, it's still smooth. The swearing man nodded. Oh, I didn't expect this method to work. How many people have been resurrected? Han Xiao pretended to be excited and put on a very interesting expression. A few dozen. The swearing man answered in an ambiguous manner, clearly not wanting to disclose this information to Han Xiao. Well, there are quite a few people. Han Xiao naturally knew the specific numbers. He didn't want to say it, nor was he surprised. He didn't worry about it. He asked instead of the topic, "What's going on in the sanctuary?" The swearing man thought about it. His tone was not sure. The feeling inside was like being in a dream. His consciousness was floating, and he seemed to have experienced a lot of things, but it seemed that it was just a moment. My only clear impression was that he was in an endless space, and countless white light balls floated within the range of his sight, most of which would hide from me, as if there was some repulsion on me. I seemed to see different images in each light ball. Hearing this, Han Xiao touched his chin, thinking. Based on Jace's statement, those light groups may be information state entities containing different contents. A light group may represent a civilization, or at a super level A, or a period of historical time. These are indefinitely stated. Is there any danger there? It shouldn't be. The swearing man hesitated. Han Xiao pondered for a few seconds and said with a smile, "Let's talk about the super level method of resurrecting the sanctuary. We agreed at the beginning. When the awakening plan is completed, you will tell me the relevant information. You should not be liable now, right?" "Of course not. This is how we understand the sanctuary." The swearing man moved his eyes and thought to himself that the opportunity was coming. According to the plan, he explained the relevant information accumulated by the Covenant organization before, but did not correct the false conjectures. At the same time, he concealed the repeatability of the sanctuary's recovery and deliberately described it as a one-time method. His explanation is also very simple. Because the resuscitation method is related to information state projection, he deliberately distorted the concept and described the resuscitation process as cutting the target information from the sanctuary, indicating that the corresponding information in the sanctuary would disappear, so he naturally characterized it as a one-time function. On the other hand, the swearing man did not disclose the source and use of the sanctuary, and did not mention any information about the iteration of the universe and the restart, intending to make Han Xiao mistakenly believe that the sanctuary only has the function of recovery. The swearing man said nonsense, and the content was very different from what Jace said. Han Xiao felt something was wrong when he heard it. The two versions have different statements, and one is definitely wrong. According to the situation of Zhu Xinglian and Jace's motivation, or Jace's statement is more credible. So is the swearing man who made a mistake or was deliberately lying to me. Well, considering the behavior of the Covenant organization in his previous life, this swearing man definitely wanted to fool me. Han Xiao's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a playful mood flashed. He did not refute immediately. After the swearing man finished speaking, he suddenly sighed, changed his tone, and said, "I'm very curious. You just said that the existence of the sacred is closely related to the information state, and the revival is completed through the projection of the information state. So does it mean that the sacred man recorded all super-level information?" "Well, it should be." The swearing man answered cautiously. "Then I think it's strange. Why does the sanctuary store information that is super A-level? Don't you feel confused?" I'm really confused." The swearing man tried his best to control his tone. Han Xiao pretended to think and frowned. "I feel that the sanctuary does not look like a natural phenomenon. It is very likely that it is a product of someone or civilization, and its function should be more than just a recovery and super level. What do you think?" "I don't know either. If you want me to see, it should not be like a civilization. The three major civilizations do not have this technical power, and the previous civilizations are even worse. I think the sanctuary may be a kind of cosmic wonder." The swearing man had to follow the topic and secretly induce it, not daring to refute directly for fear of being seen. Upon hearing this, Han Xiao pinched his chin, pretended to be a serious analysis, and slowly said, "Okay, suppose the sanctuary is a cosmic wonder in the information state, and has the function of recording super-level information. Then, will those resurrected super-level activities in the universe refresh the information of the sanctuary? In this way, although the resurrection cuts the original record in the sanctuary, A new record will appear in the sanctuary. Then, next time you enter the sanctuary, will you be able to cut the same object again? The swearing man was silent. This analysis was reasonable and evidenced, which made him not know how to explain it better. If he objected, he had only gone to the sanctuary once. Why was he so sure about the next situation? He shouldn't have known so much information. He was cunning and would definitely doubt this. But if you don't object, it will make Black Star feel that the revival of the sanctuary can be repeated many times, which is contrary to his intention. This silly person is too difficult to fool. After thinking for a while, the swearing man did not expect a proper statement, so he could only say depressedly, "I didn't expect this level." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said playfully, "So you admit that you were lying to me just now? It seems that I want to reevaluate our agreement." Ahem. I just didn't think of this possibility. How could it be considered a fraud? The swearing man quickly argued. Han Xiao smiled expressionlessly with his hands on his back, walked around the swearing man, and spoke calmly. "If I was right, the strength of those resurrected initials has declined, and everyone has more or less lost some ability, right?" "Yes, they wait." "How do you know?" The swearing man suddenly widened his eyes. Only these super A-level chatted about this matter in private, and those initials could not have any contact with Black Star, and they did not leak the news. It was only a few dozen minutes before and after. Where did Black Star know about it? "I know more than you think." Han Xiao paced slowly and said slowly, "I wonder if you're familiar with the words big restart and iteration." The swearing man was shocked and took a sudden step back 2 steps, staring at Han Xiao in disbelief, shocked. "How could you know these things?" He was confused. His mentality exploded instantly. His ability was out of control, and his body projected by his mind fluctuated violently, as if it was about to collapse at any time. The brains of the swearing man were boiling again. This time, I was the only one who entered the sanctuary. It was impossible for an insider to exist. Why did Black Star know about this? Who betrayed me? And who did I betray? Could it be that Black Star has penetrated my eyes, and can he see all my behavior? So, I really betrayed me. Under the shock, the swearing man even fell into confusion and shuddered all over. Han Xiao's image in his mind became mysterious, making him extremely afraid and fearful. How much does this guy know? He just analyzed with me and found out that he was watching my joke. Appreciating the panicked expression of the swearing man, Han Xiao put his hands on his back and said slowly, "I have given my sincerity. I originally hoped that you would be honest, but it seems that you don't cherish my friendship very much." He actually didn't know how much information the swearing man had, but he felt that those who entered the sanctuary should understand the basic concepts of iteration. This wave was just a fraud, not 100% sure, but he gained miraculous effects, and he cheated out the other party's old secrets at once, which scare the other person to the point of being unattached and incapable of possession. This is comfortable, and in this way, the initiative is completely in our hands. Han Xiao maintained a profound and unfathomable attitude, looking down at the swearing man, and his tone was amusing. "What? Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? Do you want to occupy exclusive information and fool me into investing resources to make wedding dresses for you and help you master the channels for the sacred revival?" The swearing man's heart was shocked. All his inner thoughts were seen through by Haixing. At this moment, he felt as if he was wearing no clothes in front of Haixing, with no secrets at all, and only shock and panic were left in his heart. He had guessed the possibility of failing to fool Black Star, but he didn't expect Black Star to rudely expose him in this way, and directly broke all the secrets he hid and broke all his lies. At this moment, the man who raised the swearing man stood there blankly. His whole body was dumbfounded. His face was gloomy, and he just wanted to find a crack in the ground to get in. "What exactly are you?" The person who swears is full of question marks on his forehead, and it is difficult to control the storm in his heart. Before he could catch up on these top secret information, he heard it from the second person. It was like he met a strange beauty on a chat software last night. His girlfriend from another place called and scolded her early in the morning. She was almost scared, and she was about to show off. Without a little bit of defense, he was exposed, and this feeling really made him creepy. Han Xiao raised his palm and interrupted him, saying meaningfully, I have said before that I have my own intelligence channel. You only need to remember two things. First, the information I have far exceeded your imagination. Second, our goals are roughly the same. As for the details, you don't need to ask more. The person who sweared had to shut up. His brain was running rapidly and secretly guessing the source of Han Xiao's intelligence. He lost his mind just now under the sudden impact. He almost thought that the problem was with him, but after he came to his senses, his reason told him that the possibility of this was very slim, and there was another reason. Only those who have been in contact with the sanctuary should know the top-secret information, such as the Great Reboot and Iteration. He can think of a more reliable explanation. That is, the Black Star and the sanctuary intersect in some situations, so he learned this information by chance. Super A-level powerhouses have a very low probability of entangling information with the sanctuary, thus obtaining some random revelation. This is how the earliest information about the sanctuary in the organization was obtained, which is also the basis for the establishment of the covenant. But when the swearing man thought about the past communication with Han Xiao, he felt that things were not that simple. Haixing must have some methods unknown to outsiders. He could not think of an explanation that would convince himself, and he felt that Han Xiao in front of him exuded a mysterious aura. At this time, Han Xiao clapped his hands and pretended to be profound. Your little thoughts can't be hidden from me. I don't like others to fool me. I hope this is the last time, otherwise you will understand. Since we have said it, we have all read each other's trump cards, and I think we can be honest. His mind was shattered, and he swears that his face is blank, and he feels ashamed. He reluctantly calmed down, suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, and asked carefully, what do you want? First of all, I hope you can tell the real information, which is the basis for our trust in each other. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Hearing this, the person who raised the oath struggled for a few seconds and spoke up again. This time, he honestly did not tamper with it. He knew that he had lost the initiative, and that Black Star had already grasped the most important secret. It didn't matter whether he would reveal it or not. It was very likely that this was a test, and he didn't dare to play tricks anymore. Han Xiao listened patiently for a while and smiled again. It's good to know the mistakes and correct them. It's good. This time, the swearing man's words were basically exactly the same as Jace, and he obediently told the real mechanism of the revival of the sanctuary, which was already scared by him. After the swearing man finished speaking, he paused and said cautiously, what I know has told you. Since you know the true situation of the sacred revival and know the significance of this to super A level, you shouldn't try to occupy it. Han Xiao did not answer positively, but instead changed his tone and asked, do you think the sacred will be monopolized by anyone? What do you say? The swearing man didn't understand Han Xiao's meaning for a while. Han Xiao walked 2 steps, slightly restrained his smile, and slowly said, let me say that the existence of the sanctuary is independent and should not be controlled by anyone, just like a public library. Since we can borrow the functions of the sanctuary, others will have the same chance. Have you ever thought about what will happen when the 3 major civilizations, including the 3 major civilizations, steadily master the method of the sanctuary to recover the sanctuary? The swearing man turned his head and thought about it, and was uncertain. They will continue to revive the direct powers, maintain the scale of their high combat power, and use this as bargaining chip to recruit allies. That's right. That's exactly what happens. In the long run, this is inevitable. Once the higher civilization masters the method of entering the sanctuary, they will usher in a period of rapid development, further opening up the gap between civilization and freedom Super A level. And then, the Super A level will come to the fork in the path of destiny. Han Xiao looked at the swearing man who was trapped in thought and said slowly, imagine if there was no Super A level association, no covenant organization, and no Super A level joint group that stabilized the recovery of the sanctuary. Then Super A level will be subject to civilization. Those who yearn for freedom will not be revived by civilization, and those who are disobedient will be eradicated. In this way, the only remaining obedient Super A level will be left in the universe, obedient as dogs for higher civilizations, always in camp disputes, and have to kill each other, basically no other choice. He said the situation of Zuxinglian in a hypothetical way. The more he listened, the more he became more frightened. The deeper he thought, the more he felt that what Han Xiao said was very likely to happen. You are right. You have to be careful of this possibility. I didn't expect you to see so far. You are worthy of being you. You have a vision. The swearing man looked amazed. That's right. You think I'm a prediction, but I'm a spoiler. Han Xiao smiled secretly, with a serious expression on his face, and said in a deep voice, if you want to avoid this future, you must let the Super A-level front master the method of stable recovery. So, I said we have a common goal, and this is to fight for the entire class. Every Super A-level is a beneficiary, and no one can monopolize it. When these words were spoken, they went to the heart of the swearing man, which coincided with his thoughts, and a burst of mutual appreciation that the heroes saw suddenly arise in his heart. So you want to cooperate in this regard? The swearing man's eyes shining. Han Xiao nodded. That's it. You have the covenant. I have the control. Well, I'm about to master the Super A-level association. We have all united some Super A-level associations and have different resources. As long as we become strategic partners and work together, we can complete this important cause earlier, so that Super A-level has no worries and completely unite to rewrite our destiny. The swearing man shook his head helplessly. Actually, I have no choice. You are the second insider. Only cooperation is the most beneficial to both of us. But who will master the recovery channels, whether the Covenant or the Super A-level association? Or do we have both? Hearing this, Han Xiao smiled and said, of course, we are all in control. We are both open and dark, watching over each other. The Super A-level association is the main force on the surface, striving for the recognition of higher civilizations. The Covenant takes in those Super A-level who want to hide their names and becomes a secret insurance. After all, higher civilizations are not so easy to accept the fact that Super A-level continues to recover. They are likely to do something to the association. It is best to let some Super A-level hidden under the water so that higher civilizations will not see our overall strength, so that they will be afraid of it. If possible, Han Xiao also wants the association to monopolize the recovery channels of the sanctuary, but the swearing person is also an insider. There are a group of initial partners who will definitely study it themselves. Instead of causing trouble separately, it is better to become a strategic partner. Anyway, there are not many conflicts of interest and the goals are roughly the same. Moreover, it is not a good thing to make the Covenant a way out. Both sides can form a complementary and mutual cooperation model. If you want to hide your identity, go to the Covenant. If you want to have a place in the universe, come to the association. Members between the two forces can be changed at will, just like being in the officialdom and being in the opposition. The swearing man nodded, indicating that he accepted this plan. Seeing this, Han Xiao spoke a little more seriously and said, we'd better complete this cause before higher civilizations come into contact with the sanctuary, so don't reveal the truth about the sanctuary's recovery to anyone. For the time being, it's only limited to the two of us. Xui is also an insider, but Han Xiao certainly won't say this, otherwise a lot of information will be exposed at once, reducing his mysterious image in the minds of the swearing person. Well, I won't tell you. The swearing man knew the importance of the matter and nodded seriously. The two discussed the specific cooperation project for a while and reached a cooperation intention. The swearing man also explained the method of entering the sanctuary. According to what he said, the ways of entering the 6 sanctuaries are different. The Covenant currently only masters the method of entering the 3rd sanctuary. It requires the collection of various keys, including the original sanctuary. The last time I went in, I basically spent it and needed to collect it from scratch. As for the source of the method, the Oathmaker claimed that part of it was the vague revelation obtained by some super-level members in the past period, and the other part was the result of the Son of Destiny. He said that the Son of Destiny is very special and may reveal what the key of different sanctuaries is, with extremely low probability and completely random. The Covenant mainly restores the complete method of entering the third sanctuary in this way, and also obtains incomplete information from several other sanctuaries and fragments. Han Xiao is more curious about the first sanctuary, but at present, entering the third sanctuary should be the relatively fastest route. The Covenant organization has an experience that can greatly shorten the time to collect the keys again with its own resources. However, if you go in and return to the top, you still need to collect relevant media, and the descendants of the ethnic group left by the top are the biggest goal. By the way, since we have decided to cooperate, I hope to meet the original person of this resurgence. What do you see them do? The swearing man was subconsciously alert, and he would not fully trust Han Xiao. Han Xiao smiled and said, I remember you said before that the initials who cannot force the recovery will probably have many people in this group of people who want to occupy a place in the universe and develop their own power. In this way, the Super A-Level Association is their best backer. I hope to contact them and convince them to support me after joining the association. This group of initials has their own goals. They are all Super A-Level ones who once called the Wind and Rain. It is basically impossible to force them to hide their names. Some of them will definitely cause trouble in the universe like they did in their previous lives, which will shock the interstellar society and become one of the fuses of super disasters. Now that there is a Super A-Level association, Han Xiao feels that he can absorb some of them, strengthen the strength of the association, and, at the same time, enhance his own faction. With the intervention of the association, the situation of super disasters will definitely change a lot. Han Xiao said intimately. Hearing this, the person who swears hesitated for a while and finally nodded. Then I'll arrange for you to meet as soon as possible, but you'd better be mentally prepared. They died early and have not experienced generations of Super A-Level changes. They're not as low-key as me. Their mentality may be a little arrogant. It's okay. Han Xiao grinned. I'm specializing in treating all kinds of dissatisfactions. After seeing off the person who was still in a daze, Han Xiao relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. Acting is quite tiring, but it's awesome. The Covenant is a powerful force, hidden in the darkness in the previous life, but now it has established a stable connection with itself, indirectly becoming a secret force in his hands. And he also grasped the whereabouts of the reviver, which is an important step, and completed the key layout. In this way, you can interfere with super disasters and become a chess player in this incident, rather than being able to passively wait for emergencies like you did in your previous life. This is a general layout, and there are some specific issues, such as the impact of the initial person after showing his identity, the vibration after entering the Super A-Level Association, etc. Since he is the leader, all these details must be handled. It seems that I have to have another job during the version update, visiting the original ones to help out-of-date elderly people integrate into the times. It seems to have a bit of a neighborhood committee. Han Xiao shook his head and laughed. According to the oath, the first ones were mixed in the war years, and the smell of blood and fire on their bodies had not yet dissipated. They were basically unruly people. As the trendsetters of an era, they rashly came to an era that did not belong to them, and most people's mentality has not yet been adjusted. If you want these people to accept and support themselves, it is not enough to just use your mouth. You must also convince the other party. It is best to let them accept the beatings of society, recognize the reality, and understand the truth that the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves of the previous waves, and the chrysanthemums explode on the beach. However, the other party is a future partner at least, and it is not good to be too rough. It is most appropriate to be polite and then to be soldier. If you don't know how to be polite, you need to get some education. In this regard, Han Xiao is still quite confident. After all, the first one is only the first generation of Super A-Level. It is not ruled out that there are top geniuses who have reached the peak of Super A-Level level, but there are not many. The average strength of the first one is probably similar to that of the modern Super A-Level. It is mainly because of the long-term war, which has brought the distance between the two closer Otherwise, it may not be as good as that of modern. But I'm not all advantageous. There is one problem that cannot be avoided. That is, I am currently only the second in command in the association, and the old Maitu still occupies the pit and does not shit. It is not ruled out that some initial people will contact Manison. But the problem is not too big. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that he is a prosperous potential stock, while Lao Maitu is a stock that has been broken. So, it is easy to make a choice. It is necessary to talk about it after getting in touch with the original ones. Just wait for the oath to arrange it. Before that, I'd better study the characteristics of these people. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy will win every battle. Han Xiao took out the list of resurgents recorded just now and compared the online information and memory in his mind. He began to build a data model for these original ones. In the spacecraft of the Covenant, the swearing man lifted the long-range spiritual projection. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw many of the first people around him. How is it? What does Black Star say? Everyone was more concerned about the attitude of another insider. I have communicated with him and reached a cooperation intention. He said he would not leak the secrets. Also, he has the Super A-level association and expressed his hope to get your support. You can check the information about the association online. Finally, he made a request and wanted to see you. The swearing man briefly reposted it. He wants to see us. Everyone looked at each other, and many people smiled strangely. Okay, we want to see him and see what he is trying to help us resurrect. There is no love for no reason in the world. Everyone does not believe in the description of black stars by the swearing man. They believe that black stars are involved in their revival, and it is impossible for them to simply increase the number of Super A levels. There must be other ambitions and plans behind it. In the eyes of everyone, Black Star's motive is probably to use them. Favor and kindness are favor, but they do not intend to be plotted against by others. Everyone looked relaxed and started discussing. He Xing knows the information about our recovery. Do you think he wants to use this as a threat to force us to accomplish something for him? Haha. If he really thinks this way, he will soon find that his ideas are wrong. Want to use us? It's ridiculous. This time he asked for a meeting. He may want to establish a good relationship with us. It just so happens that we can also take this opportunity to give him a warning and dispel his attempt to use our little thoughts. Well, there's also that Super A-level association. He seeks our support. He asked me to say that we can set up another organization. There is no need to listen to other people's command. Even if we want to join in, we don't need to support Black Star or anyone else. Why don't we get on the top? I checked the deeds of this Black Star online, and it looks quite a bit intimidating. It broke the record of being promoted to the top A level as soon as possible, and once repelled more than a dozen Super A-level joint attacks. Oh, has the Super A-level strength of this era been regressing so much? More than a dozen people can't win a newcomer who has been promoted for decades. If they want to be beaten to death in our era, TSK, it seems that each generation is not as good as the next generation. Don't underestimate others too much. If they don't have some skills, they will not dare to make up for our ideas. The swearing man next to him silently listened to everyone's chat, without the intention to correct everyone's ideas. It is very common for predecessors to look down on newcomers. Especially this group of first-timers is not ordinary predecessors, but founders who are above the A-level rank, and their status is equivalent to founders. There is a sense of pride that the achievements that future generations have achieved today are because I have created the path. In his opinion, these friends cannot quickly adjust their mentality without learning a lesson. I'm also for your own good. The swearing man shook his head and sighed inwardly. Half a month later, the ancient star desert, the desolate universe belt, a certain planet. The six-path figures stood on the pale earth, and were the first ones who revived the oath and the 5 people who revived. Because they did not want the Black Star to know the total number of people resurrected, everyone elected 5 people as representatives, and their combat power was the best among the people. The other recovering initials were not present, and they were all staying in the fleet 2 days away to monitor the meeting remotely. People should be coming soon. Let's hear what he says later. Don't scare people as soon as you go up. Vigel said, just follow the plan discussed before. No matter what the negotiation is, he must let him see our strength and let him give up unnecessary thoughts. Panergon said lightly. The swearing man closed his eyes and rested, pretending that he had not heard it. After waiting for a while, a meteor suddenly flashed through the dark outer space and fell rapidly. It was Han Xiao, whose body was crossing the starry sky. I'm not late, right? Han Xiao landed in front of everyone, glanced at the 6 people present, and immediately realized it. The swearing man spoke. No, these 5 are representatives selected by everyone. I'll introduce them to you. Han Xiao waved his hand and interrupted him, took out the extremely skilled PY method, and smiled. Everyone is the first to leave a name in history with a well-known name. How could I not recognize him? There is no need to introduce him. These words sounded quite comfortable. The so-called, to stretch out your hands and not hit the smiley person. Although he had agreed to show his fist today, He Xing was half a benefactor after all, and he still had to say basic politeness to his benefactor. The 5 of them also said hello to show their kindness. Han Xiao responded while secretly thinking about it. The king of war Pangong, the god of law Baijel, and the purple emperor Meiji. These 5 people are masters among the first batch of the first people, and their attitudes in their previous lives were exactly different. 80% of them were specially selected by the first people with different goals. Pangong represents the Avengers, the Meiji represents the liberals, and the Baijel represents the ambitious people who pursue power. It seems that the differences between the revivers have been highlighted. Everyone finished greetings, and then Panergon suddenly spoke. You actually came here. The first time I met, I have to show some sincerity. I don't respect you very much in the words of the dominant clone. Han Xiao smiled. I appreciate your courage. It's good. Panergon's tone was faint. The swearing man coughed, took over the conversation, and said, let's talk about the serious matter first. Black Star is now our partner. He asked for this meeting and expressed his willingness to provide relevant resources to help everyone quickly integrate into this era. Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded with a smile and said, everyone has just recovered, and his concepts are still in the exploration history. I probably don't adapt to the current era. I will help you, but before that, I hope to know your resurrection goals, so that it will be easier to arrange. Let me ask clearly, if the goals of some of us do not match your interests, what do you plan to do? Baijel asked with interest. That depends on the situation, but don't worry, the possibility of a forceful conflict is not high. The Super A-level association I work in specifically coordinates this issue. I will basically not stop you from pursuing your own goals unless this goal is not good for everyone. Han Xiao said, is that true? Panergon said coldly, the glorious Federation destroyed my homeland, and I am going to take revenge on them. What do you think of this goal? National hatred and family hatred are natural, but the premise is that you do not bring negative effects to us. Otherwise, the association cannot sit idly by. But I don't advocate this kind of behavior of sending death. Han Xiao spread his hands. I just want to be free forever and no longer be restrained. The Super A-level association you mentioned seems to have many rules. Meiji raised her eyebrows. Rules are to protect the interests of everyone. Fundamentally, the association is just a neutral gang that helps each other. We all resolve everything through negotiation. As long as you do not deviate from the interests of the group, you can enjoy the greatest degree of freedom, and no one will force you to do anything. Moreover, with the changes in the universe, Super A-level grouping is an inevitable trend. Only protection can bring freedom, so I think you are very suitable to join the association. Han Xiao answered while looking at Meiji. This woman has a Super A-level appearance, gorgeous makeup, and is coated with purple lipstick and purple eyeshadow. Her hair is coiled up high, and she has an inviolable nobility. Among the women Han Xiao has seen, her temperament is the most similar to Ulan Rier. At first glance, she is the one who is the best. Several people asked their own questions, and Han Xiao answered one by one, saying that the association was an excellent place to go, but he did not receive any response. The 5 people disagreed with this proposal at this time. In contrast, they were more inclined to start a new job. During the communication process, Han Xiao could feel that the 5 people were looking at him with their scrutiny eyes, as if they wanted to see through him. Suddenly, Panergon interrupted the question and answer of others and said, "I have always been curious. What is your motivation to help us recover?" Hearing this, the other people's eyes turned and stared at Han Xiao's face in unison. Han Xiao remained calm. "I told the swearing man that the Super A class needs more manpower to have the opportunity to strive for complete independence." Pan Gong shook his head. "This does not convince me that you have the information on our recovery and the information on the Covenant, and can leak information at any time. Have you never had the intention to threaten us? There is no need for this. We are mutually beneficial." Han Xiao borrowed a signature smirk from Sorokin. "I really don't hope. I advise you to dispel unrealistic ideas as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will regret it." Panergon warned, "You're thinking too much." Han Xiao left it. At this time, Baijel also spoke, saying, "We sounded that the swearing man said, 'You hope to get our support and declare in advance that we are grateful to you. But personally, I will only respect the strong.' Oh, can I understand that you are inviting me to discuss?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "If you want me to support you, it's better to show some skills to convince me. If you don't mind, I really want to try how capable you are." Baijel narrowed his eyes. Han Xiao glanced at the others. "Do you all mean the same?" "Super A level must be spoken by fists," Panergon said lightly. The others also nodded, staring at Han Xiao intently, with a look of watching the show on their faces. After contact just now, they found that Han Xiao was polite and easy to speak and had no strong airs. They inevitably had some doubts or underestimated Han Xiao's combat power and couldn't help but hold on to the test attitude. "I have no objection, but who of you wants to fight me?" Han Xiao said with a smile. "You just pick one of the 5 of us. It doesn't matter who you are. At least you help us. We won't be too serious." Baigir didn't care. He was very confident in the strength of several people. Hearing this, Han Xiao turned his head and glanced at the person who was watching the nose and immediately realized it. He shook his head and smiled, facing the scrutiny of everyone's eyes, and spoke slowly. The content of his words instantly made everyone's expressions froze on his face. "This is not good. No matter who chooses, people will think that I have chosen a soft persimmon and offend people. Otherwise, you can go together to avoid others saying that I am bullying the elderly." As soon as he finished speaking, the field suddenly became a slightest. The 5 people did not expect that He Xing, who had been acting unharmed, would suddenly make such arrogant remarks, and his eyes slowly widened, and his eyes showed emotions such as disbelief, suspicion, and anger. "Are you looking down on me?" Panergon's face darkened, and a dangerous light appeared in his eyes. No, you misunderstood. I'm not targeting you." Han Xiao curled his smile, looked around, implemented the route of first rituals and then soldiers, and said slowly, "I mean, everyone here is all weak. Why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf here? Wake up, your glory has long passed, and the times have changed, : At the same time, the other initials who were monitoring remotely in the fleet were all stunned, looking disbelief, and their eyes were full of unhappiness. "Hey, I heard it right. He wants to challenge the 5 people in Panergon." Someone had a question mark on his face. "Are you a little too arrogant? I thought he had enough self-knowledge after seeing his conversation." It seems that he is really ambitious, and he wants to give us a warning in the opposite direction." Someone sneered. "He can think of it. I remember that he had a deed in the Battle of the Gods. It is said that he had repelled more than a dozen Super A-level players. Could it be that this incident made him too confident, right? It is possible that he might think that our combat power is the same as that of modern Super A-level players. Hey, bullying children who grew up in peacetime really think they are very powerful. He is afraid that he has never seen a real top-notch man. I'm so crazy that I angered Pan Ergong and others. They will definitely not give up. There's a good show." Someone gloated, "Wait, they will teach this guy a lesson, especially Pan Ergong. He has a bad temper. I hope he can maintain this rebellious look later. Someone's tone was amusing. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but smile at the show, with a playful look on their faces. These words also stimulated them to all the first ones. Most of the people present did not care about it on the surface, but in fact they were indignant and wanted to see Han Xiao defeated. On the other side, the 6 people of the swearing man and Pan Gong immediately changed their faces when they heard Han Xiao's words. Say we are outdated, and we will not let go with the glory of the past. This is a bit heartbreaking. Over your ability, Panergon's face looked ugly. An igniting aura flashed in his eyes, and he was very angry. In the era when they were scattered across the sea of stars, how could anyone be so underestimated? This is the first time someone talks to them like this. Even the person who swears is a little embarrassed, and I feel like I'm being scolded. He felt the increasingly tense atmosphere in the field, and couldn't help but secretly sweat for Han Xiao. The swearing man hoped that Black Star would teach his friends a lesson, but Black Star actually wanted to beat 5 of them, which was beyond his expectations. He was shocked and always worried that he would fail. Black Star is too arrogant. Can it be? The person who swears is a little regretful. He thought Black Star didn't know much about the strength of these first-time people, so he made such a request. In his eyes, although Black Star is powerful, it is not as powerful as this point. Although he has made up for the news of this period, his impression of Han Xiao is still before entering the sanctuary. If I had known to have a piss with He Xing in advance, I would reveal some information. These 5 guys are not ordinary Super A level. At this time, Baigel narrowed his eyes and repeatedly confirmed, "Are you sure you want to hit 5 of us? What don't you want to?" Han Xiao's eyes swept across everyone's faces one by one, bringing everyone's faces into his eyes. "There is no need for this." Meiji frowned and said calmly, "The 5 people went together, and it is not worthy of praise if they won. You are afraid of one-on-one fights and are worried that your reputation will be damaged, right? I can promise that our competition will be over. We just want to test your skills. No matter what the result is, we will treat it as a draw. So you should be satisfied. You are quite considering me." Han Xiao smiled. "No matter what, you are our benefactor, Before Meiji finished speaking, Panergon interrupted her and said coldly, "Don't represent me without authorization. I want to deal with him alone." Hearing this, Han Xiao's smile remained unchanged. "Let's go together, fight each other, and waste more energy. I don't like battles." Everyone's expressions were suffocated, and they were furious. "If you don't get down, you will still be able to make more progress. I really deserve a beating." Baigir looked at Han Xiao deeply. "You chose this yourself." I said, "I'm enough." Pan Ergong turned his head and looked at other companions, posing as an internal strife first. "Just think we are rushing around." Another man knew Panergon's nature well and spoke to ease the atmosphere. Panergon thought for a while, but no objection. He kicked his feet hard on the ground. A huge force spread out around him as the center, and the earth caused a rippling wave of sand. Bang! He soared into the sky and couldn't wait to fly into the outer space. The other 4 people were used to it and followed them one after another. As a martial artist, his temperament is a bit unhealthy and his head is a bit difficult. Several of them have long been used to Panergon's style and are too lazy to care about his attitude. Han Xiao looked at the worried swearing man and also took off, and at this moment, there was movement on the panel. You trigger the hidden mission. Fist is the hard truth. Task introduction. The first person in the recovery thanks for your help, but he is not convinced of you. You decided to show your strength and win the respect of the first person. Task requirements. Use actions to gain the respect of the first person. Reward. Depends on your behavior and the result. The higher the evaluation, the better the reward. Note, this task is a series of tasks, and your practice will affect the subsequent direction. Please act cautiously. Yo, it has been shipped. This should be the same series of task chains as Return to the Stage of History. Han Xiao felt moved. While browsing the mission, he flew to the outer space. At a glance, he saw that several people had already opened the formation. The 4 of them were very far away, located in different directions, and bound the battlefield range. Panergon stayed in the field and confronted him from afar. "Can you do it?" Panergon said anxiously. "I will always." Han Xiao had just said half of the words, and Pan-Ergong had lost his patience, and his golden and red aura burst out all over his body, turning into a meteor to charge. Generally speaking, when martial artists and mechanics are in a friendly manner, they will take the initiative to distance themselves and let the mechanics release part of the Legion first. But after experiencing countless large-scale interstellar wars, Panergon has long developed a habit. As long as he has a little advantage, he will expand infinitely, and even if he is a disciple, he will not make any concessions. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and stayed there to open the secondary dimension barracks. Before the first batch of mechanical troops emerged, Panergon hit his solid chest. Bang! The fist hit the chest, and Pan-Ergong's eyes flashed. He didn't expect Han Xiao to avoid it. He immediately replaced a ping-a with martial arts skills. The powerful martial arts aura was injected into Han Xiao's body and ported into Han Xiao's body through the fist, turning into a shock force, and exploded with a bang. This is a control skill that uses martial arts aura to trigger the vibration of molecules in the opponent's body. As long as the force crushes the opponent's body, it can temporarily deprive the opponent of control. Panergon had a lot of experience in dealing with advanced mechanics. He knows that the opportunity to make a face is rare and will not miss this fighter. A set of combos that have been tempered by thousands of times flashed through his mind. In an instant, he chose the strongest explosive set. His body immediately followed his muscle memory and made movements. When Han Xiao was arrested, he directly fought a set to pull the damage. However, he did not wait until Han Xiao lost control. He was about to use his combo and suddenly rushed over with a big mouth. Bang! The slap was so strong that Panergon's eyes thrust violently. His head was buzzing, and he seemed to hear the sound of his face cracking. Before he could recover from the momentary dizziness, a close-fitting blow like a storm suddenly came, and countless heavy shots fell on him every second, breaking pieces of golden and red aura that protected his body, causing his muscles to ripples, leaving continuous depressions, and severe pain swept through every nerve again and again like a tide. Panergon instinctively raised his hand to protect the vitals, and his head was a little confused. Wait! The mechanic was approached by me, a martial artist. Not only did he not retreat, and he even took the initiative to fight back and fight with me. It's okay to fight back, but what's going on with this force? It's so fierce. After being chased by Han Xiao for a few seconds, Pan-Ergong finally found the flaw. He grabbed Han Xiao's arm, pulled it into his arms, and wrapped his arms to form a locking technique. Don't try to run. Pan-Gong spat a mouthful of bloody saliva. The martial arts aura stimulated the body. The muscles suddenly bulged, the body size expanded, and the strength increased sharply. He was ready to fight and planned to stop Han Xiao from breaking away from his locking skills. Just lock it for 2 seconds. He can brew a powerful martial art and launch a more violent combo. Every part of the body of a high-level martial artist is a weapon. Although Han Xiao's counterattack just now made Pan-Ergong a little confused, as long as he reacted, he had an incomparable advantage in melee combat with countless martial arts skills and expertise. However, the next moment, his expression froze, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Not only did he not feel Han Xiao struggle, he even found that Han Xiao wrapped his back arm around his waist, forming a locking technique in reverse. What kind of playing are you doing? Even though Panergon was knowledgeable, he was a little stunned at this time. I want to learn from you? It's a pity that I can't learn to teach you. Han Xiao chuckled. At this moment, the first batch of mechanical troops who had just flew out of the secondary dimension to fire at the two people holding each other without hesitation. In their preset program, the tactic with the highest priority is that as long as the master captures a target, he will fire at the master unconditionally, and this does not require active control. Seeing this scene, Panergon's face changed. Isn't this a way of fighting to die together? Damn, this person is even more fierce than me. As the saying goes, he is afraid of being stunned, and he is afraid of being desperate. Although his body is tough, he doesn't want to take a bath with the enemy. He has to wash off a layer of flesh. The characters who should have struggled immediately changed. Panergon hurriedly let go and wanted to retreat and dodge, but his waist was tightly clamped by Han Xiao's arms, and his strength was amazing, and he would be unable to break free for a while. Don't work hard. I'm really strange. You knew I was coming to visit half a month ago, but you didn't go online to find out my information. If you carefully study my battle video, you won't be foolishly striking me in the face. Are you so arrogant? Or did you say that the swearing person cut you off the internet? Han Xiao was speechless. He really didn't plan to use this trick because he felt that as long as the initial person studied his data online, this traditional craft would not work. If he didn't want to see the nickname Immortal Body, he should be somewhat wary. But unexpectedly, at the beginning, a Taitu baby came to him to stay together and fly together. Even he himself did not underestimate the enemy. He built the opponent's data model in advance, which can only prove that this group of initial people did not take him seriously. Then I can't blame me. You came to your door by yourself. I'm going to eat my whole life and make new things go to the whole. Go. Huang. Spring. Bang, 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 bang. The light of the explosion of the psychic cannon instantly submerged the two. The bombing lasted for 2 or 3 seconds, and a golden-red meteor hurriedly escaped from the explosion area and rolled in the star space for a long time before stopping. Panergon was in a ragged state and in a mess. He had large charred areas on his body, and some parts were blazing with high heat, which showed signs of carbonization. At this time, Han Xiao also flew out of the explosion area, looked at Panergon, and sighed regretfully. The Legion gathered too short, and there were too few mechanical warriors to arrive, so the damage was far from enough. After the lethality of the fire was reduced by various shields and resistance, Panergon was slightly injured at most. Han Xiao had already seen Pan Gong's panel from the battle information. The opponent's energy level was around 7W1, and his attributes were roughly the same as when he was at level 300. Before the advancement, he might have to deal with others. Now, he can completely change his posture and beat him up. However, he also understood that none of these initials were in full state, and the weakness period and the lack of some abilities were just one factor. Another important reason was that although this group of people had recovered, their equipment would not appear with them. For example, half of Panergon's nickname comes from his suit when he fought in the Star Sea. His name is also King of War. It is made by the civilization where he lives. There are 3 cosmic treasures, namely shield, spear, and armor. Without this piece of equipment, his strength has dropped by almost 20% or 30%. Especially the revived mechanics have lost all their family background and have to start from scratch. They're so miserable that not everyone has terrifying production capacity like themselves and the machinery country. Seeing this scene, the 4 people who were surfing the formation were shocked, put away their careless attitude, and their faces became serious. Did you see the power this guy just showed? Well, a mechanic who should be weak actually has such strong strength and agility. Either his energy level is far higher than that of Panergon, resulting in amazing basic qualities, or modern mechanics have a very wild way and don't learn mechanical skills to change their physical fitness. I think the latter is very likely. When several people were communicating in the communication channel, the situation in the field changed again. Panergon suffered a small loss and was afraid of being afraid of the mouse. Before he figured out the situation, he did not dare to continue to rush to the face and had no idea. However, Han Xiao did not take advantage of the situation to pursue him. He shot out the golden mechanical force in a net, covering the mechanical forces present like fishing and dragging them all towards him. In the dazzling mechanical lightning, a huge mechanical god emerged. The next moment, the mechanical god dragged the star-slaying blade, hovered around, and threw out a silver-blue ghost blade wave horizontally. Brush! The sword light spread rapidly, and the 4 people on the edge of the battlefield became targets of attack. The light flashed, and magic arrays, superpowers, thought power, and other means appeared at the same time. Vigel, Meiji, and others showed their magical powers and blocked the blade wave with strong lethality. At the same time, Han Xiao's joke sounded from the wide area channel. I said I wanted to fight 5, so I must fight 5. Do you want to watch the show on the side? I think beautifully. Bai Gear and others looked at each other, without hesitation, and joined the battle group together. After seeing the Black Star's methods, the few people didn't mind joining forces to fight 5 or 1. If Pan Ergong had to fight 1 by 1, he would definitely lose. Moreover, Han Xiao took the initiative to attack and forced them to take action, and it would not be appropriate not to fight back. Several people are not opposed to joining forces to fight together. During the exploration period, it is normal to fight more often. Too many things are to be killed by the enemy. At first, the people are used to a group of people fighting one person alone, so there will be no psychological barriers to this. You are finally not pretentious. Come on, let me give you a beating of love and help you realize the reality. Seeing this, Han Xiao grinned, and the mechanical god spun the star-killing blade, rolled up the surging blue energy, and met the 5 people. Bang, 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 bang. The light of the phantom explosion flashed frequently in the star's space, and the continuous mechanical legion broke out from the barracks and descended to the battlefield. 5 figures were wrapped in energy of different colors, submerged by the ocean of machinery, shuttled back and forth between densely packed aircraft like meteors, and the light of various abilities lit up from time to time in the gaps of the pile of soldiers. There are 4 professions among the 5. Only mechanics are missing. The combat power of mechanics who have lost their family background has declined seriously and have not been selected as representatives by the first person who has recovered. Yozu led dozens of apostles to fight against the 5 people. After the increase in mechanical power, the tacit apostles to fight with the tacit apostles to fight several people in a hurry and danger. The mechanical god stood out on the battlefield, and the Starju Jie chased several people and slashed in succession, dancing into a ball of sword light. The weapon was huge, but as fast as thunder, slashing out a series of cold and slight waves of the ghost blade. The heavy flat was mixed with the explosive moves of the Gato wave fist, pouring out the explosive lethality. Especially Panergon has received special care, and Han Xiao likes persecution the most. Bah, the arrogant iron-headed baby, is educated. However, this time the opponent is not an old Maitu who knows the truth and needs to maintain his character. So Han Xiao was a little reserved and did not use chat streams to bombard the other party. The few people fought fiercely for a long time. Han Xiao fought against 5, with 1 against 5, and he did not show any decline for the time being. He did not lose the situation in the scene, and even had a slight advantage. The crow-like mechanical legion rushed back and forth, like a black rag, trying to wipe out 5 stubborn stains. The 5 Panergon and Bagel are far from reaching the combat power of their heyday, but they are not food delivery. Although they are quite passive, they can still stand firm with each other after cooperation. But all the 5 felt extremely difficult. It was the first time they had dealt with a mechanic of this style, and felt that they had no idea how to start. In their perception, the best way to deal with mechanics is to make a fuss. When they first saw Black Star's body present, they were quite surprised and felt that the other party was too uncautious, but now they realized that they were outrageously wrong. Black Star is completely opposite to the mechanics they remember. One is as crisp as paper, and the other is even hardworking, and it is fucking that King Kong is indestructible. The tactic of the sudden face was mostly ruined. Turn around and fight the other party's legion. The other party's family is too thick, and the secondary dimension barracks are still sending troops continuously. I don't know when it will be. After thinking about it, it seems that they can only use protracted war to consume the opponent's strength, but the superposition of the opponent's apostle weapons, mechanical core, and mechanical gods is too terrible, which makes their fault tolerance very low, and their power consumption is also very high. If this continues, the 5 people are not sure whether they are seriously injured first or whether Black Star uses up their strength first. Is this man weak? Vigel was frightened. I didn't expect that such a terrible person would appear in this era. Meiji exclaimed. If my weapon was still there. Panergon was shattered dozens of bones by a knife and gritted his teeth. You can save money. The martial artist was beaten up close by a mechanic. Is he still so embarrassed to speak? The other person couldn't help but say, okay, stop arguing. Think about how to deal with others. If someone fights 5 or 1, it will be embarrassing. Bigel said in a deep voice. The 5 men dodged or resisted the fire-raising attack of the mechanical legion like walking a tightrope, trying to find Han Xiao's flaws. But they never found the breaking point, but became more and more passive. With the blessing of 2 specialties of fearless heart and legendary combat skills, the power of the Legion's fire is quite terrible. Among the 5 people, only Panergon has real damage reduction, and the other 4 people can't withstand many rounds of artillery attacks. If it weren't for the fact that a master of mind in Bagel kept brushing shields for several people, someone might have been seriously injured. Most importantly, several people were shocked to find that Han Xiao became more and more brave as he fought, and his strength continued to grow with the battle. Bigel maintained the state of phase phantom spell, avoiding the siege of several apostle weapons, and said decisively, the battle has dragged into the opponent's rhythm, and the situation will get worse and worse if this continues. Let's try again. The 5 of us work together to attack his body. I don't believe that his body has no limit. There is no effective way. What are you going to do? His body is hidden in the mechanical god and protected. You forgot the space-forbidden technique I have mastered. I can temporarily pull the target out of the mechanical god to create an opportunity. The few people quickly reached a consensus, and Bigel did not delay and pinched a handprint. An exquisite, enchanting circuit lit up on his neck, and a space-repulsive force burst out with him as the center and the mechanical warriors around him were pushed away from afar, squeezed into a group. Immediately afterwards, he raised his hand and cast a collective flashing technique, teleported the other 4 people to his side, and gathered together. He kept spelling and instantly constructed a new magic circuit. The space not far away suddenly rippled. Han Xiao, who should have been in the body of the mechanical god, appeared out of thin air at the casting position designated by Bigel. Han Xiao only felt that the sight in front of him had a flash, and his position changed. When he raised his eyes, he saw the 5 people brewing fire coming towards him, with dazzling light and fierce momentum. Oh, this little combo. Han Xiao Yuxuangsen teased for a moment, opened a new barracks door beside him, and then pulled his hand. Rows of time and space amber balls were pulled out, and they were stacked into a transparent wall in front of him. Hurry up. The next moment, the 5 people's long-range attacks, like a crazier, hit the space-time amber barrier, like a water column falling on the lotus leaves, and immediately slid to all directions, while Han Xiao, behind the barrier, was unscathed. What is that? Seeing this scene, the 5 people's pupils shrank. At this moment, Han Xiao's laughter rang out on the wide area channel. This hand space replacement magic is good. I have similar abilities. Do you want to taste it? As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xiao's figure flashed, and he jumped back to the body of the mechanical god with Void. Before several people could take further measures, he immediately used Void replacement and changed a target with his position. Sao! Panergon's eyes flashed, and he was shocked to find that he had appeared in the body of the mechanical god. Before he could react, the space around him suddenly disintegrated, turned into a mechanical legion, and surrounded him in the center, and immediately launched a fire on him. The Taitua was beaten away from a distance, and Han Xiao's figure moved to the other 4. Facing the shocked eyes of the 4 people, he smiled, his whole body shook, and suddenly opened the prison of the Void Realm. The next moment, the movements of the 4 people became extremely stagnant, and they all fell into this field, and only Han Xiao moved freely. He started the apostle with all his strength, and countless mechanical troops reported massive attributes to himself. His right arm was bent like a bow, and the energy circuit lit up on the surface of the mecha, and the secret energy rippled like water waves. Get his wave fist star hammer. Han Xiao rushed forward and slammed by Ge's side face with a dazzling fist. In the slow motion of the Void Realm, you can clearly see Bagel's face shaking, deforming, and blooming, throwing out a row of blood beads. Zong! The faint blue shock wave burst out, and Baigel rolled and flew out. Han Xiao kept moving, and the mecha was fully fired, and he thrust the remaining 3 people in a blink of an eye, as if there were afterimages back and forth between the 3 people. Click! After being beaten for a while, several people finally got rid of the restrictions of the Void Realm prison and hurriedly pulled back. Their whole body was hurt everywhere, and it felt like they had been ravaged from head to toe dozens of times. At the same time, Panergon in the distance was not locked by a strong man. He struggled to break free from the blockade of the mechanical army and rushed out of the siege, but in a short period of time, he was caught fire many times, covered in blood. His injuries were severely damaged, and he was extremely embarrassed. Han Xiao stayed there without chasing him, but the 5 people avoided him from afar, all of whom showed fear and solemnity on their faces. This! Baigel covered his bloody skin and was shocked. Not only did the tactic fail to work, but Han Xiao also beaten him up. The other party could actually hurt 5 of them in a row, among which Panergon was the worst injured. This series of results shocked several people. They didn't know what special abilities Han Xiao had, and they didn't dare to get close to him easily, for fear of being hit again. Seeing Han Xiao looking at them on the spot, the 5 of them were vigilant, completely dispelled the last bit of contempt, raised all their attention, and nervously prepared to welcome Han Xiao's next round of offensive. However, at this moment, Han Xiao stopped all the Legion's actions, glanced at everyone, and smiled softly. I'll just stop here. I guess you've already had an intuitive understanding of my skills. If you continue to compete, the scene may not be very good. I agree with Meiji's suggestion. Let's stop when we click and treat it as a draw. Don't hurt the harmony. Upon hearing this, the 5 of them were stunned for a moment. Seeing that Han Xiao's performance was not like a fake, they relaxed their tense body. They looked at each other, and their faces were more or less bitter smiles, ashamed, and other expressions. How could anyone know that Black Star is giving them a step to make them feel better? But this makes it even more heartbreaking. What kind of draw is this? We were obviously beaten by 5-1. We don't feel comforted at all. We just feel embarrassed. A strong man like you is a unique existence, even in the exploration history. I am convinced that we underestimated you. Baigel sighed, with a complicated expression. After personal experience, Black Star's combat power was far beyond expectations, and they were severely suppressed. Even without that fancy combo, from the strength of the Mechanical Legion, everyone could see that Black Star's hard power was far better than them. Thinking of this, the few people's faces were a little lonely and could not become arrogant. Put yourself in your shoes, and you can feel how big this blow is. It feels uncomfortable to replace the old one with a new generation, which can almost make people wonder if they are really eliminated. Panergon was most embarrassed. His face was gloomy, and his wounds were still burning and painful, but compared to the inner trauma, physical pain was nothing. This unacceptable result made him unable to doubt himself. Han Xiao glanced at it and smiled. I may not control my strength. I took a little heavier action. I hope you don't take it to your heart. Ahem, these are all small things, we don't care. Baigel blushed a little. He still remembered that he said similar things to Black Star not long ago. Then can we continue to talk now? Han Xiao spread his hands. Okay, let's go down and continue talking. The attitude of the few people changed by 180 degrees, and they spoke with respect and awe. Although I am not psychologically adapted to this change, Super A-level strong people are respected, and fists are the foundation of their own strength. Naturally, several people cannot use the arrogant tone not long ago to treat an existence who can fight to kill any of them alone. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled and returned to the surface of the planet. He saw the swearing man staring at him at first sight. What do you think of me like this? It's nothing. The swearing man suppressed his inner shock and tried his best to make his tone look natural and calm. The strength Han Xiao showed just now also shocked him. Unlike other original ones, The swearing man knew that Han Xiao was very powerful, but he didn't expect that he was so powerful. Before today, the swearing man felt that he and Black Star were 55, but after seeing the battle between Black Star with his own eyes, he strongly suspected that his judgment had a deviation. Black Star's real combat power was much stronger than the rumors. Okay, fake news kills people. The swearing person couldn't help but be glad that he didn't choose to kill someone to silence his mouth. Otherwise, he would probably have been his own words. At the same time, the remote monitoring room of the Covenant spacecraft in the distance was silent, and the room was so quiet that it could be heard. Many of the first people watching the game were stunned, their eyes wide open, and they were shocked and speechless, with a look of horror on their faces. It took more than 10 seconds before someone spoke in shock, his tone full of incredible emotions. 5 against 1, but you actually lost? As soon as this said, everyone was in an uproar, and the room was in an uproar. Is this the strength of modern Super A-level? Seeing his appearance, he seems to be at ease and not at all difficult. Panagon and the others were unable to even find his limit. What is his energy level? 80,000? 90,000? Could it be that he has broken the 100,000 mark? Maybe they are right. We are behind the times, and the times have really changed. The first people present felt that their 3 views were broken. At first, they thought Black Star was pretending, but in the end they found that they were really awesome, and they felt that their faces were beaten up. Fortunately, they're just watching the game behind the scenes and don't worry about face issues. In their eyes, suffering losses means losing, and losing means losing. Naturally, they don't take the result of the draw seriously. Thinking back to the words before the Black Star started, everyone suddenly became eggplants beaten by frost. Their self-confidence was hit hard, and their sense of superiority as the first person was beaten away by others. It seems that they're really not talking big. This is a lesson for us and helping us recognize the reality. Everyone present had to accept this reality. The arrogance, expansion, and other mentality brought about by the recovery faded rapidly, becoming cautious, humble, and cautious. The only problem is that the effect is so good. Many people's mentality has slid to the other extreme. Black Star is just the vice president of the Super A-Level Association. It is said online that there are many Super A-level people who belong to the same echelon as him, and they should have similar strength. Modern times are too terrible. Among the crowd, some of the first people who were originally planning to start a new job were retreating at this time, deeply doubting whether they had the capital to set up another mountain. Originally, some people's goal of reviving was to avoid exploring wars, come to peaceful times, develop new forces with their own strength, and gain huge power. But Han Xiao's performance today gave them an illusion that they thought there were such masters everywhere now. This competition not only dispelled their confidence, but also scared some people to temporarily bury their ambitions. With our strength, if we are anxious to make trouble, we are afraid that it is not a slaughter. We should just go in seclusion and practice for decades. We will never go out of the mountain without keeping up with the times, and we will not be able to afford to lose that person. Bigel, Panagon, and his group returned to the Pale Planet and were fighting in the star space just now. Everyone consciously avoided the planet, and some of the aftermath were resolved by the swearing man, so that the planet would survive. Han Xiao continued to talk to everyone about the topic not long ago. This time he clearly felt that the atmosphere was much better and the scene was harmonious. Bigel and others became listening to his opinion seriously. The old saying goes, as long as your fist is big enough, you can make the other party listen to your reasoning calmly. Lu Shuren is sincere and will not deceive me. Your current situation is definitely not suitable for birth. After all, after the recovery, your battles have declined and are already behind the times. It is best to find a way to fill this gap yourself. Ask me, you should spend more time in seclusion and training and learn new technologies and new knowledge. Han Xiao said. This statement was not convincing before the discussion, and now everyone agrees deeply. They think that the recovery is only once, and they finally relied it. With the opportunity to make up for regrets, fulfill their ambitions, and bravely climb to the top, They naturally cherish it very much and want to be foolproof. Opportunities are rare, and these first people are patient, and there is nothing they can't wait for. Black Star, today you have made us old antiques more knowledgeable. Even in the exploration history, few people are your opponents. Agile side. In the past exchange, the few people were disgraced, but they didn't hold grudges in their hearts. At this level, they were not ignorant. Both sides are not enemies. Although Han Xiao's words are harsh, they are the truth. The weight of a powerful benefactor in everyone's hearts is naturally extraordinary. I have always suggested that you join the Super A-Level Association. Although modern times are more peaceful than exploring the past, there's also an undercurrent. Super A-Level is not safe. You can check the peak sorrow online. That is the cleaning incident of higher civilizations. They have always wanted to control our number, so joining together is a necessary trend. Han Xiao began to promote the association again. This time, except for Pan Gong, who chose to sever his body for the sake of grudges and revenge, the other four people swept away their disapproval and began to pay attention to Han Xiao's opinions, and bowed their heads and seriously considered this route. Seeing this, Han Xiao continued, "There are more benefits to joining the association. You have just recovered and are alone and have no power under your command. Even if you develop from scratch, it will take a lot of time. Moreover, the cakes in various star fields have been divided up by major forces. Even if you have the strength, you will encounter many obstacles. On the contrary, if you become a member of the Super A-Level Association, you can immediately borrow the intelligence, materials, military, and other resources of other members. If you want to establish a force, we will also negotiate and help, provide various help, and help you become a member of our collective of interests." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but nod, more or less moved. The universe is too big, no one has no money, and it is inconvenient to do anything. In the exploration history, various civilizations have raised them. Several of them have become accustomed to the taste of power. Now they have to start from scratch and are not very adaptable. Meiji pondered for a while and said, "We are willing to support you, but you are just the vice president and cannot make the decision completely. And if you have such strength, the president will definitely not be weak. Well, this is the reason. We are grateful for your kindness, but we must also plan for ourselves. In comparison, wouldn't it be better to support the top leader?" Baijel asked. Han Xiao laughed. "You don't know this. I have a rift with the president. Our route is different. He is ambitious and too radical. He wants to tie the association to the same path with him. He has angered many people. There is no possibility of re-election. Moreover, he is old and may be gone one day, so there is no future for supporting him. I have many friends. The position of the next president is basically settled, and the chance of re-election is very high. Investment is the best choice. I'm not bragging about this information. You can all go online to learn about it. By the way, he is still my defeated player, although he has only won the military country once, and his overall record is more defeated than defeat. It is not a lie to say that he was his defeated player. Anyway, old Maitu is not here. Can he still have any opinions? So that's how it is. The few people suddenly realized that the old Maitu Fengping was killed again. Everyone talked for a while, and Han Xiao gave a lot of opinions and analyzed the current situation in the universe. Baijel and his group listened to it and felt that they benefited a lot. After talking about the subtle relationship between the three major civilizations, Han Xiao stopped talking, changed the subject, and smiled. "Speaking of this, I am very interested in exploring the past periods, but the way to understand is limited to finding information online. You're all parties involved in that era. Maybe you can tell me the specific situation of that era." His trip was not only for the layout of super disasters, but also for the exchange of intelligence with the initials. Seeing that the time was right, he raised this topic. "Then you asked the right person. Who else in the universe knows that era better than us?" Han Xiao always said that they were listening. When Han Xiao raised up the topics they were familiar with, everyone immediately started to talk about it, and immediately talked about the glory of the past, from the dark forest to the heroes fighting for hegemony, and talked endlessly. Han Xiao nodded and listened, interrupting and asking from time to time, and learn a lot of secrets about exploring the wars and some information from the first ones. Speaking of this, do you know the Ling Emperor? Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Roville Sisak? I fought him on the battlefield a few times before. This guy is a little capable, but I died earlier than him. I don't know how he did later. Meiji said, I died in battle. Bai Jel shook his head. I killed. You killed? Han Xiao immediately became interested. Well, to be specific, the Ling Emperor died in the encirclement and suppression on the battlefield. I was one of the participants, and there were 2 other people participating in the siege, but I was the one who hit the death blow. Oh, that's a coincidence. Han Xiao was very curious about what expression Sorokin would look like after Bagel joined the association. Well, with Suazai's dark ambition, even if the storm in his heart is stirring up, he will probably have a fake smile on his face. Should we stimulate him, then? Han Xiao suppressed his evil taste in his heart and asked, Are you sure he is really dead? His spiritual power is quite unique. Maybe he transferred his soul without realizing it. Are you saying he pretending to die? Bai Gear was stunned, recalled for a while, shook his head and said, Then I don't know. In short, I didn't find anything abnormal at that time. I'm just guessing. If he lived to modern times like the swearing man, can you recognize him again? This is not easy to say. If he had not changed, my soul detection magic could recognize the other party. By the way, the swearing man was also the former host of Soul Flame. As long as he met, the swearing man might have a sense. But the premise is that he did not change his soul frequency, which is generally a unique sign. Hearing this, Han Xiao pinched his chin and began to think. Sorokin is an expert in playing the spirit, and he should not leave such flaws, but it is not necessarily true. After all, Sorokin Go has reached modern times and would not have thought that he would meet the first person who had once had an intersection again. No one in modern times can prove that Sorokin is the Spirit Emperor, but these first people who revived have become strong evidence. TSK. If Bagel recognized Sorokin on the spot when he joined the association, it would be a lot of fun. Hey Xing, I always feel that there is something in your words. Do you know something? The Spirit Emperor is really alive. Bai Jel couldn't help asking. Who knows? Han Xiao shrugged, not yet thinking about whether to call Pasuazai's vest. Now is not the time to maximize the benefits. He paused and asked again, By the way, there are a pair of sisters in the exploration Li who master the power of life and death. What do you think of them? And I guess an Eros. These sisters are very strong. They have created the underworld, and not many people are willing to provoke them. Panergon found the opportunity to interrupt. What is the underworld? Han Xiao pretended not to know. That is also a way to recover, but there are many shortcomings and will become a vassal of the 2 sisters. Several people explained. The swearing man listened for a while and then stopped saying, Many initials were looking for ways to recover. We chose the Covenant, and some people placed their hopes in the underworld, but Meiji shook her head. Let me say the 2 sisters are crazy about the concept of life and death, and it is very unreliable. We once invited them to join the Covenant, but they refused. Later, they broke off contact. I don't know what happened. They should be dead. Not only were they dead, you don't believe it when you say it, they actually committed suicide. Han Xiao complained in his heart, and suddenly he paused and suddenly realized something. When he first heard the introduction of the land of the underworld, he didn't know the situation of the sanctuary, but now it seems the behavior of the 2 sisters leaving information state superpower seeds is equivalent to the fact that they captured their own superpower information from the sanctuary, so that these 2 superpower seeds can be passed on with their lifelong insights. Technician Han was shocked, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the inside story was not simple. Could the reason why the 2 sisters committed suicide was actually because they discovered the clues of the revival of the sanctuary? They wanted to resurrect immediately after committing suicide to confirm their own ideas and determine that this route is correct. Perhaps in the end, he failed, leaving only superpower information, and failed to revive himself. Thinking of Thuil's situation, will there be any impact of the Divine Transformation mission? Before the complete death, The last words left by the two sisters mentioned the word inheritance. Could it be that it refers not only to the seeds of superpowers, but also to a metaphor for the big restart and the iteration of the universe? Think deeper. Using Hela, Aurora, or the underworld as a medium, can Nygos and Eros be revived with the sanctuary? If it fails, does it mean that they are still alive in some way? Han Xiao took a secret breath, feeling extremely scared when he thought about it carefully. Squeezing down his inner suspicion, he exposed this topic and continued to talk with the group. Everyone chatted for a while. Seeing that the conversation was almost done, Han Xiao interrupted and smiled and said, "Let's just come here today. My opinions have been brought here. We have known each other. If you need any help in the future, come to me and contact me frequently." Hearing this, everyone nodded and expressed their kindness. Han Xiao said goodbye one by one, and then the upper body of the Emperor Mecha disappeared out of thin air with a flash, without a trace. The main owner left, and Baigel and his friends looked at each other. "Let's leave too. Hey Xing is right. I'm going back and preparing to exercise. I have such a good opportunity and continue to seek breakthroughs. I hope I can restore my strength in my heyday." Someone said, "Well, 20. Oh no, I don't plan to be born within 40 years, just stay in the covenant." Listening to the discussion of my friends, the swearing man smiled with relief. The little tree is not straightforward, and the mentality of the friends has finally been corrected by the Black Star. It is worth my hard work. On the other hand, Han Xiao directly used the Emperor to teleport back to the Black Star Palace, which was several star fields away. He opened the panel and took a look and saw a task prompt that had been flashing for a long time. "Fist is the hard truth completed. Your behavior has gained the awe of the original, and the results are remarkable, which will have an unknown impact on the subsequent direction. Evaluation. Incredible. Meiji's favorability to you plus 20. Treep's favorability to you plus 20. Pandragon's favorability to you plus 20. You get 2400 experience, random reward x8, blank character card x3. You get 10 awakening points. You get third sanctuary fragments x1. You get specialties older killer. Older killer. When facing an opponent who is older than you, your basic attack power will increase with the battle, with the bonus reaching a maximum of 15%, and your charm will increase by 40%. This. Han Xiao was full of black lines. The reward is very generous. Few tasks directly reward awakening points, and a new feat is given. The effect of the expertise is quite good. Like Fearless Heart, it increases the basic attack power, but there are too many complaints. I beat a bunch of the original ones, so I became an older killer. Is this the rhythm of punching Nansha Nursing Home? Also, I can understand how to increase the attack power, but what the hell is it to enhance the charm? Does it mean that people think that my attack posture is heroic and powerful, and they cheered loudly while being beaten up? Have they all become shaking him? Han Xiao's soul of complaining was burning, and he finally suppressed it. Putting aside these points of complaints, the trigger mechanism is suitable for him. Among the existing Super A level, no one seems to be younger than him. It's such a weird ability, and it seems to be a bit contrary to the traditional virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly, looked at the reward carefully, then turned off the panel and thought about the impact of this trip. This time I beat the original ones and knocked them out of their arrogance. In this way, they should develop in a low-key manner for a long time, and the super disaster will be delayed. I can feel at ease for a while. Han Xiao exhaled. He now has a lot of to-do items on hand, researching technical treasures, expanding legion branches, collecting keys to the sanctuary, etc. The most lacking is time. The later the super disaster breaks out, the more beneficial it will be for him. It is best to have clues after he becomes the next president of the Super A-level association. In that way, he will sit very steadily, and it will be more convenient for him to lead the direction of super disasters. At present, the three major civilizations and the Superstar Cluster Alliance are in a turbulent universe. But for Super A, it is a stable period without external contradictions, and it is just a low-key development to promote the integration of the association's interests. After all, Super A-Level Development Association has only been established for a few years, and its career has just started, and there are still too many things to be completed. It's time to develop well for a while, Han Xiao said intimately. At the same time, Madison and Sorokin, who were in different places, suddenly felt a chill. Strange, I always feel that something bad happened. Sorokin was restless, and more than a dozen speculations flashed through his mind instantly. And Madison's reaction was much more direct. It must be the little bastard Black Star who arranged me behind the scenes again. P.S. I would like to recommend a friend's book, The Confucian Tao is King. The author is competing for both virtues and fancy hats. The old author has the quality guaranteed. If you're interested, please take a look. Time has no emotions. No matter how the scenery changes, it still doesn't look back and takes the world forward. The interstellar society in the war-torn era is filled with countless turmoil, changing the lives of billions of people in different ways. Some people actively participate in the wave of the times. Some people are involuntarily involved in the whirlpool, and some people are determined to eat and wait for death, hiding in small buildings to become unified regardless of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Parades, independence, rebellion, political infighting, endless chain reactions spread in various star fields. If every outbreak of events is regarded as blooming flowers, then there are colorful flowers in the universe. The root of the storm is the shining battle between the three major civilizations and the Superstar Alliance. After the Immortals disappeared, the war became more and more intense, and gradually transitioned from agent war to regular troops participating in the war. Even if both sides tacitly maintain low-intensity combat, the large groups of higher civilizations are not capable of participating in the battle. The four-phase exploration area has almost become a forbidden zone. When the war machines of higher civilizations start to move, it is a vast power that is very different from individual power, as if conquering the starry sky. Faced with the attack of the regular army of the three major civilizations, the Superstar Group Alliance gradually became unable to achieve strength due to the limited supply line, and the territory was taken away again and again, and the front line was constantly compressed. In this craze of the times, Super A-Level has remained unmoved. Life is very comfortable, developing in a low-key manner, running in with each other, and slowly improving the association's interest network, allowing Super A-Level forces in various industries to form a huge interest consortium. The fight outside was so hot that Han Xiao said he had gone into seclusion early. Except for every Super A-Level regular meeting, he basically stopped going out and stayed in the factory to study Jace's technical treasures. The operation of the Black Star Legion has been on track, and each department operates on its own, so he does not need to pay frequent attention. The Legion uses its own resources and cooperation with multiple parties to silently expand its branches in various star fields and continuously strengthen its power. The huge profits have become the expenses of Korean technicians' research technology, which are almost inexhaustible, and their money capabilities are becoming more and more powerful. With his current status, no one dares to provoke him at will. Only some guys who are ignorant of the world or who are speculative can settle the situation. There is no need to bother Han Xiao. Many of the initials of the Covenant organization were in seclusion, and the grudges, such as Madison and Sorokin, were also busy with their affairs, and no one disturbed them. In this harmonious environment, Technician Han was finally able to calm down and study technology behind closed doors for several years. During the research period, he also won the Stewart Peace Prize, won a legendary point, and maintained a public opinion heat for a period of time. The sense of time of higher living organisms is different. It can extend the subjectively many times of a second, or it can spend 10 days and half a month in the blink of an eye. Therefore, Han Xiao never feels boring in the ocean of knowledge, and is becoming more and more patient. The universe is changing, and the days pass by day in the midst of war, and in a blink of an eye, it is the 738th year of Shanghai calendar. Central Star C, in the territory of the Red Empire, a secret military training base. All courses were stopped today, and all students and instructors gathered in the largest square, looking up at the large virtual screen covering the sky. The screen is divided into dozens of small windows, each with a different picture, and most of them are monitoring a glowing figure from different distances and angles. One of the most macroscopic downward scenes shows a spherical mechanical satellite covered with energy circuits protruding out of dense chimney-like devices, part of which is constantly absorbing dark energy everywhere in the universe, part of which is spewing incandescent plasma energy, and the energy circuit on the surface flickers like breathing, as if it is some kind of energy circulation and conversion device. If the people in the square look at the other side of the sky, they can see several similar satellites floating above the base, one of which is running, which is the individual in the picture. This is the supporting facility of the training base, officially called the High Energy Life Sublimation Device, which is called the Energy Gathering Tower by the students. It has a single purpose. Through specific energy conversion and accumulation methods, a special environment is created to assist the natural disaster level to take a key step and slightly increase the chance of breaking through the Super A level. Generally speaking, this device has not been used once for many years, and now it has finally welcomed a qualified user, the famous Gouda, in the base. After training in the base for many years, he finally accumulated it, and the quantitative change reached qualitative change, and he officially took this step. All the students and instructors came to watch, holding their breath and waiting for the new Super A-level berth. In the picture, the glowing figure was in the center of the energy vortex created by the device. The whale of the body swallowed the surrounding energy and pulled out a colorful energy flow. The texture was like a floating gauze, or like a changing smoke, looking like a dream. After a while, the figure seemed to have reached a saturation state, gradually stopped absorbing energy, the brightness of the body decreased, and the energy was locked in the body and no longer released. The next moment, Gouda opened his eyes, and light spurted out of his eyes, and then he took it back after a second. He moved his body and suddenly turned into a meteor, flew out along the escape passage inside the device, falling from the sky in full view of the crowd, suspended above the crowd. He succeeded. The cheers of soaring into the sky soared from the square. Everyone present witnessed the birth of a Super A-level person. At this moment, they were all excited and excited. At this time, Gouda controlled his body to descend. As soon as he landed, the base supervisor and the chief instructor came up and smiled, and his face was full of grip. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations on entering the Super A-level field. You did not disappoint the Empire. At the beginning, the two thought that Gouda was expected to break through the Super A level within 2 to 8 years, but now it took Gouda 4 or 5 years to succeed. The promotion process was smoother than expected. Their guess became true, and they were happier than anyone else at this time. Gouda moved his fingers, as if he was familiar with the power after the promotion, and asked casually, "The senior officials of the Empire should see me." When? Yes. The head of state is already waiting for you. Let's lead the way. Gouda's tone was neither salty nor light. The students present were driven away by the instructor. Gouda changed into clothes and came to a high-standard remote communication room with the base supervisor. Then, the base manager retreated by himself, leaving only Gouda in the room. Gouda operated the communication device, turned on the remote projection, and entered the designated channel. The next moment, his vision changed, and he had already arrived in the head of state's office. He saw Ulan Riel sitting and Claudie standing at first glance. Congratulations on becoming a Super A level. The Empire is proud of you. Ulan Riel said in a kind tone. Hello, Master. Gouda nodded to greet him. You did a great job and grew faster than we expected. Ulan Riel encouraged him. This is the patriotic education that every direct descendant has to receive and encourages them to serve the Empire. After talking for a while, Ulan Riel quickly talked about the main business and said, The Empire will adjust your authority, treatment, and position as soon as possible. Do you have any ideas about your position? My strength is not yet consolidated, and I don't want to hold a position for the time being. In the future, I think my ability is very suitable as an auxiliary to scientific research. I hope to work at the Imperial Academy of Sciences. Gauda smiled and smiled. Well, the Empire will consider your opinion. Ulan Riel nodded. At this time, Gauda narrowed his eyes and said, speaking of this, I am already super A level. I wonder if the original plan for the evolution block can be started. Hearing this, Ulan Rueyer paused. Many years ago, the senior executives of the Empire secretly planned a plan, which was to use his superpowers to analyze the energy composition of the evolution block after Gauda entered the super A-level field, so that there was a chance to secretly crack some of the principles of the evolution block, so that the Empire could obtain technology and use it as insurance. However, the plan is not as good as change. In recent years, the development of the Black Star Legion is changing with each passing year, and the risk costs are getting higher and higher. After Black Star became the special security consultant of the three major civilizations, the plan was stranded indefinitely. Ulan Riel was silent for a few seconds, shook his head, and said, this plan will not be implemented for the time being. We do not want to have a rift with Black Star at the moment, even if the chance is very low. Gauda narrowed his eyes and asked, okay, then is my treatment of baptism of the evolution block still there? It's still there. If you want, submit an application, and we will arrange you to the next fleet to find Black Star to receive the baptism of the evolution block. As he said, Ulan Riel paused and added, in the Shining World, you can go to Find Star by the way and join the Super A-Level Association. The Empire needs more direct descendants in the association to help stare at their movements. Gauda's eyes flashed, okay, I will go. The two continued to communicate before they disconnected the communication. From beginning to end, Claudia didn't speak like a sculpture. Removing the remote projection, Gauda returned to the room, his eyes flashing, and he didn't know what he was thinking. He thought about it for a while and was about to push the door out, but at this moment, the private communicator on his body suddenly rang out and received an application for encrypted communication, which was actually sent by Beccarodi. Gauda joined the line with the hardliners very early. Beccarodi is one of the top leaders of the military hardliners. After the plan was stranded, the two sides had not contacted each other for a long time. He was a little curious about the other party's purpose. Soon, the communication was connected. Gauda, it's me. What's the matter with me? Congratulations on becoming a Super A level. Remember the original plan. Everything is the same. When you are baptized by evolutionary blocks, use your ability to analyze the principles of evolutionary energy. In the encrypted channel, Beccarodi's voice seemed very blurred. Oh, the head of state didn't say anything. Gauda was very interested. Beccarodi seemed to have expected it and lowered his voice. The shining battle will not last too long. This answer seemed to be a bad word, but Gauda understood what the other party meant. Now everyone in the Empire knows that Ulan Riel is about to step down, and this incident must have happened after the war is over. By then, the new head of state has been decided in the system and will complete the transition to supreme power. So at the end of his term, Ulan Riel's control over the top ranks uncontrollably declined. The identity of the new head of state is strictly confidential to the outside world, but it is not a secret to those in power at the level of Beccarodi. Although Gauda was not sure about the identity of the new head of state, it was probably conclusive that Beccarodi asked him to continue to implement the plan to analyze the evolution blocks and secretly receive the instruction of the new head of state. Through this incident, Gauda vaguely saw that the next head of state seemed to have a stronger desire for control. No wonder he had been mingled with the hardliners. On the other hand, perhaps the new head of state does not want to implement such risky plans during his term, so he transfers the risk to the end of his previous term. Gauda narrowed his eyes and pondered for a while, and slowly said, I understand. I will find a way. Very good, it depends on you. Bercoti hung up the call in a concise and torment. Gauda didn't take this matter to heart at all. His expression seemed to be recalling something, playing with the communicator in his hand, and his eyes showed inexplicable emotions. Black Star, we are finally going to meet again. A few days later, the Black Star Palace, the Legion commander's private factory. Han Xiao, who was debugging the machinery, suddenly received a report from Philip. Master, I received the list of the new empire that has received the baptism of evolution blocks. Han Xiao didn't raise his head and operated the instrument on his own, saying casually, "Is there anyone worth noting?" Yes, there's a new imperial direct lineage that has Super A level appeared on the list, called Gouda OM. Han Xiao's movement suddenly stopped. Gouda, he put down his work, got out the list, and looked at Gouda's basic information. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and memories immediately came to his heart. It seems that I met several times when I was fighting the Kundi tribe decades ago. I had a little impression. I seemed to be just an adjutant at that time. It was strange that this guy actually became a Super A level. I didn't have this powerful man in his previous life. Could it be that it was my butterfly effect again? Han Xiao curled the corners of his mouth. It's interesting. When this guy arrives, I'll check what's going on. Anyway, no matter who the other party is, since this number has never appeared in his previous life, it means that there must be secrets to be dug in this person. Maybe he can encounter hidden tasks, so he has no reason to let them go. Philip's report interrupted the work at hand. Han Xiao thought about it, and simply took a break for a while. He left the experimental area, entered the exclusive lounge, and found a lounge chair to sit down, waved to the mechanical assistant to bring snacks and drinks, and opened the quantum network to browse the latest news. During the version update, the player forum was frozen, and Han Xiao lost a major entertainment activity. Except for teleporting Longtan with Emmers, he only had to watch the news online. After looking at the situation of the Shining Battle, Han Xiao felt a little moved. Oh, we have reached this stage. The Superstar Group Alliance is about to be unable to withstand it. It seems that we still cannot change our fate against the will of heaven and change our fate. The end of the war is just around the corner. Because of its own butterfly effect, Han Xiao cannot accurately predict the exact day of the Shining Battle. But based on the current situation, it will be settled within about 2 or 3 years, and the Superstar Group Alliance will not resist for long. The Battle of Shining started in 732 of Xinghaley. 6 years have passed, which is similar to his original prediction. The war ranges from 3 to 5 years, and from 10 to 20 years. Although the early outbreak of the Intelligent Plague caused the Superstar Cluster Alliance to have more preparation time, there are still too many unfavorable factors. The Superstar Cluster Alliance is fighting a city defense battle. The war zone is far away from the local area and is surrounded by the enemy, like an isolated island. In recent years, the 3 major civilizations have cut off a large number of secret supply lines from the enemy, resulting in the Superstar League getting less and less external support, and the situation is getting worse and worse. Now that the Superstar Group Alliance wants to break the deadlock, it can only start from the outside and send troops from the local area to open up new war zones in other star fields. But then the nature is completely different. The order among higher civilizations is broken. The situation is escalating in a jump, and the intensity of the war has entered a higher level. No one dares to start this. Everyone is just a small gamble, and no one can bear the consequences of turning over the table. Han Xiao touched his chin and pondered. When the war is over, the Red Empire and the Glorious Federation will be replaced. Ulan Riel has stepped down and retired. The new head of state is TSK, a troublesome guy. He didn't know whether his butterfly effect would change the candidate for the next head of the empire, but the probability should not be high. If he had seen and heard from his previous life, he naturally knew the identity of the new head of state. To be fair, although I and Ulan Riel occasionally have frictions, they generally have a happy cooperation. But the next new head of state is a hardliner, and their style of conduct is different from Ulan Riel. The super disasters and the Silver Revolutionary Army in the previous life were all events that occurred during the new head of office, and the next head of office that players in the previous life were most familiar with. The new head of state is not so tolerant of the attitude of the superpower, which is also one of the factors that the superpower disasters broke out. The next president of the Glorious Federation is not a good person, and he is very troublesome. When a new head of state takes office, he will definitely contact all super A-level allies, hoping to maintain the status quo. Han Xiao shook his head. Throughout history, Every time the old and new changes are alternating, it is a turbulent time. He put down this idea and opened the panel to take a look. Now he has been promoted to the 12th level by him and used a task settlement card to complete all the pre-tasks and only spent 7 divine transformation points in total. The cost of reaching the 13th level has become 8 points, and the 3 pre-tasks mean that at least 5 divine transformation points are required. There are golden drawings in Jace's technical treasures, which is a golden mountain that needs to be slowly digested. Han Xiao has only studied some of them in recent years, and he feels that his background has become much richer. If we accumulate contributions and exchange golden drawings for the 3 major civilizations, we don't know that we can only accumulate so many financial resources in the year of the monkey and horse month. Han Xiao currently regards these technologies as the bottom-up trump card and has not yet been shown. He believes that once used, major civilizations and other Super A levels may not be able to sit still, and troubles will follow one after another. It is better to develop steadily now. More than 2 months later, an Imperial fleet arrived at the Black Star Palace, carrying a new period of Imperial elites baptized by evolutionary blocks. Spaceships sailed along orbit into the airport dock at the outer ring base of the Black Star Palace. The cabin doors opened, and elites from various departments of the Empire emerged one after another and met on the platform. As the only Super A-level Gouda in the team, he naturally became the recognized leader. As soon as he stepped onto the dock, several Legion receptionists met him. "Dear Empire elites, welcome to the Black Star Legion. The commander of the Legion has been waiting for a long time. Please come with me." After saying that, the Legion receptionist led the way in front, and the crowd followed obediently. Everyone soon arrived at a fork in the road. At this time, the receptionist stopped, turned to look at Gouda, and said, "His Sergeant Gouda, the Legion commander wants to talk to you. Please go with me to meet the Legion commander. As for the others, my companions will take you to the hall to wait for baptism." This is the territory of the Legion. The two sides have worked together for many years, and the Imperial elites naturally have no objection, and the name of Black Star PY is spread throughout the universe, so everyone is not surprised by this. "Then lead the way." Gouda nodded with a calm expression. Everyone separated from each other and gradually moved away. Gouda followed the receptionist forward, and the neat footsteps of the crowd quickly left and quickly disappeared into his ears. The two of them came to a private reception room. When they opened the door and walked in, Gouda saw Han Xiao standing in front of the window with his back facing him a glance. The starry sky outside the window is bright, and the back in front of the window is wide and has a burly figure. The whole person exudes a masculine aura, looking like a martial artist. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Han Xiao turned around, raised an affinity smile on his face, and reached out to lead his hand to the seat. "You're Gouda." Another direct descendant of the Empire has given birth to a Super A-level. It's a great congratulations. Please sit down. Ife'e met again. I wonder if you still remember me. Gouda sat down. His condition was very natural and casual. "Of course I remember that we had a chance to meet during the Kundi War." Han Xiao sat opposite him, looking at each other secretly, becoming more and more sure that he had never seen this person in his previous life, and he didn't know where he jumped out. Gouda nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, then you must still remember what I said at the time. I said we will become colleagues sooner or later, and now it will come true. I admire your confidence very much. I like to make friends with potential people the most." Han Xiao nodded in response, thinking in his heart, "At present, this guy is a new star with strong confidence. Even in front of him, he behaves very casually, and he does not speak respect. This is very common in freshmen's Super A level, and he looks a little arrogant, and there is nothing strange about it. In the Imperial database, the life information of the direct descendants of the A level are kept confidential. With Han Xiao's own ally permissions, he can only view some basic information. Gouda's archives are very innocent. No matter how you look at them, they're all serious Imperial soldiers. Because there was no such person in his previous life, Han Xiao was curious, but his suspicion was limited to the other party's origin, and there were no other doubts at the moment. The other person's identity is the direct line of the Empire, and he has no position to interrogate others. With Han Xiao's temperament, he naturally would not make friends with a colleague in order to simply satisfy his curiosity. The following conversation rhythm entered the normal PY mode, and the two of them talked happily. After a while, Han Xiao felt that the temperature was almost done and asked with a smile, "I'm a little curious about what your abilities are. I wonder if you would like to tell me." "My abilities will be known to the world sooner or later, but before that, let me keep them secret for a while, which is also the requirement of the Empire." Gauda smiled and refused. Seeing this, Han Xiao didn't want to force it, but he didn't give up and secretly made up his mind to stab someone. After chatting for a while, Gauda took the initiative to stop talking and chuckled. "Hey Xing, let's talk about this today. The others are still waiting. I want to receive baptism as soon as possible. After the matter is done, I have to go to Fangxing and apply to join the Super A-Level Association." "Oh, that's simple. I'm the vice president at least. I'll help you solve the procedures." Han Xiao stood up. "Since you are in a hurry, I won't delay you. Let's contact you more in the future." As he said, the two walked out of the room side by side and came all the way to the hall where the Imperial elites gathered. Everyone had been waiting here for a long time. Han Xiao said a few scenes, encouraged everyone, then raised his palm, and the evolution blocks floated and rotated. He entered a secret order to activate it, and the dark evolutionary energy suddenly flowed out, sweeping away like a tide, sweeping past everyone in front of him. Krakrakilla. Energy turns into substance, and black cocoons suddenly appear in the hall, and Gauda is also among them. The field immediately became quiet, and only Han Xiao moved freely. "Hee, little girl, you can't move anymore. You're not at my mercy now." Han Xiao laughed twice, took back the evolution block, and then controlled the nanoparticles to turn into a fine needle, and suddenly pierced into the black cocoon where Gauda was. He is very familiar with the feelings of evolution, itchy, and the perception in his body will be amplified, while the perception of the outside world will become dull. Even if he was discovered, he was not worried. Anyway, the final explanation was in his own hands, so this little thing was easy to fool him. Battle information popped up on the panel, and Han Xiao browsed it carefully. The name is Gauda level. Oh, it's actually level 240. It has great potential. It's the same level as me at the beginning. Wow, this guy's ability is actually to control energy. This is the ability of the first echelon of superpowers, and it really exists. No wonder he hides it. This ability restrains almost all professions. Han Xiao was secretly surprised. Super high-risk superpowers can also be divided into high and low. Manipulating energy is undoubtedly the top ability, but it exists in theory. Unexpectedly, real cases appear now. Gauda is probably the first person in history to possess this superpower. He has extremely powerful abilities, and the potential is the highest level. If he continues to exercise normally, he is probably just around the corner. No wonder the Empire is vigorously trained and strictly kept it confidential. This kid has a bright future. In Super A-level battles, ability itself is also a decisive factor. Assuming that Gauda and Claudi's strength have become the same level, then Gauda's winning rate is as high as more than 90%, which is the advantage of ability. The control energy restrains almost all superpowers, whether it is mind power, magic, or primitive ghost energy, or dark energy, all within the control range of this ability. The only limitation is the user's own strength, which determines the upper limit of control power. It is no exaggeration to say that if Gauda grows to the peak, he is fully qualified to compete for the strongest seat of the explored universe. No wonder people are so confident. If anyone with such potential powers will have strong confidence in the future. Is the Empire lucky? Where did you discover the fierce man? Han Xiao was amazed for a while, and felt a little confused. No, having such terrible superpowers, the noble virtues in the previous life should not be unknown. Could it be that I died in the middle of the process? It was my butterfly effect that saved him. Han Xiao continued to watch with doubts, and was shocked to find that Gauda's attributes were a bit exaggerated, and the other items met the level. But the two attributes of intelligence and mystery were very perverted. One was 9,000 plus, and the other was 1W3. What's wrong? When I first entered the super level, a level 240, my highest intelligence attribute was only more than 6,000, and the second highest endurance was more than 4,000. Why is his attribute so exaggerated? This is probably a normal level of about 320 level above level A level. Han Xiao originally only planned to see the other party's superpowers, but this time he found more doubts and became more and more confused. He looked through the information for a while, and suddenly his eyes locked on one of Gauda's passive expertise and discovered an abnormality. Powerfulness, a rebirth. Your body is reborn. Your soul is still strong, and you inherited some of your intelligence and spiritual attributes. This is... Han Xiao suddenly widened his eyes. He can think of many things from the name of this specialty. There's indeed something wrong. This kid is probably not a freshman, and his secrets seem to be more amazing than we imagined. The body is reborn, but the soul is still strong. It should be a similar ability to seize the body. Looking at Gauda's black cocoon, Han Xiao was surprised, and his brain started to run rapidly. According to the introduction of Superpower Freshman, the effect is similar to the spiritual host of the Mind Master, and it is also like Sorokin's vest replacement method. Judging from the various abnormalities in the Gauda panel, the other party is probably a big guy who changes his vest and rebuilds it. The specific mechanism of this ability is not clear. It should be to change a body and inherit the soul. Then, based on the other party's intelligence and mysterious attributes, it can be judged that the other party should be a super A level before reincarnation. Then the problem is superpower, new life. This ability seems to have no combat power, has limited uses, and has low growth potential. You should not be able to practice super A level. Either the other party does not have this ability and gets the help of another Superman with powerful powers rebirth, and then he completes his reincarnation. Or, if the other party has power rebirth, it will become super A level. There is no way to guess the former, but if it is the latter, among the people Han Xiao knows, there seems to be only one person with this ability. A strange god. Is it this slinger? His body was locked in space-time amber, but his soul ran out. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. As a scientific researcher, he was used to bold assumptions. First of all, the probability of the alien god breaking through space-time amber is not high, so he should have left a backup plan before being captured. The possibility of this is not low. The strange god is so irritating, with enemies everywhere, he will probably leave a way out in advance. However, he has devoured so many strange abilities, and the probability of having soul reincarnation abilities is not low. Perhaps this is his confidence in the waves. If the big guy is gone, change his vest. But the method of reincarnation of superpower rebirth is different. Take Sorokin as an example. No matter how a boy with a fake smile changes his vest, his ability will not change. The basis lies in his soul. The ability to absorb superpowers is based on the gene chain of the physical body. The body of the alien god is trapped in the amber of time and space. If Gauda is really an alien god, then he will change his body and his ability will be replaced accordingly. The absorption superpowers are gone and become a single control energy. Can Gauda be the container that the alien god secretly prepared for himself? Well, I remember that the alien god has been committed to synthesizing super high-risk superpowers and controlling energy may be his achievements over the years. This suffocating man might have really succeeded. He fuses a lot of superpowers and creates a perverted ability. I don't know what means it has been implanted into Gauda's body. Han Xiao thought to himself. The character Gauda did not appear out of thin air. He has a complete life experience. Since the Empire has confidence in cultivating the other party, it must have confirmed that the other party's innocence is innocent. If this was the work of the strange god, he must have started to make arrangements a long time ago. I don't know how to use it to raise a vest with a pure life experience. Following this assumption, if the alien god joins the three major civilizations after being reincarnated, it is probably not as arrogant as if you can't beat it, you can join, but is far-sighted and long-term plan. The real situation may be like this. For the sake of primitive accumulation, the alien god committed countless sins and became enemies of the world, and finally formed an extremely high-risk superpower with unlimited potential. However, the vest of the extraordinary god has become famous. Even if it obtains the ability, it will never be peaceful. It cannot be washed away completely. The sequelae of the unscrupulous devouring of the superpower is that its own gene chain is too high, and he may have planned to abandon this vest. So the alien god put the super high-risk superpowers synthesized into a container, waiting for one day to use superpowers and rebirth, transfer his soul into it, and then gain a new life and devote himself to the three major civilizations with the results of a vest, and get the cultivation of higher civilizations, and completely cleanse it up. Han Xiao thought and pondered. The strange god can definitely do such a thing. He doesn't care whether he is a wanted criminal or a civilized thug. The division of the camp is just a means to gain benefits for him. He only has one goal from beginning to end, that is, to reach a higher field. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. The strange god had been a wanted criminal for so many years and must understand the truth that the cunning rabbit had 3 holes. This plan should be just one of the plans of the strange god. However, all this deduction is based on the idea that great virtue is a strange god. In fact, a single superpower, new life, expertise cannot perfectly prove this statement. What Han Xiao did at this time was just to make a presumption and then make the cause determined by the result. Although he felt that the possibility of Gouda being a strange god was not low, he did not dare to arbitrarily believe in his brains at this moment. If he might be right, it would be a mistake. Bold assumptions, be careful to prove. Unfortunately, the bold explorer is useless to the characters, otherwise there will be new clues. Han Xiao shook his head. No matter what the other party is, in terms of reincarnation alone, Gouda probably did everything seamlessly, leaving no clues, thinking that no one could find it. So he acted so relaxed and freely in front of me without any guilt. Fortunately, the level is higher than the other party, and I can see all the abilities of others. Maybe I am the only one who discovered Gouda's secret. Han Xiao did not leave, sat aside and waited silently, secretly thinking in his heart. After waiting for a while, the black cocoons in the room broke one after another, and the imperial elites completed the baptism, feeling refreshed. Seeing that Han Xiao was actually with them here, he couldn't help but feel a little flattered. Gouda's baptism process was the longest, and the last one broke out of the cocoon. How do you feel? Han Xiao acted as usual. His tone was friendly. The effect is good. Gouda glanced at Han Xiao. When I was evolving, I felt someone stabbing me with a needle. Is it you? Haha, don't care. That's a probe specially used to detect whether the evolutionary process is smooth. You are the direct descendant of the Empire, so of course I have to care about you. After all, evolution is full of randomness, and there are still risks. I don't want any accidents to you. Han Xiao smiled and found a reason to make excuses. Upon hearing this, Gouda couldn't be serious and said calmly, "Thank you for your concern. I have to go to Finxing again, so I won't disturb you much." Seeing that Gouda expressed his intention to leave, Han Xiao did not stop him and smiled and said, "Okay, then I won't keep you anymore. Let's meet in the association." After that, Han Xiao turned his head and left the hall, and his back quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Gouda's eyes flashed, and he followed the receptionist back to the dock and brought the Imperial elite back to the fleet. The Imperial fleet quickly slid out of the airport orbit, shot into the starry sky, and quickly divided into 2 routes. One fleet returned with the Imperial elite, and the other fleet carried Gouda to the Fine Star, which shone deep in the world. In the spaceship, Gouda looked at the Black Star Palace that was gradually moving away from the porthole, and the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. Hey Xing, I said, we will see each other sooner or later, but you didn't expect that when I stood in front of you again, you could no longer recognize me and made friends with me enthusiastically. Ha! Looking at Han Xiao's performance in the dark, Gauda couldn't help but laugh. The enemy is bright, and I am dark, and I wander around under the black star's nose, which is a different kind of stimulation. As he evolved just now, he used his own abilities to try to analyze evolutionary energy, and he had already gained some insights with his ability. It is worthy of being a terrible ability in theory. As long as I'm given time, I will have 60% chance to analyze the principles, and I will be able to submit the matters. My status in the Empire will be improved. When the senior management sees my role in this regard, they have a greater chance of agreeing to my request to be transferred to the Imperial Academy of Sciences. In this way, I will be able to get close to the Imperial research results of the original data. Gauda outlined his own plan in his heart, with a playful smile on his face. On the other side, Han Xiao looked at the Imperial fleet in the office, his eyes flashing. I didn't alert the enemy. Gauda probably didn't know that I had seen through his secret. The most important task now is to confirm what this guy is. He is a hidden danger. Han Xiao frowned slightly. The current situation is not good for him. Gauda is the direct descendant of the Empire, and this identity is someone else's amulet, so he can't do anything randomly. The most urgent task is to obtain evidence to prove that there is something wrong with Gauda, so that he can become famous. Otherwise, if you are directly strong, you will be defeated by the new direct line of the Empire, which has high hopes for, and you can imagine the Empire's reaction. The Empire wants to give an explanation to all the direct descendants, so it will never tolerate or compromise. If it does not make concessions, the worst result will be to turn against the Empire in an instant, which will destroy all the layout so far. Even if it is very useful to the Empire, once it involves issues of this nature, there is no room for negotiation. Even if it is not your own ally, the Empire will do whatever it wants. As long as there is no evidence, any explanation for this behavior will be pale and empty. If you really want to take action without evidence, you must raid secretly and clear all clues. There must be no witnesses, no information is leaked, no suspicion is left, and you must never miss it. This is too risky. As long as you have a little negligence, there will be endless troubles. Han Xiao shook his head. For a noble person, he will definitely lose money in his long-term business interests and networks. Unless he has to be forced to do so, he will never do so. There is another more appropriate route now, and Han Xiao certainly doesn't want to take this risk. If the alien god is really virtuous, then there will be problems with his body left in the amber of time and space. It seems that I have to apply to the Empire to visit the alien god. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Now Gauda has to stay in the shining world for a while. It is best to find a problem before someone returns. Otherwise, it will be difficult to do whatever he wants after Gauda returns to the Empire. Ding. While he was thinking secretly, the panel suddenly became moving. You trigger the hidden mission, Gauda's secret. Task introduction. Gauda, the new direct descendant of the Red Empire, is Super A-level. During your contact with him, you discovered his abnormality by chance. Perhaps there is something amazing secret inside it. Task requirements. Crack Gauda's secret. Reward. Character card X1. Randomly draw an ability of the other party. Note, this task may affect your relationship with the Red Empire camp. Please choose carefully. Han Xiao came back to his senses and took a look at the panel. Has the hidden mission been triggered? The opportunity was that I saw the other party's ability? The triggering conditions were a bit high. Only when the level was higher than that of Gauda could you see all the other party's abilities. Except for me. I'm afraid no one can trigger this mission. To be honest, today the 2-chain was released, and my youth was over_3 Han Xiao turned off the panel, wrote an application, and sent an application to the Empire to visit the alien god. Not long after, he received the reply. Huh, did you actually call my documents back? Han Xiao looked at the virtual screen in front of him in surprise, which showed the application documents after the Imperial instructions. There is a red seal on the lower right corner of the document, which says unapproved in the general text of the Empire, which means that the application was rejected. The Empire does not allow me to visit the strange gods. What does this mean? Han Xiao frowned, took out the communicator, thought for a while, and did not call Ulanru's private route, but took the route of the head of state's office. The communicator rang for a while and was quickly answered. As soon as the liaison officer saw that the caller was Haitian, he transferred the route to the Secretary General of the head of state's office. His Excellency Haitian, what's wrong with you? The Secretary General and Han Xiao had a good relationship and asked. That's right. I just submitted an application to visit the strange god, but failed the approval and was beaten back. Is this what Ulan Riel meant? Ah, the head of state has been holding meetings. It shouldn't be her. I don't know about this. Your application has not been reported to us. Can you help me check which department handled it? Okay, wait a moment. The Secretary General operated in the internal system for a while, used his authority to get the file out, and his tone suddenly became helpless. This is the joint judgment of the Imperial Lord's Intelligence and the Prison Department. I read their internal notes. The place of the Empire is top secret. Under normal circumstances, no one is allowed to visit. You are even more special. You are actually on their visiting blacklist. Why am I on the blacklist? What am I doing? Han Xiao felt confused. The Secretary General said helplessly, You did nothing, but you are the only person in the world who is capable of releasing the alien gods, so you are not allowed to visit them before the 500 years of sentence you booked. Han Xiao was speechless. The strange god was still the one I helped the Empire capture, but now I am not qualified to visit me? Well, from the perspective of the Empire, this approach is quite reasonable. For the time being, I am the only one in the universe who can unlock the Amber Prison in space and time. The former catcher has become the only potential releaser. In this way, it seems normal for the Empire to refuse my visits, avoiding the biggest risks. But, although the Empire's approach is correct, Han Xiao is inevitably a little disappointed in his emotions. He thought the application would be passed successfully, but he didn't expect it to be stuck in this link. Can't you be able to adapt? Han Xiao frowned. The management authority of Yishan Prison is very high. If you have to visit, you can only ask the head of state for help. She has the right to force your application, but there must be reasonable reasons, otherwise. The Secretary General said tactfully. Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded. I have a good personal relationship with Ulan Reir, but I can't open the back door casually unless I have a legitimate reason. After saying a few simple words, Han Xiao hung up the communication. Ulan Reir was holding a relatively important meeting. He had to wait a while before he could contact him. Taking advantage of this time, he just wanted to make some comments. I originally wanted to approach the alien god with the excuse of visiting, but unfortunately, it didn't work. There was no last resort. The Empire did not allow me to approach the alien god's prison in any form. Even the prison coordinates were kept confidential. Only specific permissions could be viewed, and I had no right to query. Han Xiao tickled in dissatisfaction. The reason for visiting cannot convince the Empire. If you want to see the status of the alien god, you must untie the Amber Seal. The best solution is to make up a special reason to let the Empire take the initiative to allow him to open the Amber, which is the least risk. If I can't convince myself, I'm afraid I'll follow Lao Mai Tu and try to sneak into the Imperial database to steal the corresponding information. Although this move will offend the Empire, the act of stealing intelligence is not too bad, not to the point of turning against each other. This can only be an alternative. After a while, the Secretary General sent a message saying that after the meeting, Han Xiao called Ulan Reir's private number and quickly connected. Ulan Riel's figure appears in the picture, with a calm face and straight to the point. Black Star, I heard you came to me just now and wanted to visit the alien god. Why? Although she was hiding very well, Han Xiao's observation ability was amazing. He saw that Ulan Rueir's mental state was a little tired. He thought about it and said, The alien god has been imprisoned for decades. I want to open a prison to check the alien god's soul state. Is this necessary? Ulan Rueir frowned. You suggested that we set a 500-year sentence at the beginning. Now, decades have passed. With the alien god's level, the soul will not be erased so quickly. Now it is only a problem to open it. Well, my level was not high enough at that time, and I had limited understanding of the great power of the alien god, so I tried to exaggerate the sentence. 500 years was just a safe statement. And I grew up to the present, and I have conducted deeper research on time and space, Amber, and found that it might not take that long to wipe out a super A-level soul. Han Xiao explained the prepared rhetoric. He had no evidence to explain his suspicion of Gouda, but instead attracted suspicion from the Empire and simply did not mention Gouda. Ulan Real did not doubt that he was there. He just shook his head and still refused, saying, "I don't think there is any need for this. The alien god is too dangerous. I still think that the detention for 500 years is the safest. The Empire can afford to wait for this time." Han Xiao had long expected that the head of state might say this, and explained, "The experiment is just one of the goals. In fact, I still have a vague worry. I grew up to this day and realized how powerful this level is. Looking back at the beginning, I found that the arrest of the alien god was too smooth, which was very strange. With my understanding of the alien god, he might have left a backup plan for himself and escaped by soul transfer. I was worried that there would be a fraud, so I wanted to open a prison for the examination." Ulan Real's eyes moved, but I still didn't believe it. "Where is the evidence?" Han Xiao pretended to be serious and said, "This is just a guess, so it needs verification. But if you have to ask someone to prove it, you can ask Swordmaster Fu. When she surrounded and killed the strange god, she sensed the strange god's strange spirit fluctuations. I suspect there is a problem hidden in it. Gouda is a new star who has high hopes for in the Empire. It is not a wise choice to involve this person in his words. So Han Xiao's words are mainly aimed at the strange god." Hearing this, Ulan Riel became completely serious and immediately ordered the Secretary General to contact the Swordsman F. Swordsman Fu was soon launched and gave a positive answer. It was only about 30 years later, and she naturally remembered what she saw at that time. Seeing this, Han Xiao felt relieved. This evidence actually couldn't prove anything. Everyone regarded it as a futile struggle, but it was exploited by himself at this time, increasing the persuasion. If it weren't for this, it would be difficult to convince the head of state now. After receiving the reply, Ulan Riel was silent, as if analyzing the pros and cons. After a while, she raised her eyes and looked Han Xiao in the eyes and said in a deep voice, "Black Star, if the alien god regained his freedom, can you guarantee to catch him? What I could do at that time can do the same now." Han Xiao smiled. Now there is no super silent character card, and a big trump card is missing, but after decades of growth, he has long been different from the past. Even if he guessed wrongly, he would just catch it again. And others don't know that character cards are just one-time skills, so they just think that they still have this method. Ulan Ruer pondered for a long time and finally nodded. "Okay, I've approved it. Since your suspicion makes sense, open a prison to check the situation of the alien god and make sure that what we caught is not an empty shell." More than 10 days later, Constellation Corridor, in the territory of the Red Empire, a confidential military forbidden area. A huge cube mechanical building is suspended in the starry sky, and its appearance is an interstellar armed fortress made of giant structures, covering the surface of which is enough to carry the bombing of the fleet. This place is the space prison where the alien gods are imprisoned. At this moment, dense Imperial fleets surrounded the prison. Each warship extended its muzzle, and various weapons were in an inspiring state. A black figure was floating not far from the prison. It was Han Xiao. He opened the secondary dimension barracks and was summoning the Legion on a large scale to form a second surrounding the prison. Gouda was still rushing to the shining world, and Han Xiao was racing against time to directly use the Emperor to teleport his body to the branch within the Empire. He took about 10 days to arrive at this military forbidden area. Han Xiao summoned countless mechanical troops, finally closed the gate of the secondary dimension barracks, and spoke in the communication channel. "I am ready. Immediately activate all time and space locking devices and open the prison core." Received. The serious voice of the fleet commander sounded in the channel. The next moment, invisible fluctuations bloomed with the fleet as the center. The space instantly tightened. The space-time coefficient of the area became extremely stable, basically invalidating all abilities involving space. Immediately afterwards, the space prison was like a flower bud in full bloom, with its structure spreading layer by layer, revealing the stamens. At the core is the egg-shaped cabin that stores the amber of the space-time amber of the gods, which is firmly locked and integrated by the prison's mechanical structure. As the prison was opened, the egg-shaped cabin was unlocked. The independent power system began to operate. The thruster sprayed out the tail flame and slowly flew out with the cabin. Han Xiao stretched out his hand and pulled the 10-meter-long egg-shaped cabin in front of him, reaching out to open the hatch door. A familiar face that had not been seen for many years jumped into his eyes. It was the strange god who had been imprisoned in the amber of time and space for decades. He still maintained his appearance when he was frozen, and his expressions and movements were frozen at the last moment of freedom. Every unit is in place. Get ready to fire at any time. The solemn voice of the fleet commander sounded in the communication channel. Over the past few decades, the shadow left by the alien god has not completely disappeared in people's hearts. Now it's time to verify the guess. Han Xiao stared at the strange god's eyes, took a deep breath of dark energy, flipped his hand and took out the amber core of time and space, and poked it over. Popo, the crisp sound of the time and space amber breaking seemed to sound in my ears. The cage that imprisoned the strange god was lifted, but his body did not move, but was floating in the gravity-free vacuum environment, right in front of Han Xiao. Is it already an empty shell? Han Xiao took out a suction cup-shaped device and attached it to the alien god, which is an instrument used to detect the state of the soul. Although the mechanic is not good at the spiritual realm, at his level, it is no problem to create a device that simply detects whether the target has a soul. The suction cup was about to be attached to the body of the strange god, but the next moment, Han Xiao only felt his wrist tightening as if he was suddenly grabbed and stopped in the air. Han Xiao suddenly looked up, and what he met was the look of the strange god's removable eyes. At the same moment, a meaningful spiritual message entered Han Xiao's mind. I said we will see you sooner or later. I said that we will see each other sooner or later. I just didn't expect that this day would come so quickly. The strange god's smile was playful. Han Xiao's pupils shrank slightly. Isn't this body empty? His first reaction was that he guessed Gauda's identity wrongly, and instead released the strange god. But when he heard the words of the strange god, Han Xiao's eyes flashed and asked, "Are you so sure I will release you? Oh, you let me out. Aren't you asking me for help?" The strange god raised his eyebrows. "If you put on such a big formation, wouldn't it just open amber to see if I'm dead? Ask for help." Yes, the strange god, the slander, knew about the world tree civilization and left behind wormhole data. He might think that when higher civilizations discover the world tree, they will probably release him out to ask about the situation. So they said they would see each other sooner or later. Time and space amber isolates everything. Although the soul has not frozen, it is also trapped in the body. The alien god knows nothing about the external situation in the past few decades, and his impression of the universe remains when he is caught. The spiritual exchange was in the flash, and the two of them were not slow at all. Call. The strange god retreated and teleported without saying a word. He immediately found that he was in the space-time locked area, and teleportation was invalid. He quickly analyzed the strength of the encirclement and confirmed that he could not break through with the conventional method. He immediately changed his mind and began to use the dimensional gap clamping ability to penetrate this area. As long as he made a gap, he could teleport and escape. Although it is not clear what the Empire lets him go, for him, breaking through and running away is a top priority. On the other hand, Han Xiao also acted immediately, bringing dozens of apostle weapons and many mechanical troops to surround and kill. No matter what the strange god is, since the other party is not an empty shell, it must be sealed again. The surrounding Imperial fleet began to attack, and various control weapons were also launched one after another. The dark red energy light spread across the starry sky in an instant. The war broke out suddenly. The figure of the strange god was submerged under the endless gathering of fire in the blink of an eye, and was floating and floating in it. I finally succeeded in the 11 super A-level sieges. Black Star, now you're the only one. Can you catch me? In the spiritual link, the strange god's tone was playful. He was surrounded by many sieges, and he was not panicked. After evolution, his gene chain load was greatly reduced, and his personal strength was undoubtedly the first echelon in the universe. Although he had just emerged from the amber of time and space, his soul was in a weak state, and he had no time to prepare dozens of clones that were super A-level. The strange god also had the ability to convert blood blue, relying on powerful power black hole to transform the enemy's attacks, replenish his own energy, and then use regeneration ability to maintain high-speed recovery. When Han Xiao was able to strengthen his blood blue conversion ability, he was still drawn from the alien god. If he gave the alien god time to prepare dozens of clones in advance, he would probably be able to single-handedly beat the Star Alliance world he had experienced. At present, most of the peak super level A are not opponents of the alien gods. With all kinds of slippery space abilities, he is basically invincible. If Han Xiao hadn't been in the middle of the game, his superpower was silent. All his superpowers stopped operating, and his clones were completely destroyed in an instant, and even 11 super level A could not catch him. Fortunately, Han Xiao and the Empire made the venue arrangement in advance. The alien god's escape ability was destroyed, the most difficult ability was frozen, and the threat was greatly reduced. Otherwise, he would be able to break through once he escaped. However, this is not foolproof. Although the Empire used various advanced space-time locking devices, if it dragged it for too long, the alien god still had the chance to drill holes and escape. You'll know if you try it. I'm no longer the same as I used to. I don't need help to deal with you. Han Xiao selected some of the war soldiers to merge. With the lightning flashing, the mechanical god came to the world and immediately chased the strange god and slashed wildly, sparks and lightning all the way. Although the alien god has many abilities, he cannot use too many of them at the same time. So he solves this problem through clones and gives some superpowers to clones. The more clones there exist, the more abilities he will use at the same time. The clone needs to consume a lot of energy, and he can absorb energy. So as the battle progresses, the number of clones will gradually increase, and the alien gods will also become stronger and stronger as they fight. But now he has a mental arithmetic, but not intentional. The strange god has no clone prepared in advance, and can only be slowly created in battle. Han Xiao's dozens of apostle weapons are not vegetarians. As long as the strange god makes a clone, he will be beaten to death by the apostle weapons, and the number cannot be accumulated at all. So now the scene is clear at a glance, and all kinds of factors are not good for the strange god, so he can only be passively beaten. Although he also has a blood blue conversion, his loss is much greater than that of Han Xiao. Power, black hole has an upper limit and cannot withstand all damage. The upper limit rate of regeneration ability is also limited. Han Xiao's lethality is different now, and there is also a firepower support provided by the Imperial Army next to it. The alien god's blood loss speed is faster than blood recovery. Decades have passed, and the level gap between Han Xiao and the strange god has been shortened a lot. He opened the panel and looked at the battle information, and more information about the strange god has surfaced. He quickly glanced and did not see power rebirth in the skill bar of the alien god, and he didn't know if it was in the only question marks left. But in the status bar, Han Xiao found something abnormal. You are in the state of medium soul weakness. Your mental resistance is reduced by 30%, and your intelligence and mysterious attributes are reduced by 15%. Duration unknown. You are in the state of soul tier. You lose a lot of intelligence and mysterious attributes, and your basic spiritual resistance is minus 60%. Duration constant. This. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes immediately. Soul weakness should be a sequelae of the imprisonment of space-time amber, and there's still a chance to recover. But this soul-tearing state is obviously not related to space-time amber, and the effect just corresponds to the high-degree attributes. So, I was actually not wrong. Are the strange gods and Gouda really connected? It can be ruled out that Gouda is a clone created by the alien god with superpowers, because under the influence of superpower silence, all superpowers terminate, and the existence nature of Gouda has nothing to do with the ability of the alien god to continue to be preserved. When he was captured at that time, the alien god had no chance of clone. In a short period of time, all he could do was to operate the soul. Therefore, the alien god is not simply transferring his soul, but he makes up his mind and uses some superpower to tear open his soul, break his tail, and escape, and integrates into Gouda's body. The remaining souls are still left in his original body. Time and space amber isolates everything, and it is impossible for the remote control of the master to descend. Gouda has existed outside for so many years, and the body should be the main consciousness of the alien god. At this time, no abnormal soul fluctuations were found in various detection equipment of the Empire fleet, which means that the body of this alien god was not controlled remotely. So, these two souls are now completely separated and become two independent individuals. In other words, the different god that is active may not be the strange god you know, but new personality and new consciousness generated based on the memory of the remaining soul and brain, just like a cloning. And the true master consciousness of the alien god is actually in Gouda, or is the opposite. In this case, a strange god is a strange god, and a noble virtue means a noble virtue. Even if the two have almost the same personalities and memories, they are still different people. Could this be what superpower rebirth means? The original body was Super A level, and Gouda also trained to Super A level. This slinger operation turned into two different Super A level individuals. If the main consciousness is really in Gouda, then he's really cruel. Han Xiao turned all kinds of thoughts. If the two souls maintain a connection, communicate with each other's perspective and memory, this becomes an obvious flaw. With the nature of a strange god, if they are determined to be whitewashed, this loophole should not be left, so he may completely cut off the connection between the two souls. Not only did he abandon his old body, he also didn't mind the extra self in the universe and gave all the strength accumulated in the past to people, which was amazingly courageous. If this is true, it is estimated that all the memories of this spread god about Gouda were deleted by the consciousness of the spread god when it was divided up in order to prevent the Empire from digging out relevant information from the brain memory neurons one day when the Empire dissects the spread god. He is worthy of being a god of supernatural abilities with a bunch of strange abilities, and his path is really wild. While deducing various possibilities in his mind, Han Xiao went all out to control the troops to siege the strange gods and fight fiercely. At this time, the situation was completely one-sided. The alien god was bathing in the ghost energy, and his flesh and blood dissolved again and again, and reborn again and again. Under the coverage of super-large firepower, he struggled and completely adopted a defensive move. He did not dare to stop recovering his blood at any moment, and suffered huge damage every minute and every second. His blood recovery is to continuously catalyze cell division. Every time he repairs the body, it consumes cell activity and burns lifespan. If it weren't for the previous evolutionary blocks that supplemented him with a wave, he would have been unable to bear this intensity of battle. Feeling Han Xiao's terrifying military power, the strange god was also shocked. He remembered that when he was frozen, Black Star was not even a peak Super A level, but the strength Han Xiao showed at this time, even the alien god would not dare to say how much chance he had to win. Even if he was in full swing, he would probably have a draw if he had a fair fight. It's only been so many years since Black Star has caught up with my level, and even has a vague trend of overtaking. Your growth is really incredible. I have never seen a talented guy like you. The strange god exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Don't think that if I praise me, I will cut you less. Han Xiao kept the output expressionless. What he was most afraid of now is the psychics. There are additional attributes and damage bonuses when fighting psychics. There's also the ability of Aged Killer, which is very easy to beat an elderly person like the strange god. Although the evolutionary strange god is strong, He is not inferior to himself now. Round of artillery fire fell on the alien god, and the scene was extremely tragic. The rout of the alien nerve left explosive balls of light, like a string of long snakes. After continuing to output, Han Xiao estimated that all the specialties were stacked to the top, and his eyes flashed suddenly, and his mechanical force shot. Quirky, the armor on the forehead of the mechanical god, suddenly slid away, and a pile of mechanical structures surged out, turning into an exquisite mechanical crown embedded on top of the head. The next moment, with the crown as the center, the invisible wave that seemed to penetrate the soul burst out, condensed into a beam of ripples, and hit the strange god in an instant. The strange god was shocked, as if he was hit hard, as if he had a sledgehammer, which hit his consciousness hard. This is the cosmic treasure-level equipment that Han Xiao learned from Jace's technical treasure, exclusive equipment for mechanical gods. Spirit-breaking crown. It sounds like a magical object, but it is actually a mechanical creation. The principle is to reversely decompose the phantom energy and extract spiritual energy from it. In the state of a mechanical god, the spirit-breaking crown can provide the mechanic with extremely high spiritual resistance and can also emit mental attacks. The weakness of ordinary mechanics is their body and spirit, and the means of mental attack are extremely scarce. The effect of this golden equipment can make up for this shortcoming to a certain extent. Although Han Xiao is not a serious mechanic, the crown of breaking spirit is also helpful to him. The negative state of the strange god turned his spirit into his biggest weakness. Han Xiao was used to attacking the enemy's vitals, so he naturally would not miss such a fighter. Before the alien god could recover, Han Xiao immediately activated his virtual soul and easily passed the judgment, dragged the alien god's soul into the virtual world, and beat him up. The vital part was hit by a series of critical hits, and the alien god immediately suffered tons of damage. Taking advantage of the dizziness of the strange god, Han Xiao's body broke away from the mechanical god, grabbed the strange god's neck, activated the space-time amber, and immediately began to create a prison. The strange god quickly came to his senses and wanted to struggle. Seeing this, Han Xiao directly locked the man, pressed the other party into his broad mind, and spoke in a deep voice. "Don't move around. Do you remember how you were caught by me? If you do it again, your fate will not be just to go to jail, but to die." Hearing this, the strange god's counterattack acted as a sudden shock and immediately remembered the psychological shadow of a super silent momentum in the middle of the game. He didn't know the situation of the character card and didn't know why Black Star used this move. At this time, he couldn't help but think that Black Star still had this ability. Why don't I fight to the death compared to the endless sentence? The strange god narrowed his eyes. The right time, place, and people are not here, which is enough to threaten his life. After experiencing the battle just now, the strange god already knew in his heart that there was no possibility of breaking through. If Black Star used his superpower to remain silent, he might really die here today. Are you sure you want to take the initiative to seek death? At this time, Han Xiao's eyes rolled and he whispered, "Don't you want to see the day when the world tree comes?" The strange god's body suddenly froze, and a look of shock finally appeared on his face. He always thought that he was the only one in the universe who knew about this, but he didn't expect to hear it from Han Xiao. When did Black Star know? Did you have already developed that set of data? The strange god's eyes flashed. Han Xiao did not answer, pretending to be meaningful, and said, "I will surrender myself, and I will have a chance to let you go and witness everything. If I die here, there will be no hope." The strange god's face was gloomy and clear, as if he was fighting against heaven and man. But after only a few seconds, he realized his situation, relaxed, and stopped struggling. He raised his head, looked straight into Han Xiao's eyes, and slowly said, "I don't believe you will let me out, but I am willing to go to the gambling table. After all, I have nothing to lose. I fell in your hands for the second time. Maybe you can really get into the level I long for and see the scenery there for me." At this moment, Han Xiao retreated without saying a word and completed the manufacturing. The next moment, The alien god's body was frozen and was once again locked into the amber of time and space. The only difference is that he changed his position. Seeing this, Han Xiao let out a long sigh and shook his head. If you struggle, I may not be able to fix you. Sorry, I will never be tired of deceit.